I am Locke Augustine, a third-year student at the famous Aurelian Academy on the continent of Corfu. This school is beautiful, filled with marble statues and red brick paths, but it is mostly a place where rich families send their children to buy fancy titles. The tuition is incredibly high, and the lessons are not very serious. I am not the person I used to be. My soul comes from another world called Blue Star, where I was a gamer. I have taken over the body of a count's son from the kingdom of Anjou. Recently, my life became very difficult because my home country was conquered and my family lost everything. Without their money, I cannot pay the thousands of gold coins needed for tuition. If I am expelled, I will be in great danger because enemies are hunting people from my kingdom. Other students, like a noble named Cohen Julian, mock me because I am poor now. They expect me to be angry or sad, but I do not care about their insults. I have a secret they cannot see, a glowing panel called the Heraldric Synthesis Cube. This is a powerful artifact from a game I used to play. It allows me to combine low-quality items to create valuable ones. Right now, I am using it to turn cheap gemstone fragments into a high-quality sapphire. I hope this power will help me solve my money problems. I have also noticed something strange about this school. There is a title called Outstanding Graduate that even the richest nobles cannot buy. It is a secret award given only to a few students after a special review. I believe this title is the real reason the Academy exists. If I can figure out the requirements for this honor, I might find a way to save myself and change my fate in this new world. While standing in the Academy hallway, I ran into my history teacher, Professor Alde Franklin. He is a strange man with an eye patch who seems kind on the surface, but I know better. He was talking to Angel Mylinkin, a girl from my home country who is also struggling with money. The professor offered her a job copying old books in his office for gold coins. Angel was very happy and thanked him, but my heart sank. I realized that the original owner of this body died exactly 1 week after doing that same job. He grew weaker every day until he simply passed away, which is how my soul ended up here. Professor Alde tried very hard to get me to return to his office to work. I made excuses and told him I wasn't feeling well, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. When I kept refusing, his kindness vanished. He became cold and threatened me. He told me that if I didn't pay 600 gold coins for his history class or come back to work for him, I would be kicked out of school. Angel even scolded me for being ungrateful, but she doesn't realize the danger she is in. I thought about warning her, but she is too focused on her own survival to listen. I only have 3 days until the next history class to find a way out of this trap. If I don't find a solution, I will be forced to return to that office or be expelled into a world where my enemies are hunting me. I realized that at this academy, the language class taught by the headmaster is the most important subject. I believe the secret to the Outstanding Graduate title is hidden there. That title might be my only hope to escape the professor's reach and change my fate. I have to stay calm and focus on the language class while my magic cube finished its work. I was sitting in Headmaster Tenguz's linguistics class, surrounded by bored noble students who didn't care about ancient runic scripts. Most of them were just here to enjoy their wealth, not realizing that as second sons, they would soon have nothing. But I am different now. Since arriving in this world, my mind feels twice as strong. Those confusing, patternless runes that once baffled the original owner of this body now seem clear and easy to understand. While the other students daydreamed, I focused on my textbook. My memory is now incredible. I managed to learn the runes and finish the homework in record time. I also kept one eye on my floating synthesis cube, which was only minutes away from finishing its work. When the lesson ended, Headmaster Tenguz began collecting homework from the few serious students in the front. He almost walked past me, clearly remembering my past reputation as a lazy student. I had to take a risk to get his attention, so I stood up and insisted on handing in my work. At first, he was skeptical and asked why I was suddenly paying attention. I told him I found the ancient language fascinating, as if the words themselves were alive. He took my papers and began to read. At first, he looked uninterested, but then his eyes widened with surprise. Even though he told me my work had many errors and handed it back, he didn't give up on me. Instead, he reached out and gave me a special yellow notebook filled with much harder questions. He told me to finish them and then meet him in his office. This was exactly what I wanted. My plan worked. I have finally caught the headmaster's eye, which might be my path to becoming an outstanding graduate. As I left the room, my synthesis cube flashed a message. The process was complete, and a level 2 item was ready. My new life is finally starting to move forward. Back in my quiet dormitory, I watched my heraldic cube work its magic. With a flash of light like starlight, it turned 3 cheap sapphire fragments into a single, fist-sized sapphire worth up to 30 gold coins. This cube is my lifeline. It can turn trash into treasure, and I am already planning to use it to create high-end jewelry to pay my tuition. But money isn't my only problem. I still need to know why the original owner of this body died after working for Professor Alderman. To protect myself, I decided to focus on Headmaster Tunguz's difficult assignments. I knew I couldn't finish the work alone in 2 days, so I hired a smart student named Patty Isa to tutor me. Even though she charged me 200 gold coins, it was worth it. As I walked to the headmaster's office, I ran into Angel. She looked exhausted and sickly, just like the old Locke did before he died. She tried to pressure me into working for Professor Alde again, but I ignored her and kept moving. I had a feeling that the outstanding graduate title was the only thing that could truly save me. When I met Headmaster Tunguz, I told him the truth. I had help with the homework, but I studied hard to understand it. He was impressed by my honesty and my sudden ability to learn runes. Then, he told me the incredible truth. Our entire continent is actually just a small, isolated island called Corfu. The academy isn't just a school for nobles. It is a testing ground to find people with the talent to become wizards. The outstanding graduate title is actually a ticket to the real world beyond the sea, the world of magic. Tunguz revealed that he and Professor Alde aren't even from this island. He believes I have awakened a rare talent for magic. Now, everything has changed. The petty wars of kings and nobles mean nothing compared to the power of a wizard. The headmaster has prepared a special potion mixed with my blood to test my true potential. If I pass, I can leave this tiny island and take my heraldic cube into a world where its power will truly shine. Principal Tunguz turned and walked to a corner of the reception room. It was a gray brick wall, and by all appearances, there was no way forward. But he softly spoke a few words, then reached into one of the bricks and took out a bottle of bright green potion sealed in a special glass container. The potion's color was unusual, mainly emerald green, but with tiny shimmering lights inside, making it look beautiful and mysterious. Principal Tunguz hesitated for a moment, then carefully removed the wooden stopper. It was an elemental emerald potion, extremely rare and valuable. Because of this, Aurelian Academy had strict selection rules to ensure it was used wisely. He took a drop of blood from Locke's right index finger and let it fall into the potion. Then he gently shook the bottle, silently counted 7 breaths, and handed it to Locke. Drink it immediately. After 200 breaths, the potion's best effect will fade, and the accuracy of the test will drop sharply. Also, this elemental emerald potion is worth 5 magic stones. You must pay for this test yourself. You don't need to pay now, but once you have magic stones in the future, you must repay the debt. In the wizarding world, everything must be an equal exchange. Nothing comes for free. Without hesitation, Locke took the potion and drank it in one gulp. Given his current situation, he knew Principal Tunguz had no reason to deceive him. The next moment, Locke felt a cool sensation in his eyes, as if something was flowing into them, like countless tiny threads of energy rushing toward his vision. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. After taking the potion, within just a few seconds, the scene before Locke's eyes changed dramatically. The calm voice of Dean Tunguz sounded in his ears, guiding him to understand what was happening. Don't be nervous, relax. The elemental emerald potion strengthens your mental energy. Simply put, it makes your mind more active. For a short time, this increased activity will allow you to open your elemental vision, which means you'll be able to see the elements in the air. In general, the more elements you can see and the clearer they appear, the greater your talent as a wizard. Of course, your body might need a moment to adjust to this new vision. Tell me, Locke, what do you see right now? Locke lifted his head, trying to make sense of the elements that had taken shape before his eyes. He saw many glowing dots of different colors, unevenly scattered across the room. There are many light dots. Most of them are green, followed by golden ones, he said. Then there are some faint transparent dots, blue ones, red ones, and yellow ones, but those are weaker and fewer, almost fading in and out. Dean Tungus nodded, writing down Locke's results. You didn't see any light clusters? Locke shook his head. The dean's quill paused for a moment before he continued. Do these light dots form any shapes or move around you? Locke shook his head again. To him, the room was simply covered with lights of different colors and brightness, nothing more. Dean Tungus nodded slightly, his eyes showing a hint of disappointment. From what I can tell, you do have wizard talent, and it's not the lowest level. Roughly below average, but still acceptable. There are 7 levels of wizard talent. The lowest, level 1, can only see faint halos after taking the elemental emerald potion. Only those with level 3 or higher can see light dots. These dots are actually the physical forms of elements, visible only after your sight transforms into spiritual vision through the potion. Dean Tungus introduced the basics of mysticism and said, this world is filled with 4 elements: wind, water, fire, and earth. A person who can see glowing spots is considered to have at least a level 4 wizard talent, because that means they can see areas where certain elements are highly concentrated. Those with level 5 talent can even see elemental whirlpools. Dean Tungus continued, so your wizard talent should be around level 3. Yes, level 3 is quite good on Corfu Island. Most apprentices here have talent levels between 1 and 2. Most wizard candidates are around level 3 or 4, which is considered average. Those with level 6 or 7 talent can almost certainly become full wizards through effort and time, as long as they don't take the wrong path. Level 5 talents also have a good chance. For level 3 or 4 talents, becoming a full wizard is much harder. It takes great effort and some luck, and many may never reach that level. As for level 1 or 2 talents, they have almost no chance and will likely remain apprentices for life. The colors you see represent your natural connection to certain elements. Wind particles are translucent, water is blue, fire is red, and earth is dark yellow. The color you see most is cyan, which means you are seeing a mixed element. Dean Tungus spoke gently to Locke. Ever since Locke was found to have wizard talent, the dean's tone toward him had become much kinder. Locke asked curiously, Dean, what are mixed elements? Dean Tungus explained, the 4 main elements are the basic ones, but they naturally intertwine with each other. When 2 or more basic elements mix, they form a new element with unique properties. For example, the cyan light spots you see are wood elements. This means you are most connected to the wood element, which may guide your future path. You might have an advantage in learning plant magic, since your soul naturally aligns with the wood element. Dean Tungus said, the second most common color you see is gold. That represents the metal element, a special combination of earth and fire. It means you also have some talent for golden magic and alchemy. In the world of wizards, every soul has one main element, one secondary element, and then general compatibility with the others. So, your main element is wood, your secondary is metal, and you have some general connection with wind, water, fire, and earth. The dean smiled. Although your overall wizard talent is slightly below average, your connection with the elements is quite good. You have some affinity with all 4 basic elements, even if not very strong. That means you can learn almost any kind of magic. This will make it easier for you to choose a school when you leave Aurelian Academy by ship and travel to the wizarding world. Overall, your magic talent leans toward white magic. I recommend you consider the Garden of Seasons, Holly Tower, or the Alchemist's Workshop. These are well-known white magic academies in the southeastern region of the wizarding world. They would suit you very well. Also, Aurelian Academy's higher-level school, Verdantia University, is an excellent choice. It's a comprehensive magic university with professors in botany, alchemy, and golden magic. Of course, that's only if you can pass the entrance exam. If you can't, then there's nothing more to discuss. In 2 years, the wizard ship will arrive at Corfu Island. Before that, you must join my society and study with us. If your progress isn't good enough, you'll have to join a smaller or less-known wizard group as their student. Pass the exam. Rock was about to ask what that meant. Did it require grades? Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed. The elemental particles he saw seemed to cry out and scatter as if frightened by something. The wood and metal particles vanished, replaced by a dense cloud of black particles, followed by a strong presence of fire particles. The other three basic elements were almost gone. Rock frowned. Dean, is it possible for someone to have a second main element? Dean Tunguz said, elemental affinity is only a reflection of how well a person's soul connects with certain elements at a given time. As people grow and their surroundings change, this connection can also change. There are even special advanced potions that can strengthen one's affinity with a specific element. So, there's no need to worry too much about it, the dean continued. However, in most cases, one person or one soul can't have two main elemental affinities. At that moment, Locke understood. It was likely that his soul had merged with the original owners, which not only increased his mental strength, but also gave him the potential to become a wizard. At the same time, he had gained two main elemental affinities. Locke asked, Dean, what do the black elemental lights represent? They feel rather negative. Tunguz replied, you must have seen traces of dark energy elements. That means you have a small talent for necromancy or curse-type magic. But since you didn't see much, it's not very important. I won't record it then, he added. The dean explained, those are talents of dark wizards. If you plan to join the white wizards organizations in the future, such minor dark affinities could become unnecessary obstacles. Since your main element is wood and your secondary is metal, there's no need to record your weak connection with dark energy. On the other hand, if a student aims to join a dark wizard organization, I would advise them not to record a low affinity with light elements. Locke thought for a moment and decided not to tell Dean Tunguz that he had two main elemental affinities. After all, that secret was tied to his journey across worlds. Besides, his dark element talent was only at level 3, not strong enough to make a real difference. Whether he mentioned it or not wouldn't change much. He still knew too little about this world of wizards. If he carelessly revealed something unusual, it could bring serious trouble. Dean Tunguz said, providing talented wizard apprentices to the major wizard organizations also brings benefits to those of us stationed here on Corfu Island. It's just that we won't personally receive these benefits. Instead, our families in the wizarding world will. Locke opened his mouth, but said nothing. He didn't know how to comment on such a thing. Dean Tunguz's eyes clearly showed his unwillingness. But he still chose to cross the endless mysterious sea and come to Corfu Island, a place almost without magic, for the sake of his family in the wizarding world. Dean Tunguz said, I now officially invite you to join our Academy's secret society. Within 2 years, you must become a third-level wizard apprentice. Your magical talent isn't outstanding, so only if you reach the 3rd level within 2 years will you have the chance to choose a suitable academy. Otherwise, you'll be randomly assigned to a wizard organization. Honestly, I also hope you can join a larger organization. That way, my family can receive greater rewards. The dean continued gently. On Corfu Island, the only way to become a 3rd-level apprentice is through the most basic method, learning a spell model to strengthen your mind. This method is old-fashioned, but very effective. After all, Corfu Island lacks magical resources. Even I don't have enough for my own training. I have 5 spell models you can choose from. They are Acid Splash, Grease Slide, Burning Spark, Frost Touch, and Vine Hand. Based on your abilities, said the dean, the most suitable spell model for you is Vine Hand. It's a botanical spell. The other 4 belong to different schools of magic: negative energy, transformation, and elemental fire and ice. Locke didn't hesitate. Since the dean's interests aligned with his own, he naturally trusted his judgment. After all, he was still new to the world of magic. All right, Dean, I'll learn Vine Hand. Dean, Locke asked, how should I learn this spell? Will you teach me, or will you use some method to make me instantly understand it? The dean frowned slightly. What are you thinking, Locke? Every skill requires hard work and practice. Talent is only the starting point. It helps you begin, but how far you go depends on your effort, luck, and determination. Dean Tunguz turned around and walked to the end of the reception room. From the same wall where he had taken out the elemental emerald potion earlier, he pulled out a thick ancient book. That's why you must study diligently. He reached into the wall again and took out one heavy book after another, each as thick as a dictionary. The amount of knowledge in just one of these books was greater than all the textbooks the original student had studied at the academy. Rock blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected that even a simple spell model would require reading so many books. Dean Tungus said, the prerequisite courses for the spell Vine Hand are basic plant magic, vine cultivation, and fundamentals of mana control. In the wizarding world, each course costs at least 30 magic stones. So, for all three, you'd need 90 magic stones. If you add the cost of private tutoring in case you don't pass, the total cost before learning Vine Hand would be around 100 magic stones. The course and materials for Vine Hand itself would cost at least another 50. Dean Tungus paused, looked at Rock, and smiled as if expecting gratitude. But thanks to Verdantia University's special support for young wizards like you, studying Vine Hand here on Corfu Island will only cost 10 magic stones in total. This is a special privilege from Verdantia University for wizard apprentices from remote regions. Of course, this offer only applies to learning one basic spell model at Aurelian Academy. Honestly, this is already a very generous benefit. When I was young, learning my first spell model in the wizarding world cost more than 10 times this amount. Dean Tungus said, you young wizards are truly lucky to live in such a good time. So, be grateful to Verdantia University. Rock nodded. It was clear that Verdantia University, as a wizarding organization, was intentionally selecting promising apprentices from distant regions. To help these young wizard apprentices show their gratitude, Verdantia University also offered them some special benefits. However, Locke felt a bit troubled. With this arrangement, he now owed Verdantia University 10 magic stones, plus another 5 for the elemental emerald potion. That meant he was already 15 magic stones in debt before even stepping into the world of wizards. Locke sighed quietly. When would he ever be free of all these debts? Dean Tungus placed 9 thick books in front of him. These are what you must memorize and master within 2 years. From now on, come to my residence every evening. I will begin teaching you the 3 prerequisite courses for the spell of the Vine Hand. Every spell model, even the simplest one, contains vast and profound knowledge. Never take it lightly. The dean continued. Also, your tuition and required course fees at Aurelian Academy will be waived according to the rules. But if you choose any elective courses, you'll still need to pay for those. Of course, you can decide not to take them. That's all for now. You may go, Locke. As the dean tidied up his desk, he suddenly looked up and added, oh, one more thing, Locke. Wizards prefer to keep their existence secret. You must not tell anyone about us. When Locke returned to his dormitory, it was already evening. The place was even quieter than in the morning, as the nearby rooms had been occupied by students from Anju. Over the past few days, they had been forced to leave the academy one after another. Now, the dormitory corridor around Locke grew emptier with each passing day. Since the Frankish Empire had taken over the kingdom of Anju, the number of new students entering Aurelian Academy each year had dropped by at least 1/7. Locke sat alone in his room, opened the first book, and began to read carefully. That night, he was completely absorbed, his mind filled with wonder. It was the beginning of his journey into the world of magic. Later that night, after eating a simple meal of bread, Locke took out the level 4 synthesized item he had created with the Horadric cube. Earlier, he had already used a gold ring, rubies, and sapphires to create a level 3 ring. After that, he combined 3 rubies to make a level 3 ruby the size of a fist. He also used sapphire fragments to make several level 2 sapphires, then merged those into 3 level 3 sapphires. These level 3 gems were larger, about the size of an adult's fist, with perfect clarity and color. They had reached the level of rare treasures. He knew that if he sold just a few of them, he could easily pay for his tuition at Aurelian Academy. Now, it was time for Locke to create a level 4 item. Locke noticed that the Horadric cube no longer gave him the option to continue combining items to make a level 5 one. It seemed that, as an ordinary person, he could only create up to level 4 items for now. He looked at the sapphire before him. The level 4 sapphire was smaller instead of larger, only the size of a fingernail, but it had become smooth and round, like a small pearl. Level 4 sapphire, deep blue gem, a rare gemstone found deep within mineral veins. It has the ability to calm mental fluctuations, filtering effect. Jewelry made from it can help the wearer maintain a steady mind. Locke paused, staring at the gem in his hand. As expected, once the synthesis reaches level 4, the items are no longer ordinary. A level for sapphire can subtly help the wearer keep a calm mind. I don't yet know how useful that will be, but I can definitely ask a jeweler to craft it into a ring for me. This is the true power of the heraldic cube, Locke thought. With this cube, I'll never lack high-grade materials again. It will be a great help in my future as a wizard. I've finally escaped my shortage of gold coins, though I still owe quite a few magic stones. Locke looked at the 9 thick books in front of him. These are the rewards I earned from making the right choice. If I hadn't used logical reasoning to discover the existence of the outstanding graduate quota back then, I'd probably be preparing to leave the academy now, and would never have come into contact with the wizarding world. After leaving the academy, I could only rely on the heraldic cube to survive among ordinary people on Corfu Island, disguising myself as a well-known gem craftsman. I lived as a mortal, and after 100 years, I would turn into dust and bones. But now, everything is different, Locke thought as he looked at the book before him. With the honor of being an outstanding graduate, I no longer need to worry about safety or survival at Aurelian Academy. All I need to do is study well. Still, rest is also part of learning. Since there was a compulsory history class the next day, Locke gently closed his book late at night, lay down, and soon drifted into a pleasant dream. The next day, in the history classroom of Aurelian Academy, Professor Alde entered the room with a dark expression. When he slammed the textbook onto the podium, many curious students immediately turned their eyes toward Locke and the other students from Anju. Angel's face was pale as paper, yet her eyes flickered with jealousy as she glanced at Locke. She believed that Professor Alde's anger was directed at Locke, since he had not gone to the professor's office to help with his work as requested. Many students who had heard rumors were also waiting to see what would happen. Cohen Julian, the son of a Frankish count, whispered to his 2 chubby companions, "We're in for a show today. Those students from Anju will probably be expelled from our academy, especially that Locke." On the podium, under the gaze of the students, Professor Alde scanned the room with a stern look. His eyes paused briefly on Locke, then shifted away as if he hadn't seen him, fixing instead on another student. "The results of the last quiz are out," he said coldly. "Some of you clearly haven't been studying seriously. The grades are terrible. This semester, I'm raising the passing standard for history. Anyone whose average score is below the passing line will fail the course, unless you spend your free time after class helping me copy the history textbook in my office. That will earn you extra credit. Only then will I consider giving you another chance." Professor Alde adjusted his monocle and continued, "However, I must praise one student, Locke Augustine from the Kingdom of Anju. His performance has greatly improved this time. You should all learn from him. All right, class is starting." Professor Alde's words surprised many students, who began whispering to each other, especially Angel and Cohen Julian. At her seat, Angel looked at Professor Alde in confusion. She was so shocked that she stood up without thinking. Realizing that this was impolite and made her stand out, she quickly sat back down. After all, things were different now. The only reason she could stay at the academy was because she worked for Professor Alde, who allowed her to postpone paying her tuition. But Angel still looked at Locke with doubt. Her pale face trembled slightly. Why was this different from what Professor Alde had said in his office? Wasn't he supposed to expel Locke today, right in front of everyone, to show what happens to a student who refuses his offer? Why had everything changed? A trace of regret appeared on Angel's face. She felt weak and dizzy. Even now, she could sense that something was wrong when she thought about Locke's earlier attitude. If I had listened to Locke back then and not gone to work in Professor Alde's office, would I be like him now? In another corner, Cohen Julian's eyes showed confusion. What's going on? How did that low-born Anju boy turn things around? Why would Professor Alde care about the son of a count who no longer has any land? Cohen Julian wasn't completely foolish. Realizing he couldn't see through Locke anymore, he fell silent, uncertain and afraid to provoke him again. In class, Locke listened to Professor Alde's lecture. Now that he knew the truth about the academy, hearing Alde talk about the ancient history before the 7 kingdoms felt strangely interesting. During that chaotic time, when hundreds of small nations existed, traces of wizards could clearly be seen. It seemed that behind every small kingdom, there had been at least one wizard. Locke thought, it must have been Dean Tunguz who told Alde that I joined the Academy's secret society. But why is Alde daring to act against other students right in class? He seems to be losing control. It's as if he's drowning and trying to grab any straw he can. What has driven him to such madness? Locke shook his head and continued listening, since these things no longer concerned him. When he became a wizard apprentice at Orlean Academy, his status within the school was no longer at the bottom. Therefore, Professor Old probably wouldn't dare target him anymore. None of this mattered to him now. The reason Locke still attended history classes was first, to hide any connection to being a wizard, as Director Tungus still required him to attend normal classes. At least, he had to take the compulsory courses. The second reason was that the history taught by Old was part of the basic knowledge of the magical world. So, Locke still needed to learn it. When Locke looked up, he saw Patty Isa turn around and silently mouth, "Congratulations, Noble. Didn't expect you to pass. From now on, we are members of the same club. There are club activities this afternoon." Locke also smiled at Patty, the blonde girl who showed a bright smile and seemed like a friend. It seemed he was accepted. That made sense. There weren't many wizard apprentices in this school. 6 months later, in Director Tunguz's residence, Locke, Patty Isa, and Cord Newman sat together studying. Because the magical teaching resources at Orlean Academy were very limited, even if they took different courses, only Director Tunguz personally taught them. Locke couldn't complain much about this. After all, the magic stones he used for his lessons were discounted. What normally would have cost over 100 magic stones now only required 10, so the quality of teaching had some flaws, but it was acceptable. By now, Locke had become familiar with Patty and Cord. Both were commoner students with wizard talents. Patty had a level 2 wizard talent, and Cord only had level 1. Cord was an ordinary boy with red hair and freckles, quiet and reserved, seeming hard to approach, but he was just shy with words. Locke had quickly broken the ice and become friends with him in just one day. Cord's background was simple. He was honest and had little else. His parents were serfs of a Viscount Lord in the Kingdom of Erin. By chance, the Viscount noticed his talent for learning. He then passed various exams and received instruction from famous teachers, eventually arriving at the Orlean Academy. It proved that his strong learning ability had a reason. He had a wizard's talent, though only at the lowest level. According to Cord himself, after drinking the element jade potion, he could see very few elemental light spots. Patty, on the other hand, is a girl who appears cold outside but warm inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Locke, who sought her help half a year ago. After the three became familiar with each other, they developed a good relationship. In the eyes of other students at the academy, they had formed a small group. During a magic control class, Cord suddenly asked Locke a question. After receiving Locke's answer, he admired him and said, "Locke, you're really smart. I've studied for over 2 years, but you've caught up quickly and even surpassed me." Meanwhile, Patty also showed admiration. Overall, both of them are commoners who excel academically. Naturally, they admire students who perform well and are clever. Locke nodded slightly and rotated the ring on his thumb, which was embedded with a deep blue gem. He had only taken 3 months to catch up with Patty and Cord's learning progress, then another 3 months to get ahead of them. There are many reasons for this. First, Locke's own wizard talent is level 3, which is below average but better than Cord and Patty. His basic learning speed is at least 3 to 4 times faster than Cord's. Moreover, the gap will only grow larger over time. It's like a snowball rolling downhill. Initially, a low-aptitude wizard might catch up through hard work, but eventually, the difference becomes greater and greater. This made Locke understand why wizards value the talent of their apprentices so much. But there is also a second reason. Locke looked at his thumb. 6 months ago, he discovered that combining a sapphire to level 4 could produce a deep blue gem. Later, he had someone craft the deep blue gem into a ring. In daily wear, he realized what it meant to make mental energy fluctuations more stable. Wearing this deep blue gemstone can help keep your mood steady and improve your focus. It doubles the time you can concentrate each day and speeds up your learning by at least twice. Thanks to the deep blue gemstone, Locke was able to catch up with Patty and Corder's learning progress in such a short time. However, Locke also found out that the deep blue gemstone is a consumable item. Each one can only be used for about half a month. Therefore, he needs to keep creating level 4 sapphires. Besides that, Locke tried to make other items, but so far, Upgrading them to level 4 only makes them more beautiful and expensive, without any special effects. This means Locke doesn't lack money in the worldly sense. But for useful formulas in the wizard's path, Locke has only discovered one so far, combining 3 level 3 sapphires to make a deep blue gemstone. Locke isn't in a hurry about this. He has had little contact with the wizard world and hasn't left the Kafu continent. In this low magic area, resources are very limited. He believes that once he truly enters the wizard world, he will find many more useful formulas. The Hladic cube can ensure he never runs out of resources, just like how the deep blue gemstone currently helps him learn faster. At President Tunguza's residence, Patty told Locke, "By the way, Locke, I don't think you know. The girl who kept bothering you, Angel, has already died. She died over 5 months ago." Locke was surprised. He had been so absorbed in studying that he couldn't remember who Angel was at first, but then he remembered. She was the girl who, 6 months ago, was also tricked by Professor Old. He nodded slightly. "I warned her, but she didn't listen." Patty said, "Professor Old has been getting worse lately. Those who died were all noble children. Isn't Professor Old afraid of getting into trouble?" President Tunguz said he's a second-level wizard apprentice. He's already 150 years old, and his lifespan has reached its limit. So, he uses magic to borrow lifespan from ordinary students. Porter blushed and said, "But I don't like it that way. He can't be like this. Many people, who don't know anything, have had their lifespans taken away by him." Locke nodded and said, "Let's focus on our own work. Right now, all we need to do is study. I think the Academy has its own plans for Ald. Professor Ald clearly doesn't have much time left. He's on the verge of losing his mind, so he doesn't dare interfere in this matter." Patty suddenly spoke up. "Do you think, in the future, we might become like Professor Ald? Turn into the person we used to dislike the most?" Cord opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He remembered how Professor Ald had been acting more and more crazed lately. The thought that he might become like that someday made him feel scared. Patty then smiled and said, "I'm just joking. What kind of expressions are you all making?" Cord was already quite frightened by her, but she just laughed happily. "We're still young. When we need to worry about our lifespans, we'll be much older." Locke glanced at her and remembered that Dean Tunguz had told him that Professor Ald's original wizard talent was level 2. He was 1 level below himself, the same as Patty, but 1 level above Cord. Locke looked back at his textbook. Over the past 6 months of peaceful study, he had built a solid foundation in magic, much better than before. "I can now start cultivating magical vines, grow the magical vines, then use spells to transform them and resonate with my magic power. Through gradual practice, I can master my first magic model, Vine Hand. However, there are no magical vine seeds on Kof Island. I can only buy seeds from Dean Tunguz. Since this is one of the 5 magic models prepared for the native wizards of Kof Island, Dean Tunguz must have the matching magical vine seeds. But according to the Academy's rules, these vine seeds probably won't be given to me for free. I will likely owe another magic stone." Dean Tunguz quickly returned to his residence. He looked at the 3 people and was very pleased with their current progress. Patty Isa and Cord Newman were learning steadily, but the most exciting thing was Locke's learning speed, which slightly exceeded his expectations. At first, Tungus was worried that once Locke no longer had financial pressure, he might become lazy again and need some encouragement. However, after spending time with him, he had abandoned that idea. Among his 3 apprentices, Locke was the most talented and the hardest working. So now, Tungus looked at Locke with a smile and was very satisfied with him. After guiding Patty Isa and Cord Newman, Tungus turned to Locke and asked, "Do you want to buy magic vine seeds from me?" "Yes. You've reached the stage of completing the spell model." Tungus explained, "To make the Vine Hand, you need special magic plant seeds. This spell is a simplified version of the complete spell called Magic Vine Curse, which was broken down into a smaller model. So, you must use the matching magic vine seeds, mandrake vine seeds." Tungus took out a small box of graphite and carefully opened it. Inside, there were 4 rough-looking seeds, about the size of a thumb, resembling small potatoes. He carefully picked up one seed with tweezers and placed it into a small flower pot filled with soil. Mandrake vine seeds are specially cultivated by senior wizards at our academy. They have been bred for many generations, so they are stable, hardy, and rarely die. You just need to toss it into the soil, and it will gradually sprout roots. You should water it once a week, give it sunlight daily, but avoid direct sunlight, just like caring for normal plants. Although mandrake grass doesn't die easily, poor growth can affect your spell and your progress to become a third-level wizard apprentice. You should have learned about mandrake grass from your books. Locke nodded. In addition, he needed to water the seed daily with his mental energy. This was very difficult at first, because I am essentially just an ordinary person who has learned some basic knowledge of mysticism. It is almost impossible for me to activate spiritual power and transform seeds. The reason I can do it is because the mandrake seed was specially designed using plant magic by a professional wizard. However, I still need to spend a long time learning how to use my spiritual power to water this seed. Director Tungus said, the first mandrake seed is sold to you for 5 magic stones. The second seed has no special discount, so it costs 15 magic stones. Locke raised an eyebrow. Teacher Tungus, are these seeds really that expensive? Tungus replied, of course, but generally, these magic seeds are also quite hard to kill. He closed the graphite box and covered it with 2 layers of silk. Moreover, the magic resources on Kofo Island are very precious. I only have 4 mandrake seeds in total. After giving you 1, I only have 3 left. If in the future, I encounter a 4th wizard apprentice who chooses the vine hand spell model, I won't be able to provide him with a magic vine seed to learn. Tungus said, the Aurelian Academy only replenishes its magic resources when a new headmaster takes over. Locke nodded, secretly giving up the idea of asking Tungus for 2 more mandrake seeds. If I had 3 mandrake seeds, I could combine them to create a level 2 item, directly improving the seed's quality. But now, I have abandoned this idea. There are 2 reasons. First, because Kofo Island's magic resources are too scarce, my plan is unlikely to get Tungus's support. Otherwise, the wizard apprentices at Aurelian Academy over the next 50 years wouldn't be able to choose the vine hand spell model to learn. Tungus must consider that in the future, the Academy might produce apprentices with a high affinity for wood element particles, like himself. The second reason is that combining seeds could cause unknown changes. If I rashly use this method to combine something so important to me now, I might end up unable to complete the vine hand spell. That would be a great loss. After leaving Kef Island, riding the wizard ship across the endless mysterious sea toward the southeastern region, I thought it wouldn't be too late to find a way to buy mandrake seed and conduct synthesis experiments myself, Locke thought. Now, my goal is to use the deep blue gem to quickly become a 3rd-level wizard apprentice and learn my first spell. Dean Tungus said to Locke, by the way, Locke, your family has come to see you outside the academy recently. They were stopped by guards outside Aurelian Academy earlier. It seems they are having some trouble, but I helped you solve the problem and found them a house near the academy. You can visit your family members soon. Here is their address. Locke was surprised. He had been focused on studying lately and had forgotten about the Augustine family, his original family. He looked at the address and thanked the dean. Thank you, Teacher Tungus. Locke stood up, put away his textbooks, carried the pot with the mandrake seeds, nodded to Patty Isa and Cord Newman, then turned and left the room. In the past 6 months, even though he had been dedicated to studying and stayed out of trouble, he still heard some news about events on the Kef continent. After the Frank Empire occupied the Anjou Kingdom, it suddenly launched an attack on the Norman Kingdom and destroyed it again within 4 months. As a result, about 1/6 of the students in the academy found themselves in a difficult situation, similar to the Anjou people half a year ago. The Augustine family mentioned in their letters that after fleeing the Anjou Kingdom, they sought refuge with relatives in the Norman Kingdom. Now, with the fall of the Norman Kingdom, Locke's family had no way out and had to take a risk, hiding from pursuers and fleeing to Aurelian Academy. Fortunately, they were lucky. Locke was now at Aurelian Academy, holding a special status as a wizard apprentice, which protected them. In the current situation, Kef Island, after the Frank Empire destroyed 2 major kingdoms, the remaining 4 kingdoms on the continent are smaller than the territory of the Fleric Empire. Aurelian Academy might be the only place that can shelter them. Locke walked along the elegant corridor of the academy. He saw a few students from the Kingdom of Normandy crying and complaining about the cruelty of the Franks, while students of Frankish origin mocked them harshly. Locke thought to himself, it seems the true goal of the Frankish Empire is to unify the Kofo Island. In the future, Kofu Island will become more and more chaotic, and a world war within the island will break out, pulling everyone into it. Peace will disappear, but he felt it didn't matter much to him anymore. Anyway, in a year and a half, he would leave here on a wizard ship. With his connections, the Augustine family should be able to find refuge with Dean Tungus. As long as they stayed near the Illyrian Academy, they could live peacefully. Locke saw from the corner of his eye that Professor Old, the history teacher, appeared in the elegant garden corridor of the academy. Professor Old smiled and nodded at him, greeted him, then quickly walked toward the students from the Kingdom of Normandy who were crying. Clearly, he was about to target these poor students from a fallen nation. At that time, Professor Old's appearance had changed a lot. He used to look gentle and refined, but now he seemed stubborn and mean. His face was dark, and he seemed to carry a strong smell of death. Locke hurriedly left the place. Over the past 6 months, because of students working for Professor Old, the number of deaths had increased. Many students in the academy had started to realize something was wrong with him. But the problem was, no matter what happened, no matter how many people died, and no matter how many letters these noble children sent to their families, Professor Old was never punished by the academy. His behavior was never even restricted. This made many noble children afraid and forced them to take their history classes seriously, no longer daring to skip or fail as they used to. Professor Old, who was chatting with students, looked up at Locke. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Third-level wizard talent, huh? That kid is really lucky. Being young is a good thing. Alde turned to look seriously at the noble children from the Norman kingdom, then smiled as if an old man about to die was looking at his last hope. It was like a water ghost under the river staring at passers-by, fixated on these pale-faced students. I heard your family refused to continue paying your tuition. If only I could work for you. In a small 3-story Victorian-style house near the Orlean Academy, Locke met members of the Augustine family. First was the original owner's father, Count Augustine. He wore soft-soled shoes and a red wool sweater. He looked tired and worn out, with no color in his face. A piece of white gauze was visible under his collar, suggesting he was seriously injured. Next to him stood his supposed older brother, Goria Augustine, who was also the heir to the Augustine estate. According to memory, the original owner and Goria were half-brothers with the same father and mother. But the original owner's mother had died 10 years ago from a plague. Count Augustine had remarried a young noblewoman, Sienna Brown, who was the daughter of another noble family. Sienna Brown had only one daughter, the original owner's half-sister. At this moment, she was holding her sister's hand and smiling at her, but her smile was strange and a little scared. Before leaving the family, the original owner didn't get along well with her. Sienna Brown often caused trouble because Count Augustine spent a lot of money each year to send the original owner to Orlean Academy. But now, things were different. Sienna Brown knew that the Augustine family's presence here depended on Locke, so she was less confident. Sienna Brown urged her daughter, "Your second brother is here. Call him brother quickly, come on." Locke nodded slightly at his 7-year-old sister. He then looked at his father and older brother. Goria examined Locke and said, "Locke, you've grown taller and older. I remember how you looked when you left the family. It's so good. We are finally together again." Locke could feel that his older brother, who shared the same parents, was genuinely glad to see him or the original owner. His brother's expression showed sincere admiration, simply because he saw that he or the original was doing well. Count Augustine cleared his throat and said, "Locke, this time I have to thank you. I didn't expect you to be awarded the honor of outstanding graduate. That's a pleasant surprise, as expected of my son." "Father, brother, hello." Locke raised his eyebrows and tried to blend in, because in this world, there are witches, and he didn't want to reveal his identity as a time traveler. He definitely didn't want to become an experiment for high-level witches. Locke looked at Count Augustine and asked, "Father, do you also know about the Outstanding Graduate Award?" Count Augustine glanced around, and then told Sienna Brown to leave the room with her daughter, leaving only Goria and Locke. Although Sienna Brown was a bit unwilling, she dared not disobey her husband's orders, so she quietly took her daughter and left. Count Augustine said, "There are no outsiders in this room now. It's just you two brothers and me." He looked at Locke and said, "I've heard that the outstanding graduates from Orlean Academy are highly regarded, even by the king and the pope, and they hold special status. After I came to your school, the dean also subtly told me some things. After all, you will leave Koff Island in 2 years to go to a bigger world. Count Augustine nodded at Locke and said, You've done very well, Locke. Our family hopes to rise again, and that hope is in you. Because of you, your brother and I can now be protected by the Academy, and maybe in the future, we can even regain our land. But we can't do much to help you go to the witch world. Locke looked at Count Augustine, surprised, because even if Dean Tungus told his father some things, it was unlikely he would directly reveal information about witches and magic. He said, Father, it's not in 2 years, but in a year and a half, that I will set out. If everything goes smoothly, as long as he becomes a 3rd-level wizard apprentice before then, his progress in learning Vine Hand isn't slow, so it's not a big problem. Locke said, Father, how do you know? About the wizards? Count Augustine lowered his head and said, There are some rumors in the noble circles that are not entirely true. Also, your mother is a witch. I heard her talk about some things from the wizard world. Goria looked at Count Augustine in shock. Father, what are you talking about? You never told me any of this. Count Augustine shook his head. I was planning not to tell anyone. But now, Locke is going to that world. So I want you to know the truth. Your mother is not from the Kafu continent. She is a witch from outside. She was badly injured and drifted onto our continent. I saved her. She told me she was being chased by enemies from the Tower of the Black Sun, so she fled to our world for safety. Your mother didn't die from the plague 10 years ago. Instead, she decided to leave the Kafu continent and go to her own world. That is, the wizard world, Count Augustine said. Actually, you two have a sister, but your mother took her away. At that time, she said you two didn't have the talent to be wizards, but your sister had very high wizard talent. Also, the son belongs to the father, and the daughter belongs to the mother, so she took your sister. She left you in the mortal world to inherit the titles and land. Count Augustine smiled bitterly and looked at Locke. Now that you're going to that world too, I know I have to tell you this. Children have the right to find their mother. Locke, this is a token she left behind. Count Augustine placed a black iron ring in Locke's palm. If you want to find your mother, hold on to this. Maybe it can help you find her. Locke, this is your right. It's up to you. My brother Goria and I don't have the talent to enter that world. Our world is here on the Kafu continent. But since you now have the chance, make the most of it. Locke saw that the engraved ring had a seal with a pattern of a bright green oak leaf. Inside the ring, there was a message. Mother taught me to gaze at dew. Father guided me through storms. Recovering from his shock, Locke suddenly realized that his affinity for the wood element was probably inherited from his mother, while his main elemental particles were dark elements. It seemed that his high affinity for the wood element came from his mother. Locke asked Count Augustine, was my father and mother using their real names on the Kofu continent? Count Augustine shook his head regretfully. I never doubted your mother's love for me, but she couldn't use her real name then to avoid enemies. She was afraid that if I knew her true name, it might cause trouble for us later. So, she only left this keepsake. Count Augustine continued. Before she left, she held you both for a long time. She was very reluctant to part with you, but she told me that the wizarding world is much harsher than ours. Letting children without special talents enter that world is cruel. She preferred you to live ordinary lives in the mortal world. The arrival of the Augustine family was just a small interruption. Locke quickly returned to his daily studies. Time passed quickly. Spring came after winter, and Locke spent a year and 3 months at Illyrian Academy. In Locke's dorm, he had finished reading all 9 books about the Vine Hand. On the windowsill, a pot of mandrake had grown from a seed into a vine about 3 meters long with large green leaves. Under Locke's daily mental energy, the vine developed some magical traits and could even express simple emotions. For example, when the air felt cold, the leaves would curl slightly, like a person shivering and curling up. If it was thirsty, the vine would gently tap the window with its leaves to remind Locke to water it. Today, Locke looked at the last page of the 9th book about the Vine Hand. It described the final step to complete the Vine Hand, making the mandrake vine fully mature, leaving the soil, and grafting it onto his mental energy. This way, the mandrake vine can always be carried with me and used in battle, driven and controlled by spells whenever needed. It's like having a vine pet. Locke placed 10 stones engraved with ancient runes around the mandrake flower pot in a circle pattern, then softly recited a spell. At the same time, the mandrake vine climbing the window seemed to move slightly. Its leaves started to shake, and the vine slowly crawled along the window. Holding a fresh flower in his hand, Locke quickly recalled the final step, the usual risks and possible side effects of mental energy linking. He said, "Mental energy linking is the last step of the vine magic. I will take the well-grown mandrake from the soil, perform a ritual to connect it with my magic, and feed it with my power. This way, I can control the mandrake and better modify it to attack my enemies." According to what I read in a book, the inventor of vine magic, a wizard from Verdantia University named Cole, proposed a hypothesis, wood element particle plant birth hypothesis. In this idea, there were no wood element particles in the world originally. But after certain plants appeared, they rooted in the soil and water, combining water and earth particles to form complex wood element particles. Locke thought, so, in this world, there were no wood element particles at first, which are the basis of plant magic. Plants appeared first, and from them, wood element particles were produced. Unfortunately, Wizard Cole, it seems, did not find the first plant that produced a wood element particle even 200 years ago. So, this hypothesis remains just a theory without enough evidence to prove it. But this hypothesis is one of the foundations of all spells developed by the magic vine wizard Cole. Therefore, using vine magic requires transferring rich wood element particles from other places to my mandrake vine. The place with the most concentrated wood element particles is the plant itself. So, the magic's medium must be some kind of plant. Otherwise, if I cast spells with empty hands, I would risk using up my life force. The withered part was my own arm, my muscles. Locke quickly reviewed all the key points written in those 9 books. This was his first real attempt at casting a spell, his first independent use of magic. Strangely, Locke wasn't as nervous as he expected. Instead, he felt calm and confident, because today's spell was something he had practiced day and night for nearly 2 years, thinking deeply about it. He knew every step very well. Dean Tingus also warned the 3 of them that Kofo Island was not like the wizarding world. Magic resources were very limited. This meant that injuries caused by magic were hard to treat because there were few doctors. In the past, there were cases in the academy where young wizards, due to carelessness, were hurt by their own spells and died. Locke transferred the life force from the flowers and the particles of wood element into the mandrake vine. The flowers in his hand quickly withered, but the mandrake plant grew new green leaves, rapidly maturing and approaching adulthood. He carefully held a ritual knife made of obsidian and carved the ogun tree script under the mandrake's trunk. This rune would officially connect his magic power with the modified mandrake, making it as much a part of him as his own arm. The Ogun ancient language is the ancient rune language used in plant magic. That's why, before learning Vine Hand, students need to take a basic course in general plant magic. Since this mandrake had been nourished and transformed by his magic for a long time, his magic had strengthened its branches and leaves, enhanced its spirit, and improved its roots. So, the mandrake didn't resist much. But Locke still needed to focus all his attention on engraving the Ogun tree script. There were 16 runes to carve. Any mistake in carving could have serious consequences. The best case would be destroying the mandrake himself. The worst case would be being struck back by the spell, with powerful wood element magic hitting every cell in his body, turning him into a wooden person. It was common in plant magic experiments for apprentice wizards to be struck back and turn into wooden beings. Actually, even more strange situations could happen. The book mentions a wizard apprentice who, when carving the Ogun tree symbols, made a mistake with one symbol. This error caused the intended grafting to turn into a fusion between the wizard and the vine. However, merging a magical plant with oneself is a very advanced level of plant magic. Only a first-level wizard or higher could study this. In the end, the apprentice turned into a humanoid plant and lost his self-awareness. He was later retrieved by Wizard Cole for further research, which was partially omitted in the book. About half an hour later, as Locke carefully carved the last Ogun symbol, his body suddenly trembled. At the same time, the mandrake in the flower pot quickly matured with the infusion of life energy. Then, with a snapping sound, its main body broke from the roots, and the 3-meter-long vine split into 2 parts. The root, about half a meter long, still stood in the soil at the bottom of the pot, but it quickly withered and lost all vitality. The 2.5-meter-long mandrake vine had 16 Ugin symbols glowing with a charming green light, signaling that the plant magic was complete. Locke softly recited a spell. Then, the vine twisted like a snake, moving on the ground. It skillfully climbed Locke's legs and body, trying to slip into his sleeve. But because his white wool shirt cuffs were too small, it tried several times and failed, eventually giving up. The vine wrapped around Locke's right arm, with the excess coiling around his shoulder and hanging on his body. Locke sensed that the mandrake had fallen into a deep sleep. Since he was not a first-level wizard, it was very difficult to use plant magic to make the plant move normally. This required a lot of magic power. In serious cases, it could even backfire, causing the wizard to lose life force and wither parts of their body. So he could only chant spells and sacrifice a plant to revive the mandrake during combat, allowing it to attack the enemy the moment it revived. Locke exhaled a breath and walked to the table. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Despite this, he wore a happy smile. Finally, it's done. He closed his eyes. At the moment he finished the vine hand spell, he became a third-level wizard apprentice. He closed his eyes and, in a faint way, seemed to see a bright star before him. The star was spinning around his mental focus, and inside it were 16 Ugin tree symbols forming a magic model. The book said that a single plant magic rune requires at least 100 symbols for a full spell, making it very complex. But right now, this was just a simple trick, so only 16 Ugin tree symbols were needed to make a decent magic. Locke picked a daffodil from his desk and recited a spell. The daffodil in his left hand quickly withered and dried up. At the same time, the mandrake vine wrapped around his right hand reacted fast. It grew 5 tendrils, like a plant hand, and attacked the enemy by poking holes in the dorm wall. Then, the mandrake vine suddenly squeezed. The 5 tendrils, like a human hand, clenched tightly, and the wall was suddenly torn open, making a loud noise. After finishing, the mandrake vine quickly retracted its tendrils and went back to resting. Locke watched this in surprise. This power is even greater than what the book described. First, because the written words are limited, and I can show you directly. Second, probably because my vine hand spell is quite good, so it's a bit stronger. Locke looked at the deep blue jade stones in his room, some used up and some still full. These deep blue jades can filter his mental energy, making his mental waves calmer. Because of this, his accuracy in carving Ugin tree symbols is about 30% better than that of ordinary wizard apprentices. That's why his vine hand spell is so powerful. This is the effect of the Hratic cube. These deep blue jades are very useful, but also consumable. If he wanted to buy such jades in the wizard world, it would not be easy. It would require a lot of resources, and as a small wizard with little background, it would be hard for him to access such resources. Locke glanced at the many dull blue sapphires he had used up. Considering Director Tunguz's high regard for rare magical resources, he suddenly felt a bit guilty about his own extravagance. Only 3 months left until the wizard ship arrives at Orlean Academy, Locke said as he found a black coat in his wardrobe and put it on. This way, he could hide his right hand, which looked like a pet vine snake made of mandrake grass. Now that I've become a third-class wizard apprentice, I need to tell Professor Tunguz, Cord, and Patty this good news. 3 months is not much time. I should also ask Professor Tunguz what I am missing. After all, the better he performed, the more options he would have when choosing his preferred academy once he boards the wizard ship. Locke left his dormitory and walked through the elegant corridors of the academy, passing through a beautiful garden. At that moment, he saw Cone Julian and his followers in the garden. Locke frowned. Recently, Cone Julian and his followers had been making a lot of noise. Over the past year and 3 months, the Frank Empire had defeated the remaining 4 kingdoms' allied armies 3 times and invaded the Bane Kingdom. Now, only 3 kingdoms and the Frank Empire remained. As the son of a count in the Frank Empire, Cone Julian naturally became very proud at the academy, becoming someone everyone dared not to offend, and everyone had to give way to him. He had tried to provoke Locke before, but Locke simply ignored him. Plus, Cone Julian's family had issued several warnings, so he no longer considered making enemies with Locke. At this moment, in the garden, Cone Julian looked extremely pale. Standing in front of him was Professor Alde of Orlean Academy. Unlike a year ago, Professor Alde's face was now black. He looked like a zombie crawling out of a grave. Hard to tell if he was alive or dead. His skin was thin and bony, like a skeleton without flesh. He still wore an eye patch over his left eye and gold-rimmed glasses over his right eye. If not for that, Locke might not even recognize him. Cohen Julian's face turned pale as he said, "But I am a Frankish person. My country is strong. You can't make me go to your office after class to copy things for you." "Those students who copied for you all died mysteriously." Aldedlick licked his lips greedily, looking at Cohen Julian with deep contempt. "It doesn't matter which country you're from. Little native, haha." Aldedlick seemed to have gone mad. He no longer cared about hiding the wizarding world's secrets from ordinary people, or in his eyes, Cohen Julian and others were already dead. Aldedlick said, "Cohen Julian, you failed too many times. So, you also have to come to my office and work for me. You have no right to refuse. Your family will make you do it. It's one of the benefits I provide. Resources to help the Frankish emperor unify this small island faster." Cohen Julian's face was extremely pale. His usual pride and arrogance were gone. Facing Professor Aldedlick, he suddenly realized that all his confidence and reliance had vanished, leaving him fragile and weak. He even believed that his family would sacrifice him to please Aldedlick. He wanted to keep talking, to fight for his life, but at that moment, Aldedlick, as if discovering a new world, turned his head and looked at Locke standing in the corridor. Locke nodded slightly to Aldedlick, then prepared to turn and leave. After all, Aldedlick didn't seem quite right at this moment. It was better to stay away. But at that time, Professor Aldedlick, unlike before who pretended not to see Locke, suddenly spoke. "Locke, congratulations. You succeeded." Locke understood that he was talking about his success in becoming a third-level wizard apprentice. After becoming a third-level wizard apprentice, Locke met Aldedlick again and found that his mental strength was incredibly powerful. Even as a second-level wizard apprentice with a rapidly diminishing lifespan, his magic and mental power seemed far beyond Locke's. Locke's magic was faintly suppressed in front of him, his mental activity decreased, and he felt a slight dizziness. Professor Alde left the garden and walked beside Locke. In a quiet voice only they could hear, he said, "Locke, you've become a third-class wizard apprentice. 2 years ago, I knew you could do it. After all, you're the first student to die in my office and then come back to life." Locke's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He couldn't tell if Alde's words were just casual talk, a test, or a threat. Professor Alde chuckled and said, "You were very lucky back then. You probably just happened to awaken your wizard talent, so you weren't killed by my life-taking ritual. We've also become somewhat familiar through this. Over these 2 years, I haven't caused you much trouble, so I think our relationship is still okay." Locke replied calmly, "Professor Alde, you're a teacher at the academy, and I'm a student. Our relationship can't be bad." He was hinting to Alde that, since Alde comes from a wizard family still active in the wizarding world, it might help him stay rational. Alde smiled and said, "Don't worry. I just want to make a deal with you. In 3 months, the wizard ship will arrive. Tungus has nothing more to teach you. He's just a second-class wizard apprentice, like me, getting old, only a few years younger. Plus, Tungus specializes in fire magic, so he can't really guide you anymore. But I am different. My strength lies in necromancy, and I can sense that you have a good connection with dark energy particles." Alde continued, "So, if you don't want to waste 3 months, maybe you can help me, and I can help you. Of course, you can also refuse. It's just a suggestion." Locke looked at his stubborn expression and asked, "What do you want to trade with me? What can I get?" "And, Professor Alde, you're a second-class wizard apprentice, and I'm a third-class. I don't think I can help you." Alde whispered, "That's different. My mental and magical power are stronger than yours, but I'm too old now. My magic has been heavily polluted, so I can't do very delicate work. I also don't trust Tungus. I want to ask you to help me prepare a potion. I can provide the materials and methods. My mental energy is fluctuating too much right now, so I can't do this delicate work. I understand that as a beginner, failure is quite possible. I have 3 sets of materials. Don't worry. If you fail to prepare all of them, I won't blame you. You can also tell Tungus to help assess your safety, but I truly am not lying this time." Alder's tone became much gentler. "I apologize for what happened before. As a reward, You will receive all my magical notes. I will also teach you my special spell, Skull Explosion, and I can prepare the spell components and learning materials for you. Alde sincerely said, You've already learned your first spell. Your mental power is about 10 times that of an ordinary person, so you'll learn the second trick very quickly. The prerequisites for Skull Explosion are basic courses in animal undead magic, magic manipulation, and negative energy. You've already studied one of these courses, so you'll learn the remaining 2 very fast. If you can learn 2 spells before boarding the wizard ship and increase your mental strength, your score will go up, Professor Alde said. That should be a big gain for you. However, asking Tungus for help isn't guaranteed. First, you want to learn the second trick, but you don't have a magic stone. Second, at your level, Tungus can't really help you. His specialty is fire magic. He can, however, do quite a bit for Patty. Patty is studying Scorching Ember. Alde seemed worried that Locke might change his mind. After giving Locke a list of materials and the preparation process, he left without looking back. Come find me within this week. I welcome you, dear Locke. Locke looked at his black leather notebook, frowning slightly. He glanced at the surface, which looked stained like blood, but after thinking for a moment, he put it away and quickly headed to Director Tungus's office. Alder's offer was indeed tempting. Being able to learn a second spell and increase his mental strength before boarding the wizard ship would be very beneficial. Moreover, I have 2 main elemental particles. If I focus only on developing plant magic and give up black magic, it would be a real pity. On the path of becoming a wizard, I am still very inexperienced. So, Locke decided to go to Tungus to ask for advice. This time, Locke went to Director Tungus's office. Patty was also there, along with a small girl about 10 years old with 2 ponytails, who was talking and laughing with Director Tungus. All 3 looked at Locke as he knocked on the door and entered. Director Tungus's face lit up with surprise. Locke, congratulations. You are now a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. That's great. This is a big event. I will hold a celebration tonight to honor you. Patty was stunned for a moment, then looked at Locke with envy. Her expression was complicated. Locke was the last to join their group, but he was the first to become a 3rd-level wizard apprentice and officially a wizard. Thinking of her own 2nd-level talent and Locke's 3rd-level talent, Patty sighed quietly. The gap in talent in the wizard world is truly disheartening. The difference between 2nd and 3rd-level talent is so big. What about 4th and 5th levels? How much faster do these wizard apprentices learn compared to others? Patty said to Locke, Congratulations, Locke. Locke nodded at Patty. Patty, I believe you and Cody will also become 3rd-level wizard apprentices soon. Keep going. Locke's words gave Patty some encouragement. She nodded and said excitedly, Yes. Thank you. So I came to ask the director for help. Teacher Tungus explained the hot Mars to me, which made my progress much faster. Director Tungus used his mental power to press against Locke. Locke's magic automatically responded. Although it couldn't fully deflect Tungus's magic, it protected him. Director Tungus nodded and said, On Kafu Island, there are no tools to carefully check your magic. Once you get on the wizard ship, you'll be able to measure your mental and magical power accurately. From what I can see, your current mental power should be between 11 and 13, which is higher than most 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Also, your magic is very pure. This shows that your hard work over the past 2 years has not been wasted. Your first plant magic is quite good, so your mental strength is also relatively high. Director Tungus smiled and said, Honestly, your learning speed has exceeded my expectations. If I didn't know that on Kaf Island you wouldn't have many magic resources to speed up your growth, I would think you used a lot of expensive and rare magic resources on yourself. Locke thought of the deep blue gem, but he couldn't explain why he was able to get so many magic stones on the low magic Kaf Island. So he chose to stay silent. Director Tungus pointed to the little girl beside him and said, By the way, Locke, I haven't introduced her identity yet. The little girl next to Director Tungus looked up curiously at Locke, with a mischievous, respectful, and very curious look in her eyes. Locke said, I was just about to ask, Teacher, who is she? Patty smiled and said, This is Director Tungus's newly adopted daughter. Because you've been in seclusion working on your magic recently, we didn't have a chance to tell you. Director Tungus said, Yes. You, Cord, Patty, and I will leave Kaf Island in 3 months. Leaving me, an old man, alone on this remote island. with no one who truly understands my world around. My students are also leaving. That makes me very lonely as an old man. So, I adopted a daughter. This way, I can feel a little bit of home here. Director Tungus smiled and said, Julian Frank is a very lovely girl. She is also the 6th princess of the Frank Empire. But their father voluntarily adopted her out to me. Julian quickly bowed to Mr. Look, he is my most outstanding student. Julian hurriedly stepped out from beside Director Tungus, slightly bent her knees, holding the edge of her princess dress, and gave Loke a polite bow. Brother Loke, please take care of me in the future. Loke nodded indifferently, with a neutral expression. Clearly, this Julian Frank, although only about 10 years old, did not seem as innocent and naive as she appeared. The other person was willing to give up their princess title from the Frank Empire to become the daughter of Director Tungus, but their true intentions seemed not entirely pure. However, Director Tungus had probably considered this himself, so since he didn't say anything, there was nothing more to add. Julian saw Locke and felt a flicker of disappointment in her eyes because he didn't seem interested in her. Before coming here, her biological father, the Emperor of the Frank Empire, had told her never to offend any of the wizards and to work hard to win their favor for the sake of her homeland. He especially emphasized the importance of pleasing Director Tungus. So, when Julian saw Locke, she really wanted to attract his attention and make him like the Frank Empire. Unfortunately, Locke was very different from Patty and Cord. He didn't care about her at all. This made Julian feel sad and a little scared that Locke might dislike her. Feeling a bit wronged, Julian said, Uncle Locke. Locke's eyes showed a hint of impatience. He came here to find Director Tungus, not to talk to this overly self-aware young princess. Director Tungus coughed and scolded Julian in a rare stern tone. Julian, you're young. How can you call Locke by his first name? You should call him Uncle Augustine. All right, Julian, you can leave now. Director Tungus clearly knew what was more important. Julian Frank was more like a pet to him than a daughter. Locke, on the other hand, was his most outstanding student. In the future, if Locke went to the wizarding world, he would be one of his contacts, and his family would benefit from Locke's influence. So he wouldn't let a pet cause trouble for his talented student. Julian felt the cold indifference hidden in Director Tungus's words, an obvious contempt from wizards toward ordinary humans, a gap that couldn't be crossed. Shaking slightly, Julian gave a polite bow to everyone in the office, apologized with a tearful voice, and quickly left. Locke said to Director Tungus, Professor Tungus, I want to ask what I should do in the next 3 months. Director Tungus thought for a moment and smiled. There's nothing else you need to do. In such a short time, I can't teach you a second spell. Also, most of my energy will be focused on Patty. Patty and Cord haven't even finished their first spell model yet. Director Tungus's implication is that he's mainly concentrating on Patty, while he's somewhat neglecting Cord. After all, as long as someone has wizard talent, even if it's a gift, they can join a wizard organization. The only difference is the level of that organization. Cord's wizard talent is only level 1, the worst, so Director Tungus has almost given up on improving his skills and let him fend for himself. He has decided to spend the last 3 months focusing on Patty. This isn't entirely fair to Director Tungus. The wizard world has always been cold and realistic. Loke nodded, which was similar to what Alde had said before. He then looked at Patty and said carefully, Alde wants me to help him make a potion. Teacher, this is the name of the potion he's trying to make. Should I agree? Director Tungus took the black notebook from Loke, looked at it, and said, Yes, just as I thought. It's a potion made from stone crab bloodline essence. It seems his life is reaching its limit. Using the undead magic ritual to extend his life, although it works, pollutes his magic and weakens his already fragile body. So he wants to use the stone crab bloodline essence potion to change his bloodline, strengthen his human body, and enhance himself by using the bloodlines of magical creatures from the wizard world. Director Tungus sighed. His magic is now too chaotic, so he can only ask for your help. Because he broke many rules of the Academy, he doesn't trust me and thinks I might attack him, upholding the Academy's laws. Actually, I've been trying to tolerate him. Everyone has a hard time, so I won't give up unless it's absolutely necessary. Loke asked, if I really help him successfully make the potion, can Alde extend his life? Director Tungus shook his head. This is your first time making a potion, so the chances of success are very low. Potion making requires very stable magic, which depends on talent and at least 10 years of diligent practice. Unless expensive resources are used to force magic fluctuations within a certain range. But even if you are lucky and succeed in refining it, his outcome won't be very good. Director Tungus said, this is essentially a biological modification of one's own body. It is something second-rate wizard apprentices can do, but it usually takes decades and careful planning beforehand. Otherwise, you risk turning into a monster or losing your mind. He is too impatient. I don't think highly of him. Director Tungus paused and said, however, I believe he will offer you a good trade, so you can go ahead with this deal. After all, he prepared all the materials, so you won't lose out. Even if the entire process fails, you'll gain some valuable experience. Director Tungus smiled and said, having experience in potion making before becoming a master wizard might be a unique advantage for you. Since your magic is more focused on plant spells, and you also have potion making experience, you might get lucky and catch the attention of some wizard organizations specializing in magical potions. Lok thought for a moment and nodded. Director Tungus said, on the other hand, Alde already has no real way to deal with you. Although his magic is stronger than yours, and he knows more tricks, he's too old. Even if he gets angry and tries to do something to you, he won't be your match. He would only be asking for trouble. After hearing Director Tungus's analysis, Lok became more determined. He decided to go ahead with the deal. Lok looked at Patty. By the way, Director Tungus, I have some personal questions I want to ask you. Patty tactfully left the office on her own initiative. Director Tungus looked at Lok kindly. Please, go ahead. Lok took out the black iron ring he got from Count Augustine, which was the keepsake left by his mother. He hadn't shown it before because he didn't know what the ring symbolized. But now that he was a wizard apprentice, and since Director Tungus had built a close master-apprentice relationship with him over the past 2 years, he decided to ask if Director Tungus recognized the ring. Director Tungus took the ring and looked puzzled. It looks like an ordinary ring. What's the problem? Director Tungus quickly sensed something was wrong. His magic touched the ring, but it didn't react at all, as if it were insulated. He realized this ring was unusual. Their magic is very strong. Usually, when they touch common objects, those objects respond. But this seemingly simple ring was not ordinary. It was very strong and almost completely blocked magic, like an insulator. This means the ring is very durable and hard to break. After careful inspection, Director Tungus returned the ring to Lok and spoke seriously. Lok, hide this ring well. Try not to show it in the wizard world. This ring isn't a magic item, but the material it's made from is very special. It might be still iron. That's a type of magic insulator, a very expensive magic material. For real wizards, it's extremely costly. But still iron is very limited in use. And since your ring is so small, it can't be used for much, so it's not that expensive. Director Tungus said, but to avoid trouble, you should keep it hidden. Your earlier warning to Patty to leave was correct. This thing is a problem. He poured 2 cups of tea for himself and Lok. Where did you get the ring? Lok answered honestly. Maybe it was left to me by a relative. Director Tungus nodded. I don't recognize the pattern on the ring either. It might be a symbol of a group or a badge of a school. It could also be a personal mark of a wizard. This mark probably doesn't come from the southeast region. Keep it safe. I won't tell anyone. Anyway, I can't leave Kofo Island. Lok put away the ring, feeling curious inside. Who exactly was the original owner's mother? The material of her keepsake was so expensive. Does that mean she was more than just a wizard apprentice? Oh well. Lok cleared away the dark clouds in his mind. Anyway, it didn't concern him much. He decided to look for information about the ring later. If he could find it, he could give the Augustine family a response. If not, he couldn't blame himself. Alde saw Lok in his office. He paused for a moment, then showed a sincere smile and expressed gratitude. Lok, you're here. Seeing Lok standing at his office door without stepping inside, Alde smiled and said to the 3 students copying historical texts inside, keep copying. Come on. Lok, let's go somewhere else, a safer place. After they left, the 3 students inside looked at each other, including Cone Julian. Cone Julian, pale-faced, looked at the departing figures of Lok and Professor Alde. He clenched his fists tightly. Why could Professor Alde be so restrained, even slightly friendly, toward Lok Augustine? Locke was just a fallen noble without a country. What was the difference between him and that guy, Locke? Cone Julian wanted to escape from the office, but he remembered the letter from his father the night before, loudly scolding him for not contributing to the family or loyal to the empire and the respected Emperor Frank. So he could only lower his head and continue copying the texts. He had already enjoyed too much power from the Julian family. Every gift from fate had a price marked in secret. Now was the time for him to repay the family. In an unused classroom at O'Learian Academy, Alde opened a box. Half of the space inside held an enormous, dissected crab. Its shell was not made of chitin, but gray stone. The stone crab shell had some red patterns on it. The crab's claws were unusually large and scarred. Locke asked, "Is this the magical creature from the sea world, the stone crab?" Alde was a bit excited. "Yes. The wilderness across the sea is much more dangerous than the wilds of Khufu's island. There are many dangerous magical creatures there. Stone are one of them. This is a relatively long-lived species. Stone can live for nearly 300 years. I have been interested in this creature for a long time. I believe that if I could understand the secret of their longevity, I could greatly extend my own life. Of course, with my skills, I probably can't do such complex research. But I was lucky. Verdantia University has a formal wizard who conducted experiments on this. I joined as an assistant to participate in the experiment. The experiment was never fully successful until I arrived on Corfu Island. However, some related products were developed, such as a stone crab bloodline modification potion. This potion can turn the skin and internal organs of a wizard apprentice into stone crab skin. Alde reminisced, "If I hadn't been desperate, I wouldn't have risked undergoing the bloodline modification." Half of the items in the box remain: 9 unknown flowers of 3 types, 3 round stones, 3 bottles of alcohol, and 3 syringes filled with blood. On the inside surface of the wooden box, there was a flash of icy blue runes. The runes quickly faded, as if losing their magic. Alde sighed. "This box can only be opened once. After opening, the magic inside will be lost. The materials stored inside can no longer be kept at low temperatures. If we don't process them quickly, they will become unusable. Locke, I will do the refining, but you will carry it out. My magic is too rough now. I can't do delicate work," Locke said. "I'm ready to start anytime." He touched the deep blue gemstone ring on his right hand. The craftsmanship of the ring was very interesting. A plain blue sapphire and a deep blue gemstone were set together, so outsiders only saw the outer blue sapphire. They wouldn't see the deep blue gemstone embedded underneath. The deep blue gemstone acts like a filter, capable of reducing his mental wave fluctuations by half. This greatly helped Locke when building his first spell model. Meanwhile, the illusion of the hieratic cube in front of Locke was spinning rapidly. With each rotation, a spark of magic burst out. The cube was synthesizing, combining 3 level, 4 deep blue sapphires to produce a level 5 item. After Locke became a 3rd-level apprentice wizard, the level of items that could be combined with the hieratic cube automatically increased by 1. However, it still took 24 hours to complete the synthesis. It seems that level 4 and level 5 items are a kind of threshold. Creating a level 4 item takes only 3 hours, but a level 5 item needs a full day. Alde, adjusting his monocle, said, "The first step is to separate the special bloodline of the stone crab, then combine it with the bloodline separation essence injection potion that my mentor made. This way, we can precisely isolate the part of the stone crab's bloodline we need." Locke looked at the 3 syringes inside the box, thinking that the so-called bloodline separation essence injection potion must be these 3 items. Alde took out a set of scalpels from his pocket and carefully cut and disassembled the stone crab's shell with a small knife. He was skilled and comfortable using different tools. As promised, he explained each step while working, so Locke could understand the process of handling the material. According to their agreement, Locke would help him prepare the potion, and in return, Alde would use his knowledge and a skull explosion spell model as payment. Soon, the shell, tail, mouth parts, walking legs, and claws of the stone crab were separated and categorized. However, the main blood storage areas inside the crab, gill chambers, joint cavities, and pericardial cavities, were carefully avoided to prevent damage. Alde said, "One of the main values of low-level magical creatures is their blood. So, during dissection, You must carefully open the bones, flesh, and shell, but try to avoid damaging the heart, blood vessels, or the main blood storage areas in creatures like the stone crab with open circulatory systems. This is to prevent wasting materials or affecting their spiritual energy. Some experiments are like gambling. Wizards sometimes can't be sure which step might slightly affect the creature's spirit, leading to big differences in the results. Alde calmly said, "This is basic knowledge in material handling courses, Locke. You should listen carefully. All of this is taught to you for free." Alde, as cold as a machine, said, "Actually, if conditions permit, it's better to extract blood from living creatures. Using low-temperature negative pressure can better extract the blood from the stone crab." He used special tools to extract pure blood from the stone crab's blood storage area. Then, he divided the blood into 3 parts and drew them out with 3 syringes. Next, Professor Alde took one syringe containing the stone crab's blood and another with a refined potion that separates blood vessels. He poured each into small glass jars. He handed these jars to Locke. "Locke, I will now teach you the magic centrifuge extraction technique. This is knowledge for potion makers. Without 100 magic stones, you can't learn it in the wizard world. Follow my instructions carefully. Use your magic to guide the mixed liquids, creating a magic whirlpool. This will help separate the blood vessel essence and combine it with the stone crab's blood vessels, gradually extracting the blood vessel essence we need." Alde said, "Your precision and skill in using magic will directly affect how pure the extracted blood vessel essence will be. This is something I can't do now." Alde sighed regretfully. In the past, dissections and similar tasks, any ordinary person can learn with practice. Those are just simple skills, but the magic centrifuge extraction method is only mastered by wizard apprentices, specifically those studying potion magic. This is the real challenge. We only have 3 chances, but I believe in you. If you fail all 3 times, it's not your fault. Anyway, on Kofu Island, there are no other potion-focused wizard apprentices. Alde spoke calmly. For some reason, he no longer showed the wildness and recklessness he usually had in front of ordinary students. Instead, he seemed more like a wise old man calmly watching death approach him. He then comforted Locke, saying, "Even if I could find Tungus and he was willing to help, he's just a second-class apprentice in the fire magic branch of the energy shaping school. He might not do better than you." Alde told Locke. "On the other hand, you are a 3rd-class apprentice in the plant magic branch of the life school. You are naturally suited for potion studies. Plus, your magic power, for some reason, is calmer than that of ordinary apprentices or even myself. I believe you have a real talent for potion making. Just that old guy Tungus didn't realize this. That's his fault." Locke glanced at Alde. "Teacher, there are 3 students to teach. He's busy, so he didn't notice at first, but it's not a big deal." Alde smiled because of Locke's words, showing support for Tungus. "Not noticing your wizard talent in time is my mistake." Locke looked at Alde. I didn't expect Alde to have such an attitude toward me, a fellow wizard. There was no sign of the crazy history professor he once was. Instead, Alde appeared witty, optimistic, calm, and showed the true style of a wizard. Maybe, in Alde's mind, he never considered the ordinary people of Kof Island as his peers. Or perhaps, Alde didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his new wizard apprentice. He didn't want to lose his dignity in front of me, another wizard apprentice. Locke held a glass bottle in Alde's process, blending his magic into the mixture inside. He then turned his magic, causing the liquid to spin and form a whirlpool. Within this whirlpool, his magic guided and vibrated, helping to separate the bloodline of the blood-separating potion, speeding up the extraction of the useful crab bloodline. Deciding which part of the bloodline to extract depends on the bloodline separation potion designed by the senior wizard. But whether it can be truly extracted, how much can be taken, and how pure it is, all depend on Locke, who is using centrifugal magic to extract. Alde stared intently at the glass bottle in Locke's hand. "Much better than I expected. Locke, be careful. What you're doing is the main task for assistant potion masters. Learn this skill, and in the wizarding world, you might even find a shop to work in with this craft." "Oh no, it's failed. Your magic is spinning too fast, and the active ingredients of the 2 potions haven't had enough contact, which actually reduces purity. It's okay, there are 2 more materials. Quick, start now." Locke hesitated and did not act immediately. Instead, he looked at the glass bottle in his hand and frowned. Based on his current understanding of the magic centrifugal extraction method, even repeating the process twice more might not guarantee success. His way of doing things was to do a task properly once he decided to undertake it, without rushing or giving up halfway, ensuring he finished what he started. Moreover, on Kofu Island, magical resources were limited, and opportunities to learn for free were rare. If he had a chance to master the magic centrifugal extraction method, he should seize it. I can't just listen to Alde and start over immediately. That would surely lead to failure, no different from last time, Locke thought. Suddenly, he had an idea. The key to the magic centrifugal extraction method lies in my magic rotation speed and the precision of my magic control. So, even practicing with ordinary water should be somewhat helpful. Better to try something than to waste another batch of materials outright. Locke remained silent, deep in thought. Alde, a bit nervous, asked, "What's wrong? I believe in you. You can do it. Don't be discouraged." Locke shook his head and shared his thoughts. Alde then realized, yes, what you said is indeed a necessary approach. This can indeed improve the chances of success. Locke practiced the magic centrifugal extraction method using ordinary water for an entire afternoon. The reason he stopped wasn't because he had mastered it. After all, this was a skill that required practice. While talent played a role in learning, practice time was also crucial. The more he practiced, the more skilled he would become. However, because Alde had already opened his wooden box, the frost runes on it had become invalid, leaving no time for Locke to practice his magic centrifugal extraction method. At the secluded classroom of the Orlean Academy, Locke held two mixed blood liquids that were spinning rapidly. Suddenly, inside the originally bluish mixture, a gray color appeared. As time passed, the gray blood in the bottle increased, while the blue liquid decreased. In the end, some blue blood remained, though most had disappeared. Professor Alde became excited, trembling with emotion, staring intently at the potion bottle in Locke's hand. The gray blood was the pure, magical bloodline essence from the stone crab's body. Locke also let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This was his third attempt and his last chance. Fortunately, he was lucky and barely succeeded on this final try. It's not really learning it yet, Locke thought. It was just luck, and the impurities in the bloodline extracted are many. I still need to practice the magic centrifugal extraction method every day. But overall, he had succeeded. This was a rare experience for him. Unfortunately, on Kof Island, opportunities were limited. From now on, he could only practice with some river water each day. But that would be very slow progress. Locke glanced at the ring on his right hand. The deep blue gemstone should have already lost its effectiveness. The deep blue gemstone acted like an external filter, forcing the filtering of his magic fluctuations. But as he became a third-class apprentice wizard, this magic fluctuation filter seemed insufficient. The half-month-old deep blue gemstone, about the size of a thumb, was no longer useful. Just now, he had been so focused on driving his magic that he accidentally destroyed the gemstone. The special structure of the deep blue gemstone was broken. In principle, it was just an ordinary sapphire now, with no special value. At most, its color and luster were a bit unique, Locke thought. But if I stack multiple deep blue gemstones together, I can increase the strength of the magic fluctuation filter by quantity. That way, I can still keep up with my magic level. Locke kept his attention on Alde, always remaining alert. At this moment, Alde could no longer hold back his excitement. He rushed forward and seized the essence of the stone crab's bloodline. Yes, no problem. Locke, thank you. Although there are many impurities, you did well. It's not your fault. Alde took a stand, some firewood, and a small cauldron from the box. He placed a piece of cloud jade and a rainbow rose into the cauldron, then poured in a bottle of alcohol. Locke had already read the formula for the stone crab bloodline modification potion. He knew that once he used his magic to extract the essence of the stone crab's bloodline through centrifugal separation, the main part of the potion was already done. After all, this potion was just a simplified version. The hardest part was actually the 3 bottles of bloodline separation potion Alde had received from his official wizard mentor. Using this potion and his magic centrifuge, he successfully extracted the bloodline. At that moment, the main part of the bloodline modification potion was complete. The remaining materials and refining were just for adjusting the potion's properties to make it safer to drink. Even so, Locke saw a warning note in Alde's brewing notes. This was a life-altering technique only tested on experimental subjects. The technique was not mature, and apprentice wizards were advised not to try it on themselves. Soon, Alde obtained a small vial of grayish potion from the cauldron. Using a syringe, he drew it out, and, ignoring Locke standing nearby, directly injected it into his arm. Alde grinned, as if he had achieved great satisfaction. Locke saw that he rolled up his clothes, revealing a thin, almost bloodless arm with little flesh, like a dry stone in a coffin lid. There were even signs of decay at the base of his arm. But after injecting the bloodline modification potion, his arm quickly swelled like a balloon. His skin turned a dull gray, resembling a layer of stone skin. His arm seemed to grow muscles, and the decayed parts were covered up by the petrification. Alde took a deep breath, as if he had been holding his breath and was finally able to breathe normally. His eyes held a smile, and he looked more relaxed. I think I can hold on for a few more years now. Stone crab bloodline gives me a strong body, and this creature can still eat and move normally even if 90% of its body is dead and decayed. Thanks to its unique traits, I can do more things. Alde looked at Locke with gratitude. Congratulations, Locke. You've successfully made a potion for the first time. Although you didn't do it alone, it shows you have talent in this area. I didn't really expect you to succeed. I will tell Tungus about this record so he can include it in the official records. This is a big achievement. Few native-born mages have managed to successfully create a bloodline transformation at around level 0.3 before becoming a full wizard. Locke looked at Alde with confusion. 0.3 level. Alde was observing the changes in his own body, feeling happy. Yes, it's a way to measure the power of a spell. In the wizard world, a classic fireball spell is considered one level of magic. A simple flickering flame is about 0.1 level. The strength of your vine hand is roughly 0.2 level, so I didn't expect you to succeed. Usually, this kind of bloodline transformation requires at least a second-level apprentice wizard to do. Locke said, I just got lucky. Alde nodded, because Locke didn't do the transformation alone this time. Most of the work was done by his official wizard mentor. They just followed the design steps, using the prepared potion to complete the bloodline change. Alde looked tired. All right, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel very tired. This might be one of the side effects of the stone crab bloodline transformation. Starting tomorrow, come to this classroom at noon every day. I will teach you skull explosion until our deal is done. Alde rubbed his forehead. Locke noticed that 2 dark circles appeared suddenly under his eyes, and his pupils started to change, becoming narrower due to the bloodline transformation. Locke felt alert. That bloodline transformation is still too rough. I don't know what side effects appeared on Alde. Can he really hold on until he teaches me how to explode a skull? Forget it. I only have 3 months left before I leave Kofu Island. I'll see how it goes step by step. If I learn to explode a skull, that's great. If not, it's okay. Locke thought. Gaining the ability to extract magic power centrifugally and successfully creating a bloodline modification potion was already a big surprise. Locke didn't want to stay with Alde, who might be a potential unstable factor. He nodded slightly and quickly turned to leave. After Locke left, Alde squinted and looked toward his office. His body had been strengthened, allowing him to hold more lifespan. It's okay. This academy mainly consists of ordinary noble families. To please him, they willingly discard those unimportant children and leave them to him. The next morning, Locke woke up and, after tidying up his room, took out the completed level 5 crafted item from the heretic cube. However, the level 5 deep blue gem was only slightly larger than the level 4 one, with no significant change. Locke tried pouring magic into it, and found that this deep blue gem was not much different from the level 4 one. In his dorm, Locke didn't show any disappointment, as he had expected this situation. The heretic cube's crafting formula required personal exploration. While the heretic cube was indeed a super artifact, using it well depended on the user's ability. Currently, it showed that simply using sapphires to craft level 5 items had limited upgrade effects. The formula was wrong, and new materials needed to be added to suddenly boost the deep blue gem's effectiveness. Locke made up his mind. Previously, I combined a ruby to level 4, but the level 4 ruby only got bigger. Next, I will try combining a level 4 ruby with a level 4 deep blue gem. Let's see if I can create a useful crafted item similar to the deep blue gem. The crafting formula can start with 1 ruby and 2 deep blue gems. Locke studied alone in his dorm all morning, then headed to the same classroom as yesterday. Professor Alde is already inside now. His dark circles seem worse, but his face is starting to gain some flesh. Locke heard that a student died in his office yesterday. The student was French and a familiar face, Cohen Julian. Professor Alde holds a mouse skull and smiles. You're here. Do you know what this is? To ordinary people, it's just an animal skull, but to me, it's a treasure. And in the eyes of my enemies, it is the Grim Reaper. Alde softly recites a spell. Suddenly, the deathly aura around him is drawn toward the mouse skull in his hand. Locke becomes alert. He grips a wildflower from his pocket with his left hand and moves his index finger with his right. If he wants, in an instant, his hidden magical vines under his coat could turn into a giant hand and attack Professor Alde. But Alde seems unaware. The skull in his palm flashes with a faint green light, like a vengeful spirit watching. Then, Alde throws the skull out the window, hitting a tree outside the classroom. The ordinary skull emits a sharp scream as it hits the tree. Suddenly, the skull explodes. The sturdy tree is shattered from the middle, and the plants around the ground quickly turn black and wither. Even the soil shows strange green toxins. Locke rubs his forehead, feeling dizzy from the explosion. But the target of the skull's explosion was not himself. Alde looks at Locke and says, necromancy spells usually have stricter casting limits, but they are also more powerful. The skull explosion is a rare spell that causes 3-stage damage, and each stage affects a different area. Alde explains, the first stage causes mental damage. When the skull explodes, it emits the screams and resentment of the dead, slightly affecting the minds of those nearby. Don't be fooled by your slight dizziness. If an ordinary person stood here, they would have already fainted. Moreover, it could cause permanent damage to their mind. The second stage of damage is caused by highly compressed negative energy that suddenly explodes. The third stage involves skull explosion due to the intense concentration of negative energy, which creates a deadly toxin that invades the body. If I had targeted you earlier, even if you avoided the first 2 stages, the third stage would still seriously injure you. Locke was stunned and secretly frightened. Dean Tingus once said that he no longer needed to fear Professor Alde. But that was about the weaker, physically fragile Alde from before, not the current one, who had just been enhanced by a level 0.3 spell. If the current Professor Alde decided to attack him, Locke thought for a moment, his face growing serious. Professor Alde looked at Locke and smiled gently. The power of necromancy magic is definitely strong, but it also has many side effects. This magic has been improved many times by me, forming my own style. In my experience, it has reached its maximum power, so I want to teach it to you, so you can learn it, Alde sighed. This way, I won't have lived my life in the wizarding world in vain. He walked over and patted Locke's shoulder. This is also a way to pass on my legacy, a different way to continue myself. To use skull explosion, you need a small animal skull and must kill someone within 48 hours, filling the skull with that person's death energy. I've only killed 1 person in the past 2 days. Well, never mind, I can't remember their name. So, I can't perform the skull explosion a second time in a short period. This spell could be very useful for you later as a secret weapon, Professor Alde explained proactively, reducing the distance between them. Locke relaxed slightly. Alde said, then let's start learning now. The first lesson will be on the basics of negative energy. Last night, I thought about it and realized that studying with you for only 1 hour each day is too slow. With less than 3 months left, I'm not sure I can finish teaching everything. From now on, I will try to teach you every afternoon. Professor Alde's eyes looked deep and serious. I don't want my magic to be lost, so Locke, I hope you will study seriously. I heard that Cord and Patty still haven't finished their spells. It's a good chance for you to compare. See whether they finish their first spell before you finish your second one. Locke raised an eyebrow, feeling a strange, sneaky sensation, as if Professor Alde's words were some kind of threat. But he smiled calmly. It was rare to have a teacher so eager to entrust everything to him. For him, this was all benefit with no harm. Locke found a place to sit down. "Let's begin, Professor Alde." Alde nodded, satisfied. "Good." 3 months passed quickly. In his dorm at Orlean Academy, Locke cleaned everything in his room, packed up, and moved his extra belongings to the Augustine family estate where the family now lived. During these 3 months, with Professor Alde's help, Locke learned the spell, Skull Explosion, on the last third day. Practicing Skull Explosion doesn't require killing a person, it only needs some animals, using the death energy produced. Although he learned faster and the foundation wasn't very solid, he could practice and improve after boarding the wizard ship. So, it didn't matter much. After mastering the second magic trick, Locke felt his mental strength had increased by at least 30%. However, because there were no magical resources on Corfu Island to test mental power precisely, Locke didn't know his exact mental strength. At the Augustine family's current villa, Count Augustine and Gloria held a farewell banquet for Locke. They even invited many noble families nearby, claiming Locke was about to go far away. Of course, these people only knew that Locke was going on a long journey. They thought he was traveling from one kingdom to another, but they didn't realize that a long journey meant leaving the continent of Corfu and heading into a wider world. Sienna Brown and her daughter were at the banquet, trying their best to please Locke because they knew his position in the family was the highest. She wanted Locke to get closer to her daughter, but unfortunately, Locke always remained cold and distant. Gloria hugged Locke tightly, then whispered in his ear, "Brother, if you see Mother in the future, please say hello for me. No matter what lies ahead, our family will always be your warmest home. Remember to come back home and visit, unlike mother and sister. Our real sister, who may never return." Locke nodded slightly. Over the past few months, spending time with the family had helped him feel more connected. Count Augustine approached and patted Locke on the shoulder. "You've grown up, so I trust you to leave now. Don't worry about the family matters. Because of you, Emperor Frank has returned Count Augustine to us, restored our noble title, and even promised to marry a princess to your older brother Gloria." Count Augustine's lips curled into a mocking smile as he glanced at the noble guests at the banquet. "These people's ears are always the sharpest, so they're eager to flatter us." Locke asked more questions. "Marry a princess? Emperor Frank is quite generous. Father, do you agree?" Count Augustine and Gloria exchanged a smile. The count said, "Why wouldn't I agree? Your older brother has met the gentle princess and is very pleased. For the sake of the family, if Count Augustine can marry a princess from the Empire of Frank in the future, it will be very good for our family." "Of course," Count Augustine whispered. "All of this is because of you. Because you are good, we are all good. The Emperor Frank truly wants to please you, but I just hope you stay safe." Locke nodded. He felt a little warmer inside. At least in this strange new world, there were still family members who cared about him. At that moment, his sense of belonging to the Augustine family grew stronger. Locke said, "I will take good care of myself." He continued, "In the future, if I get the chance, I will return from the wizard world and come back to Corfu Island. Having a wizard in the family greatly increases the chances that their descendants will also have wizard talent. Maybe someday my brother's children can also enter the wizard world. Of course, this is just a possibility." Gloria's eyes lit up. Recently, he had been feeling a bit envious of his younger brother. He envied that his brother could become a wizard. Unfortunately, he himself did not have wizard talent, but if his future children could, that would be good too. Now he understood that a wizard is someone even the Emperor of the Frank Empire, which is about to unify the Corfu continent, would want to please. Locke simply said, "All right, it's time. I have to go." He said goodbye to his family, and then got into a carriage arranged by the Orlean Academy downstairs, heading to the dock outside the city. Dean Tungus and others were already waiting there. Today was the day the wizard ship arrived, and also the day he officially entered the wizard world. At the dock, the Orlean Academy had already arranged soldiers to block the area, so there were few people around. Only Dean Tungus, Professor Old, Patty, and Cord, along with their families. Since they were leaving Corfu Island by ship and lacked official wizard resources, it was impossible to cross the endless mysterious sea back to Corfu Island. The Academy had sent people to invite their families here for a farewell. Cord's family were lords' peasants, but it was said that they had been granted civilian status and a large amount of property by the Emperor of the Frank Empire, becoming small, wealthy landowners. Similarly, Paddy's family had gone from merchants to small lords. When Locke arrived, he nodded to Cord and Paddy, then approached Dean Tungus and Professor Old. Professor Old's eyes flickered briefly. He said nothing, only standing silently and watching Locke calmly. He knew well that for others, perhaps they might see Locke again someday, but for him, this was a final farewell. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the dock. The wind was very fierce, blowing sand and stones everywhere, and dust filled the air. In the distant, gray sea, a huge shadow appeared. This shadow broke through the sea and sky, heading toward the port of Kefalonia. It felt very heavy and oppressive, like a small mountain pressing down on the dock. The ordinary ships docked there looked tiny in comparison, like primitive boats next to a large battleship. Locke felt an unknown heavy pressure in his mind. It didn't seem to be just in his thoughts because he quickly noticed physical reactions. His knees ached, and his eyes felt hot. He saw that Paddy and Corder looked worse. They were sweating on their foreheads and seemed very stressed. Their family members also looked unsteady, as if they might fall. Director Tungus looked at the three and said, "It's okay. This is probably your first time facing such a magical pressure. Just rest for a bit. If normal people stay under this kind of magic pressure for a long time, they might get permanent damage. But you are all third-level apprentice wizards or close to that level. So just sleep for a while, and you should get used to it. After all, such high magic pressure is rarely seen in natural environments." Locke asked, "Teacher Tungus, what is magic pressure? I didn't see it mentioned in the book you gave me." Director Tungus looked surprised that Locke could still speak and paused for a moment. Then he said, "Locke, once you get on that ship, you will soon understand what magic pressure is. I don't have anything more to teach you now. The future depends on you to walk your own path. Once you're on the wizard ship, listen to the wizard elders on board. Never do anything against the rules or provoke trouble. The wizard world is different from the small world on Kefalonia. It's more ruthless, but also full of possibilities. You three are my students and friends. When you get on the wizard ship, learn to take care of each other." Director Tungus nodded slightly to the three and said, "I hope that when I see you again, one of you will become a full wizard. Only when you become official wizards will you have enough resources to return home. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to come back." Director Tungus said, "We will do our best to take care of your families. Rest assured, with your connections, their life on Kafu Island in the future will be smooth. In the wizard world, the Tungus family will know you are my students, and perhaps they can offer you some help. Go now, my students." A huge ship docked at the port. It was still a wooden ship, but it was as big as a giant cruise ship. Its shape looked like a three-masted ship, but Locke believed its power definitely wasn't from the wind. Such a large ship couldn't be driven by wind alone. On the wooden ship, some planks floated down. These planks formed a hollow staircase in midair, layer after layer, step by step. It extended down from the tall wizard ship's deck. Director Tungus quickly raised the files about Locke and the other two. The three files automatically flew onto the wizard ship. After 10 seconds, a calm voice came from the wizard ship, saying, "3 young wizards on Island 31. 2 are third-level apprentice wizards, and 1 is an ordinary person. Locke Augustine, Paddy Isa, and Cord Newman. Come aboard the wizard ship within 1 minute. Reward 2 second-level apprentice wizards, Zach Tungus and Onru Old, with 15 contribution points each." Director Tungus and Professor Old showed some happiness on their faces. These contribution points are even more valuable than magic stones. They are the main reason they traveled so far to this barren land. In the end, these points will be used by their families to build their foundations. But they also felt a bit sad because their apprentices, who had been trained for many years, would all leave Kafu Island. The Orient Academy would be left with only the 2 of them for a long time. It might take years or even over a decade before the next qualified young wizard enters the academy. When Locke stepped onto the floating wooden ladder, Director Tungus suddenly shouted, "Great wizards! I have been away from my family for many years. I miss them so much. I want to write a letter to my family. Could you help me send it? This is just a request from an old person who has been away from home for many years." A calm voice came from the wizard ship. "Second-class wizard apprentice Zach Tungus, just focus on your own tasks. Coming to the wild land to find promising young wizards is part of your contract. We don't owe you anything. Director Tungus sighed. Although he had expected this, being so coldly rejected was hard to accept. He took a deep breath, knowing this was likely to happen. He had been respected on Corfu Island for many years and had started to forget how cold and indifferent the wizard world could be. Loke looked back at Director Tungus, gaining a little more understanding of the wizard world. A wizard apprentice who had been away from home for decades, guarding a low-magic, barren island for the school, was refused even a simple request to send a letter. Loke remembered a word Director Tungus often mentioned: equivalent exchange. Wizards in the wizard world follow the principle of fair exchange. Rationality and coldness are common there. Since Tungus couldn't pay for the letter to be sent, his request was immediately denied. Loke was the last apprentice to step onto the wizard ship's deck. Once he boarded, the floating wooden stairs behind him automatically disassembled and flew back to the ship. He turned to look at Corfu Island. By then, the wizard ship had already started moving, and he saw Corfu Island quickly receding, becoming smaller and blurry. He also saw Professor Alde, who had been silent, nodding slightly at him before turning and walking away quickly. Loke stood on the deck, bowing slightly toward the distant island to honor his teacher. Patty and Cod exclaimed in surprise. Patty said, "I didn't expect the wizard ship to be like this, so bright and lively. What's with the sun?" Loke turned around, but instead of seeing the dull sky and sea at Corfu's coast, he saw a bright blue sky, white clouds, a rainbow hanging in space, and a shining sun. He looked up and realized that only when standing on the wizard's ship and looking up at the sky did it appear like this. If he stood at the edge of the ship's deck and gazed out at the distant ocean, he could still see that gray, sunless, endless, mysterious sky. In other words, above the wizard's ship, there is an artificial sky, and within it, there is a fake sun. The deck of the wizard's ship is not just bare wood. It has flower fields with lush green grass, many crops, and beautiful flowers. The environment on the deck is more like a wonderful, complete garden. Locke and the two others were very surprised. Haha, hello. You must be surprised, right? I was surprised too when I got on the ship this morning, a young voice said behind them. Locke turned around and saw a young man dressed in a white knight's outfit, carrying a silver cross sword. He looked handsome, with blonde hair and a friendly smile. My name is Ron Guerrero. I come from the Schleswig continent. Before you got on the ship, about 3 groups of students had already arrived today. The wizard mentors here are different from those on our continent. They don't talk much, so I think you might not know much about what's happening. So, let me tell you about the current situation. This ship has an artificial weather system. The wizards can control the weather and grow crops, so they can be self-sufficient. Locke didn't expect someone to greet him right after he got on the ship. He nodded to Ron Guerrero and said, "Hello, Ron. I'm Locke Augustine." Encouraged by Locke, Patty and Cone also managed to say hello, though they looked a bit wary and didn't want to talk much with Ron Guerrero. After chatting for a while, Ron said, "The wizard mentors on the ship have arrived. They will help you find a place to stay. If you need anything, you can come to me. I have to go now." Locke turned his head and saw 3 robed wizards walking over from a distance. Their magic power was clearly stronger than that of Dean Tungus and Professor Alde. Facing these unfamiliar wizards, Patty and Cone looked even more nervous. At this moment, Locke realized that on the deck of the wizard's ship, besides them, there were many other young wizard apprentices, about dozens. Because the deck was very wide, even dozens of people standing there didn't make it feel crowded. Almost everyone here had very strong mental power, and many of them were even more skilled than their magic abilities. Locke calmed his mind and thought, "Yes, my level 3 qualification is good for a wizard on Corfu Island. But on this southeastern wizard ship, it is quite ordinary. This ship must have many wizard apprentices with level 4 or 5 qualifications, and some might even have level 6 or 7. One of the 3 wizard instructors on the ship took Locke's file. After flipping through it briefly, he said, "I am responsible for managing your life on the ship. Before you join a college and leave the ship, you must follow my instructions. Now, I will test your magic power and check your spells. First, Locke Augustine, start by using your magic to attack the purple crystal matrix in my hand with all your strength. First, confirm, Locke Augustine. Are you 16 years old?" Locke nodded and said, "Yes, instructor." He picked a wildflower with his left hand and softly recited a spell. The wildflower instantly withered. Under his right coat, 5 branches of mandrake sprouted out. The 5 branches looked like 5 fingers of a hand, covering the purple crystal matrix, causing ripples on its surface. Inside the purple crystal matrix, 2 numbers appeared, 18, 0.2. The instructor in charge of testing announced, mental power 18, the power of the vine hand is 0.2 rings. Learning time is 2 years. Wizard qualification is level 3, mainly aligned with wood element particles, secondarily with metal element particles. Next, Locke looked at the purple crystal matrix. This was the tool Director Tungus mentioned, used to test specific magic power levels. So, his current mental power was 18. According to Director Tungus, the minimum mental power for a 3rd-level wizard apprentice should be 10. Since Locke's is 18, it's probably because he has learned 2 magic tricks. Next, Patty conducted a test by using intense fire magic on the purple crystal matrix. A wave of fire surged, and within the flames, the purple crystal matrix displayed 2 numbers, 10, 0.1. This means Patty's magic power is 10, and the level of her intense fire magic was only 0.1. Patty moved to the side, looking a bit upset. Locke comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Patty. I think your magic strength is probably higher than 0.1, but not quite at the level of 0.2. A slight smile appeared on Patty's face. "I think so too. Thank you, Locke." Next was Cord. Since he hadn't learned any magic, the wizard mentors simply told him to place his palm on the purple crystal matrix and use his magic to strike it. In the end, a number 7 appeared inside the crystal. Cord's face turned pale. He had always thought he was close to being able to use his first spell, but the minimum mental strength needed to cast a spell was 10. Right now, his mental strength was only 7. This means he was still quite far from being able to use his first spell. The wizard mentor said, Cord is 15 years old, with a 1st-level wizard talent. His main element is water, and his secondary element is wind. The test is now complete. The rooms inside the wizard ship are divided into 7 types, based on the level of a wizard's talent. Wizards with 1st-level talent can only stay on the lowest deck. Wizards with talent level 3 or below can only stay below the main deck. Those with talent above level 4 can stay in rooms above the main deck. I will explain this only once. Now, you can find your assigned rooms according to your wizard talent level. Also, I remind you only once. The endless mystical sea is very dangerous. If you have nothing to do not wander around. Locke looked unexpectedly at Patty and Cord. Because of Dean Tungus, he had initially planned to have them stay in nearby dormitories. But on the wizard ship, the dormitories are arranged according to different levels of wizard talent. This means that from the moment they boarded, the hierarchy of the wizard world had already divided people into different categories, giving them different treatment. Cord felt a bit disappointed. Mentors, can't we live together? We are friends and also come from the same continent. At that moment, the 3 wizard mentors on the wizard ship ignored Cord and the others completely, turning away without a word. The 3 mentors were still whispering among themselves. One mentor quietly said to the leading mentor, "Jarvis, wasn't the spell the first kid used just now not your specialty? The vine of hands, right? But why did he use the mandala vine? Isn't that vine already replaced by the tifro root vine because of being outdated? The vine of hands should have a supporting advanced spell behind it, but he used the mandala vine. Maybe in the future, they'll abolish it and relearn it." Jarvis glanced at him silently without replying. The 3rd mentor on the wizard ship sneered. "Wizards from small places are all the same. Their magic is decades behind the times. I think he's from Kef Island. That place, even the wizards there are said to be like legends now. Their belief in the 7 gods was probably spread by some official wizards from the southeastern region. Souls of ordinary people who believe in the 7 gods, created by the official wizards, get locked in place. After death, their souls fly straight into the soul prison made by the official wizards, becoming test subjects. That's what powerful official wizards are capable of. Will I ever have a chance to become an official wizard in my life?" Jarvis looked at him with a sneer. "Dolly, you talk too much. With your level 4 wizard talent, do you really think you'll have a chance to become an official wizard in this life? Reaching this level is already not easy. People shouldn't be too greedy." "You." Dolly glared angrily at Jarvis. But he remembered that Jarvis was a top apprentice in the plant studies department of the Four Seasons Garden, and he had heard that Jarvis's magic was very close to that of an official wizard, with high magical skill and a wizard talent level of 6. Dolly forcibly suppressed his anger, afraid that losing his temper might cause trouble with Jarvis, who was destined to become an official wizard in the future. On the other side, Locke overheard the conversations among the wizard mentors and learned that the magic vine technique in the southeastern corner area had been updated with new magic vine seeds. But that's okay. Locke calmed himself and looked at the amazing world on the wizard ship's deck. He decided to take it step by step. In the future, he could find ways to replace the magic vines with more advanced ones, and he might not even need to do the actual replacement. After all, he has the hieratic cube, which can be used to enhance the quality of the mandala vines through synthesis. Locke and the others said goodbye on the ship's deck, then went to different rooms based on their wizard talent levels. Cord could only go down the stairs on the deck, through a dark corridor, all the way to the bottom, where he stayed in a dark, damp room. Patty, on the other hand, lived on the second-to-last level. Although Locke couldn't stay above the deck, his talent level was 3, so he could stay in a room near the deck. This room was also below the deck, but had windows on both sides that let in some sunlight, and it wasn't as damp or moldy. Most of the rooms on the lower level of the deck were still empty, so Locke randomly chose one and moved in. The room was oval-shaped, like being inside a barrel. This might have been to save space or to fit the ship's structure. On the left wooden wall of the room, there was a glass window showing the stormy sea and gray sky outside. The wooden bed was placed above a circle of wooden barrels, but the bedding, mattress, and pillow were very clean. They were made of soft, clean fabric, filled with cotton and goose down. Sleeping there was surprisingly comfortable. Locke had just sat on the bed, planning to rest a bit since the wizard ship still had many islands to visit and many apprentices to pick up, and they would be off the ship for a long time. He thought he could rest here a little longer. But just as he sat down, he heard a quarrel coming from the corridor outside the door. Why can't I live on this level? I am already a third-level wizard apprentice, and my mental strength is still 14, far above the threshold for third-level apprentices. The people in the lowest cabins are mostly ordinary folks. I am different. I should live on this level. Locke heard the argument outside the door growing louder and opened it. He saw a grown woman, carrying a large double-handed sword and dressed as a swordsman, arguing angrily with some young wizards on this level in the corridor below the deck. The woman's name seemed to be Ankila. Locke sensed her magic power was slightly weaker than his, but she was definitely at the third-level wizard apprentice stage. However, from her words, Locke learned she only had first-level wizard talent. Because of this, Ankila felt frustrated. She believed that based on her potential, she should at least live on this level. But the wizard's residence on the ship is mainly assigned based on future potential and talent, not current strength. Many young wizards in the corridor had opened their doors to see what was happening because of the loud argument. Under everyone's watch, Ankila blushed and became even more angry. She glared at the apprentices blocking her. We are all third-level wizard apprentices. My mental strength is even stronger than yours. Why can you live here, and I can't? At that moment, a wizard mentor had come down, so all the young wizards in the corridor stopped talking. Locke recognized him. He was Jarvis, the mentor who had tested him and others earlier. Mentor Jarvis looked coldly at Ankila, as if she were just a piece of stone by the roadside. Third-level wizard apprentice Ankila, go back to where you should be living. Don't make me say this twice. Ankila said, but this isn't fair. My magic power is just as strong as theirs. This isn't fair, Mentor Jarvis coldly replied. If it weren't for the protection law for young wizards, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fish by now. I ask you, how long did it take you to become a third-level wizard apprentice? Ankila blushed, paused for a moment, then slowly said, I took 15 years. Many people in the corridor gasped in surprise. Because a level 3 talented wizard usually takes only 2 to 3 years to go from learning to becoming a third-level apprentice, but Ankila took 15 years. Jarvis pointed to a young wizard he had brought in and said, he only took 3.5 years. Most young wizards at this level become third-level apprentices in about 2 to 3 years. Some slower ones also don't take more than 5 years. In other words, they became third-level apprentices in just a little more time than you. Jarvis coldly said. If someone has level 4 talent, it usually takes about 1.5 to 2 years to become a third-level apprentice. For those with level 5 or 6 talent, it's even as easy as eating and drinking. It can take just a few months to a year, Jarvis continued. That's the difference between you and them. You are only a third-level apprentice now because you are older and have studied longer. But from now on, the gap between you and them will only grow bigger. Go back to where you should be. And if you dare to cause trouble again, even if you are protected by the young wizard law, I will make you pay. Jarvis turned and left. Ankyla's pupils widened in shock. She felt her mind go blank. Cause trouble. I was just a troublemaker in your eyes. I am respected on the Kaso continent. But on this ship, I am just a first-level talent who causes trouble. The wizard mentor's words shattered her confidence. Her eyes grew dull. She stiffly walked toward the stairs, heading to the bottom deck. Loke closed the door. This scene was expected, but also unexpected. Most young wizards come from the islands. They are proud and high in their own worlds, but on the wizard ship, they realize they are just ordinary people, sometimes even very low in status. They feel unbalanced inside, and it's natural for them to act foolishly. Locke sat on the bed, laughing at himself. I still want to live on the deck. The rooms there are better, and I can see the fake sky and beautiful artificial gardens. The wizard mentors also live above the deck. But I didn't expect there to be a wizard apprentice who works hard to live on my level. The hierarchy really never ends. A confident look flashed in Locke's eyes. Wizard talent doesn't decide everything. A person with a level 3 wizard talent can still become a full wizard. In front of him, the illusionary hieratic cube spun, flashing silver sparks. Locke took out the level 5 crafted item from the hieratic cube, a dark blue gemstone about the size of an adult's finger. The recipe worked this time, Locke thought happily. Recently, he carried many gems and tried different crafting recipes based on their types. This time, he combined a level 4 deep blue gemstone, a level 4 ordinary black onyx, and a level 4 ordinary black pearl. Most of the time, combining these level 4 gems only changes their color and size, making them more valuable in the mortal world. Rarely do they produce special effects like the deep blue gemstone. But this time, the level 5 dark blue gemstone had a different description, a level 5 crafted item, a dark blue gemstone from deep underground mines. Its formation process is still not fully understood. It is believed to be a hybrid of the deep blue gemstone and several natural gems. The mental energy fluctuation filtering effect of the dark blue gemstone is stronger than that of the deep blue gemstone. One level 5 dark blue gemstone can store 10 points of magic power. Seeing this, Locke paused. He quickly took out a pre-made gold ring from his bag, embedded the dark blue gemstone into it, and concealed it with a simple blue sapphire on the outside. Following the description, Locke poured magic power into the dark blue gemstone. He felt a steady stream of magic flowing into it. He also sensed a mysterious connection between his magic and the gemstone. Whenever he thought about it, the magic would return to his body. Locke quickly understood the function and principle of the dark blue gemstone. If deep blue jade is like a filtering sponge, then dark blue jade is like a capacitor that stores electrical current. Dark blue jade can store my mental energy, allowing me to absorb and release my magic to stabilize my magical fluctuations. Although its effect is similar to that of deep blue jade, the principle is completely different. More importantly, I thought, 10 points of magic power is like having the magic of a third-level wizard apprentice. Patty's magic power is also 10 points. But now, I can store 10 points of magic power in the dark blue jade. This means I have 10 extra points of magic compared to other third-level wizard apprentices. In battle, I can cast more spells. Even during normal study and research, this extra magic power makes me more efficient. I realized the value of the dark blue jade. I think it's probably quite valuable in the wizard world. At least, I haven't seen such an item on the wizard ship. I should not let other wizards see I have this kind of thing. 2 days later, inside my room on the wizard ship, I embedded 2 dark blue jades into a gold ring and filled both with magic power. Now, including the dark blue jade I made yesterday, I am wearing 3 rings with dark blue jade, giving me an extra 30 points of magic power. 10 points of magic power can cast Vine Hand about 5 times. With 30 extra points, I can cast Vine Hand 15 more times. This is a very important boost in battle. It means that even other third-level wizard apprentices, who need to carefully manage their magic and use spells wisely, can now freely cast more spells by relying on this extra reserve. The only problem is that my spell pool has too few spells, so I can't fully use this large reserve of magic power. I sighed. All the gems I brought on the ship are used up. I took a deep breath. I can only leave the wizard ship and find other ways to buy more. I also think that dark blue jade is probably a consumable item. I don't know how long one piece can last. Locke looked at his palms. At that time, he was wearing 5 deep blue jade gold rings on his left hand and 3 navy blue gemstone gold rings on his right hand. His magic fluctuations had become steady, almost like there was no fluctuation at all. Locke picked up a wooden cup placed on the lid of a wooden barrel in front of him. Under his magic, the water inside the cup began to spin. The magic centrifugal extraction technique is now well practiced. Very good. Someone knocked on his room door. At the door, Lauren Guerrero's voice was heard. Locke, it's time for the meal. Let's go to the deck to eat. Lauren Guerrero was the kind third-class wizard apprentice he and Patty and Cord had met when they first boarded the ship. Locke had stayed in a room below the wizard ship's deck for a day. He then realized that Lauren Guerrero was also a third-level talent and lived on the same level as him. Since then, neither of them was shy about socializing, and they quickly became familiar and got along well. Strangely, from the moment they stepped onto the wizard ship, all the rules seemed to categorize people. Wizards with the same talent level would live together. This led to the formation of 7 small groups within just 2 days on the wizard ship. It also meant that Locke didn't become friends with Patty and Cord, but instead made a new friend with Lauren Guerrero, who lived on the same level. Life is probably like that. At different stages, you meet different people. Before, Locke was close to Patty and Cord because they were the only 3 apprentices on Kafu Island. Now, with hundreds of apprentices from various places on the wizard ship, new friends appear, and old friends may be left behind. Locke opened the door. Lauren Guerrero carried 2 plates. I already smell the delicious food on the deck. We don't have much time to go up. So let's go, Locke. I've already brought your tray. Locke looked at Lauren Guerrero helplessly. Lauren, you're too familiar. We've only known each other for 2 days, Lauren Guerrero said. That just shows we're destined to meet. From the first moment I saw you on the ship, I knew we would get along. Locke followed Ron Guerrero. According to Ron, he is from the Schleswig continent and is the eldest son of the Obsidian Empire Emperor of the Schleswig Islands. According to their mortal world traditions, he should be the heir to the empire and the next emperor. However, he was tested and found to have wizard talent. Ron told Locke that on the Schleswig Islands, there are no hidden wizard schools disguised as ordinary schools. The wizards there serve directly under the emperor and form the Council of Elder Wizards, helping him govern the empire. Because Ron was found to have wizard talent, the Council of Elder Wizards immediately revoked his right to inherit the throne and guided him on a path to seek the truth. Ron's personality is very much like that of a ranger. He enjoys helping others, so he is very happy with this arrangement. Locke also felt that Ron's personality didn't seem like that of a wizard apprentice, but more like a ranger or swordsman. On this wizard ship, most wizard apprentices look gloomy, silent, and always watchful of their surroundings. But Ron is carefree and loves to talk to people. This made many wizard apprentices think Ron had some special purpose and didn't want to talk to him. Only a few other wizard apprentices, including Locke himself, would talk to him. On the deck of the wizard ship, many oak tables and beechwood benches had been set up. The tables were filled with delicious food: roast pig, truffle and wild mushroom risotto, herb-baked lobster with saffron foam, black truffle mushroom cream soup, and more. Ron was already eating a large steak happily, devouring a big piece quickly. Then he grabbed 2 roasted chicken legs and ate them without even chewing. Locke raised an eyebrow, knowing there was a reason Ron could eat so much. According to Ron, he seemed to be a great knight and was a knight genius himself. The mortal worlds on different islands are truly very different. From the interactions Locke had with third-tier wizard apprentices over the past 2 days, it was clear that each island's mortal world is quite unique. For example, the Schleswig Island where Ron is from has a special profession, knights, that the mortal world of Corfu Island does not have. It is said that 200 years ago, the The wizards who came to Schleswig Island were apprentices from the Tower of Distortion, which specializes in life magic. They designed a special extraordinary profession called Knight for the mortal world of Schleswig Island. This profession allows people to implant life seeds into their bodies, creating artificial extraordinary organs that give them super physical abilities. Basically, it is a different kind of body bloodline modification surgery, similar to the bloodline transformation of stone performed by Professor Alde from the Lock Gang. There are also other mortal worlds, some not in the medieval period but with steam engines, coal mines, and early trains, similar to the Renaissance era in past stories. In short, the southeast corner region is the true continent, and those mortal worlds are just large islands scattered across the ocean in the southeast corner region. Each island, separated by endless mysterious seas, has developed differently, almost like independent worlds. Lowen looked at Locke and asked curiously, "Locke, aren't you going to eat? Eat quickly, or the food will be snatched away," Locke replied. He nodded to a female apprentice wizard in front of him, who was also a level 3 talent, then picked up a steak and placed it on his plate. Locke ate his steak slowly, then had some broccoli and a small piece of bread with strawberry jam. Afterward, he asked Lowen, "How many days do you think it will take us to reach the wizard world?" Lowen shook his head. "I don't know. I heard the wizard ship is about to return. There are nearly 1,000 wizard apprentices here now." Locke nodded. The apprentices on the wizard ship will eventually be assigned to different wizard organizations. The wizard ship will stop at various places in the southeast corner region, and the apprentices will disembark in groups. This means some of the wizard apprentices have already been assigned to different wizard mentors from the southeast corner region. But recently, no level 3 wizard apprentices have seen any mentors come down to make assignments. Probably, they will finish assigning the apprentices on the deck first before paying attention to them. It's not their turn yet. After packing up, Locke was about to go back to his room below the deck when suddenly, the deck shook. Many apprentices fell down from the sudden tremor. Then, Locke turned his head and saw dozens of wizard mentors, including Jarvis, suddenly walking onto the deck and heading toward them. Lockton immediately sensed that something was wrong. A wizard mentor used magic to amplify their voice and shouted toward them, "Be careful. Protect yourselves with magic." Next, countless black clouds appeared above the wizard ship. The once bright artificial sky quickly darkened, and the artificial sun lost its glow, as if a celestial creature was eating the sun. The wizard ship kept shaking, and within the black clouds, it seemed like rain was falling. Countless zombies descended. One by one, the young wizard apprentices screamed in fear. In the sky, within the black clouds, it seemed like many wizards were hiding. They were laughing mockingly. "Haha, are these the future apprentices of our southeastern region? They are so weak. When faced with a little dark magic, they panic so easily. What can we expect from you in the future? Stupid and fake white wizards of the southeastern region, you've raised your apprentices so poorly. It's better to hand them over to us black wizards for proper training. White wizards, according to the rules, half of the apprentices should be given to us black wizards. Seize them." Jarvis and other wizard mentors shouted loudly. "Oh no, those black wizards want to take our apprentices. Quickly stop them. These are all students trained by our White Wizard Association. We can't let them be taken for nothing. Stop them quickly." Suddenly, various dark magic spells shot out from the black clouds in the sky, and Jarvis and the other mentors used fire magic, water magic, and other spells to fight back. Zombies fought against water elements, fire elements, lightning, and ice. On the deck, Lockton saw a second-level talent apprentice being knocked into the sea by a zombie, and then a black cloud descended from the sky, laughing as it kidnapped the person. "Ha ha! This girl belongs to us, the scavenger cemetery today. I will train her to become an excellent black wizard." "Hypocrites, you'll regret it in the future," Lon Guerrero suddenly shouted to Locke. "Locke, behind you. Be careful." At that moment, the zombie horde had completely separated the apprentices from the wizard ship. Most of the apprentices had spent their time studying and lacked practical combat experience. Only dark wizards train their apprentice witches real fighting skills from the start, rather than beginning with learning ancient languages. At this moment, Locke just turned around and saw a zombie with bluish skin and eyes only showing white rushing toward him. It collided with his chest, and the powerful impact pushed him from one side to the other, threatening to throw him off the wizard ship's deck into the sea. Claws, at a critical moment, Locke forcibly recited a spell, activating the vine hand. 5 branches of the mandrake vine wrapped around his right hand, emerging from inside his coat sleeve like snake-like vines. 2 branches inserted into the deck, fixing his position. 3 branches wound along his arm, wrapping around the zombie holding him, slightly separating him from the zombie. Later, they also wrapped around its head. With a sharp sound, the zombie's head and body were separated. Locke hadn't yet relaxed when he saw that the headless zombie still moved. Its right hand, like a metal clamp, reached toward his neck. I am so foolish, Locke realized. This thing is just a corpse controlled by a necromancy spell. Removing its head does nothing. He looked at the dark blue gemstone rings on his thumb, index, and middle fingers of his right hand. There were 3 dark blue gemstones, giving him 30 more magic points than a typical 3rd-level apprentice wizard. Now was a dangerous moment, so he couldn't hold back his magic power. Locke recited 2 spells in quick succession, using the vine hand twice in a very short time. The mandrake vine, as the spell's medium, granted him double the power of the vine hand temporarily. This temporarily boosted the vine's ability to move. The 5 branches of the mandrake vine transformed into a giant hand, grabbing the zombie's body in front of him. It then separated him from Locke and pulled him away. With a sharp, the zombie's entire body was caught by the mandrake vine, causing some fractures. Its limbs and spine twisted and cracked, losing the ability to move. Locke sighed slightly in relief, but then he saw that the deck was full of zombies attacking the apprentice witches. There was no deadly strike. However, many young witches and wizards had already been pushed into the sea by the zombies or kidnapped by the dark wizards in the black fog above. Now, more green-skinned zombies were rushing toward us, at least 5 visible. Sweat appeared on Locke's forehead. These zombies are sent by those dark wizards, maybe even by the full-fledged wizards themselves. They are numerous, stiff, and impervious to weapons. Each one is very strong. I need to put in a lot of effort to deal with just one. One zombie attacking Locke was struck from behind by Rowan Greyrow's silver cross sword. The zombie let out a terrible scream as its back rapidly melted away. Rowan swung his double-handed cross sword like a spinning whirlwind, cutting the back of the blocking zombie several times. Soon, the zombie fell to the ground, its runes gradually melting away. Rowan rushed over and stood beside Locke. In this situation, it's hard for one person to stay safe. We need to work together. Locke and Rowan faced the remaining 4 zombies back to back. That makes sense. Thanks, Rowan. Locke looked at the silver cross sword in Rowan's hand, which shone with a silvery glow. This sword was probably the enchanted item mentioned in the book. It was a masterpiece of alchemy, a treasure that apprentice wizards used to boost their fighting power before becoming full wizards. Every enchanted item was a result of alchemy, but there were no enchanted items on Corfu Island. The first time Locke saw such a thing was from Rowan Greyrow, a prince from Schleswig Island. It seemed that, even among ordinary humans, there was a big difference between Corfu Island and Schleswig Island. With the enchanted item in his hand and his knightly strength, Rowan fought the 2 zombies evenly. Locke also used his greater magical power to control vine hands, transforming mandrake vines into giant vine hands that kept pounding the zombies, preventing them from getting close. Locke looked at the shining silver sword in Rowan's hand. Rowan, your sword is very effective against zombies. Rowan swung his sword and cut open a zombie's chest. The wound immediately started to rot, and under the silver glow of the cross-shaped sword, the zombie quickly disintegrated. Rowan quickly said to Locke, my sword is a magic item. It has a spell called Minor Undead Resistance Barrier, which is designed to fight undead creatures and negative energy magic. That's why it works so well. Unfortunately, there are too many of them, and they are strong and fast. Even with this sword, it's hard to clear them all. Suddenly, Locke knelt on one knee on the deck, ignoring the 2 zombies rushing toward him and a new zombie that had just joined. Let's try a different idea. Maybe we'll find the best solution. He recited a spell, then punched the ground with his right fist. 5 branches of mandrake vines shot into the wooden floor. Then, from the surrounding floor, vines suddenly emerged and wrapped around the left legs of 5 nearby zombies. The 5 zombies were forcibly held in place by the vines. No matter how they jumped, they couldn't break free from Locke's mandrake vines. During the fight, Locke became more skilled and confident in using the vine magic. He said to Lowen, "Now's the time, Lowen. Kill them." Lowen paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "All right, that makes it much easier. I can take them down one by one." He raised his silver sword and stabbed it into the chest of a zombie controlled by the vines. The zombie let out a beast-like roar. Soon, the runes on that zombie's body dimmed one by one, and it lost its ability to move. After killing 5 zombies, Lowen smiled. "Locke, if we work together like this, as 2 apprentice wizards, we don't need to be afraid of these zombies. I believe the wizard instructor on the ship will come to rescue us soon." Lowen turned his head, but saw Locke's face was very serious. He was surprised. "Locke, what's wrong?" Locke pointed ahead and said, "Look around." At that moment, there were at least 30 zombies surrounding them. The number was overwhelming. The huge crowd of zombies was enough to make most third-level wizard apprentices lose the will to fight. Lowen swallowed hard. A dark mist fell from the sky, crashing onto the deck of the wizard's ship like a shooting star. From the mist, a woman emerged, wearing black leather high heels and a black robe. She had a fox fur cloak draped over her shoulders, and she was a witch. The witch's chest bore a badge with a 5-pointed star symbol. Inside the star was a white skull, and in each of the skull's eye sockets, there was a smaller 5-pointed star. The badge looked very strange. Witch Barbara smiled and said, "Little ones, we, the Bone Cult, have taken an interest in you. One of you has strong combat experience, and the other is growing quickly with good judgment. You are exactly the people we need, so I, Barbara Veen, invite you to give up resistance and join us, the Bone Cult. If you follow those hypocrites, you'll achieve nothing. The dark world is where you truly belong." Locke and Rowan looked at each other. Locke asked, "Honorable Witch Barbara Veen, what kind of magic does the Bone Cult specialize in? What are the benefits of joining?" Barbara Veen replied, "The Bone Cult specializes in necromancy magic. Our skills in necromancy are the strongest in the southeastern region. Besides that, we are also good at curses and voodoo magic. After you join, you can do whatever you want. Kill, burn, whatever. The most important thing is that every month, you must offer a blood sacrifice to our cult leader. Other than that, we have no strict rules." Haha, do you want to join? Locke was speechless. He wanted to become a wizard, study magic, and seek the truth, not join a cult. But then again, killing and burning aren't really freedoms. He's not a pervert. He doesn't need that kind of freedom. He politely declined. "Miss Barbara, my main element is wood. The magic your Bone Cult specializes in doesn't suit me, so I'll pass." Roan quickly added, "My main element is light particles, and my secondary element is wood particles. I also don't meet your requirements." Barbara Veen's face immediately darkened. "You two, you refuse a polite offer and choose punishment instead. I am a first-level wizard apprentice, while you are only minor third-level wizard apprentices. In front of me, you're not much stronger than helpless babies. Since that's the case, I will forcibly take you away." Barbara Veen gently pointed at the magical item in Rowan's hand. Suddenly, Rowan was alarmed to see the faint silver glow on the silver cross sword in his hand rapidly fade away. It was swallowed by darkness. Rowan asked, "Why? How is this happening? Why did my magical item lose its power?" Barbara smiled and said, "You haven't traveled far enough on the path of magic. There are things you simply can't understand. That is your greatest reliance, and now it's gone. So," she looked at the mandala vine wrapped around Locke's right hand. "Young man, you're on the wrong path. That plant of yours irritates me. You clearly have a talent for necromancy magic. I can see the dense death energy wrapped around your soul." Locke's heart trembled. So, the person truly being watched was himself. Rowan was only caught up because of him. The other is a dark wizard, with a high affinity for negative energy particles. Naturally, they could roughly sense Locke's affinity for these particles. He was being targeted. Probably, many young wizards with a high affinity for negative energy particles on this wizard ship had already been targeted by major dark wizard organizations. Barbara Veen raised her hand and looked at the mandala vine in Locke's hand. "So, I will remove that annoying thing from you. Plant magic is nothing before necromancy." Locke was startled. That vine hand was a magic he had studied for 2 years to master. If it was sealed by the other person, like the magical item in Rowan's hand, it would almost mean wasting 2 years of effort. But the problem was, he had no idea what method the other used to seal Rowan's magical item. The other is a first-level wizard apprentice, and the techniques they used were completely beyond Locke's understanding. Now, Locke was beginning to realize how deadly it was in the wizard world not to understand the opponent's methods. This shows a huge gap between the two wizards, so large that they cannot understand each other's magic. I am just beginning to enter the wizard world, and now I have to face a more experienced dark wizard. This is very difficult for me. Just as Locke was about to cast the Vine Hand spell and resist desperately, he suddenly felt his heart sink. He sensed something pressing down on him, a great pressure that caused Locke and Rowan, who was nearby, to kneel on one knee. Not only them, but also the mysterious Barbara Veen in front of them, knelt down, grinding her teeth. The 30 zombies surrounding them suddenly exploded into pieces. Barbara Veen looked very panicked. A formal wizard. This time, the wizard ship is led by a formal wizard. Oh no, there are official wizards of the White Wizards here. In the next moment, an even greater magical pressure came from all directions, making Barbara spit out blood and almost unable to move. No, this radiation is too strong. Is this really magic pressure that living beings can create? Barbara quickly took out a bottle of unknown potion from her clothes and drank it. Not only Barbara, but also many dark wizards in the black fog above were knocked into the sea by this terrifying magic pressure. All the plants on the deck swayed at this moment, as if welcoming someone. All the zombies on the deck suddenly grew a red flower on their heads. The flower absorbed nutrients from the zombies, then quickly withered and bore fruit. In an instant, the zombie rain was broken. The fruits that fell on the deck also withered quickly. From the withered seeds, butterflies made of petals flew out one after another. These butterflies turned into a sea of cherry blossoms, rushing toward the black fog. Locke heard Jarvis, the mentor, happily say, "This is the cherry blossom spell cast by Zeno Smith, the official wizard of my Four Seasons garden." A wizard appeared between Barbara, Locke, and Rowan. He wore a wizard robe embroidered with lily of the valley and hyacinth patterns, and a wizard hat decorated with at least 5 types of flowers. A terrifying magical pressure radiated from him. Zeno Smith's eyes were indifferent as he looked down at Barbara Veen, who was kneeling on the ground. The kids from the Bone Cult are really getting better at telling cold jokes lately. They don't have much skill, but they talk big. Are you saying my life magic is worse than your summoning magic? Since your teacher recently did an experiment with me, just get lost now. Barbara Veen's face turned pale. She didn't expect that this time, one of the witches from the Four Seasons garden was among those following the wizard's ship. Without wasting words, she turned into a cloud of black mist and fled in a hurry. At the same time, many other wizards within the black mist also chose to retreat. Mentor Jarvis shouted, "Lord Zeno Smith, they have kidnapped at least 30% of the apprentice wizards. Should we chase after them?" Zeno Smith didn't care much. 30%? That's pretty good. Actually, it's about 10% less than I thought. Let those black witches go. If they gain nothing, they will start wars elsewhere. He glanced at the mandala vine on Locke's right hand and then disappeared from the deck. Mentor Jarvis hesitated but finally stood on the deck, saying nothing. He only coldly told the frightened apprentice wizards, "This is your training this time. In the southeast region, black witches often fight with us white witches. Now that you've encountered them early, you can learn how to fight those black witches in the future." After everything was over, Locke and Rowan sat on the deck to rest. They were both breathing heavily, still recovering from the life-and-death crisis just now. After a long while, Locke and Rowan looked at each other and smiled. Rowan took the initiative to give Locke a bear hug. Having gone through this life-and-death experience, their relationship has become closer. Rowan seemed to see himself as a reliable comrade. Holding the damaged, enchanted weapon, Rowan said to Locke, "That scared me to death just now. I thought I would be forced to become a black witch someday." Locke looked at his sword and said, "But isn't your enchanted item broken?" "That's a shame," Rowan shrugged and said. "Well, there's nothing I can do. Life is more important. After we join the wizard organization, we will surely find a way to lift the seal." Locke nodded and said to Rowan, "I want to find my friends and see if they are still on this ship." He hoped Patty and Cord had not been taken away by the dark wizards. Rowan said, I want to look too. I saw earlier that a wizard apprentice from the Schleswig continent was taken by those evil dark wizards. I feel sorry for my friend. He was very unlucky. Locke glanced at Roan, worried that Roan might now feel sad for his old friend. But when they meet again, one will be a dark wizard and the other a white wizard. They will be enemies then. Locke quickly looked around the deck and soon found the frightened Cord and Patty. It seemed they were not taken because they didn't have a strong connection to negative energy particles. Locke comforted them a bit, then stared at the place where the official wizard of the Four Seasons garden disappeared, lost in thought. After this crisis, Locke's desire for more powerful magic grew stronger. That figure, who appeared and suppressed all the dark wizards, left a deep impression on him. Is this the power of an official wizard? Then I want to have it too. This Ugin tree script can be adjusted a bit, so I can control the mandala vines more smoothly. Locke was inside the wizard ship's cabin, fine-tuning the four-dimensional structure of the 16 Ugin tree scripts that made up the Vine Hand spell model. The standard spell model for the Vine Hand is a universal model suitable for everyone, but each wizard's soul and magic are unique. So, during use, the rune structure must be slightly adjusted to better fit the wizard. Of course, this requires the apprentice to understand and be skilled in the spell, as well as have a solid foundation in magic theory. After the sudden attack by the dark wizards, Locke gained new inspiration for his spells. He spent a day in the cabin modifying his spell model. Once he finished adjusting the 16 Ugin tree script model, he immediately used his magic to test it in his room. After testing, Locke put away the small hourglass he had placed on the wooden barrel table. He said, "I improved the response speed of the Vine Hand. It used to be 0.2 seconds. Now it's reduced to 0.1 seconds. A blink lasts about 0.1 to 0.4 seconds. Most people need at least 0.5 seconds to react to sudden events. Since the Vine Hand's response time is cut in half, it means it can act faster and with more precise control." Locke looked at the 3 dark blue jade rings on his left hand. But the cost is that using the Vine Hand consumes more magic power. Therefore, apprentice wizards need to adjust their spell models to suit themselves best. If increasing magic consumption means faster response, most apprentices would give up that choice. But Locke, who has many dark blue jade rings, doesn't worry much about this. For him, the most important thing is how to make his spells more powerful. All the magic stored in the dark blue jade rings has been used up. Now I need to store magic again, Locke said. This takes time. Because his magic recovers slowly, he can't use all his magic at once. He can only pour half of his magic into the jade rings each time, then wait for his magic to recover before pouring more. Similarly, Locke took out a dark blue jade from inside the gold rings mechanism. He found that the jade, which was once perfect and flawless, now had cracks inside. This shows that the jade can only be used a few times, about 2 or 3, before it completely breaks and becomes useless. Locke put the 3 dark blue jade rings back into their mechanisms. Then he reached out to the empty space in front of him. The heretic cube spun and emitted a golden glow. A smooth, black-red gem appeared in Locke's hand. 2 level 4 rubies and 1 level 4 black onyx. This recipe is successful. Locke saw the inscription on the gem, Rose Red Jade, a rare gemstone said to only appear deep within gemstone veins. It can activate mental energy. Wearing this gem often can double the speed of mental power growth. Holding the precious jade in his hand, Locke felt as if his mental energy was being infused with new vitality. He could even slowly sense that his mental power, which had stopped growing before, was now increasing very gradually but surely. Locke lifted the pinkish-red jade and noticed a strange gaseous substance inside it. This substance was slowly entering his skin and body, blending with his mental energy. The pink mist-like material seemed to strengthen his mental power, but this required careful observation to notice even a little. Since becoming a 3rd-level apprentice wizard, I haven't had a proper learning method, so my mental power hasn't grown much, Locke thought. But with this pink jade, my mental strength is growing again. If I had a better way to learn, I think my mental power would grow faster, even faster than that of apprentices with higher talent. A look of excitement appeared in Locke's eyes. He had always worried about his wizard talent. It took him over 2 years to become a 3rd-level apprentice wizard. In contrast, apprentices with higher talent could become third level in just 3 months. But now, if he could produce a large number of pink jades, he could quickly increase his mental power. In the future, his training speed might not be much slower than those with better talent. After all, accumulating resources was also a good strategy. Locke looked at the pink jade and thought, but why does my mental power grow so quickly when it touches the special substance hidden inside this jade? What exactly is this special substance? Forget it, I can't ask others now. I'll understand naturally in the future. He stored the pink jade in a pre-made gold ring and wore it on his right ring finger. Then, Locke replaced the broken deep blue jade in his left-hand gold ring with 5 brand new deep blue jades. Now, his supplies were all used up. He would have to wait until he left the wizard ship to visit the market, buy some gems, and gather the materials needed to synthesize the pink jade, navy blue jade, and deep blue jade. Inside the cabin below the deck, there was a knocking sound, and Lone's voice came from outside the door. Locke, come out quickly. The wizard mentors are on our level now. It looks like they are finally assigning us to different wizard schools. I hope I can stay at Verdanedia University. The wizards from the Schleswig continent's Elder Council told me that Verdanedia University is one of the best comprehensive wizard schools in the southeastern region. Many great wizards have graduated from Verdanedia University. Locke opened the door and saw Lone looking excited. The corridor was quiet, and many apprentice wizards had already opened their doors and walked into the corridor on their own. At the same time, near the staircase leading up to the upper deck, about 20 wizard mentors in different styles of robes were standing. Among them was Mentor Jarvis from the Four Seasons Garden. Lone was in a relaxed mood and quietly asked Lone, which is better, the Four Seasons Garden or Verdanedia University? The wizards from Lone's continent seemed to be stronger than those from the Kafu continent, so Lone knew more information than Locke. Lone thought carefully and then whispered so only the two of them could hear. They're about the same, but the Four Seasons Garden specializes in life magic, while Verdanedia University is a comprehensive magic school. So, there are differences between the two, but we can't really aim for the Four Seasons Garden. Its goal is only for top-tier wizards with the best affinity for wood element particles or those who excel in botany and potion making. Verdanedia University might accept some average qualified wizard students because it has some very niche magic categories with fewer people. So, they might consider taking some students with average talent to learn less popular magic types, to maintain the university's tradition in those areas. Lone whispered to Locke, for example, the Elder Wizards recommended I try to get into Verdanedia University for the Shape Energy School's Light Magic branch and the Life Magic Botany branch. The Magic Light specialization at Verdanedia University is quite average, but usually they prefer to select apprentices with at least level 4 wizard talent. So, that is just my ideal choice. Unless I am very lucky, I probably won't have the chance to get in under normal circumstances. My main choice is their university's plant and nature specialization. The plant and nature specialization at Verdanedia University is a bit worse. Apprentices with level 3 wizard talent might have a chance to enter if they are lucky. Loken, didn't you mention before that you brewed a potion with your teacher before boarding the ship? That was a big achievement. Roan looked a little envious. So maybe you also have a chance to be chosen for the plant and nature specialization at Verdanedia University. Roan whispered. The wizards on our continent are all sent by Verdanedia University, so we are given priority for selection. Verdanedia University has the first right to choose us. Unless they reject us, other wizard organizations in the White Wizard Association can't pick us. This is our advantage. After all, Verdanedia University is one of the most famous colleges in the southeastern region. Roan added, of course, this is just the requirement for us locals. I heard that native wizards in the wizard world have different standards. Their situation is more complicated. Some apprentices in areas controlled by Verdanedia University only need level 2 or 3 wizard talent to be directly recruited and trained by the university. These local apprentices are considered part of their own. In the corridor, Loken was curious. Which magic specialization is the strongest at Verdanedia University? Roan smiled and whispered, I happen to know. I knew you'd be interested. Unfortunately, we can only watch from the side. Those are the most popular magic categories, requiring at least level 6 wizard talent to enter. Even their local apprentices are the same, without exception. Verdanedia University has 2 main strengths. One is the lightning magic branch of the shaping school, and the other is the transformation magic branch of the change school. Besides these two top magic categories, there are several other strong categories, including potion making. Lone whispered, "Locke, the teachers are coming. We should stay quiet. Good luck. I hope you get assigned to a good college." Below the ship's deck, in the corridor, a young wizard in a gray robe embroidered with gold thread looked at Locke and Lone indifferently. Behind him were about a dozen young wizards with level 3 talent. "I am the recruiter from Vilden Edia University. Are you two Locke from the Kafu continent and Lone from the Schleswig continent?" Lone quickly responded, "Yes, I am Lone. This is Locke Augustine." The recruiter from Vilden Edia University, Gregor Jackson, nodded casually. "I've looked at your profiles. Both of you are quite good among level 3 apprentices." "Follow me," Lone asked hesitantly. "Honored teacher, which magic category will we study at Vilden Edia University?" Before, he saw that the university's recruiters would tell students which magic category they would study after joining the university. But this time, the recruiter only asked a few questions and then told them to follow without explaining further. Locke frowned slightly at the strange attitude of the recruiter, especially because he saw a girl with blue hair nearby, giving them a contemptuous look and hesitating to speak. Gregor, the recruiter, didn't explain or pay attention to Lone. He simply walked away. Locke looked at Lone, pulled him along, and whispered, "Let's follow and see what happens." Lone whispered back, "Locke, something seems off," Locke said. "I think we might have entered some kind of deal. Look at the girl next to that teacher. She is also a young wizard in training. She wears a badge from another wizard organization, but she is standing with the admissions officer from Verdanidia University. This might be the reason why we are seeing strange things now. Let's wait and see. Anyway, we will find our way eventually." Lorne clenched his fists but said nothing. He didn't expect that his good plan would be disrupted by a young wizard he had never seen before. He kept praying in his mind, hoping they were wrong. The admissions officer from Verdanidia University, Gregor, led them through the corridor to a woman dressed in a green wizard robe. She looked old and worn, like she was covered in tattered cloth. This old woman was clearly another wizard organization's admissions officer. Yuli Burns, the admissions officer from Lily's cottage who came with them on the wizard ship, narrowed her eyes and stared at the girl with blue hair next to Gregor. She looked angry and said, "Luckin, you have already signed a contract to join Lily's cottage. You are our student. Why are you standing with the admissions officer from Verdanidia University?" The girl with blue hair looked a little scared and guilty. She didn't dare meet Yuli Burns' eyes. Gregor said, "Actually, she hasn't signed the contract yet. So, Luckin is not officially your student yet. Yuli Burns, I want to talk to you. I want to invite Luckin to study at Verdanidia University, focusing on potion making. Luckin's wizard talent is level 6, which is more than enough for our university's potion program. I also offered her a generous magic stone scholarship and 3 chances to enter the wizard's secret realm first in the future. I think it's unfair that you signed her yesterday without knowing the difference between Lily's cottage and our university." Yuli Burns' eyes turned fierce. Her big nose looked even more intimidating with her anger. "So, Luckin is a young wizard in training raised by Lily's cottage in the mortal world. According to the White Witch Association, our Lilith cottage has the priority rights. This right is not related to her personal will. Moreover, our Lilith cottage is also strong in potion making and is our ace. Overall, we may not be worse than your Verdanidia University. Gregor, are you breaking the rules?" Yuli Burns looked dangerous. She took out a bottle of black unknown potion from under her wizard robe, her eyes showing horror. Gregor looked at the black potion in her hand, showing a hint of fear, because Lilith Cottage is best at potion making. Who knows what kind of evil curse potion this old witch is holding? Gregor kept calm and continued, "This is not just my opinion, but also the opinion of our dean, Mr. Haldien." Yuli Burns paused her movements. Gregor continued, "The dean asked me to convey the following message. Your Lilith Cottage is fighting a fierce battle against the Black Witch organization, the Blood Curse Court, and has suffered heavy losses. If you agree to give Luckin to us, we will push the White Witch Association to support your proposal as soon as possible." Yuli Burns looked terrifying, staring at Gregor. You bunch of vultures." Gregor spread his hands. "It's just a fair deal. In addition, we have other forms of compensation. We are willing to make the greatest concessions for young wizards with level 3 potential. For example, we will give you 7 level 3 wizard candidates from Verdun University for free. Of course, these are all candidates that meet your Lilith Cottage's standards for wizard potential. Here's the list. Loken and Roan saw their names clearly on the list, and they were placed at the very front. Obviously, they are the best candidates among the level 3 wizard potentials. They have become tools for Verdun University to exchange Loken with Lilith Cottage. Roan was furious and whispered to Loken, "How can they do this? Verdun University is the best wizard organization. Lilith's Cottage is at least 2 levels below Verdun University." Locke shrugged and said nothing. Being the best doesn't always mean being the most suitable. Verdun University is large, with many excellent magic departments, as well as some less impressive ones. So, entering Verdun University isn't necessarily a good thing. The magic specialties that Verdun University excels in are not related to these two. On the contrary, especially Locke and Roan, seem to be considered by the university's admissions officers as the best candidates for Lilith's Cottage. So, their joining Lilith's Cottage might not be a bad thing. However, Locke glanced briefly at the university's admissions officer and Loken beside him, feeling a little annoyed. He is not just a tool to be used for others' convenience. But without becoming a formal wizard, he has no real say. So, he can only stay silent for now. When he becomes a formal wizard in the future, he will have the right to criticize this matter again. Yuli Burns from Lilith's Cottage had a gloomy face. She spoke a few words to a ring she wore, which was embedded with an emerald-like gemstone, after receiving confirmation that she was officially recognized as a wizard of Lilith's Cottage. Only then did Yuli Burns look displeased at Gregor. Deal is done. She didn't wait for Gregor's response, but turned her gaze to Locke, Roan, and the other 5. Follow me from now on. In 10 days, the wizard ship will arrive in the area where Lilith's Cottage is located. At noon in 10 days, meet on the deck. Yuli glared angrily at Loken, who still had a faint smile on her face, and said, "Lilith's Cottage is not a place where some people can come and go as they please. I hope some people won't regret it later." Loken put away her smile and nervously lowered her head, saying, "Sorry, Teacher Yuli." Yuli Burns didn't listen to her explanation. She turned and left immediately, heading to find the wizard candidates originally belonging to their Lilith's Cottage. For Lilith's Cottage, this was undoubtedly a humiliation. Lowen sighed and whispered to Locke, "I didn't expect that as soon as we entered the wizard world, we'd encounter such strange problems. I hope Lily's Cottage won't cause us trouble." Next to Locke, the young wizards from Verdun University also looked worried. Locke could walk freely into Verdun University, but they had to enter Lily's Cottage as part of an exchange. Now, since Verdun University and Lily's Cottage are in conflict over this matter, they might be the ones to suffer the consequences. However, Locke was not so pessimistic. He said to Lowen, "There's no need to be so worried. Although we were trained at Verdun University, now that we've joined Lily's Cottage, we are part of Lily's Cottage. I believe we won't be treated unfairly. Otherwise, that would be unreasonable." Locke then asked, "I'm curious about the magic stones I owe Verdun University. How should we handle that now?" Lowen replied, "It should be transferred along with our new student agreement, moving the debt from Verdun University to Lily's Cottage. Also, Lily's Cottage is a fairly well-established wizard organization in the southeastern region. It's not necessarily a bad thing." After saying goodbye, Locke returned to his room to continue studying. With the pink gemstone, his mental strength could improve again. However, since he didn't have a purple crystal matrix, he couldn't constantly check his mental strength. 10 days later, the wizard's ship docked on the shore. The shore was a lush green plain, with rolling hills in the distance. When Locke stepped off the ship, he saw that the hills were covered with unknown purple-red flowers, and there were towns on those hills. The architecture of these towns was very different from that of the Kafu continent, more fantastical. Some towns had red brick walls and white buildings, bustling with activity. Others were mostly dark green, with trees and houses coexisting. In the port city where the ship docked, Locke saw some non-human races walking around in the harbor. For example, there is a dwarf pushing a small cart, a lizard man selling crawling animals on the street, and a tall female elf carrying a bow and quiver. Of course, in a port city, the majority of the population is still human. Yuli Burns stepped off the ship and stood in front of more than 30 young wizard apprentices. She said, "As you can see, the southeastern corner is a middle magic environment. Unlike the mortal world you come from, this place has many different races besides humans. Of course, humans still make up most of the population." Yuli Burns chuckled hoarsely and said, "Our Lily's Hut, as the largest organization selling magic potions nearby, welcomes everyone. We are very tolerant, so within our territory, there are many different races and even entire cities of different races. Some of our own members are non-human wizards. You should be prepared mentally. Coming from a low magic world to a middle magic world, you might find it hard to adapt at first, but don't worry, just get some rest." Yuli Burns continued, "Strictly speaking, you are already inside Lily's Hut now. Lily's Hut is an open wizard organization that welcomes most wizards to enter our territory. The nearby cities and towns are part of Lily's Hut. Our wizards live in wooden houses scattered across these places. Every year, we hold a large magic potion auction here. In Lily's Hut's territory, there are also many wandering wizards and apprentices who have been rejected or eliminated. They stay with us, renting land and shops. So, the area is mixed with different kinds of people. Be alert and careful not to be tricked. The organization does not handle such matters." Lockett keenly noticed the word, eliminated, used by Yuli Burns. She glanced over the more than 30 young apprentices who had just disembarked and knew nothing. Yuli Burns chuckled hoarsely. "Lily's Hut is not a charity. We train you and give you opportunities, but there are limits. Within 5 years, any apprentice who cannot advance to second-level wizard will be expelled from the organization. Look around this port city. There are some apprentices who have been rejected by the organization." Yuli Burns sneered. "Many apprentices who are about to be eliminated have no choice but to join dangerous experiments and become test subjects. Some wizard apprentices owe huge debts and have no hope in life, only able to slowly pay them off. But, for you, it's still too early. Now is your best chance," Yuli Burns said with a less smug smile. "I hope you quickly become second-class wizard apprentices. Only by becoming second-class wizard apprentices are you truly part of the academy and won't face elimination. Besides, as wizard prospects, once you join Lilith's Hut, each of you will be led by a formal wizard teacher. Of course, usually, the formal wizards are too busy to pay attention to you. The ones who will truly teach you are first-class wizard apprentices trained directly by the formal wizard teachers like me. Only second-class wizard apprentices are valuable enough to be taught directly by formal wizards. Additionally, you will have a schedule. There are 2 types of classes. One is the public course at Lilith's Hut, and the other is the course related to your magic category. Go to the designated place each week to attend the public classes, while the magic category courses are arranged freely by your wizard mentors," Yuli Burns said. "All right, that concludes the introduction and guidance. Those with level 5 and level 6 talent, follow me. The rest of the wizard prospects, refer to the information I gave you and find your mentors on your own. You should learn to be independent now." Yuli Burns muttered, "It took me more than half a month to complete this academy task. Really, I only earned 20 contribution points. What a loss. I need to save time and speed up this task. Next time, I won't take on new student mentor academy tasks." On the letter from Lon, it states, "The light magic branch of the Energy School, a first-rank wizard, a mentor at the Southeast Corner Domain Light Energy Society, Lilith Cottage Medical Wizard Mentor, and the inventor of the Dead Light Curse, Mr. Hamrick USS." The letter in Locke's hand reads, "The plant magic branch of the Life School, a first-rank wizard, Sophia Serafina." Lon looked puzzled and asked, "Why do I get a mentor with so many titles, while your mentor only has a simple first-rank wizard title?" Locke shrugged and said, "Who knows? Anyway, the official wizard title is the most valuable. Lon, I'll go to the place specified in the letter first." Lon also said goodbye to Locke. "All right. But from the situation, after we start school, we'll probably need to find our own place to live in Lilith Cottage's city. Maybe we should live together, so we can look out for each other. You and your 2 friends don't seem to be assigned to the same wizard academy, and neither am I. I don't trust others easily either." Locke nodded, saying, "Okay. When I return from Mentor Sophia, we'll meet again here." Patty stayed at Verdanidia University, but Cord was rejected by Verdanidia University and finally joined a small wizard organization called the Crow Roost Guild. This Crow Roost Guild, seems to have only one first-rank wizard and was recently established, lacking apprentices. So Locke agreed immediately. Living with Lon is also good for him, as it can ensure both their safety. Plus, Lon is trustworthy and not someone who easily spreads secrets, so Locke doesn't need to worry about exposing anything. Locke carried his luggage, held the recommendation letter, and crossed the port city of Lilith Cottage, heading toward a wooden house on the southwestern edge of the port city. Along the way, because he clearly was a wizard apprentice, no one dared to stop him. People on the street silently made way when they saw him. Being a wizard apprentice seems to be very prestigious here. Soon, Locke reached the edge of the port city, where he saw a few simple wooden houses standing in the fields ahead. These wooden houses are surrounded by a circle of pebbles. When Locke crossed over the pebble circle with the recommendation letter, the stamp on the top right corner suddenly glowed red, becoming hot and warm. Then Locke passed through the barrier and entered the house. Lily's house is part of an open wizard organization, so the buildings of this organization are spread out across different nearby cities. Without a special token, outsiders cannot enter these houses, nor can they approach or see inside. After crossing the pebble barrier, Locke realized that these small houses are actually very tall, with large interior spaces. Inside, there are many experiment tools and a lot of books. He looked at the house in the middle, which had a person inside. Through the open office door, he saw a young witch wearing single-lens glasses and a gray wizard hat, which was wrapped with a vine. She was sitting at a desk, using a feather quill to record a very complicated magic model. The witch wrote very quickly, finishing a detailed magic model diagram in about 3 minutes. Then she would toss it aside in frustration. Her desk was piled high with half-human-sized sheets of magic model diagrams. New little wizard apprentice, what brings you to my office? I am very busy right now, Sophia, the mentor, said without looking up. She continued drawing her magic model, her voice sounding very young, like she was in her early 20s, even a bit childish. Locke was a little surprised. He didn't expect that mentor Sophia was surprisingly easygoing. He took out the recommendation letter. Teacher Serafina, I am Locke Augustine, a new student at Lily's house this year. The academy assigned me to be your student. I am here to report. Sophia Serafina paused her feather quill and looked up. She revealed a very young face, looking somewhat surprised and amazed. She said, the academy actually assigned a student to me, but I haven't even signed a contract with the academy yet. Sophia cleared her throat and tried to appear authoritative as a wizard mentor and a senior wizard. It seemed she only now realized her own identity. She even cast a spell to change the color of a flower on her wizard hat's vine from pink to a more dignified white. Sophia waved her hand, and the recommendation letter in Locke's hand flew into hers. After a quick check, she said, this is indeed the seal of Lily's cottage. It seems they assigned you to me. Sophia muttered, it looks like the academy wants to keep me here. But, she looked at Locke and explained, all right, Locke Augustine. I've looked at your file. Your level 3 talent is average, but talent isn't everything. If you work hard, your future isn't fixed. Since I became a full wizard only a month ago, I don't have any first-level wizard apprentices under me, like your seniors. Sophia seemed a little guilty. So, for future classes, I will personally teach you. Is that okay? I helped teach many courses to first-level wizard apprentices when I was one myself, so I'm not completely new to this. Locke blinked, finally understanding why Rowan's recommendation letter had many titles, while his only had a simple first-level wizard title. It turned out that Sophia had only become a full wizard a month ago. In other words, Sophia was essentially a first-level wizard apprentice who had just become a full wizard. She wouldn't put on airs, and she didn't have any other first-level wizard apprentices to teach, so she had to do it herself. But this was good for Locke. Originally, only when he became a second-level wizard apprentice could he have a chance to meet a full wizard, and maybe see one a few times a year. Now, because of this special situation, every class was essentially taught by a full wizard. Locke saluted Sophia and said, I will listen to you. You are my teacher. Sophia's expression seemed a bit more relaxed. Yes, you are my first real student. But I thought the academy wouldn't assign me students within 10 years, so there are no extra dorms for you here, Locke said. Teacher Sophia, I can find a place to live in the port city. Teacher Sophia nodded. You don't need to be so formal. The Academy has a rule that you must become a second-class wizard apprentice within 5 years, or you will be expelled. For wizard apprentices with a talent level above 5, this is not a big worry. They usually become second-class apprentices within 2 or 3 years after enrolling. But don't worry too much. As long as you study hard, it won't be difficult to become a second-class wizard apprentice in 5 years. Teacher Sophia said, I looked at your schedule. Starting tomorrow, you will attend public courses, basic spell principles, basic magic theory, and basic rune writing. I will prepare your specialized course schedule today. If you have 500 magic stones, I recommend you buy a meditation technique from me. That will help you improve quickly. Locke didn't understand what a meditation technique was, but he knew his magic stones were currently at -20, so he honestly said, Teacher, I come from the human world across the sea. I don't have any magic stones. Teacher Sophia didn't show any special reaction, just started thinking seriously. Oh, I see. That makes it a bit more complicated. The meditation techniques I have are bound by contracts and can't be given freely. You would need to buy one from me. But it's okay. At this stage, most young wizards don't have magic stones to buy meditation techniques. They learn spells, accumulating mental power, to become second-class wizard apprentices through hard work. Teacher Sophia said, the difference between a second-class and a third-class wizard apprentice is that a second-class apprentice has at least 50 points of mental strength. Other than that, the difference isn't much. The first spell you'll learn is Vine Hand. Your secondary affinity is with the metal element. Locke asked, Teacher, is that strange? Teacher Sophia replied, not really. However, the metal element is usually quite rare. Teacher Sophia looked at Locke, showing interest in her first official student. I suspect you might have a special bloodline, because the affinity for the metal element is very uncommon. You can learn rare golden magic, but Lilith's Cottage does not have this type of magic. However, I do have some related collections. They just require a fee. Mentor Sophia said, how about spending 120 magic stones for a bloodline tracing test? You might get a pleasant surprise, and I can help you plan your learning path better. Locke was tempted, but knew he had no money right now. He just wanted to find a way to earn magic stones quickly. Helplessly, Locke shook his head. Teacher, I have no money. Mentor Sophia sighed. Students coming from across the sea find it really hard at first. Regarding the special bloodline Sophia mentioned, Locke thought of Count Augustine's words about the original owner's witch mother. Because Sophia is easygoing, Locke dared to ask her, Teacher, do you know how to earn magic stones? I also want to earn more magic stones to buy resources. Sophia looked at his profile and said, let me check for you. Let's see what you can do. There are many traps in Lilith's Cottage. For example, outside wizards or even wizards inside the cottage might offer you magic stones as loans, but only if you agree to be their test subject. Remember to refuse any related requests, no matter how convincing they seem. Mentor Sophia frowned. They rely on you, these young wizards, to trick you, she said. Taking on college tasks can earn contribution points and magic stones, but most of these tasks are dangerous for you. Things like patrolling the city, hunting magical creatures, or gathering magical materials. These are suitable for second-level wizard apprentices. Safer college tasks require some skills and wizard levels. Sophia thought for a moment. Or you could do manual labor, like helping a second-level or first-level wizard apprentice with simple, repetitive tasks involving magical materials. Before you boarded the wizard ship, did you help a second-level wizard apprentice complete a stone crab potion? Yes, teacher. But I only used the magic centrifugal extraction method to help him complete the basic work. Mentor Sophia smiled. A potion made by a second-level wizard apprentice. How complicated can it be? The hardest part is probably the magic centrifugal extraction method. This file is very interesting. It's not that you helped the apprentice make the crab potion, but rather that he helped you complete the potion. But the crab bloodline modification potion. I've heard of that notorious potion, which has many side effects. I didn't expect anyone to drink it. Those who do probably won't live long. Locke nodded because Professor Old indeed didn't have much time left. Mentor Sophia pointed to a small stool nearby and said, then you can move a stool and sit for a while. Later, I'll test your skill with the magic centrifugal extraction method. Right now, I'm designing a very complex potion-making process at the one-ring level, so don't disturb me. I am a one-ring alchemy potion maker. If you really master the magic centrifugal extraction method, I can give you some tasks. Later, I will pay you some magic stones as a reward. Locke didn't expect that a skill he learned on the Kafu continent could help him earn his first magic stones after entering the wizard world. Moreover, Locke realized that the process of potion making consumes a lot of specific high-level resources. And this is exactly where the Heretic Magic Cube is most helpful to him. Locke waited in Mentor Sophia's office for a full 2 hours before she was free to talk to him again. However, Locke didn't feel frustrated. After all, Sophia is a formal wizard. He believes that the young wizards who came to the southeastern region by boat, like him, haven't even seen a real wizard's robe. During these 2 hours, Locke didn't wait in vain. Although he couldn't understand the blueprints in Sophia's hands, he at least gained some knowledge and saw how complex a one-ring level potion can be. After 2.5 hours, Mentor Sophia picked up 5 glass bottles containing potions that separated specific bloodline essences using the magic centrifugal extraction method she had given Locke. She said, You're quite skilled." Sophia the witch looked at Locke and said, "Based on your status as a third-level apprentice wizard and your background, I would even say you are quite talented. Your magic fluctuations are more stable than those of most young wizards. This might be a special talent. Stable magic fluctuations mean you have a big advantage when making potions. From now on, I will let you handle the simpler parts of the separation and extraction work in my laboratory." Locke looked at his left hand. He knew that by using a deep blue gemstone, he could indeed make his magic fluctuations very low and stable. Sophia thought for a moment and said, "As a reward, I will pay you 3 magic stones every day. Is that okay with you?" "Yes, teacher. I will listen to you." Locke didn't know how much he could earn as an assistant, but he chose to trust Sophia. Because Sophia was a first circle witch and his mentor, she wouldn't cheat him on this. Even if she didn't pay him magic stones, Locke saw no reason to refuse. Being able to work with a real wizard on potion making was a rare opportunity. Even without pay, many people would be eager to do it. He was lucky to have this chance because the college assigned him to Sophia as a student, and he was her first student after she became a full wizard. Sophia nodded and said, "I calculated your pay based on the price for a second-level apprentice wizard's magic stones, which is quite fair. I know you're having a hard time now, so I will try to help you as much as I can within the rules. Also, I have approved a student loan for you. Please sign this contract." The loan is about 1,000 magic stones, to be repaid over 50 years with a very low interest rate of 0.5 point. Most student loans have an interest rate of 5 points over 50 years. This money can only be used for tuition. You won't get the magic stones directly. The money will go straight to the college. Otherwise, no one would normally give third-level apprentice wizards such a large loan. Locke looked at Sophia with some confusion. Sophia explained, "Studying at Lily's Cottage still costs money. You third-rate apprentice wizards are not fully part of Lily's Cottage yet. You are only paying to learn, and Lily's Cottage has given you a chance to study. Only second-rate apprentice wizards are considered fully part of the academy. Therefore, you need to pay tuition to Lily's Cottage every year, along with specific course fees. This fee is 100 magic stones annually," Wizard Sophia explained. Of course, 100 magic stones per year is already a discount. Otherwise, even a basic course would cost over 100 magic stones. This is a benefit provided by Lily's Cottage during these 5 years. Similarly, you also need to pay 100 magic stones each year to your wizard mentor as a reward for advanced courses. In total, over 5 years, you will pay 1,000 magic stones. Wizard Sophia adjusted her single-lens glasses and said, "Generally, talented wizards from abroad, or families unable to afford local fees, choose to take out loans from the academy." "Locke, do you have any magic stones?" Locke shook his head decisively. "I see now. I thought Lily's Cottage was giving me free lessons. So Lily's Cottage isn't a charity. They can't offer free classes. And even now, the discounts are quite significant." Sophia pointed to the contract on the table and said, "Then, sign this. This is the lowest interest loan contract I could find for you. Don't worry. I also signed similar contracts when I was starting out, and my interest rate was 5%. These details should have been explained by your new mentor, but it seems they chose to be lazy and didn't tell you." Sophia said, "So, I used my magic ring to contact the higher-ups at Lily's Cottage to punish the current batch of new mentors." "Really? The time of a true wizard is so precious, and I have to come here to explain this kind of thing. And if I didn't clarify, many of you might end up signing harsh contracts from outside the academy. Sophia tapped her finger on the table, dissatisfied. It's possible they deliberately didn't explain everything to you. Locke decided to sign the contract, believing that a real wizard wouldn't deceive him. I am feeling weaker in front of her, like a fragile baby or a mosquito. Locke remembered the wizard from the wizard's ship, the official wizard of the Four Seasons Garden. At that time, under his magical pressure, he felt as if his whole body was melting, even though the official wizard did not intend to target him, which Sophia saw Locke finish signing and then added her own signature to the contract. Because only with my name on the loan can the interest be so low, so I also need to sign my name. Locke felt a little touched. Teacher, thank you, which Sophia showed a gentle smile. You are my first student. I will naturally pay more attention. And for me, this is just a small favor. After all, 1,000 magic stones is a lot for you. But for me, that money is nothing, which Sophia said. I want to help you raise your mental strength to 50 points as soon as possible. I expect to make you a second-class apprentice wizard within 4 years. Starting tomorrow, come to me every day at 4 p.m. to learn the follow-up spells for Vine Hand, Green Cleansing Grab, and Poison Berry Shot. You also need to attend the 3 public classes. Additionally, I recently took on a batch of green potions. Using my magic centrifuge extraction method, help me extract at least 15 bottles of Tree Spirit Bloodline every day. Because which Sophia was very approachable, Locke asked directly, Teacher, what is the green potion? Which Sophia looked at Locke and explained. It's a type of first-level healing potion that can purify negative energy on the body. It's mainly used to cleanse curses from Black Witch's voodoo practices. It is the best special medicine in the southeast corner area for curses like decayed flesh, terror, and thousands of wounds. One of the main ingredients is the blood essence of forest spirit tree demons. Lilith's Cottage sells many magic potions, and I recently took on a task to purify curses like decayed flesh, so I am very busy lately. If there's nothing urgent, please don't disturb me outside of class hours. I can only spare 1 hour each day to teach you. Which Sophia stood up and walked to the door. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, turned back, and handed Locke a set of keys. These are the keys to my magical creature breeding room. I was planning to assign a long-term task to a second-class wizard apprentice to help me feed the magical creatures and manage the potion materials inside. Now that you're here, you'll be responsible for it from now on. In the breeding room, there is a manual. Just follow the instructions on how to feed the creatures. You will also learn a skill. Feeding magical creatures is relatively simple. Once you get the hang of it, you'll also be responsible for my magical plant room and its plants, which Sophia advised. For now, in the breeding room, just focus on that tree spirit. No matter what it says to you, don't listen. If you release her, you will die. I'm not joking. Locke nodded seriously. Understood, teacher. Oh, and teacher, I want to buy some mandrake vine seeds from you. Sophia waved her hand. I'm busy now. If you want mandrake vines, those discarded ones are hard to sell now. I can give you some. I still have about 100 of them. These are leftovers from a previous experiment. I have no particular opinion on the magic plants you choose. Anyway, the Vine Hand series of spells, you will learn them eventually. So, I don't think you need to change your magic plants. Those are just basic magic spells used before more advanced magic. It doesn't matter much which type of magic vine you use. Of course, that's just my personal opinion. Locke listened and nodded. Clearly, Sophia and the first-class wizard apprentices on the wizard ship had very different views on this. Of course, this difference was based on their different levels and perspectives. In Sophia's eyes, the Vine Hand series of spells was just for learning, mainly to improve mental strength and increase the wizard's level. Chasing better magic vines was a waste of time. But for those wizard apprentices, seeking better magic vines could improve spell effects, and the difference was significant. Locke didn't mind much. He didn't need to change it. He could just use the 100 mandala vines given to him by the witch Sophia to combine. With 100, he should be able to make a level 5 mandala vine. He wasn't sure what a level 5 mandala vine looked like, but even if it didn't have special effects, it would definitely perform better than a level 1. Based on past experience, normal combination formulas usually improve the item in some way. If luck was on his side and he found a special formula, it would be even more different. In the afternoon, while Sophia was busy, Locke took the key and entered the magical creature breeding room. He used the key to open the wooden door, hung the key on a nail as instructed, and looked inside the cabin. From outside, it looked like a small wooden house, but inside, it was as big as a football field. The air was filled with the smell of mixed magical creature feed. There were different sections: stables for horses, pens for cows, and iron cages holding mysterious creatures. Some cages were as tall as a person, some hung in the air, and many were covered with black cloth, hiding what was inside. Locke only glanced around briefly and was amazed. Some horses had bright red manes that looked like flames, while others had brown manes that sparkled like lightning. There was a large eagle with feathers like iron plates, a giant frog 1.5 meters long with icy-looking bumps on its skin, and a frog with a tongue covered in dense blood vessels, looking very strange. Old flame horse subspecies lightning horse, iron feather eagle, and frost throat giant frog. Locke looked at the manual in his hand and gradually understood the types of magical creatures. For example, the old flame horse needs to be fed with crushed magic stones mixed with lava and wheat flour. The cage holding the frost throat giant frog must be checked daily to ensure enough ice blocks are inside, because its blood is an important ingredient for making fireproof potions. Its eyeballs can also be used as magical components for frost magic in the Plastic Energy School. Locke watched with great interest, mainly because this was his first time seeing so many strange and wonderful magical creatures. He also knew that these creatures were basic knowledge in the wizarding world and would be the foundation for his future learning and creating magic. He knew he couldn't learn everything in one day, but he was patient enough to remember each of them carefully. Following the instructions in the manual, Locke gradually fed the magical creatures inside the wooden house. Suddenly, he saw a faint glow ahead, like a bright light shining in the dark night. He looked up and saw that the black cloth covering the deepest part of the wooden house's iron cage had fallen to the ground, revealing the creature inside. Inside the cage was a human girl with blonde hair. She was holding her chest and private parts, looking at Locke with a mix of fear and shyness. She was crying softly, looking adorable and helpless. "Help me, please help me. That witch is a pervert. She's a devil. Look what she did to me. Please, save me, help me. The witch named Sophia captured me, a young girl, and is using me for evil experiments. Please, if you open this cage, I will do anything you ask." Locke remained calm as he approached the cage, ignoring the frightened girl as if she were nothing special. He picked up the manual hanging on the cage and started reading. Tree Spirit, Child of the Forest, has a passive ability called Charm of Humans with a 0.7 chance, which can fully enchant and alter the perception of ordinary humans. Extremely dangerous. Long-term conversation with a tree spirit can cause even wizard apprentices to gradually lose their understanding of reality. Therefore, it is not recommended to talk with them for too long. The blood of the tree spirit is an important ingredient for many medicines. Feed it a drop of dew daily and absolutely avoid talking to it during the process. Locke opened a can of dew, scooped some out with a wooden spoon, and placed it into an iron basin inside the cage. In the next moment, the human girl slammed against the cage, roaring angrily like a beast. At the same time, her milk-white skin turned into a rough, black, toad-like skin full of bumps. Her appearance changed drastically, like a rotten, dried-up old tree stump, no longer resembling a beautiful human. Her hair turned into withered branches, and her face was filled with a look of hatred. "Humans, when I get out, I will personally tear out your heart. Just wait for me. Don't go, don't go." After finishing her last task, Locke turned and walked out of the wooden house. It must be said, the world of wizards is indeed very dangerous. Even simple tasks like feeding require great care. One mistake could put your life at risk. 1 week later, in the dwarf alley of the port city near Lily's small house, Locke and Ruan rented 2 rooms. This was mainly because the owner of the dwarf alley, a stonemason dwarf blacksmith, offered many free housing options to young wizards from overseas and to poorer local wizard apprentices. The entrance to the dwarf alley was marked by a large black iron 3-legged furnace statue with burning coals inside. Living here made things much easier. The street provided free services from the dwarves, including food, accommodation, and daily supplies. As wizard apprentices, Locke and Ruan were just ordinary students at Lily's small house. But in the eyes of ordinary people in this city, where the wizard organization was based, they were considered important figures. Treating these wizard apprentices well could bring hidden economic benefits to the dwarves. There seemed to be some secret rules and underground deals involved, but Locke, who was eager to learn, didn't bother to figure them out. Locke heard a knocking at the door. He pushed open the wooden door of his house and saw a male dwarf, only half his height. The dwarf wore blue overalls and held a large bag of milk, some eggs, and 2 slices of honey and milk bread. The dwarf's servant respectfully saluted Locke and said, "Master Augustine, this is breakfast sent by the stonemason blacksmith. If you need anything, please let us know. The dwarf alley welcomes you." Locke took the breakfast without showing any emotion. "Let's leave it at that. In the afternoon, I need someone to help me clean my residence. But remember, do not enter my study, as there are very dangerous things inside." The dwarf's servant quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Augustine." Locke closed the door. After finishing his breakfast, he sat on a fabric sofa in his study and looked at the several pots of mandrake vines on the floor. These mandrake vines were all gifts from his mentor, Sophia. To create one level 4 mandrake vine, he needed 27 ordinary mandrake pots. To create one level 5 mandrake vine, he needed 81 ordinary mandrake pots. Honestly, if he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Sophia, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many mandrake vines in such a short time. It shows that even with the heretic synthesis cube, magic still requires a lot of resources. But the rewards are also very good. Locke looked at a level 4 mandrake vine in front of him. It was larger than a normal mandrake vine, with deep purple scales covering its surface. According to the description, this type of mandrake vine is called a super mandrake vine, which has improved overall functions. During his 2 days of free time, he tested and found that the super mandrake vine's performance was even better than what the book said about tifro root vines. But this wasn't his biggest achievement of the week. With a slight thought, the hidden invisible mandrake vine on his right arm appeared automatically. It took 81 ordinary mandrake pots to create the level 5 mandrake vine, which now had a special synthesis formula, resulting in an invisible mandrake vine. The invisible mandrake vine has all the features and abilities of the super mandrake vine, but also has invisibility. This means his magical plant now has a passive invisibility spell. This will give him a huge advantage in battle. With the invisible mandrake vine, the strength of his vine hand will reach levels that ordinary 3rd-level wizard apprentices cannot achieve. Moreover, this will strengthen all the spells related to my vine hand series in the future. Locke was in his study, recording relevant data. Currently, the mandrake vines are not very valuable, but a pot of ordinary mandrake vines costs about 1 magic stone. Teacher Sophia thinks these things are useless to her. If I don't want them, she will just toss them away to save space, so she gave them to me. Otherwise, the total value of the mandrake vine pots she gave me would be at least over 100 magic stones. Locke looked at the level 5 mandrake vine wrapped around his right hand, feeling a bit amazed. Learning magic really costs a lot, he thought. And it's not just about money. Since mandrake vines are already outdated, it's hard for me to buy so many. It's because Teacher Sophia has a project that needs so many mandrake vines. Otherwise, I would have to try growing them myself. That would take about a year. Getting a level 5 mandrake vine so quickly this time was just good luck. Locke looked at the invisible mandrake vine on his right arm. Because my magic plant has upgraded, my mental strength has also increased. This magic plant should support me until I reach the 2nd-level wizard apprentice stage. Then I won't need to replace my magic vine with tifro root vine. After the public classes, I will go to Teacher Sophia's office and test my mental strength using her amethyst matrix, which Sophia agreed to let Locke use some of the safer items in her office. One of them was the amethyst matrix for testing mental strength. In recent days, through his conversations with Lauren, Locke learned that not all wizard mentors are as generous as Witch Sophia. Most wizard apprentices, besides himself, have to pay 5 magic stones to borrow the amethyst matrix once. Even when using the amethyst matrix, there is no magic resource consumption. Locke looked at the super mandrake vine pot on the ground. If I sell this super mandrake vine, I could earn about 50 magic stones, and because its performance is better than tifro root vine, I definitely won't have trouble selling it. But if I really do that, I would be risking my life. Locke thought carefully. If I use it myself, that's one thing. First, others won't understand the details. Second, they'll just think it's my teacher, which Sophia's work, and won't say much. My teacher also wouldn't reveal my details publicly. But if I, a third-level apprentice wizard, suddenly sell such a reinforced mandrake vine, many wizards might try to find out my secret. Locke tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, even if I want to sell it, I need to have a higher wizard level and learn the magical plant breeding course to become a. Then, when I sell it, others will think I'm a talented. Fortunately, my teacher, which Sophia, is also a first level. A is a wizard who specializes in growing special magical plants. In plant magic, many special magical plants are needed as materials for spells. Different plants can make the same magic spell more powerful. So, breeding is a common wizard profession. The improvement of the Typhler root vine was done by a first level at the Holly Tower 50 years ago. Since then, the Typhler root vine has replaced the mandrake vine and become one of the favorite magical plants for beginner wizards. Locke set a goal in his mind, to become a. Then I can openly sell the super magical plants I create. Also, continuing to be which Sophia's assistant in potion making will help me learn some skills. Most importantly, I need to become a second-level apprentice wizard as soon as possible. Only then will I avoid being eliminated by the academy. And only as a second-level apprentice wizard can I truly be considered a wizard of Lily's Cottage. Locke looked at the gift from the dwarf stone sent to him. An exquisite mechanical clock. There's an hour left before my basic runes course. I should leave immediately. The public courses at Lily's Cottage are better than I expected. If I don't go early, I might not get a good spot. The public classroom at Lilith's Cottage is located in the heart of the port city. It is run by different official wizards and first-level wizard apprentices who take turns teaching. Most of the time, a first-level wizard apprentice teaches, but occasionally, an official wizard will give a lesson. Although their teaching is often careless, this is usually the only chance for many wizard apprentices to see an official wizard in person. Unlike Sophia the Witch, who has only herself as a student, other official wizards in the academy have many students. Usually, third-level wizard apprentices do not get to meet their official wizard mentors. The wooden houses in the central area of the port city are part of Lilith's Cottage's public classroom zone. Inside one of these houses, the official wizard Urian Rich is giving a lecture from the podium. He wears a silver-embroidered wizard robe, and behind him floats a wizard's stone tablet, which looks like a screen suspended in the air. Urian Rich, a formal wizard specializing in ice magic within the energy shaping school, is explaining the basics of rune principles. Runes and language are fundamental to mysticism. They are not everything, but they are very important. You have all studied many ancient languages, which form the basis of basic runic knowledge. However, basic runic studies are more complex than what you have learned before. My main goal in this course is to teach you children the basic runic words for the 4 fundamental magic types: wind, water, fire, and earth. Once you learn these 4 basic runic languages, understanding and learning other magic runic principles will become much easier. So, this is basically the foundation of being a wizard. Some wizard apprentices are eager to quickly become second-level apprentices and may recklessly increase their mental power, forgetting to solidify their basics. In the end, their progress often isn't very good. Urian Rich speaks in a calm, indifferent tone. He doesn't seem very concerned about whether students can keep up with his pace. Most of the time, he just mechanically reads from his textbook. His words are almost identical to the text, with only occasional brief explanations when he feels like it. If it weren't for Lily's Cottage, the official wizards who are required to take turns teaching would have to teach themselves. Probably, Urian Rich would even ask students to study directly from their textbooks. Urian Rich was speaking at the podium, while Locke was busy writing down key points at his seat. Some details he remembered didn't make sense immediately, so he needed to review and think about them carefully later. If there were parts he didn't understand right away, he could ask Teacher Sophia. Teacher Sophia usually understood exactly where he was confused or lacked knowledge, and she would give him a book to read and learn from. Locke looked around the classroom. Because Urian Rich spoke quickly and not very carefully, most of the young wizards in Lily's Cottage couldn't keep up. Only a few of them fully understood. These are the students with level 5 and level 6 wizard qualifications. They learn much faster than Locke and Rowan. After one class, Rowan, sitting next to Locke, was already feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Not only him, but some other young wizards around him looked distracted because they couldn't keep up. Some secretly whispered during class, "It's okay if you don't understand everything. To become a second-class wizard, you just need to learn more spells and reach 50 points in mental strength. It's not a big deal if you don't do well in basic rune lessons. I heard many seniors and juniors failed this course. We're already wizards, so why worry about failing exams?" Locke glanced at the speaker. He remembered this young wizard had level 2 qualifications. Indeed, failing the basic rune course doesn't directly stop someone from becoming a second-class wizard apprentice, but it does affect their ability to learn and build their own magic framework. From the first week of school, the class has already become very divided, Locke realized. Those who aim to become official wizards must learn the basics well. Otherwise, in the future, when I try to learn magic models, I'll only be following others and studying their research and well-developed models. On the podium, Julian Rich heard the bell signaling the end of class outside Lily's cottage. Without a word of politeness, he closed his textbook and turned to leave towards the church. The apprentices were not given many chances to ask questions. The public lessons at Lilith's hut felt more like a benefit, and the mentors didn't really care about the students' grades. Whether you listened or not, understood or not, it didn't matter because it had nothing to do with them. After class, many apprentices took the opportunity to approach those with level 5 and level 6 talent, seeking their notes and explanations. Of course, they usually had to pay 1 or 2 magic stones. I really envy those talented students. They can earn magic stones just by sitting still, Rowan said, watching a group of apprentices gather around a student named Everett Levi, asking questions eagerly. Everett Levi has level 6 talent, with a strong affinity for wood magic, just like Locke. He is one of the most talented young wizards in this batch. From the first day of school, he received special attention and was heavily nurtured by Lilith's hut. Unlike Locke and others, apprentices with such talent, even if only at the 3rd level, are considered part of the inner circle by the college. Rowan sighed with envy. But Locke, you're lucky too. Your mentor only has you as a student, so you can ask her questions whenever you want. Even Everett Levi doesn't have the privilege of constant guidance from a full-fledged wizard. I heard he only met his mentor a few times, Rowan said to Locke. And I'm even worse off. I haven't seen Professor Hamrick USS since I started school. I'm only mentored by a 2nd-level wizard apprentice. Locke shrugged. That's just how the college assigns things. Maybe I should talk to Professor Sophia and see if she can bring you over, Locke teased playfully, though he wouldn't actually do such a reckless thing. Just joking among friends. Full-fledged wizards are not someone you can boss around. Rowan quickly waved his hands. No. If I did that, I'd offend Professor Hamrick USS. Even though I haven't met him, I wouldn't dare offend him. At Lilith's hut, he has many students. Almost all wizards specializing in light magic have learned from him at some point. Pierre sat at a table in front of the two of them. He was Locke and Ruan's neighbor in the Dwarf Alley, a local from the southeastern district. His family was quite ordinary. His parents were simple merchants, so he also lived in Dwarf Alley. Pierre's wizard talent level is 4. He turned to look at Locke and Ruan. I've checked. Locke, your teacher, Lady Sophia, became a full wizard within the last 6 months. So, a few months ago, she was still a student at this academy. The academy probably arranged for you to become her student by chance. You're really lucky. Locke, when you go back, after listening to Lady Sophia's private lessons, could you share your notes with me? I didn't understand some parts in class. Of course. As usual, I will pay you with a magic stone. Locke nodded. Sure, Pierre. It's just copying notes, after all. As for Ruan, Locke exchanged a look with him. Their relationship was a bit better now, and Ruan was also from the mortal world overseas, without a magic stone. It was difficult for him. So Locke had been lending him his notes for free, just for one night, and he would return them the next day. It was a simple favor that didn't bother Locke, so he didn't mind doing it. 1 year later, in the Dwarf Alley, inside the house Locke and Ruan rented together, Locke was wearing a pair of rubber gloves. He grabbed a dart frog inside a glass jar and used tools to crush it completely into mud. Then he added a blue-ringed octopus, crushing it and mixing it with the frog's remains. Next, Locke added castor beans, crushing them before pouring the mixture into a glass container engraved with 21 Ogun tree symbols. Locke sat on the ground and began reciting a spell to the container. Knifers, knifers, as he chanted. The 21 Ogun tree symbols lit up one by one, extracting a special substance from the mixture and evaporating the waste. This was a trick from the plant magic branch of the life school, an important step in the poison berries launching process. Locke was very careful. Following teacher Sophia's warning, he knew that even a small mistake could cause toxins to leak out, harming nearby living beings. Magic poison is a type of toxin that naturally persists in the environment and is hard to remove on its own. Additionally, using rituals and magic to mix toxins from plants and animals in the environment to create supernatural magic poison is very dangerous. If any step goes wrong, it could cause a magical backlash. Failure is the safest outcome. Teacher Sophia once told him that in Lily's cabin, there was a third-level apprentice who was learning this spell. Because he miswrote the angle of an Ogun tree rune, the mixed poison exploded, and the apprentice was disfigured. The semi-finished magic poison remained in his skin forever due to the explosion. Among all magic models, the poisonberry ejection spell is quite dangerous but also powerful. Therefore, it requires long-term study and repeated practice, and should not be attempted rashly. Locke looked at the 10 rings on his hand. 5 new deep blue jade rings were stabilizing his magic power, while the other 5 navy blue jade rings were transferring magic energy to him, helping to compensate for the flaws in his ability to cast the poison berry ejection spell. With the help of these jade rings, he dared to try to complete this 0.4 level trick, even after only a year of learning. As time passed, the mixture in the glass container in Locke's hand had completely evaporated, leaving only a single drop of clear, light purple liquid. Locke glanced at the mechanical clock in his room. An hour had passed. By now, his magic power was completely drained. If he were an ordinary apprentice, he would have to stop here because he had no magic left. Continuing would only cause him to lose control and be harmed by magical backlash. But at this moment, Locke activated the 5 navy blue jade rings on his right hand. The 50 points of magic stored inside them gradually returned to his body. After replenishing his magic, Locke opened the glass container and made the mandrake vines on his right hand appear. Carefully, he dropped the shimmering, light purple liquid onto the leaves of the invisible mandrake vines. Suddenly, the invisible mandala vine reacted, appearing to be in great pain. All its branches and leaves trembled, and 21 Ogun runes appeared on its surface. About 10 minutes later, the vine's reaction faded, and the Ogun runes on its surface gradually disappeared. Between its branches and leaves, small purple berries, like raspberries, appeared. At the same time, inside Locke's mind, a new spell model emerged. This model was made up of 21 Ogun runes. The spell's strength was 0.4 circles. It even exceeded the strength of Professor Old's bloodline modification on the stone crab on the Kafu continent, which was only 0.3 circles. Locke took a deep breath. He looked at his hands, where 5 deep blue gem stones were cracked and useless. The 5 navy blue gems also had many cracks, and they seemed to be broken too. But the effort was worth it for the gain. He had completed the poison berry shot. At the same time, because of completing this spell, Locke felt his mental power greatly increased. He thought of a spell, recited a chant, and used his remaining magic power. Suddenly, the responding invisible mandala vine appeared in his hand. About 5 light purple berries shot toward a small calf locked in a cage in his room. Bang, 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 the 5 purple berries hit the calf, shattered instantly, releasing liquid and toxic gas. The calf couldn't even last a second and collapsed to the ground. This calf was about the size of an adult human. Locke took out his dissection tools, quickly opened the cage, and began dissecting the calf to assess the damage caused by his poison berry shot. Purple net-like patterns appeared on the skin, with bruises underneath. There is black mucus in the nostrils and mouth. This is caused by damage to the nervous system and blood vessels inside the body. The heart, liver, and kidneys show signs of severe necrosis, like tofu that has gone bad. This is even more powerful than the toxins described in books for poisonberry shots. Ordinary poison berries only severely damage nerves, but my spell's toxin causes comprehensive failure inside the target. Locke thought carefully. The magical poison I created with the toxin from the poison berry shot instantly damaged this calf's nerves and blood vessels, and also caused irreversible damage to its internal organs. I believe I combined the bodies of a blue-ringed octopus, castor bean, and arrow poison frog. All three are level 5. Although there was no special recipe for synthesis, they were just ordinary level 5 items. Still, repeatedly combining them strengthened their basic toxicity. The toxin in the poison berry shot is determined by these magical ritual materials. This means that the toxin I applied to the invisible mandrake vine with the poison berry shot has exceeded the original expected effect of the spell. I think the power of this spell has probably surpassed the standard level 0.4, reaching level 0.5. All the materials for this magic process were synthesized into a level 5 by my hieratic cube, which enhanced it artificially. So, it shouldn't be the same strength as using ordinary materials. I realized that after completing this spell, I felt a leap in my mental strength. That's the reason. The more powerful my spell, the more my mental strength increases. Locke sat down, took out a pink gemstone, and began absorbing the red mist inside it. Based on his experience over the past year, this was currently the best effect for absorbing this special red mist. After an hour, the pink gemstone turned back to a normal white gem, and Locke's mental strength reached its current maximum. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a blue light. Including the green purge grab, I have completed 3 spell models, especially the poison berry shot, which exceeded my expectations. It might even double the speed of my mental strength growth. I originally planned to become a second-class wizard apprentice in 2 years, but now I'm not sure. I don't know if my mental strength has reached 50. I should borrow a purple crystal matrix from teacher Sophia to test it. Over the past year, I completed the 3 main public courses and received many personalized lessons from teacher Sophia. It can be said that I have improved a lot during this year. If I had met my past self a year ago, I probably would have been defeated in just 1 move. Locke thought to himself and recited the spell for green tendril grasping. Instantly, the invisible tendrils of his right hand began to move quickly. Instead of branching out like normal vines, the tendrils' leaves and branches grew rapidly, wrapping forward to form a shield. Green tendril grasping is a supportive spell that enhances the vine hand. It's not very difficult, so Locke learned it over half a year ago. This spell can control enemies or create vine shields and walls, providing some protection. It is a helpful spell. Now that Locke has 4 spells, his magic pool has become much larger, which is very useful in battles. After telling the dwarf waiter to clean his room, Locke left. Over the past year, he still hasn't escaped the poverty caused by lack of magic stones. He couldn't help it. Most of his energy was spent on improving his magic power and learning 2 spells. The rest was dedicated to the 3 main public courses and teacher Sophia's lessons. He simply didn't have the energy for anything else. Moreover, for a 3rd-class wizard apprentice, selling special plants, seeds, or crafted gems is too risky. It's easy for others to see through these activities. That's why Locke was eager to become a 2nd-class wizard apprentice and learn about magical plant breeding from teacher Sophia. During this year at Lily's cottage, Locke gradually understood some things. Being a 3rd-class wizard apprentice only makes him slightly better than an ordinary person and doesn't allow him to do much. It's not very valuable to the academy. But a 2nd-class wizard apprentice is different. A 2nd-class apprentice can do some work for the academy, like maintaining magical resources, helping with repairs, assisting their mentor, working as a potion assistant, or a breeding assistant. The 1st-class wizard apprentices, in Lilith's cabin, or even in some independent laboratories, are already capable of working independently in many fields and creating profitable results. Therefore, from the start as a 1st-class apprentice, they are considered members of Lilith's cabin. 2nd-class wizard apprentices form the solid foundation of Lilith's cabin. At noon, Locke hurried to his mentor's cabin. Along the way, he saw many unfamiliar wizard apprentices in the dwarf street. He thought for a moment and realized what these people were doing. They were probably those who sold various loan contracts to young wizards eager to become 2nd-class apprentices. After spending a year together, Locke understood that if the black wizard world is like slavery and primitive society, then the white wizard society is like a capitalist society. In Lilith City, patrol teams enforce laws to prevent fights among apprentices and prohibit wizards from using magic to harm ordinary humans. However, all kinds of trading are not banned. This means that wizard apprentices can easily use their status and wealth to force ordinary people to sign contracts and become their test subjects. Higher-level apprentices can also use their information and financial advantages to pressure young wizards into signing unfair contracts. At the entrance of the street, a tall second-class wizard apprentice blocked Locke's way. The apprentice was very tall and thin. "Hello, Junior. I noticed you're looking for magic stones. I have a job that I think is perfect for you. You can get 2 magic stones every day, and the pay is good." Locke frowned. "What do I need to do?" The second-class apprentice smiled and said, "You don't need to do much, and it might even be good for you. This is a mental strength enhancement potion made by my senior, a first-class wizard apprentice. It's called Ongron Potion. It has passed animal tests and is now looking for volunteer wizard apprentices. As long as you take this potion once a day as required for 7 days, we can pay you a total of 14 magic stones. Plus, your mental strength will definitely improve during this process." Locke asked, "How much can it increase?" This second-class wizard apprentice thought that Locke was interested and immediately focused his mental energy, saying, "This is a new type of mental strength enhancement potion. We don't know its exact effects yet, but it can definitely speed up your progress to become a second-class wizard apprentice. Augustine, your talent is only level 3. With this speed, you might not become a second-class wizard apprentice within 5 years to meet the college's requirements. I think this is a good opportunity." Locke nodded. "Oh, that's good, but I don't need it." After saying that, Locke simply walked away. The second-class wizard apprentice thought Locke was about to sign a contract, and they had even prepared the paperwork. But unexpectedly, Locke just left. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, but he only glanced at Locke. "New student. Forget it. There's no point arguing with him. Senior Ongron gave me funding for each test subject. 10 magic stones per day. As long as I find a test subject, I can earn 8 more magic stones daily. That way, I can buy the resources I need recently." He turned his gaze back to the street, eyes spinning. A year has passed, and some 6th-level and a few 5th-level talented wizards have become second-class apprentices. After all, those people are naturally gifted. Some apprentices are starting to get anxious. Finding a wizard talent willing to be a test subject isn't hard. Meanwhile, after leaving the dwarf street, Locke's expression was cold. He knew the second-class wizard apprentice had lied. That apprentice thought he didn't understand this area of knowledge. But having been Sophia's assistant for a year, Locke knew that before a new potion is given to a wizard apprentice, it must undergo extensive animal testing to confirm its effects. Then, it must be tested on ordinary humans, and only afterward on wizard apprentices. The difference between ordinary humans and wizard apprentices is very small. If a potion can pass human testing, even if it has side effects, they won't be severe, and the side effects are usually well understood. Therefore, such potions are often purchased by wizard apprentices themselves. It seems that the apprentice wizard named Ongron skipped human experiments to save time, moving directly from animal tests to experiments using apprentice wizards. That's why he needs to pay magical stones to willing apprentice wizards. However, such potions likely have serious side effects, and even the supposed boost to mental strength might not be real. Therefore, I definitely won't sign such a contract. It's a trap. If any apprentice wizard signs that kind of contract, their life could be ruined. Locke has decided that tonight, he will tell Rowan and Pierre not to agree to such contracts. He quickened his pace. If he guessed correctly, his mental strength has already reached the standard for a second-class apprentice wizard. He needs to find Mentor Sophia to record his progress and claim the Academy's reward. Also, the benefits and requirements for a second-class apprentice wizard at Lily's Cottage are very different from those for a third-class apprentice wizard. In Mentor Sophia's office, Locke placed both hands on the purple crystal matrix. Soon, a number 53 appeared above it. His eyes widened. He was right. He had already reached the level of a second-class apprentice wizard. After a year, I've become a second-class apprentice wizard, Locke thought. My learning speed is probably between level 5 and level 6 talent. But as long as I find more synthesis formulas and solve the source of magic stones, I believe my learning speed can improve. Over the past year, Locke worked as Mentor Sophia's assistant every day, earning a total of 1,000 magic stones. But after learning 2 spells and paying for daily experiments, he only had 800 magic stones left. He had saved those 800 stones through careful saving. Locke planned to use 500 of those stones to buy a meditation method. Becoming a first-class apprentice wizard is almost impossible without a meditation method. The gap between third-class and second-class apprentice wizards is small enough to learn spells and boost mental strength forcibly, but the difference between second and first class is too big. If I don't use meditation techniques, with my average to below average wizard talent, it might take me a lifetime to become a first-class wizard apprentice. The remaining 300 magic stones, I will see if I can gather enough to buy a magic plant breeding course from teacher Sophia. Because I don't have many magic stones, I don't dare to take extra courses in public classes. For example, local wizard apprentices often spend money on private advanced courses, like magic circuit flaw detection, where experienced wizards and first-class apprentices help check for defects in your magic circuits to improve your magic channels. Some wealthy local wizard apprentices even study pet magic or basic potion courses to gain special skills. I also thought about creating magic stones through synthesis to solve my shortage, but when I tried to put a magic stone into the heretic cube, I was told the synthesis level was too high. So, I know that with my current level cap, I can't synthesize magic stones. For some reason, the synthesis level for magic stones seems especially high. I heard footsteps approaching, and I quickly stepped outside. I saw teacher Sophia supporting a young wizard who was half covered in black, rotten mud. This young wizard's robe bore the emblem of the Wintergreen Tower. He must be a formal wizard from the Wintergreen Tower. Teacher Sophia helped him and sighed. Really, Wesley Durant, you're already a member of the Wintergreen Tower. You are someone with status. Yet, you still have private duels with dark wizards. You're crazy. The curses from the Blood Curse Court are strange and dangerous. Luckily, you were near Lilith's cabin this time. If it had been somewhere else, you might have been killed by the Curse of Wounds. Wesley Durant's face was pale. This is the Curse of Wounds. Fortunately, I have a friend like you at Lilith's cabin. Thank you, Sophia. You're always so kind. Back when we were traveling to the academy in the wizard convoy, you helped me a lot. Teacher Sophia sighed helplessly. That's because we're friends from the same time. Currently, among the same group of wizard apprentices, only a few of us have become official wizards. However, you must pay me the appropriate fee for healing your injuries. Wesley Durant said, no problem, which Sophia noticed Locke Augustine standing nearby. She cast a spell, changing the vines on her wizard hat from pink to white. Her face gained a look of authority, and she quietly told Wesley Durant, be quiet. My student is here. Wesley Durant looked at Locke, and his expression immediately became serious and emotionless, adding a sense of authority, which Sophia was a bit impatient with Locke. She asked, Locke, why are you here at this time? There are still 3 hours before class. I'm busy right now. If there's nothing important, don't bother me. After hesitating, Locke said, to which Sophia, Teacher, I want to tell you that my mental strength is now at 53. It was tested using your amethyst matrix. I also completed the toxin berry shooting and green grab skills. Hearing this, which Sophia's slight impatience disappeared, and she looked at Locke with surprise, examining him carefully. She didn't need to rely on the amethyst matrix, like a first-class apprentice, to measure a wizard apprentice's mental strength. After checking, which Sophia almost believed Locke's words, she was a bit surprised. Your growth rate exceeded my expectations. Locke, my original plan was for you to become a second-class wizard apprentice in 4 years, but you've done it in just 1 year. And your speed in building the toxin berry shooting skill is only a third of what I predicted. Which Sophia looked at Locke with more respect. You must have some special talent. Sometimes, such things happen. After all, the methods for testing wizard talent are constantly improving. But even with detailed checks, it's impossible to fully understand a person's talent. So, sometimes, some talents slip through the cracks. From what I see, your actual wizard talent should be much higher than the college has rated you. The college is unlikely to assign me students with high talent, so this situation is probably unexpected for them. Locke, you surprised me. Sophia the witch looked thoughtful. In a few days, I want to do a bloodline test for you for free. Is that okay? Locke nodded immediately. Yes, teacher, Sophia the witch said, I've changed my mind. Locke, since you are now a second-class wizard apprentice, you can really help me. Come with me. First, Go get 500 milliliters of blood from the tree spirit. Then bring it to me, so we can make a potion to lift the curse. With your help, it should be easier. Locke, things have changed now. Maybe your future can go further than I originally thought. Sophia the witch said, I recommend you spend 150 magic stones to buy a set of courses on the study of all things at the public classroom. I don't have time to teach you these basic lessons, but it will be very good for you. The magic plant breeding class you've always wanted to learn, I can teach you that too. You just need to pay me 500 magic stones. Also, after you become a second-class wizard apprentice, you can learn more advanced skills needed for potion assistant work. Locke quickly agreed. Wesley Durant, who had been silent, quietly said to Sophia, Congratulations, you have a good student. I'm really jealous. The Green Tower gave me a couple of second-level talent wizard apprentices, and it made me so angry. What use do I have for apprentices with that talent? They're not even qualified as experiment subjects. I really don't understand why the stubborn old folks at the Green Tower keep accepting apprentices with less than third-level talent. Can't they just raise the admission standards a bit? But I didn't expect you, Sophia, to also have your own students. Sophia the witch coughed softly and said quietly, Mr. Wesley, please watch your words. My student is still here. The tree demon struggled fiercely, trying to break free. But in the next moment, the invisible Mandela vine grabbed its throat, squeezing tightly so it couldn't move or speak. A normal tree demon's fighting strength is at least equal to that of a first-level wizard apprentice. However, all the iron cages in this breeding room are enchanted with spells that restrain and suppress. So Locke only needed to use a vine hand to control this violent tree demon. If he opened the cage, it would be different. The tree demon might quickly open all the cages containing magical creatures and cause a big escape riot. The tree demon was hanging in the air inside the cage. It looked around confusedly, not even seeing what had attacked it because the Mandela vine kept itself invisible. What is this? Wizard. Apprentice, let me out. Locke finished collecting 500 milliliters of the tree demon's blood, then put away his knife. The rough, old bark of the tree demon healed quickly, leaving only a scar that looked like bark. He looked at the blood in his hand. It was green, but within the green, there was a shimmering, glass-like color. It looked like green glass. For wizards, tree demons are full of treasures. But capturing and imprisoning them is very dangerous. Without at least a first-level wizard apprentice, it's probably impossible to try capturing such magical creatures. Locke covered the cage with a black cloth to prevent the tree demon from using human charm magic to influence other magical creatures, avoiding unnecessary risks. He remembered reading in a miscellaneous book that once, a wizard apprentice had kept a tree demon and a goblin in the same cage. The tree demon charmed the goblin, and with the goblin's help, escaped from the laboratory. Human charm magic works on intelligent humanoid creatures. Locke left the breeding room and went to Sophia's herbal potion workshop, which was her potion room. In the potion room, shelves are filled with bottles and jars containing strange creature specimens, many of which are marked with danger signs warning others not to touch them lightly. Locke uses a magic centrifuge extraction method to combine the bloodline of the tree demon and the bloodline potion refined by Witch Sophia. He separates the essential essence of the tree demon's bloodline and then gives it to Witch Sophia. Teacher, here are 2 samples of the tree demon's bloodline essence. Witch Sophia nods. Good. You can place them over there. Locke, since you are now a second-class wizard apprentice, you should learn some more useful skills. From now on, you can be responsible for the magical flames I use to make potions. Locke asks curiously, Teacher, what are magical flames? Witch Sophia waves her hand, and suddenly the entire potion room lights up. Colorful flames burn brightly in each cauldron. There are red, blue, green, purple, and even mixed colors. Witch Sophia raises her right hand, and a blue flame lands in her palm. Generally, a proper wizard's assistant in potion making should be at least a second-class wizard apprentice, sometimes even a first-class apprentice. This is because a potion assistant needs to help their teacher control the intensity and type of magical flames. Among all the miscellaneous skills, potion making, alchemy, and enchantment are the most complex. Witch Sophia explains, an independent only needs to be at the level of a first-class wizard apprentice. But an independent potion master must have the magic level of a mid-level wizard. she continues. The process of potion making requires very high standards for the flames. The temperature and properties of the flames are key factors affecting the quality of the potion. For example, the blue flame in my hand is a wood element magic flame. It is gentle, close to nature, with a temperature of about 1,400 degrees Celsius, making it one of the more commonly used magical flames. Different colored flames have different temperatures and properties. Suddenly, which Sophia clenches her fist, extinguishing the blue flame, then opens her palm to reveal a red flame rising from her hand. This is a fire element flame, with a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius. It is explosive in nature and is used when making some potent medicines. Sophia, the witch, explained. So far, you have learned about the magic centrifugal extraction method. Now I will teach you a more advanced skill, magical flame control. However, these are just basic knowledge in potion making. To become a true potion master, these skills alone are not enough. Locke, the path of magic is vast. You have a lot to explore in the future. But for now, mastering these skills will at least help you become a good assistant. Locke listened with great interest. This is the benefit of being a formal apprentice to a wizard. If these skills were taught to other official wizards, they might not get the chance to learn them. Other wizards wouldn't let a newly promoted second-class apprentice become their potion assistant. Sophia the witch said to Locke, I will give you the spell model for magical flames. The specific technique is to use this spell model to summon flames, then add elemental particles in different ratios. This way, you can create flames with different properties. But this is just the beginning. Different potions require different magical flames. Sometimes, even when making one potion, you need to switch between several or even dozens of types of magical flames. Now start practicing. In this cauldron, summon a wooden elemental particle flame. Locke was momentarily stunned. He took the spell model scroll handed to him by Sophia and began to learn from the beginning. At this moment, Wesley Durant, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. Sophia, I have no objection to your student practicing with magical flames, but I fear that by the time he learns, I might already be worn out by the curse of many wounds. Find someone else to help him practice. Sophia looked at him and said, Wesley, now you're afraid. But it's not a big problem. Your one-ring permanent barrier, all-metal absorber, is a very strong and lasting magic shield. At least for a week, you won't really die. Locke has a good talent for magic stability, and the spell model for magical flames is quite simple. The key is to keep his magic stable. He's very talented in this area, so you don't need to worry. In Wesley Durant's slightly anxious gaze, which Sophia sat down on a chair and began flipping through a book, starting to read. 5 days later, Wesley Durant glanced at the green magical flame burning under the cauldron in Locke's hand. Under the steam of that magical flame, the mixture inside the cauldron gradually evaporated, turning into a light green gel-like substance, similar to glue. This was made by mixing distilled morning dew from the tips of oak leaves with fluorescent moss in a 3:7 ratio, creating a simple potion. It is a basic, very simple potion, so simple that it's hardly considered a real potion. Therefore, it is called fast-growth gel. Fluorescent moss is a supernatural plant that can sprout and grow very quickly in the wild. This is because it contains a substance that speeds up plant growth, and the gel is made by extracting this substance with magical fire. Although this gel potion is simple, it is often needed by breeders because it can speed up the growth of magical plants. Locke was a bit surprised and said, Teacher, Lord Durant, this is the first time I've made a potion on my own, which Sophia's face remained calm, and she nodded slightly. This kind of simple thing can be attempted once you master the magic fire technique, so it's not really a potion yet. Wesley Durant, using his healthy arm, held up the glass bottle containing the fast-growth gel and observed it. The quality is decent. Although it's a beginner's work, it's barely usable. There are still quite a few impurities, which shows your magic fire technique isn't very stable. It's not a waste that I personally guided you. Once your magic fire technique becomes more stable in the future, the quality of the fast-growth gel you produce should improve several levels. Wesley Durant noticed that which Sophia was serious. After Locke failed several times, he finally couldn't help but step in and personally give him some guidance. Under Wesley Durant's instruction, he had Locke try to practice making the simplest potion, using this method to help him quickly learn the magic fire technique. Of course, Locke hasn't truly learned how to control magical fire yet. He has only learned to use one type of magical fire, and he's not very skilled at it. Wesley Durant, because he is not Locke's wizard mentor and not an official wizard of Lilith's cottage, has fewer worries and speaks more casually to Locke. Although Augustine, your learning speed isn't very fast, even a bit slow, your magic power is very steady. You probably have a special talent in this area, or you wouldn't be able to start using magical fire within 5 days. Of course, your basic skills are also quite good, Wizard Wesley said. You're much more useful than the students I have at the Holly Tower. Sophia, your student looks pretty good. Why don't you let me take him? Locke was surprised for a moment, but immediately stayed silent. Basically, Wizard Wesley was just joking with his teacher. Locke wouldn't be foolish enough to really think Wesley Durant was interested in him. If he couldn't see that clearly, he would be asking for trouble. Wesley Durant only has a good relationship with his teacher, Sophia the Witch. That's all. Moreover, Locke knows very well where his talent comes from. Without the 25 dark blue gems and 10 navy blue gems that were wasted in these 5 days, he wouldn't have been able to grasp a type of magical fire so quickly. Sophia the Witch smiled and said nonchalantly, "That's fine. But you should talk to the director of Lilith's cottage yourself. My student has several contracts with Lilith's cottage. As long as Wesley can pay with magic stones and take him away, I have no objection." Wesley Durant softly apologized with a few words of apology. "Then maybe I won't. To poach someone in front of others, I wouldn't feel right. I've heard of the reputation of the director of Lilith's cottage. After all, he's a wizard involved in crystallizing mental power. I wonder how strong his magical pressure is." Wesley Durant became serious. "All right, back to the main point. Sophia, I know that these past few days, you've not only been letting your young apprentice practice. What are your thoughts? Do you feel confident?" Sophia the Witch nodded. "This is indeed my first time trying to break the blood curse in the court with the 1,000 wounds curse. However, I am confident that within these 5 days, I have improved my green potion formula. It should be able to remove the curse on you. Locke, you can go outside now." Sophia the Witch said indifferently, "Your magic flame technique is still not mature. To make the green potion, you need to use more than 20 different magic flames within an hour. With your current skill, that's impossible. So, I will handle the magic flames myself during this potion-making process. Remember to go to the public classroom to buy the All Things course. Also, go to Lily's Hut registration office to register your current magic level and claim your reward. The academy also has different tasks for second-class wizard apprentices." Locke nodded. Before leaving, he said to Sophia the Witch and Wesley Durant, "Thank you, teachers, for your guidance." Then, Locke turned and left the potion room. After Locke left, Wesley Durant sneered. "Sophia, your student is quite interesting. It seems that during the little time you have left at Lily's hut, you found a good toy. I heard that other wizard organizations are trying to recruit you, and you haven't signed a contract with Lily's hut yet." Sophia the Witch slightly frowned. "Wesley, don't misunderstand. Locke is my student, not my toy." Wesley Durant raised his rotting left hand. "For a proper wizard, what's the difference between a student and a toy?" Sophia the Witch waved her hand, and 5 cauldrons floated in front of her. 5 different colored magic flames ignited above them. A strong magical pressure flowed from her, making Wesley Durant look serious. "You talk too much, Wesley." Outside the door, Locke had just closed it and felt a huge pressure emanating from the wooden hut of the potion room. It was like a heavy mountain pressing down on him. His heart seemed to carry an enormous weight, and for a moment, it even stopped. An invisible, intangible pressure was penetrating from all directions, piercing through his skin and rushing toward him. Locke's pupils flickered with confusion. Magnetic pressure. As a wizard's magic power increases, it produces radiation energy that affects living beings, which is a kind of magical field. Just like gravity, it influences everything. Is that the power of a true wizard? Just standing near a true wizard is deadly for me now. Locke's eyes grew firm. So, I will definitely become a second-class wizard. First, I need to register my wizard level and buy the All Things course as my teacher instructed. The All Things course is a prerequisite for breeding and potion-making classes. I can only continue learning after mastering it. Locke looked at the bottle of rapid growth gel in his hand. I can now make this gel and sell it to get magic stones. A thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he combined his homemade gel with other ingredients? Sasori nodded immediately, showing an expression of understanding, and stopped overthinking. I see. You're quite lucky. This kind of progress is almost as fast as a level 6 talent wizard's growth. Your magic stability. I understand now. Your talent is best suited for developing in potion making, alchemy, or enchantment. I remember Lady Sophia is a level 1 master potion maker and, in the course I teach, the All Things class, happens to be a prerequisite for those two subjects. Sasori straightforwardly wrote his name on the application form. Since this is Lady Sophia's idea, there's no need for me to review it again. Go to the payment area outside and pay with magic stones. The All Things course is an advanced class. Even with a third-level apprentice wizard, having many magic stones, wanting to start early usually gets blocked by the regular teachers. After all, the wizarding world is not a safe place. Many courses are dangerous for wizards with insufficient magic power. Just attending can be risky. Many apprentice wizards have several contracts related to the academy. Lilith's hut naturally wouldn't want to see apprentices die or have accidents in class. Moreover, first-level apprentice wizards who take on academy missions also find it troublesome if there are casualties or incidents in class, so they set certain requirements for their courses. Only after their approval can Locke pay and attend the course. Locke bowed slightly to Sasori, the dark elf, a basic courtesy required of lower-level apprentice wizards in the academy, then turned and left his office. He headed to another wooden hut and painfully handed over 150 magic stones to a second-level apprentice wizard at the payment desk. The second-level apprentice checked the stones and the application form, confirmed the signature, and then said gently to Locke, "Augustine, it's done. I've registered your name. From now on, you can attend the All Things class." Locke nodded at him and turned to leave. Next, he didn't return to the dwarf street, but went to a street in the port city. He flagged down a two-wheeled cart pulled by a lizard man and got on. "Take me to the southeast Anvil Square. The registration office for Lilith's hut is located above Anvil Square." The lizard man driver saw the wizard apprentice's robe that Locke was wearing and respectfully said, "Yes, sir, wizard." About half an hour later, Locke arrived at the Anvil Square and entered a small wooden house hidden and protected by a barrier. After explaining his purpose, Locke used the amethyst matrix at the registration desk to check his mental strength. The number 54 appeared. "My mental power has increased a little. I think it's because I learned the fire magic spell model," Locke thought. "Also, over the past 5 days, I completely digested the strange substance from the pink gemstone that remained in my mind. So, my mental strength has improved passively. I wonder what the strange substance inside the pink gemstone really is. It can increase a wizard apprentice's mental power. I am already a second-level wizard apprentice, yet it still helps me grow," Locke thought. Although the growth rate is slower than before, only about 1/3 of what it used to be. The All Things course is a general knowledge class about understanding everything. Locke hopes that by taking this course, he can learn what the special substance inside the pink gemstone really is. He didn't dare to show the pink gemstone to teacher Sophia. After all, he couldn't explain where this gemstone came from, nor did he know its true value or whether it might attract the attention of official wizards. A half-elf second-level wizard apprentice at the registration desk saw the number on the amethyst matrix and paused. Then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Half-elves are a subspecies of humans, a special race that only appears in the southeastern corner of the Middle Magic region. They are generally shorter than 10-year-old human children, but they are more cunning and sly. The second-level half-elf wizard apprentice said to Locke, "Congratulations, senior. I see you only joined our academy last year, but you've already become a second-level wizard apprentice. That's really impressive. I believe you'll definitely become a first-level wizard apprentice in the future." Locke was surprised when he heard him call himself senior, then quickly realized that in the wizard world, being successful comes first, and the other was just trying to flatter him. Despite both being second-level wizard apprentices, the half-elf apprentice in front of him was over 50 years old, with white hair and wrinkles on his face. Only this kind of second-class wizard apprentice, who has already given up, is not working as an assistant in the laboratories or shops of the major first-class wizard apprentices and full-fledged wizards. Instead, they are wasting their lives in places like the registration office. Therefore, his status is very different from theirs, and naturally he calls himself a senior, trying to please himself. Of course, this is also a form of self-protection. Other second-class wizard apprentices who advance quickly may not be as easy to talk to as he is. The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice respectfully hands a badge representing Lily's Cottage Academy to Locke. Senior Augustine, this is our academy's badge. All second-class wizard apprentices wear it on their robes. It shows their identity. Secondly, it allows access to places only second-class wizard apprentices can enter. The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice carefully explains Lily's cottage to Locke. The academy has prepared better living arrangements for second-class wizard apprentices. Topsy-turvy alley. Most second-class wizard apprentices in the academy live in topsy-turvy alley or have their own wizard mentors arrange housing. Only a few live outside. After becoming a second-class wizard apprentice, you will have your own room in topsy-turvy alley. This is the key to your house. Number 341 in Topsy-Turvy Alley. In addition, you can now access the Potion Auction House, the Blood Roar Beast Arena, the Black Diamond Alchemy Workshop, and other public areas within Lily's cottage, as well as the Chimera Trading Market. Locke nodded. It seemed that becoming a second-class wizard apprentice unlocked many permissions within Lily's cottage, giving him greater freedom. Lily's cottage has a huge trading market called the Chimera Trading Market, but third-class wizard apprentices do not have permission to enter. In the past, he could only enter with Sophia the Witch's accompaniment. That market and the Potion Auction House are Lily's cottage's most important assets. Many wizards enter that market to trade. Therefore, third-class wizard apprentices are prohibited from entering, partly because of danger, and partly because they lack the purchasing power and cannot trade valuable items. Locke asked, "What is the Blood Roar Beast Arena?" "I haven't heard of it before." A half-elf second-class wizard apprentice smiled and said, "It's normal if Senior hasn't heard about it. That is a new public building built by the college in the past 5 years. Before, there weren't many wizard apprentices in Lily's cottage, mainly those practicing summoning magic and its related branches. However, 10 years ago, a formal wizard specializing in beast-taming magic from the summoning school joined Lily's college. Under his guidance, beast-taming magic in Lily's cottage has become more powerful and is now considered a strong magic category. Because of this, Lily's cottage built a Blood Roar Beast Arena, where beast-taming apprentices can fight and train. The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice chuckled. "And after becoming a second-class wizard apprentice, you'll get special benefits. Every month, the college gives you 30 magic stones. Each month, the college also provides 5 doses of a special ointment that speeds up mental strength growth. Of course, these benefits last only 5 years. If you don't become a first-class wizard apprentice within 5 years, these benefits will be halved. If you haven't achieved that within 10 years, all benefits will be canceled." The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice's tone carried a hint of sadness. Although Locke didn't ask how long he had been a second-class apprentice, it probably hadn't been short. He continued, "Besides that, you also have responsibilities to the college. You must hold a certain position and work for the college. These positions are assigned by the higher-ups, and your mentor will notify you when the time comes. There is also a contract, but usually, your mentor signs it on your behalf." The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice explained, "Few apprentices refuse to sign contracts. The contract for a second-class apprentice isn't strict. Besides your benefits, the college only requires you to hold a certain position and create value for the college. There's also a promise. Once you become a first-class wizard apprentice, you must stay in Lily's cottage for at least 15 years before leaving." Locke nodded to show he understood. For second-class wizard apprentices, studying has become a part-time job, because second-class wizard apprentices are already capable of doing many tasks. Similarly, for the academy, first-class wizard apprentices are very valuable wizards. First-class wizard apprentices can even have their own independent laboratories or small alchemy workshops. Lilith's cottage certainly wouldn't just let her longtime apprentices leave the academy casually. But this isn't a big problem. First, I don't plan to change academies in the short term. It's not realistic or necessary. Second, Teacher Sophia once told me that the wizarding world is a world of fair exchange. As long as you pay enough value, you can break the contract early and leave Lilith's academy. But anyway, I should first improve my skills and level up as a wizard. Only the strong have the right to choose. The halfling second-class wizard apprentice, flipping through the manual, seemed quite happy and said, "By the way, Senior, the Academy has special extra rewards for promising wizards who become second-class apprentices within a year. You can choose one reward item from the list below. The item will be sent to you through your mentor. This is the list. Locke glanced at the list and found there were 2 pages. One list is for rewards for promising wizards who become second-class apprentices within 6 months, and the other is for rewards within a year. Undoubtedly, the items on the first list are of better quality. The second list's items are slightly inferior, but I think only promising wizards with level 7 talent and some with level 6 talent can achieve becoming second-class apprentices within 6 months. Promising wizards with level 7 talent are called Children of the Elements, because their affinity with their main element is so high that it's hard for ordinary apprentices to imagine. Locke looked at the second list. He saw that there was no trace of meditation methods, but there were some potions that boost mental strength faster, which seem much more advanced than the concentration ointment. There were even magical items similar to the silver sword in Rowan's hand, definitely more advanced than Rowan's silver sword. In addition, there are some simple magic models, magical materials, and alchemy tools provided. Locke thought for a moment. He really wanted enchanted items. For example, on the list, there is a set called Vine Soft Armor, made from living vines that can activate and repair itself by absorbing moonlight at night, offering some protection. There is also a magical item called Malicious Curved Blade, enchanted with a spell from the School of Illusion, which can release a mental curse on enemies during attack. However, Locke believes that other items are less important. Improving his own magic power is the most important, so he chose a high-level potion called Moonlight Spirit Elixir that can boost mental strength. A second-class halfling wizard apprentice saw Locke's choice and immediately registered it, then smiled and said, "Senior, your choice is very wise. Although the Moonlight Spirit Elixir is not yet a magic potion, it is a high-level mental strength booster that second-class wizard apprentices pay attention to. The college's mind-calming ointments are nowhere near as good. I heard that just 1 dose of Moonlight Spirit Elixir can increase the rate of mental growth by at least double for the next year. In the second year, the growth rate increases by 50%. In the third year, the growth rate only gets an additional 10%. Such elixirs are hard to find through normal channels, and even magic stones might not be enough to buy them. This is one of the most cost-effective rewards on the prize list. Clearly, the second-class halfling wizard apprentice, although unlikely to get the items on the prize list himself, had researched these reward lists thoroughly when alone. Locke nodded at him. "All right, then I'll be leaving." The halfling respectfully said, "Senior, take care." After half a month, in a dwarf alley, inside Locke's room, Locke placed the Moonlight Spirit Elixir he received from Witch Sophia on the table. The liquid inside the glass bottle shimmered like flowing moonlight, each drop sparkling with tiny particles. He opened the wooden stopper of the elixir. The potion must be consumed within half an hour after opening, or its properties will change accordingly. He quickly drank the Moonlight Spirit medicine. Then, a faint, shining glow appeared on Locke's body, and a silver crescent moon pattern showed on the back of his right hand. At the same time, moonlight from the open window turned into a beam of particles that entered Locke's body, beginning to boost his mental power. Locke hurriedly took a pink gemstone from the drawer. The strange substance inside the gemstone, along with the moonlight, entered his mind and quickly increased his mental strength. After half an hour, Locke finished absorbing the strange substance from the gemstone. He opened his eyes and stood up. So that's how it works. The Moonlight Spirit medicine contains the special bloodline power of the Night Elf race. After I take it, I will have some of their talents, allowing me to absorb moonlight to speed up my magic recovery and meditation. He looked at the crescent moon pattern on his hand, which showed that the Night Elf talents were now active. This effect lasts about 3 years. After that, the racial bloodline abilities granted by the medicine will completely disappear. Locke thought, so, I probably have a good idea of what the main ingredient in the Moonlight Spirit medicine is. The wizarding world is very harsh. Many magical materials come from very bloody sources. He also looked at the now white, useless gemstone that was once the pink gemstone. During this time, through the lessons from the Dark Elf Sasseril on all things, he learned what the pink gemstone really was. This kind of gemstone is very rare in the southeastern region because the wizards there do not produce it. Its price is often much higher than its actual value. A small gemstone about the size of a fingernail can cost hundreds of magic stones and is priceless. The regions that produce these gemstones are far from the southeastern area, in the underground world of Obsidian, where the Black Wizard's territory is. So, Locke was glad he hadn't traded such a gemstone for magic stones without knowing what it was. If he had, many problems would have come to him, far more than the benefits of the magic stones he might have gained. Therefore, the pink gemstone is better kept for his own use, and there's no need to trade it for magic stones. Locke thought, based on what I learned in the course of all things, there is a special ether element particle inside the rose-red gem. This ether particle is still full of unknowns and wonders for wizards. Many mysteries are yet to be explored, but one thing is certain. When apprentice wizards absorb ether elements, their mental strength increases. And the purity of the mental strength gained this way is very high. A look of worry flashed in Locke's eyes. However, the dark elf Cesarli said that currently, wizards in the southeast corner area find it very difficult to obtain rose-red gems. So, there are hardly any wizards who can use the gem for a long time, simply by absorbing its special internal substances to level up. Therefore, the wizards in the southeast corner area are also unsure whether having too many ether particles mixed into a wizard apprentice's mental strength is good or bad, or if it might cause some special effects. Because this resource is scarce in the southeast corner area, the research on this topic in the wizard world there is not very deep. Locke shook his head. Forget it. Don't think so much. Anyway, for now, only good things have happened to me. Even if there are some side effects, it doesn't matter. As long as I become a first-class wizard apprentice, or even a full wizard, there are ways to remove any after effects. Locke remembered what which Sophia told him, that most wizards have some strange problems. This is because many wizards, during their promotion, try to speed up the process or lack a good mentor, which leaves some side effects on them. This is almost unavoidable. Many magic fields are explored while being used. Locke threw the empty glass bottle and discarded gem into the trash. The rose-red gem, having lost its special substances, looked no different from ordinary waste stones, so it didn't need special treatment before disposal. Locke said, I've already learned part of the All Things course. Maybe tomorrow I can learn breeding from teacher Sophia. It doesn't have to be very good. As long as I have this title, I can study for half a year and sell the magic plants I enhanced on the Chimera market. With this, I can get a lot of magic stones, which I can use to buy the courses and equipment I wanted before. Also, I need to buy a meditation method so I can try to become a first-class apprentice within 5 years. After 5 years, Lilith's support for me will decrease by half. After 10 years, if I haven't become a first-class apprentice, Lilith will basically give up on me. Generally, a wizard apprentice cannot become a full wizard before age 40. The chances of becoming a full wizard decrease sharply after that. So, the deadline Lilith set is basically the maximum time a wizard apprentice can take if they always run out of time. I heard from other young wizards that some other wizard schools are even stricter. For example, at Vildanedia University, you only have 3 years to become a second-class apprentice and 7 years to become a first-class apprentice. It's said that the top wizard organization in the southeast corner, like the Four Seasons Garden, has even higher requirements for young wizards. That's why the wizard world is so tough. Every step is a race against time, competing with many other apprentices for limited resources. I heard someone knocking on my door. I opened it and saw Rowan and Pierre. They looked a bit nervous. I asked confusedly, Rowan, Pierre, it's so late. Is there something wrong? Rowan thought for a moment and then said, Locke, Pierre and I heard that you've become a second-class apprentice. You're about to move out of Dwarf Street and into Topsy-Turvy Alley. Congratulations, Locke. I didn't expect you to be the first among us to reach second-class apprentice. Pierre said, Congratulations, Augustine. I heard that your actual talent is higher than the initial test showed, so the test might have been wrong. I'm really jealous. Rowan and I don't know how many years it will take us to become second-class apprentices. Just a year? Your talent is almost on par with those 6th-level apprentices. Locke, let's go out for a meal. You're about to move away, and it will be hard for us to see each other in the next few years. Locke nodded and said to the two of them, Okay, I happen to want to go out and have a meal with you. I think you two will soon move to the upside-down alley. When Lauren and Pierre saw that Locke had become a second-class apprentice wizard, their attitudes didn't change from before. They immediately relaxed, smiled, and felt much more at ease. The gap between the three of them disappeared instantly. The next day, in the common classroom area of Lily's hut, during the class on all things, Sasari, a dark elf, stood on the podium holding a birdcage. He lifted the black cloth covering the cage, revealing a tiny fairy with green hair and dragonfly wings. As soon as the fairy saw the mini apprentice wizards, she let out a scream. That scream was so sharp it seemed to pierce everyone's ears. At the same time, the tiny fairy's body split apart during the scream, becoming two. Then those two split into 4, then 8. Soon, the number of dragonfly-winged fairies in the cage grew to 16. All 16 fairies pressed together in the cage, screaming loudly. The second-class apprentice wizards in the classroom looked pale and covered their ears. Sasari, the dark elf, looked displeased at the students and softly recited a spell. Immediately, all the fairies in the cage let out terrible screams. They shattered like illusion bubbles, leaving only the first one, which stopped screaming. Sasari covered the cage with a black cloth and said, "This is the Lincel fairy, native to the Mirror Lake River area in the southeast. Although it is small and not very dangerous in the wild, with a moderate difficulty level for capturing, if you kids encounter it in the wild, you would have already been dead. Lincel fairies are born with a 0.5 ring shriek shock, a type of sonic magic belonging to the energy-shaping school. Now, can anyone tell me which category this creature's innate splitting magic belongs to?" Next to Locke, a middle-aged second-class apprentice wizard raised his hand and said, "Senior Sasari, I think it's a kind of transformation magic belonging to the Change School," he confidently said. "The School of Change Magic can not only alter the shape of objects, but also create duplicates of oneself." Sasari looked at him coldly. "Then tell me, what level of transformation magic can create duplicates?" The second-class wizard apprentice, with sweat already forming on his forehead, stammered, "It's that's," Sasari replied coldly. "Foolish." He looked at all the second-class wizard apprentices in the classroom and said, "Any transformation magic that can create duplicates, regardless of the specific spell, must be at least that of a first-class wizard apprentice to achieve. Moreover, even first-class wizard apprentices cannot do it perfectly. Only full-fledged wizards can truly use transformation magic to create a copy of themselves. This requires years of practice and endless research. As I mentioned earlier, the level of these little imps is not high. So the answer is that those duplicates are just illusions." Lincer Imp's bloodline also comes with a 0.5 tier illusion school spell called Mirage Group. In general, all the passive talents of these little imps can only be used to cause minor trouble. But outdoors, if you're unlucky, they might become the cause of your death. Sasari continued, "The skin of the Lincer Imp can be used in alchemy to make various products, such as the Mirage Cloak. Its blood and eyeballs can be used to craft potions, like Phantom Water. You can record these notes. Perhaps you'll find them useful in the future." "All right, that's all for today." Class dismissed. After Sasari left the classroom, Locke saw the wizard apprentices also beginning to leave one after another. Most of the apprentices here came to learn, especially to gain experience in outdoor encounters. Of course, a small number of apprentices are aiming to develop into fields like alchemy, potion making, and breeding. Locke organized his notes from the lesson, which truly broadened his knowledge, exposing him to many local specialties from the southeast region and other typical products from different wizard areas. Leaving the classroom, Locke stopped a lizardman-driven carriage on the street and headed to Witch Sophia's office. Inside Sophia's office, she looked up at Locke and asked, "I heard you moved to the Topsy-Turvy Alley. Are you used to living there?" Locke said, "Yes, teacher. Last night, I moved in, and it feels much more convenient. Next to the upside-down alley is the Chimera Market, and there's a patrol apprentice wizard watching over it. Whether in terms of safety or convenience, it's better than the dwarf small street where I used to live." Wizard Sophia smiled and said, I also lived in the upside-down alley for a while before. It's okay, but you need to be careful. There are many unkind people in the alley." Wizard Sophia said, "Use the amethyst matrix to test your mental strength." Locke followed her instructions. He placed his hands on the amethyst matrix, and the number 60 appeared above it. Wizard Sophia looked at the result with a frown and said, "Your effect from the Moonlight Spirit Potion is much better than I expected. Given time, I still want to do a bloodline origin test for you. But this is a good thing. Wizard Sophia looked at Locke and said, back to the main topic. Based on your current talent, I plan to make you a first-class wizard apprentice within 4 years. To become a first-class wizard apprentice, your mental strength needs to reach 200. This is no longer just about learning spells. Passive mental strength improvement can reach this level, so you need to learn meditation techniques. Wizard Sophia paused to let Locke understand, then continued. Besides that, you can also learn breeding classes. That way, you can manage my magical plant cultivation room. I originally wanted to hire a first-class wizard apprentice externally, but I don't really trust outsiders. Locke knew that Wizard Sophia was skilled in plant magic. The magical plant cultivation room contained many of her secrets. Just by looking at the types of plants, one could learn a lot about her. Wizard Sophia said, "This will also be very beneficial for you because you are also learning plant magic. This could also be a source of magic stones for you in the future," Wizard Sophia added. Additionally, becoming A and obtaining the relevant certification can solve another of your problems. She handed Locke a document about job assignments. The college has issued your task to serve as a patrol wizard in the college's enforcement team. This matter is quite troublesome, Locke said as he took the documents and asked Sophia the witch curiously. Teacher, based on what my former neighbor Pierre told me, he is a local. He mentioned that patrol duty is something you need connections to get. Why is this a problem? Sophia the witch shook her head. Your friend only knows a little about it. That was in the past, not now, she explained. The war between the Lilith House and the Blood Curse Court has lasted for 5 years. Now, the law enforcement witches responsible for patrols face great risks. Many local apprentice witches with connections try to leave the patrols, so, young witches like you, with your background, are usually assigned to patrol duty immediately, Sophia added. Of course, it's your choice. Locke, you can choose to stay in the patrol team, but if you don't want to, you'll need to find other ways. For example, prove your worth to the academy and get a breeding assistant certificate. I can help you transfer out of the patrol team. Sophia looked at Locke and said, right now, the patrol team is dealing with many deaths. Compared to battle-trained black witches, we white witches are at a big disadvantage. Locke understood immediately. He realized he was in a very dangerous situation. If Sophia hadn't warned him, he might have foolishly stayed in the patrol team and been tricked. He said, "All right, teacher. I'll follow your arrangements." Sophia smiled slightly. "Are you ready with 500 magic stones? I have some special meditation methods that suit you. By the way, do you still not know what a meditation method is?" In Sophia the witch's office, Locke asked, "Teacher, I really don't know what a meditation method is. Please teach me." Since entering the Lilith House Academy, he had been increasing his magic power mainly by learning spell models, passively growing his magic. Also, in all the public information around Lilith House, the term meditation method rarely appeared. He had never seen anyone openly sell meditation methods at the Chimera Market. It is also possible that my previous level was too low to access resources in this area, which Sophia placed 3 scrolls in front of Locke. These are 3 meditation methods I have that relate to the affinity of wood element particles. 2 of them I bought directly, and 1 belonged to my former enemy. You couldn't access meditation methods before because they are some of the most secret knowledge in the academy, which Sophia explained. In the southeastern region, knowledge about meditation methods is very expensive and kept secret. Only with a meditation method can one become a formal wizard. Otherwise, it takes most of a person's life just to become a first-level apprentice. You can say that meditation methods are the key to understanding the truth, Sophia added. Without this key, the number of formal wizards in the southeastern region is reduced by 90%. If someone doesn't have a meditation method, the only way to become a first-level apprentice is to gather a lot of magical resources, use them to forcefully increase their mental strength, and then challenge the wizard level. Ancient wizards did this too, but it had very serious side effects. That's why there are very few formal wizards among ancient wizards. Locke nodded. When he studied the 10,000 things, he also heard from the dark elf Cesari that ancient wizards were not as powerful as today's wizards, and today's wizards won't surpass future ones. The path of a wizard is always improving. In the past, a single level was the peak of magic, but now that is no longer true. Sophia explained, A meditation method is a way for a wizard to increase their mental strength by putting their mind into a certain state. There are some differences between various meditation methods, but basic meditation methods mainly simulate the magical fluctuations of certain natural objects, Sophia said. In the southeastern region, meditation methods are divided into two levels, basic and advanced. I have an advanced meditation method, but I only have the right to learn it, not to pass it on, so I can't even sell it to you. Of course, you can't afford it now, and you don't need it either. According to the college rules, only students from this college can teach or sell meditation methods. A basic meditation method costs 500 magic stones and can be sold to you. If you are outside the college, even with 5,000 magic stones, you might not be able to buy a full set of basic meditation methods. The college is very strict about this, which Sophia pointed to 3 scrolls and said, "These 3 meditation methods are the root connection meditation, the sprouting seed meditation, and the green leaf pulse meditation," which Sophia briefly explained the differences between the 3. All are suitable for learning plant magic. The root connection meditation provides the gentlest magic power with a moderate speed of improvement, solid foundation, and higher difficulty. The sprouting seed meditation improves mental strength the fastest, but the magic power can become too impatient, making the foundation less stable. It requires special attention to build a solid base. It has a medium difficulty. The green leaf pulse meditation is easier to overload with energy, which can be dangerous. Its improvement speed is moderate, but the purity of the magic power gained may be lower, and it is the easiest. Which Sophia didn't care much and said, although there are some differences, they are just basic meditation methods. I have no opinion on which one you choose. Locke thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, I choose the root connection meditation." With the pink gemstone, he didn't need to worry about the speed of mental power improvement. So he naturally chose the meditation method with the most peaceful magic and the strongest foundation. Which Sophia looked at Locke with a slight smile. "Very good. This meditation method is also one I used during my second-year apprentice days. The sprouting seed meditation was learned by one of my enemies. The green leaf pulse meditation was a gift I received when I bought a rare magical material." Which Sophia took back 2 scrolls and handed one to Locke. "Take this home and study it yourself. From now on, I will give you half an hour of meditation lessons and half an hour of cultivation lessons every day. Remember, you only have the right to learn, not to spread." Which Sophia's tone suddenly became serious. "Wizards value their knowledge greatly. If you secretly spread the meditation methods to others and harm my interests, I will be very angry." Locke nodded and said, "Okay, teacher." Lockton immediately abandoned the idea of reselling the meditation method in exchange for magic stones. At the same time, a new idea arose in Locke's mind. What would happen if he combined the 3 basic meditation methods? The root synchronization meditation method is focused on wood element particles, but he also has a second main compatible element particle, negative energy particles. If meditation methods can be combined, it would be best to create a set that can accommodate both of his main compatible elements. However, this idea is difficult to realize right now. Meditation methods are very expensive. Just acquiring one cost him over a year's worth of magic stones he had saved. To buy the remaining 2 sets for combination, he might need to get an assistant certificate and start selling enhanced plant seeds. Which Sophia said to Locke, "Locke, come with me. I'll take you to my magical plant nursery. The breeding class needs to be there. This class uses many magical plants, so it's usually hard for ordinary wizard apprentices to find a way to learn it." Until now, which Sophia had never let Locke into her plant room. He followed her, finally able to see the many magical plants she carefully cultivated. Of course, Locke was very cautious, because entering a formal wizard's plant room focused on plant magic is very dangerous. Which Sophia's magical creature nursery was already dangerous, and her plant room was even more important. He had to be very careful. Inside the magical plant nursery, Locke and Sophia stood at the door. Locke realized that this nursery was much larger than he had imagined. Inside, it was as big as a small castle, with endless fields spreading out. There were many magical plants here, like a garden. At the entrance, Locke saw several acres of magical plants nearby: blood vine, soul-spiraling iris, boiling bloodberries, and even the valuable holy blood rose. Locke looked at the scene before him. The petals were pure gold, with veins flowing with a faint golden glow. The flower's core resembled a tiny holy cup, a golden holy blood rose, emitting a sense of awe. The blood rose is very valuable, and its materials can be used to make many rare medicines. Dark Elf Cesare mentioned in class that if a wizard apprentice has half an acre of blood rose, they will become very rich. The blood rose can also be used to make a potion that extends life, which many wizards seek, especially those whose lifespans are running out. Which Sophia looked at Locke and asked, "How do you feel now?" Locke was surprised for a moment. Then he realized that since entering this cultivation room, he had felt some weakness in his limbs and a bit of dizziness. But if he didn't pay close attention, these minor feelings wouldn't catch his notice for a while. He honestly told Sophia how he felt. Sophia said, "That's normal. There are many magical plants here of the first level. The magic pressure here is very high, much higher than in natural environments, where magic pressure usually gathers. If you weren't a second-level wizard apprentice, I wouldn't even let you come into this place. Otherwise, you could be in danger, Locke." Locke respectfully bowed to Sophia. "Thank you for your warning, teacher," Sophia said. "Before you become a first-level wizard apprentice, try not to stay here for more than 3 hours. Every time you stay for 3 hours, you must leave and be in a normal magic pressure environment for at least an hour. Otherwise, your soul might suffer some long-term damage." Locke asked curiously, "Teacher, can magic pressure harm a wizard's soul?" "Of course," Sophia replied. "But that's a complicated topic, and it's not our focus today. Come with me." Sophia led Locke to a patch of magical vines covering about an acre. In this plant room, there were also tiny fairies with petal wings flying around. These little fairies were busy tending to the magical plants in the room. Because of their race, they were less affected by the magic pressure than Locke was. Of course, Locke also had a guess that his teacher Sophia might see these little fairies as disposable tools, so she didn't worry about whether they suffered long-term soul damage. As her top student, I naturally couldn't just watch without doing anything, as my own soul might suffer long-term damage, which could affect my future. Which Sophia pointed to an acre of tifro root vines in front of them and said, "Locke, you're lucky. I just became a full witch recently, so the plant room isn't very dangerous yet. Most of the magical plants here are first-level resources. That's why I also planted an acre of tifro root vines. You can use this acre to practice with the tifro root vines, but only here. You can't use them for anything else," which Sophia said. "An assistant must learn at least one basic cultivation method, grafting." She bent down and picked 2 tifro root vines. One was thick, and the other was bright green. She explained, "Grafting means attaching a bud or branch from one magical plant onto another. It uses the plant's healing process after injury to grow the desired magical plant artificially." Which Sophia gently touched one vine, breaking its roots, then touched the other, breaking its branch. Next, she inserted a bamboo stick into the roots of one vine and the branch of the other, connecting them. She recited a spell, and under its effect, the roots and branch grew together. After finishing, which Sophia buried the grafted vine into the soil and added a high-grade fast-growth gel. Thanks to the gel, the vine grew very quickly and was reborn in no time. She pointed to the new vine and asked, "Can you tell what you see?" Locke thought for a moment and said, "The grafted tifro root vine has the characteristics of both original vines." "Teacher, grafting allows us to get the traits we want in magical plants and improve their performance." Which Sophia nodded and said, "Very good. You noticed that," Sophia the witch said. "This is the most basic way to breed plants, but don't think I do it so easily. If it were you, this magically grafted plant would surely wither and die." Grafting has 3 main difficulties. Locke focused and asked, "Teacher, please tell me." Sophia the witch explained, "First, when grafting 2 plants, their meristems must be precisely aligned, or the healing will fail. Second, it requires very stable magic power. This is the most important point. To make the plants heal successfully, the magic must be accurate and precise. Third, you need to learn a basic magic trick to complete this grafting method." She handed Locke a magic book. "Remember, you only have the right to learn, so you can't show it to others." Locke took the book and looked at it. The title was Magic Trick, Secondary Graft Healing. This spell causes different plants to develop a healing mechanism, forcing 2 plants to merge. For example, grafting a branch of a peach tree onto a vine. Using this magic trick forces the vine and the branch to heal together into one plant. In other words, with practice, this grafting method can be used to combine completely different types of plants. This way, you can give your magical plants the traits you want. Sophia the witch said to Locke, "The Typhler root vine is an excellent. Grafting a mandela vine onto the root of a Typhler cactus results in. Even if the plants successfully heal, there's no guarantee you'll get the traits you want. And there's no guarantee they'll survive. That's why we often use fast growth gel to speed up plant growth. The gel also increases the survival rate of the modified magical plants. Locke, you still have a lot to learn. Until you pass the assistant exam, you can only stay in the patrol team for now. But gaining some experience is not a bad thing for a young person." Number 341, Inverted Alley. The Academy has a small villa for second-class wizard apprentices. Besides that, the villa is also equipped with a dedicated team of 3 servants. These servants are a special type of dwarf called gray dwarves. Locke learned from the All Things class that these gray dwarves' brains have changed because they have been under magic control for a long time. They naturally worship those with strong mental power, so they have extreme admiration for wizards. They will obey any command from a wizard without question or loyalty issues. However, their intelligence is low, so they can only do simple tasks like cleaning or moving things. Locke gave a quick command to the 3 gray dwarves in his small villa, telling them to clean up. Then he went back to his bedroom, sat on the bed, and started meditating. He placed about 10 grams of sandalwood chips into a copper incense burner and lit them with magic fire. As the incense burner released a thin stream of white smoke, Locke suddenly lowered his head and took a deep breath of the special-smelling smoke. When meditating, people usually need some special materials to help. These materials are often quite expensive. Locke only bought 300 grams of sandalwood chips, which cost him 150 magic stones, using all his saved magic stones. Fortunately, Teacher Sophia only charged him 100 magic stones a year for tuition and didn't ask for extra magic stones, or he wouldn't have enough to pay for the course. As Locke inhaled the sandalwood smoke, he felt dizzy and dazed. Colors flashed before his eyes, like entering a long, glowing tunnel. After some bumps, he seemed to enter the heart of an ancient tree. He sat cross-legged in the tree's core, with the tree's rings swirling around him, forming circles. He felt as if he had become the center of the ancient tree, merging with it, and could even sense its breathing. His breathing gradually matched the rhythm of the tree's breath. During this process, Locke felt his legs turn into the roots of the tree, absorbing elemental particles from the earth. His shoulders became the branches and leaves, drawing energy from the sunlight. His mental strength was continuously nourished during this time. Meditation succeeded. I entered the tree's core state described in the root vein synchronization meditation. Locke thought to himself, "Now, I am making my mental energy fluctuate like an ancient tree of life, drawing energy from the earth and the void to nourish my mind." The root connection meditation method is an ancient practice inspired by the ancient tree of life. It studies why this tree grows stronger than other trees and uses this knowledge as a meditation technique. Of course, the ancient tree of life is very high level, and the root connection meditation method only scratches the surface. Locke was in a meditative state, feeling himself as the core of the tree, constantly gathering energy from his feet and head into his soul. After taking the moonlight potion, his meditation speed was still more than double his normal pace. This caused his mental energy to increase from 60 to 61 very quickly. So a wizard who masters meditation can absorb energy from nature to strengthen their mind, he thought. Because of this, wizards who use meditation grow much faster than those who don't. However, the expensive Badenwood used for support was a burden. Just the daily consumption of Badenwood shavings cost him 10 grams, which was 150 magic stones, enough to last less than a month. Even if the Academy gave him a monthly subsidy of 30 magic stones, it wouldn't be enough. Locke thought to himself, after a few more months of learning breeding classes, I can try selling synthetic plants. Otherwise, he was running out of magic stones just to keep studying. At the same time, in his meditative state, Locke held a pink gemstone. The strange substance inside, an ether element, was flowing along with the natural energy he absorbed, entering his soul. He was stunned. My efficiency in absorbing ether elements has more than doubled. The meditation method was helping him better absorb the ether inside the pink gemstone. This was great news. With this, his speed of increasing mental power could potentially double or more. Locke estimated that his current growth rate was already close to that of a 6th-level talent wizard. Now, thanks to the combined effects of the meditation method, the pink gemstone, and the moonlight spirit potion, his mental power was increasing at a rate that might match or even surpass that of a 6th-level talent wizard. Locke opened his eyes, took a calming ointment from the drawer, and applied it to his temples. The calming ointment helps improve focus, which indirectly boosts meditation efficiency and mental strength growth. Now, he was using all available methods to quickly increase his mental power. The next morning, Locke woke up to find the sun already shining outside, its rays streaming into his room. Using meditation as a substitute for sleep might work, he thought. My magic and thoughts have simulated the core of an ancient tree, entering a special deep sleep state. Plus, the sandalwood naturally calms the mind, so I meditated all night. Instead of feeling tired, I feel refreshed and my mental strength has increased. He considered this and thought, but the meditation method warns me to sleep at least 10 nights a month. Meditation doesn't fully replace the rest of sleep. It seems there are some spiritual and soul areas that most wizards haven't fully discovered, which still require natural sleep to recover. Long periods of meditation without sleep can cause many side effects. Locke looked through his meditation scroll, which depicted a creature with dull gray skin, standing like a human but with a pointed head, protruding skull, and sunken eye sockets. This creature was marked as Sleep Ghost. Some wizards once believed that continuous meditation meant they didn't need to sleep, allowing them to use more time to fully develop their magic and level up. They meditated like this for decades, but some of them gradually developed health problems. Their bodies started to change, eventually turning into the monsters shown on the scroll, the sleep ghosts. Locke stared at the creature on the scroll and thought, it seems like a kind of degeneration. It must be the result of long-term meditation without sleep. Ordinary people need some sleep. Prolonged deprivation can be fatal. But wizards can use meditation to survive for decades without sleep. So, this is a disease that only wizards might develop. It shows how important sleep is, probably for restoring some unknown spiritual or soul-related areas. Locke reached out and took the recently synthesized fast-growth gel from the constantly spinning, silver-flashing hieratic cube. Locke looked at the description of the gel in his hand, level 6 fast-growth gel. An enhanced version of the fast-growth gel, nearly as effective as the high-level potions only master alchemists can craft. He thought, no special synthesis formula appeared, but that's okay. Once it reaches level 6, the effect is significantly stronger. He could make ordinary fast-growth gel easily, but its quality is poor. High-level fast-growth gel, however, can only be made by wizards who have obtained the Alchemy Assistant certification, usually first-level apprentice wizards. For example, which Sophia typically uses high-level fast-growth gel, not the ordinary kind. High-level fast-growth gel can make common magical plants grow in minutes, while ordinary gel takes days. That's the difference. In the past, with his financial resources, he couldn't afford high-level fast-growth gel for a long time. But now, at least, he is free to produce it. That's pretty good. Having many high-level gels could increase his grafting and breeding experiments' speed dozens of times. The wizard world has always been like this. Resourceful wizards can invest a lot to speed up their learning. Locke thought, but if I don't get the Alchemy Assistant certificate, I can't openly sell high-level fast-growth gel. I can only use it myself. Otherwise, I can't explain where it came from. Of course, if I had a closer relationship with Witch Sophia and she covered for me, it wouldn't matter. He shook his head and suddenly realized, how could I have that idea? Sophia is just my college teacher. I can't rely on her. She is a real wizard, and I am just her student. If she finds out about my abnormality, who knows what she would do? Wizards are selfish, especially when it comes to improving their own wizard level. Locke put the level 6 quick growth gel into a drawer, along with his own healing ointment, and locked it up. Now, as a second-level wizard apprentice, he could craft level 6 items. During this time, he had been exploring new recipes for synthesis. If he could find a better magic gem his mental strength would improve faster, and his overall power would increase. Getting close to becoming a level 7 wizard, with the potential to become a child of the elements, was not impossible. Locke left his bedroom and waved to the small gray dwarves in the living room. Immediately, they all turned respectfully, bowed to Locke, and waited for his orders. Locke said, "I'm going out. Remember to clean the house and don't let strangers enter my room." The gray dwarves quickly responded, "Respectful wizard master, your orders are our divine command. Great wizard master, it is our honor to serve you. We are grateful and eager to assist you." The gate of the small villa provided by the academy was a crafted alchemical product with basic enchantments. It had a magic lock, making it a magical door with basic security. Moreover, each of these gray dwarves had the physical qualities of knight attendants, as described by Lauren, and possessed some fighting ability. After all, those knights were also the result of wizard bloodline modification experiments. The gray dwarves, marked with their own spiritual seals, would be completely loyal to him. Because their souls contained his mental power mark, they no longer feared other wizards. Therefore, such gray dwarves were quite attractive in the market of the southeastern corner region. The academy had gifted him 3 gray dwarves as a benefit. However, if they died, he would have to buy new ones from the Chimera Market's market, which would cost a lot of money. Locke walked through the topsy-turvy alley, which was paved with square bricks. The street was narrow and sparsely populated. The second-level wizard apprentices always hurried along with their own tasks. But here, there were no opportunists trying to deceive wizard apprentices like in the dwarf street. This was partly because it was the core area of Lily's cottage, and partly because no second-level wizard apprentice would be foolish enough to be easily deceived. Locke left the upside-down alley and found a lizard-powered cart to travel to the reporting point of Lily's small patrol team. About half an hour later, the lizard pulled the cart across half the city, bringing Locke to a group of wooden houses in the wilderness southwest of the city. After getting off the cart, Locke stepped over the runestone circle surrounding the houses. The badge on his white wizard robe flashed briefly. Then he entered the barrier. Locke looked around and saw many second-level wizard apprentices standing near the houses. The patrol team of the academy mainly consists of second-level wizard apprentices because first-level apprentices are unlikely to serve as guards patrolling inside the academy. The patrols only check the internal territory of the academy and are not responsible for protecting the entrance barrier and main roads, which are guarded by the academy's official wizards and first-level apprentices. Locke raised the message token and said, "Captain Bruno Suarez, I am second-level wizard apprentice Locke Augustine. I have been sent here by my mentor, Witch Sophia, and the academy to report." As Locke finished speaking, many second-level apprentices turned to look at him. These apprentices were different from others in different regions. They carried a smell of real combat, a hint of blood. They quickly looked away indifferently and hurriedly moved, sitting on the backs of snails about the size of carriages. On the snails' backs, there were iron seats hanging. Locke frowned because no one among the crowd responded to him. Suddenly, a young wizard apprentice rushed out from the enforcement team. He shouted at Locke, "You're new, right? You're the 5th one this month. Hurry up and jump onto my Angle Swift Snail. Those black wizards have released all sorts of monsters into our academy's area again. Someone has died, and we're rushing over. We don't have many rules here. Our only task is to keep the academy safe." Riding on Angle's Swift Snail felt like being in a fast car. Angle's Swift Snail is a magical creature trained and modified with beast-taming magic. It moves very quickly and has a special skill called Drift at level 0.3. They can run non-stop for 5 or 6 hours at high speed. This makes them the first choice for Lily's cabin's wizard apprentices when they need to move quickly through the city. Locke looked at the patrol wizard's target. His pupils shrank slightly because he recognized the familiar dwarf alley ahead. But at that moment, the iron statue of the stone dwarf at the entrance of the dwarf alley had been forcibly removed, leaving only a bare stone base. At the same time, a tall, thin humanoid creature, like a rope, was at the street entrance. Its body was covered with many limbs, such as a pair of child-sized arms on its shoulders and a pair of adult-sized arms on its back, 2 pairs of beast-like arms. It had an irregular hole in its chest, running through its body from front to back. This humanoid monster was holding a 3rd-level wizard apprentice in its hands. It roared with a mix of a sneer and anger, then twisted forcefully, crushing the poor apprentice. Suddenly, blood and flesh exploded everywhere. In the dwarf alley, the panicked third-level wizard apprentices saw this scene. Most of them were stunned, while a few tried to cast magic to solve the problem. But the magic of a third-level apprentice had little effect on this humanoid monster. The creature pushed through the magic, moving like a spider along the street, trying to use its long arms to grab another apprentice from the frightened crowd. Almost. Just a little more. Where did I go wrong? I'm not wrong. My head hurts so much. Kill. 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 I want to become a second-level wizard apprentice. I don't want to be eliminated. This is my last year. I don't want to. Kill. Kill. Locke saw a pair of human eyes in the head of the raging humanoid monster. The eyes were blue, but they gradually became wild, and the last bit of reason in them was fading away. Captain Bruno Suarez watched the scene calmly and sneered. How many times is this happening this year? Blood Curse Court. They send spies to place information about dangerous promotion paths in front of desperate, hopeless wizard apprentices, deliberately leading them astray and turning them into monsters. Their goal is to weaken our morale and make us doubt the school system. Attention, enforcement team. That young wizard is beyond saving. Its flesh has been deeply modified. Kill it and collect its flesh for recycling. Next, the second-class wizard apprentices jumped down from the snail's shell and used magic models against the transformed monster. Minor Fire Arrow, Acid Splash, Mage Hand. Over 20 second-class apprentices, under Captain Bruno Suarez's command, coordinated well and quickly subdued the monster, which had been altered by dark magic. With a Minor Fire Arrow, the monster's right arm exploded, and a right limb fell to the ground. Captain Bruno Suarez recited a spell and cast a magic, Thorn Whip, controlling the vine of Typhler root hidden beneath his wizard robe, wrapped around his right arm. Suddenly, the vine swung like an iron whip, striking the back of the humanoid monster, nearly splitting it in two. Moreover, the Thorn Whip is an advanced spell in the Vine Hand series. Under this spell, the Typhler root vine grew sharp, needle-like thorns that scraped away the monster's flesh layer by layer. The humanoid monster let out screams of pain. Just when everyone thought the monster was close to death, it suddenly tore off its torn clothes, revealing the head of a human wizard apprentice hidden inside its chest. Captain Bruno Suarez was stunned. Locke, standing beside him, recognized the original identity of the head. Captain Bruno Suarez whispered, "The Blood Curse Court is truly a group of madmen. Previously, they only deceived our apprentices by using necromantic magic, specifically limb transplantation magic, to attach the limbs of powerful magical creatures, forcibly increasing their mental strength. But now, they have tricked our young wizards by transplanting the heads of deceased wizard apprentices. That head, I saw it on the battlefield. It belonged to a second-class wizard apprentice from the Blood Curse Court. That young wizard actually transplanted that head onto his own body." Locke was also frightened when he saw this. The dark wizard's magic power was clearly stronger than his own. Was the head transplant done by the dark wizard, or did the dark wizard transplant his own head onto the young wizard's body? Captain Bruno Suarez looked at Locke, standing behind him. "The newcomer, right? You're right. Limb magic is forbidden even within their Blood Curse Court. It's a dead end. Transforming oneself into something non-human or non-ghostly seriously affects one's self-awareness. Newcomer, be careful. Our opponent isn't just a failed experiment anymore. He's an elite second-class wizard apprentice from the Blood Curse Court. He was very close to becoming a first-class wizard apprentice in his lifetime. You lack much combat experience. Later, you'll be fighting on the edge of the battlefield. Watch carefully. You apprentices from overseas, it's not easy to get here. There's no need to show off." Captain Bruno Suarez glanced at Locke and said, "I believe in the principle of fairness. When our patrol team was at Lily's cabin, you didn't enjoy the glory. Now, there's no need to risk your life." Locke was stunned for a moment, then realized why Captain Bruno Suarez was so sure he was from overseas. Anyone who could join the patrol team at this time probably has no strong background, or they wouldn't even understand the situation clearly. Since I'm from overseas, it's easy for him to guess that. A strange voice, both childish and adult-like, came from the head on the humanoid monster's chest. "Oh, isn't that Bruno Suarez? Haha, you group of Lilith's small hut alchemists, just useless potion makers. I didn't expect I would get in this way. This body has been transformed to be perfect for my rebirth. The head recited a spell. Blood feast is truth. Darkness forges eternity. Sins become chains. Those afraid of light shall serve forever. Then, the head controlled a humanoid monster, beginning a shape-shifting process. The four beast-like arms on its back started merging, forming a pair of bat wings. Its muscles and bones changed. The spine protruded from its back, like a segmented worm, with bones stabbing out and piercing its back. The head on its chest gradually shifted upward, moving toward the neck, finally stopping at the throat. The original head was moved to the left shoulder. The head revealed a pair of vampire fangs. Loke looked at the monster, sensing its ominous and unsettling magic power. Blood Curse Court. Vampire. No wonder it's called the Blood Curse Court. This should be a branch of summoning magic, a smaller category within curse magic, transforming oneself into a vampire creature through curse spells. The author fell asleep and forgot to set a timer. Actually, everything was already written, but I went to bed early today and forgot to set the timer. Sorry about that. Dear readers, please continue supporting. My new book needs everyone's support. The vampire apprentice wizard moved very quickly. In just a moment, he rushed into the crowd, surpassing the wizard apprentices of the enforcement team, and reached their rear, locking onto the wizard apprentice who posed the greatest threat, one using light magic. Before the apprentice finished casting the spell model, Sunshine Sparkle, he was already ahead, grabbing his head. With a loud, he crushed it. After the apprentice died, a special magical substance seemed to remain on his body. A flash of lightning shot out, transforming into an arrow of electric light that struck the vampire apprentice in the chest. The vampire twisted his strange head, revealing a fierce smile, ignoring his chest wound, and attacked his next target. This elite second-class wizard apprentice of the Blood Curse Court had very rich combat experience. He knew that in a fight against many, the most important thing was not to get stuck in a stalemate. As long as he, or even one of the apprentice wizards from the enforcement team can hold their ground, the next moment he will be hit by several spells and lose the ability to fight back. So he uses his speed to weave through the small dwarf streets, taking advantage of the chaos as cover, and keeps attacking the apprentices who threaten him the most, those specializing in light magic and fire magic. Because light and fire magic can suppress the undead nature of vampires. From his studies in the course of all things, Locke learned that vampires have a strong ability to resist death. They are immune to most magic damage, but fire and light magic can hurt them more. This dark wizard apprentice immediately showed a level of combat experience far beyond that of the apprentices from Lilith's hut. The same spell, in his hands, becomes a deadly weapon. Unlike white wizards, who spend most of their time researching and creating, black wizards are often engaged in fighting and plundering. They are full of combat experience, and among wizards of the same level, black wizards are definitely stronger. Captain Bruno Suarez shouted loudly, "Is there anyone who can use a spell to limit his movement?" A female second-level wizard apprentice recited a spell, trying to use a lesser spell called Exhausted Breath to restrict the vampire's movement. Lesser Exhausted Breath is a spell that infuses negative energy into the target, weakening their ability to act. It is a type of magic from the Curse School. Lilith's Hut is a comprehensive university, so it has second-level wizard apprentices specializing in various magic fields. But the gray gas formed by this lesser Exhausted Breath spell hit the vampire monster, and instead of weakening its ability to move, it caused the vampire's wounds to heal rapidly and boosted its condition to the best possible state. The female second-level wizard apprentice screamed, "Oh no! I forgot that the negative energy flow manipulated by lesser Exhausted Breath weakens living beings, but for vampires, it actually enhances them." Locke glanced at her. Her timing was very accurate, predicting the vampire's movement route, but she clearly still had some shortcomings. She forgot that, in battle, for undead creatures, all magic attributes are reversed. Healing magic and light magic, which are usually used for treatment, can actually harm undead creatures. Conversely, negative energy magic that causes harm and restricts can heal undead beings. Clearly, even the enforcement team inside Lily's cottage is still not as strong as those skilled black witches who excel in combat. It seems the vampire believes that keeping this second-class witch apprentice is actually beneficial for him. So he bypassed her and moved behind Captain Bruno Suarez and Locke. The vampire sneered at Captain Bruno Suarez. "Bruno Suarez, your teammates are so funny. To think they would heal their enemies during a fight." In the next moment, two vampire claws aimed at the backs of Locke and Captain Bruno Suarez. This vampire's transformation has reached at least level 0.5, possibly close to level 0.6. He clearly wants to stay alive and is thinking about breaking out of the dwarf alley and escaping Lily's cottage. He doesn't want to die as of the blood curse court. At this moment, Locke quickly used green cleansing grab. The branches and leaves of the reinforced level 6 invisible mandrake vines, which had been recombined over the past few days, grew rapidly, forming a small shield that protected him. A heavy force hit the plant shield, almost tearing it apart instantly. The vampire's claws nearly shredded the shield in one strike. Locke looked down at his shoulder and saw that his clothes were torn, with 3 cuts on his skin. He was also pushed back more than 5 meters by the heavy force. The vampire rushed past Locke toward Captain Bruno Suarez, attacking him. He also looked at Locke with surprise, as if wondering why that attack didn't split the mediocre second-class witch apprentice in half. In fact, this vampire's magic power is close to 200, probably over 190. Compared to him, Locke's magic model is average, and his magic power is weaker. But because of the strong basic magic power of the level 6 mandrake vines, he managed to resist. Due to the weak magical power on Locke, it seemed insignificant. Therefore, the experienced vampire wizard apprentice immediately focused all his attention on what he believed was his biggest enemy, Captain Bruno Suarez. This vampire kept attacking with his speed and strength advantages, swinging his claws at Captain Bruno Suarez repeatedly, trying to kill him within 10 seconds. "Bruno Suarez, today you will die at the hands of my blood curse court's second-level wizard apprentice, Terran Curry." Ha! Under his rapid attacks, Captain Bruno Suarez was in great pain. He wasn't without the ability to fight back, but the vampire's speed was too fast, fully exploiting this advantage and preventing him from casting spells to counterattack. Captain Bruno Suarez could only activate his thorn armor for protection, but that enchanted item was quickly torn apart by the vampire's blood claws. Just when he was about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly felt the vampire stop attacking. He looked up and saw the vampire suspended in midair, seemingly trapped by something invisible. Meanwhile, Locke's hidden invisible mandrake vines appeared. The vampire apprentice looked surprised and angry. This is Vine Hand, a low-level spell. Thanks to the Vine Hand spell, the vines transformed into a plant-like hand that grabbed the vampire. No wonder. The vampire apprentice was shocked and annoyed because Vine Hand was a relatively low-level magic. Moreover, with his combat experience and speed advantage, this spell should have been unable to reach him. But Locke's mandrake vines had invisibility, so the vampire apprentice didn't notice Locke's Vine Hand approaching him. He quickly realized he needed to break free from Locke's vines. He was able to cause chaos here not because he was extremely powerful, but because he used his experience and speed to create a temporary advantage. The young vampire apprentices lacked battle experience. At first, they didn't realize he was a transformed vampire and didn't use spells against vampires. He relied on his undead ability to resist many spells. But as soon as he was slightly delayed, his advantage disappeared. In a way, he didn't manage to kill Captain Bruno Suarez instantly because he was held back. This wasn't a big problem initially. He believed he could kill Bruno Suarez within 10 seconds, but he didn't expect that an ordinary second-class apprentice, using a simple vine spell, could control him. Next, Captain Bruno Suarez used a thorn spear. The magic vines turned into a spear that pierced the vampire's chest and heart. Fire, sunlight, and wooden stakes can break a vampire's immortality. Bruno Suarez shouted to Locke, "Newcomer, good job. Didn't expect you to be so capable. Thanks to you controlling him, just a moment of restraint was enough for me to kill him. Your magic vines were specially bred by Lady Sophia, right?" "That's impressive." The vampire monster's face showed hatred and frustration. He glared at Bruno Suarez and Locke, saying, "No, no, no, no." He was engulfed in golden flames, screaming as he burned to ash, leaving only a still beating, pierced red heart on the ground. Captain Bruno Suarez sighed in relief. He looked around at the grim scene. This time, 3 apprentice witches and 2 young witches from our enforcement team died. The war is getting more intense. Thanks to you, newcomer. We killed this vampire together. According to the rules, the spoils belong to both of us. But you just saved me, so at least that vampire's heart is yours. Captain Bruno Suarez added, vampire hearts are good materials for making potions and alchemy. Locke looked at the vampire heart on the ground, but didn't refuse, since a vampire heart is quite valuable. All right, Captain Bruno Suarez looked at the team members. Clean up the scene and record the report. We must inform the higher-ups about this matter. The female apprentice witch, who previously cast the wrong spell and treated a vampire, looked a bit scared and said, Captain, patrols are getting more and more dangerous lately. Our team is simply not enough. There are still some people in the law enforcement team who left voluntarily to make connections, which greatly reduced our fighting strength. The new witches haven't gained enough practical experience yet. She cast a guilty look at Locke. Anyway, in that recent fight, Locke seemed to have more combat experience than her. Captain, can you talk to the higher-ups and tell them about our current difficulties? Maybe they can assign us some local witch apprentices. Local witch apprentices are usually better at magic than those from overseas. Captain Bruno Suarez looked at her coldly. Haley, mind your own business. Right now, there are no local witch apprentices willing to join our law enforcement team. And judging by your performance just now, you're not even better than the new recruits. Not even as good as Augustine. In the dwarf alley, on the street, Locke used a handkerchief to carefully store the vampire's heart. He remembered that the dark elf Cesarli once said that vampire hearts could be used to make many types of apprentice-level potions. One of these, called Crimson Echo, can boost a second-level witch apprentice's mental power by 10% at once. The side effects only last for about a month and include symptoms like temperature imbalance, blood-red vision, and loss of taste, similar to vampire syndrome. Keeping this vampire heart benefits him a lot. He didn't expect that joining the patrol and becoming a law enforcer at Lilith's hut would allow him to obtain such rare magical materials. Locke looked down at the wound on his shoulder. This work is indeed very dangerous. For example, just now, if the witch apprentice from the Blood Curse Court had focused their main attack on him, he would be dead now. Fortunately, he seemed to have weak magic power and didn't attract the attention of the Dark Wizard apprentice. But as long as he stays in this patrol team for a long time, his information will eventually be discovered by the Blood Curse Court. When that happens, he will be in real danger. So, just as teacher Sophia reminded herself, she still needs to find a way to leave the patrol team as soon as possible. Locke turned around and walked toward Captain Bruno Suarez. Captain Suarez, I happen to have 2 friends here. I want to check on them to see if everything is okay. Captain Bruno Suarez was busy collecting evidence at the scene. He waved his hand casually. We don't have many strict rules here. Do whatever you want. Hyla, take that lab journal with you. We need to hand it over to the higher-ups. Such harmful things must be destroyed and sealed away. Captain Bruno Suarez, coldly, spoke to the frightened third-year wizard apprentices. Listen carefully, new students. Following the wrong path leads to this kind of result. Learn from this. On the dwarf street, the frightened wizard apprentices nodded and agreed, showing they understood. Meanwhile, Locke entered the house of Rowan on the dwarf street. Rowan and Pierre were hiding inside. When Rowan and Pierre saw Locke come in, they both relaxed. Rowan exhaled deeply. Locke, so it's you. Congratulations. Pierre, and I heard you've become a law enforcement wizard apprentice. Pierre looked at Locke with some envy. Locke's wizard robe had 2 badges, one representing the second-level wizard apprentice from the academy, and another for the law enforcement wizard apprentice. Pierre said, Locke, you actually became a law enforcement wizard apprentice. It's very hard for local wizard apprentices to join the patrol team. You're really impressive. Locke was a bit surprised, but then remembered that Pierre, although a local wizard, came from an ordinary family. So, he didn't know much about the current inside story of the patrol team, which was normal. Locke didn't want to explain too much. He nodded slightly. It's okay. I came here to see if you had any trouble. I'm glad you're all right. Be careful these days. Rowan and Pierre were very touched after hearing this. Rowan said, having a friend like you is really great. Don't worry, and I should thank you too, because you are wearing the badge of a second-class wizard apprentice and a law enforcement wizard apprentice. You entered our house. I think that for a while, Pierre and I will have fewer small troubles. Locke nodded. then saw that they were fine. He briefly chatted with them, and then made an excuse to turn and leave. Pierre watched Locke's back as he left, and said enviously, "In just 1 year, he became a second-class wizard apprentice and joined the patrol team. We don't know how long it will take us to learn and leave this place." Rowan looked at him and thought about how Locke and he had joined Lily's hut together, taken a boat here, and had the same talent level. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This is the gap between people. We can only work hard and move forward to catch up with those talented people. In the afternoon, the patrol team went out again and handled a small trouble caused by the invasion of a magical creature called the Screaming Frog. Because of the wizard wars between Lily's hut and the Blood Curse Court, Lily's hut's territory was filled with spy apprentices and even experienced some slight ecological imbalance. This caused the patrol team's workload to increase greatly. After a tiring day, Locke returned to 341 Reverse Alley. In his small villa, Locke took off his dusty wizard robe and handed it to a gray dwarf. He then said to another gray dwarf, "Take the dinner to my room and prepare hot water for a bath. Don't let anyone enter my bedroom or disturb my rest." The gray dwarf saluted Locke and said, "Great wizard master, your command is our divine decree." In his bedroom, Locke sat on the bed, holding a small, deep purple gemstone about the size of a thumb. This gem had 8 faces and reflected a noble glow. This was a new synthesis formula he had recently discovered. Locke looked at the gem's description: deep purple gem. Level 6 crafted item, from a special gemstone in the void. It is said to be a strange gem formed by the high compression of turbulent flows in the void, with the ability to absorb impurities from bloodline-contaminated mental energy. One deep purple gem can increase the quality of 10 units of magic power. A flicker of thought crossed Locke's eyes. I heard about this type of gemstone in the All Things class. It is a beginner-level magical resource not produced in the southeastern region. Wizards who modify their bloodlines gain many benefits, but this also causes bloodline contamination and changes to their magic properties, leaving many side effects. However, having a few pieces of deep purple gemstones can solve this problem. Locke thought and said, "Even a second-class wizard apprentice can perform a simple bloodline modification. Generally, second-class wizard apprentices undergo more than one bloodline modification, which can slightly improve their talent and mental strength. This is a common practice everyone does. Moreover, staying in a patrol team is very dangerous. I need to improve my strength quickly to avoid being caught off guard again like today. Since I have this opportunity, I should do a bloodline modification with fewer side effects." Locke reached out and picked up a magic book from the shelf and started flipping through it. The biggest side effect of bloodline modification on the mental level is the deterioration of magic purity, which can affect future advancement. It's beneficial now, but harmful in the long run. But if I have a lot of deep purple gemstones, I can perform some powerful bloodline modifications that might cause significant mental contamination. He looked through the notes from the All Things class and paused on the illustrations of the medium-level magical creatures, the Acne Giant Bear and Urson Giant Wolf. The Acne Giant Bear and Urson Giant Wolf are both quite strong among medium-level magical creatures. The Acne Giant Bear has Earth Magic Pattern Skin, which boosts its defense and speeds up healing wounds. The Urson Giant Wolf is extremely fast, with swift runes naturally embedded in its bones. These two creatures' bloodlines are very suitable for me now. The Black Wizard Apprentice I faced before could suppress the enforcement team because of his speed advantage. If I had Earth Magic Pattern Skin, my survival chances would greatly increase, and I would have a higher margin for error. When I thought about what happened this morning, I felt more secure. After a moment of thinking, Locke decided to focus on the Acne Giant Bear. The reason was simple. His official wizard mentor, which Sophia, has a magical creature breeding room that currently has an Acne Giant Bear. Buying a magical creature from teacher Sophia can save a lot of magic stones and reduce worries about quality. He could even personally extract the bloodline from the Acne Giant Bear. Locke thought. Besides, I don't have the skill to make the potion that separates and extracts the bloodline of the Acne Giant Bear. Only a first-class wizard apprentice or an official wizard can do that. Other second-class wizard apprentices usually buy from others, but I can buy from teacher Sophia. As long as I have some blood from the Acne Giant Bear, an especially made bloodline separation potion. I can create a bloodline modification potion myself. For a second-class wizard apprentice like Lily's Cottage, this is a small task. Locke considered that Lily's Cottage is the main base for potion-making wizards. From his current knowledge, the wizard apprentices there probably have much stronger overall skills in potion-making than those from other schools. He thought, the only problem is where to get the magic stones. But the Okne giant bear is just a magical creature that's not very useful to official wizards, and teacher Sophia usually doesn't care about it. So, the cost shouldn't be high. Maybe she'll even give it to me. Just ask about it tomorrow. A gray dwarf servant carefully knocked on Locke's bedroom door, pacing rhythmically. Great wizard, there is a stranger wizard outside who wants to visit you. Would you like to meet her? Locke frowned. At this time, who would come to see him in the topsy-turvy alley? Lorne and Pierre are only third-class wizard apprentices, so they wouldn't be allowed into topsy-turvy alley. Teacher Sophia definitely wouldn't go either. If she entered the second-class wizard apprentice area, it would cause a big fuss. He had just become a second-class wizard apprentice recently and probably didn't have many friends at this level. Locke looked at the gray dwarf servant indifferently and said, "Okay, I understand. Arrange for her to wait for me in the living room." The gray dwarf servant hurriedly left. About 8 minutes later, Locke changed into a white wizard robe, wearing the badge that represented his status as an apprentice enforcer and the academy badge, then headed to the living room. In the living room, Locke saw a female second-level wizard apprentice dressed in a violet wizard robe. Her robe seemed carefully tailored and looked somewhat attractive. She was wearing gold high heels and a purple crystal necklace on her ears. But this was someone Locke had never seen before. Confused, Locke looked at her. "Hello, I am Locke Augustine. Who are you?" The female wizard apprentice's eyes lit up slightly when she saw Locke approaching. She stood up and smiled at him. "Nice to meet you, Wizard Augustine. I am Crystal Reeves," she emphasized, a second-level wizard apprentice from the Reeves family. The Reeves family is one of the 72 local wizard families of Lilith's Cottage. Locke frowned slightly. He knew about the 72 local wizard families of Lilith's Cottage. Lilith's Cottage is a wizard academy that includes both wizard groups based on master-apprentice relationships and those based on family ties. But ultimately, family inheritance is not as strong as master-apprentice inheritance. Because you can't guarantee every child of a family has wizard talent, but you can ensure every student you accept has high wizard potential. For a wizard organization to grow, it must move beyond bloodline-based power. Therefore, outside wizards still dominate Lilith's Cottage. The earliest family wizards have long been marginalized. For example, Locke's teacher, Witch Sophia, is a typical outsider wizard. Although she is local, her family is not from Lilith's Cottage's original territory. Locke said to Crystal Reeves, "Miss Reeves, what brings you here?" Christine Reeves frowned in displeasure because Locke not only failed to show the respect she expected from the Reeves family, but also seemed eager to drive him away. However, thinking about her purpose for coming today, Christine's expression softened. "In that case, I'll be brief. The Reeves family values your talent. Although the Academy only rates your talent as level 3, we Reeves are not concerned about that." Christine smiled slightly, as if Locke should be grateful for this. "Therefore, the Reeves family wants to sign a contract with you and invest in your future." She handed the contract to Locke. Locke took the contract and began to read. Indeed, not all children of wizard families have wizard talent. So, they have other ways to support promising wizard apprentices by investing in those with no power or influence. The best candidates are, of course, young wizards from overseas who have no connections here. Locke thought that perhaps his rapid progress in leveling up had caught the Reeves family's attention, which is why they came early to invest in him. He looked at the benefits section of the contract. 50 magic stones each month, plus 2 bottles of concentration bomb, and the right to use your family's laboratory. Christine smiled slightly, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Yes, the Reeves family has its own invested laboratories. As our investment target, you have the right to use them. Of course, this also means you have certain obligations to our family." Locke looked at the obligations section of the contract and immediately frowned deeply. The contract surprisingly required him to guarantee that within 10 years, he would have at least 5 children with female relatives of the Reeves family. It also demanded that once he became a first-level wizard apprentice, he must contribute when the family needs him. As a favor, the contract even promised that if he performed well as a first-level wizard apprentice, he could marry the most talented member of the Reeves family, Christine, who has level 4 talent, and become a couple. Of course, this would be as a son-in-law. Seeing this, Locke's eyes showed clear displeasure. The contract was clearly arrogant. The other person clearly wanted to use me as a breeding tool to improve the descendants of the Lewis family, hoping they would have outstanding wizard talent. Perhaps this contract is somewhat attractive to ordinary overseas wizards, but for me, who has a synthetic magic cube, it's just a useless option. As long as I get my assistant certificate, I won't lack magic stones for a while. Signing this kind of contract is clearly unnecessary and just invites trouble. Locke said to Crystal, "I refuse." Crystal, with a confident look, showed a hint of disbelief. Then her calm smile froze, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. But she tried to suppress it and stay rational. "How could that be? Are you still unhappy about something? Mr. Augustine, let me remind you, this contract is very favorable, especially since you are only a level 3 apprentice wizard. Our family even gives you more magic stones each month than the benefits from the academy. Without magic stones, you will find it very difficult to survive here. As an overseas outsider and not a local apprentice wizard, you will be completely isolated." Crystal suppressed her anger and said, "If it weren't for you becoming a second-level apprentice wizard within a year, with your talent, you wouldn't even pass our Lewis family's review. And now, only our family is interested in you. Other local families wouldn't extend a helping hand. Without magic stones, your talent is useless. You will gradually become mediocre and eventually be ignored. This is the best opportunity in your life." Crystal advised, "You should think about it again." Hearing this, Locke couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The Lewis wizard family seemed quite powerful, but in reality, it's just a family that doesn't even have a proper wizard. I'm not even sure how many first-level apprentice wizards they currently have. Teacher Sophia once told me that most wizard families inside Lily's cottage are all showy on the outside, but rotten inside. Truly promising apprentice wizards in the academy would never associate with them. They came to find me probably because they saw that, as an outsider from the mortal world, my knowledge is limited. Moreover, my own talent level is not high, so I am not taken seriously by the major official wizard mentors. That's why I dare to come here and sign this kind of contract." Locke once again refused, saying, "Miss Crystal, I still won't sign the contract. I'm used to being alone. I need to meditate now." Crystal's face finally showed a look of displeasure she couldn't hide. With anger and a cold face, she said, "I won't ask twice for such a generous contract. Missing this chance will be the biggest regret of your life." Crystal said, "Without magic stones, even if you have some talent, you're nothing." She turned and headed toward the door. Locke only glanced at her and said to the gray dwarf servant, "See her out." Although the gray dwarf servants didn't quite understand what was happening, they sensed Locke's unwelcoming attitude toward Crystal. They immediately stopped their flattery and confidently opened the door to let Crystal leave. This made Crystal almost nosebleed with anger. However, since they were in the upside-down alley and Locke was a patrol wizard, she knew if she attacked him, she would get into trouble. So she held back her anger. Before leaving, Crystal muttered, "Gray dwarfs. These lowly creatures should have all been burned long ago, instead of being spared by our ancestors after their defeat." After this incident, Locke took a shower and then focused on meditation. Only by constantly meditating could he improve his mental strength faster and become a first-class wizard apprentice sooner. The next day, in the office of Witch Sophia, Locke placed his palm on the purple crystal matrix, which displayed the number 61. This was thanks to the combined effects of Moonlight Potion, Pink Gemstone, and the Root Pulse meditation method. Witch Sophia entered the office, looked at the purple crystal matrix, and then smiled at Locke. "You came here quite early today. I thought you would be late." Locke looked puzzled and asked, "Teacher, I don't quite understand what you mean." Witch Sophia smiled and said, "With a beautiful wizard family lady accompanying you, I thought you would be reluctant to leave. I guess that recently, a wizard family has approached you for investment. After all, your rapid progress makes you a good candidate for their support. 4 talented overseas wizards like you, they find it hard to resist." Locke said to Witch Sophia, "Teacher, I refused yesterday." Witch Sophia looked at Locke in surprise. He then recounted what happened yesterday. After listening, which Sophia sneered. No wonder those wizard families are getting weaker each day. Even my student Sophia looks down on them. The contract they offered you isn't even standard. They reduced all resources by about 30%, which Sophia sneered again. They probably looked down on you because, when you entered Lily's cabin, they only rated your wizard talent as level 3. A bunch of narrow-minded people. How can they judge a wizard's talent with such rough tests? It's good that you refused. The Levis family now only has 2 apprentice wizards, neither of whom has a chance to become a full wizard. They're both quite old, and their talent pool is drying up. They're just a sinking ship, which Sophia seemed very annoyed with the contract from the Levis family. She felt it was somewhat insulting to her. After all, Locke is her only current student, which Sophia sneered. Wait until you become my assistant in breeding. Then we'll see who will regret it. Locke didn't expect which Sophia to be so passionate. He tentatively asked, Teacher, I want to undergo bloodline modification with the Acne giant bear. Is it possible to buy 500 milliliters of blood from that bear from you? I also want to buy the specialized bloodline separation potion for the Acne giant bear, which Sophia looked at Locke and smiled. You're quite clever. Well, today I'm in a good mood. The bloodline of the Acne giant bear is indeed a good direction for modification, especially suited to your current situation. Surviving first is more important than anything. If you die during patrol duty, all your potential won't matter. The giant bear from Orkney is no longer useful to me. You can extract as much blood as you want, just don't kill it. I've already gathered some and used resources from my time as a first-level wizard apprentice and asked someone to help me pack and sell them. I just need some time to organize everything. About 3 months, Wizard Sophia said. During this time, that Orkney giant bear will be under your care. Also, I do have some leftover Orkney giant bear bloodline separation potions. If you want, I can sell them to you at a low price. To me, they are just cheap items now, not worth many magic stones. Wizard Sophia casually said, just 50 magic stones. You give me 50 stones, then go to warehouse number 3 to pick up the wooden box containing the bloodline separation potions. Inside, there are 3 vials. They are useless to me, so if you want them, you can take them. Use those separation potions to practice. Lork was momentarily stunned. He looked up at Wizard Sophia. From what he heard from fellow second-level wizard apprentices in public classes, ordinary official wizard mentors tend to treat their second-level apprentices like tools, pushing them hard. Even buying basic lab supplies for their work often costs them their own magic stones. But Wizard Sophia sold him the bloodline separation potions at a low price, which normally cost at least 200 magic stones each. Lork quietly said to Wizard Sophia, Thank you, teacher. He looked at her with complicated eyes. If it weren't for the big secret he was hiding, he might have been able to open up to her. Of course, he still needed to keep his secret. The secret he carried was enough to drive an official wizard to madness. After all, the Hedrick Cube is something that gets more powerful the higher your level. Wizard Sophia looked seriously at Lork and said, Lork, I've been busy lately. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. She was flipping through a magic book, which seemed to be at the level of an official wizard's spellbook. She remained focused, muttering to herself. These types of magical materials have disappeared for over 3,000 years. According to historical records, ancient wizards from that time could not have obtained them. It seems there is some hidden truth behind this. The assessment over in the star domain C is very difficult. But to go further, I must leave this barren southeastern corner. Seeing that which Sophia was fully focused, Locke quietly left his office without a sound. Outside the wooden house, Locke thought to himself, it seems even official wizards have their worries, but those worries are just about himself now, and perhaps he isn't worthy of knowing them. A week later, Locke took a leave of absence from the patrol team. After all, he only needs to go for about 10 days each month. Most of the time for a second-level wizard apprentice is spent on studying, researching, and working for his wizard mentor and senior wizard. In his study at home, Locke looked at a set of cheap extraction and refining equipment on his desk. He spent half a week using a 3-tube bloodline separation potion, extracting blood from the Acne giant bear 3 times, and making 3 doses of a bloodline enhancement potion. Then, Locke combined the 3 doses of the Acne giant bear bloodline enhancement potion. The Heretic Cube seemed to think that the Acne giant bear bloodline enhancement potion was originally a level 5 item, so it only took 2 days to synthesize one. combining the 3 level 5 bloodline enhancement potions into a single level 6 bloodline enhancement potion. Moreover, a special synthesis formula appeared. Locke looked at the description: Acne Giant Bear, Ancient Species, Bloodline Enhancement Potion, Level 6 crafted item. The alchemist traced and found a hidden ancient magical creature's bloodline power within the blood of a normal Acne Giant Bear. Consuming this potion grants the power of an ancient bloodline. By taking this potion, you not only gain a land magic pattern skin, but also acquire a giant bear's body at 0.5 tier, which can enlarge your size by 2.5 times and greatly increase your strength within 10 minutes. Warning 1. This product contains the bloodline power of an ancient creature. The bloodline of ancient creatures is more violent than that of ordinary magical beings. After consumption, it will severely deteriorate your mental strength and cause your magic to become more ferocious. Warning 2. When taking this potion, prepare at least 1 kilogram of meat nearby. Locke glanced at Warning 2, then rang a bell in the room to summon a small gray dwarf servant. The gray dwarf servant looked at Locke with respect. On Locke's desk was an ancient bloodline version of the Acne Giant Bear bloodline modification potion. To him, the potion seemed mysterious and frightening, like the image of a wizard in his mind. Locke said, "Prepare 10 kilograms of meat for me. The sooner, the better." The gray dwarf servant saluted Locke. "Great wizard master, your command is my sacred duty." An hour later, the gray dwarf servant pushed a cart full of beef into the study, then respectfully left. Locke told them to guard the house and not let anyone in. He then locked the study door and drank the ancient version of the Acne Giant Bear bloodline essence modification potion. He let out a muffled sound, sat down heavily, and quickly opened his notebook to record his experience with the potion. "My arm muscles are twitching strangely, probably because of the bloodline of an ancient creature transforming my muscles. My sense of smell is changing. My heartbeat has suddenly dropped to 30 beats per minute, much lower than the average human rate. But these symptoms seem temporary. My body is gradually returning to normal." Half an hour later, Locke stood up. He seemed taller and had more obvious muscles. Most importantly, a brown, diamond-shaped mark appeared on the back of his left hand. He focused his mind and injected magic into the mark. Instantly, the brown mark stretched out lines of brown stripes that spread across his hand and up his arm, covering his entire body. Then, Locke's body began to swell. His muscles and bones expanded under the effect of the earth magic skin, like a balloon inflating. Locke transformed into a small giant, feeling that his defense, stamina, and strength had greatly increased. After taking this potion, he also noticed that his mental power grew by more than 10%, especially when it became very wild. He placed his palm on a purple crystal matrix borrowed from Witch Sophia. Suddenly, a number, 76, appeared on the matrix. Locke was surprised and said, "Wow, I directly gained 15 points of mental strength." No wonder second-class wizard apprentices in the academy often modify their bloodlines. This almost equals the mental strength I could gain after over half a year of meditation. I am already close to the mental strength growth rate of a nearly level 7 wizard talent. Of course, this is also because the potion contains the bloodline of ancient creatures. Locke noticed that his current mood was more lively than usual, and he seemed easily angered. Whenever someone slightly provoked him, he would become very angry. This is a side effect of bloodline modification. Normally, second-class wizard apprentices can only meditate day and night to reduce the side effects inside their minds, using time to calm their mental restlessness. But Locke took out a deep purple gem from his pocket. The gem shimmered with strange purple light. His magic power was absorbed into it, and the originally degraded magic was released again from the gem without any side effects. Locke let out a deep breath. "Fortunately, I have this deep purple gem. Otherwise, just the side effects of degraded mental strength would be enough to trouble me. With the power of this ancient creature's bloodline, my safety has greatly improved. Among second-class wizard apprentices, there are probably few who can kill me alone." Suddenly, Locke's stomach made a loud growling sound. He looked at the meat on the cart and licked his lips. "No wonder I prepared so much meat in advance." It turns out that the energy consumption during bloodline modification is quite high. While eating all the meat on the cart, Locke poured his magic into the deep purple gem. His stomach roared like thunder as his enhanced digestive system, thanks to the ancient bloodline, quickly digested the dried beef. He heard the sound of the gem cracking. Looking down, he saw that the deep purple gem in his hand had turned into a pile of gemstone powder. It's the special material inside the deep purple gem. It's been used up, causing the gem to break. I still need 7 more deep purple gems to completely eliminate the side effects. It will take me at least 2 weeks to gather them all, but this is already a good start, Locke thought. Other second-rate wizard apprentices probably can't suppress the side effects in just a few years. Of course, Lily's hut sells potions that remove the negative effects of degraded mental energy, but those potions are very expensive and can only be bought from one's own wizard mentor. Moreover, these potions are not as effective as the deep purple jade. All potions have some side effects. So even using expensive potions to clear the impurities in mental energy will still leave some side effects. Locke could even sense that, thanks to the effects of Moonlight Spirit Medicine and Concentration Bomb, the toxicity within his mental energy was being cleared by the deep purple jade. In a way, the deep purple jade allows him to stay in a pure state, free from the influence of any potions. Locke looked through his notes on the course of all things. The deep purple jade is a specialty of the Starfield Sea, but it is very rare in the southeast corner domain. Therefore, wizard apprentices there cannot obtain it to remove the potion toxins from their bodies. Starfield Sea. Teacher Sophia has been mentioning that term a lot lately. The deep purple jade contains a special energy from the Starfield Sea, void energy. That sparse void energy is enough to purify all the impurities within my mental energy. Unfortunately, it seems that void energy can't purify ether elements, so the tangled ether elements inside my mental energy still remain. Locke frowned slightly at the mirror in his study. He had not yet confirmed what negative effects the ether elements tangled with his mental energy might have on him. But, so far, it seemed there was no impact, so he didn't need to worry too much. Locke returned to his bedroom, applied some concentration balm on his temples, and then began his meditation for the night. The next day, Locke went early to report to the patrol team's cabin. However, for some reason, many wizard apprentices in the patrol team looked at him with surprised and unusual expressions. But when Locke looked at them, they all greeted him with smiles or nodded at him. Since Locke had shown great skill during the last mission, he had become popular within the patrol team and had integrated into the group. Faced with this slightly unusual situation, Locke frowned slightly. It seemed he had caused some trouble and become one of the main topics of discussion in the news. Locke had some guesses about what was happening. He entered Captain Bruno Suarez's office. When Bruno saw Locke, his eyes lit up. "Locke, you're here today, just in time for the afternoon. We have a dangerous task to clear out a group of rampaging rhinos that have entered Lily's cabin on the edge of the city. I plan to take you and Halia with me." Since the last incident, Captain Bruno saw Locke as a capable second-class wizard apprentice and paid more attention to him. Halia looked at Locke curiously. "Hello, Locke. I heard you refused the investment deal from the Lewis family and even said you didn't need wizard family investments. Did you know? You've become quite the hot topic among the second-class wizard apprentices at Lily's cabin lately. People are talking about all sorts of things." Captain Bruno became serious and raised his voice at Halia. "Halia, why are you saying this? We're all part of the same patrol team. There's no need to gossip about each other to outsiders." Halia shrugged and raised an eyebrow, trying to lighten the mood with a playful expression. "There are also some apprentices from the local 72 wizard families in our patrol team. Besides, I heard about this morning and even challenged those spreading rumors. I told them it was just a rumor. Locke Augustine is an excellent wizard apprentice in our patrol team." Halia turned to Locke with an apology. "Sorry, Locke. I just wanted to warn you that the Lewis family seems to be taking some revenge against you. Those struggling local wizard families are really petty." Although Halia and Captain Bruno were also local wizards, they came from ordinary human families, so they didn't have strong biases in this matter. In fact, because Locke had fought alongside them before, they felt more favorably toward him. Locke furrowed his brow. He didn't expect the Lewis family to resort to such petty tricks. Clearly, the Rivas family is unhappy with being rejected. They want to use this shameful way to prevent themselves from receiving any investment from the wizard family. If they truly wanted to get the investment, they would be very worried and might even go to apologize in person. But they did not. They never considered accepting investment from those 72 native families, as that would be like trapping themselves. Locke didn't care much about this. He just made a mental note of the Rivas family's actions and then said to Captain Bruno and Hylia, "Thank you for the reminder. However, these are just small tricks that don't matter. As wizard apprentices, our main job is to learn and explore magic. Captain, can you tell me about the afternoon task?" Hylia and Captain Bruno nodded in agreement. They saw this rumor as a poor and unworthy trick. But Locke was completely unfazed, which surprised the two a little. Hylia looked at Locke in surprise. She didn't understand why Locke was so calm. Captain Bruno said, "All right, let's get to the main point. The enraged rhinos have a passive magic spell called Frenzy from the 0.5 magic school. There are about 7 of them. We plan to use our numbers to drive them away. During this process, we will also gain some benefits." Captain Bruno explained, "The magic materials from the killed enraged rhinos can be shared among our patrol team. In Lily's cabin territory, we can safely kill some magical creatures that invade the city area. This is much safer than hunting and collecting magic materials in dangerous wild environments. It's a kind of benefit for our patrol team." At the edge of the port city, a group of dark-skinned rhinos was running wildly outside the wilderness. In front of them were more than 20 second-level wizard apprentices from the patrol team. Captain Bruno called out to Locke, "Locke." In the next moment, 7 enraged rhinos crashed into the hidden mandrake vines. At this instant, Locke's mandrake vines transformed into vine hands, trapping the group of enraged rhinos in the magical vines. The pale purple berries on Locke's mandala vine branches swelled up one by one, then exploded, splattering juice everywhere. The crazed rhinos that had been contaminated with the special toxin from the berries let out loud howls. Purple net-like scars appeared on their bodies, caused by Locke's toxic berry ejection spell, which was destroying their organs. The enhanced toxin from the toxic berry ejection, combined with the level 6 mandala vine, actually managed to hold back the herd of crazed rhinos for a moment. Captain Bruno exclaimed happily, "Good job, Locke." Prepared to cast magic, many second-level wizard apprentices on patrol looked at Locke with surprise and admiration. Although Locke had just been promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice, his skills and magic power were already impressive. Next, the ground beneath the herd of crazed rhinos turned into a muddy swamp, created by a magic model called Mud Transformation Marsh. This made it impossible for the rhinos to escape. Even if they had strength, they couldn't use it to break free. Then, the wizard apprentices of the law enforcement team cast attack spells on the herd, causing serious damage. In the end, 3 of the crazed rhinos were killed by the patrol team, and 4 others activated their rage magic abilities. With their tough, magic-resistant skin, they forced themselves to withstand the spells and fled in the direction away from the city. Before escaping, the oldest of the rhinos, the matriarch of the herd, looked back at the wizard apprentices. Captain Bruno led everyone to examine the bodies of the 3 dead rhinos. "The biggest contributions this time came from me, Locke, and Helia from the Curse School with the magic model Mud Transformation Marsh at level 0.5. So, we 3 will get priority in resource distribution. The rest of you share equally. Is that okay?" No one among the wizard apprentices objected. It was fair. Locke also thought so. If it were only him, he could temporarily hold back the herd with his vine magic, but lacking follow-up attack spells, he wouldn't be able to kill even one crazed rhino. They could only watch them escape. The special enhanced poison shot from the toxic berry cannot cause fatal effects on medium-level magical creatures. The hardened magical resistant skin of the enraged rhinoceros can even reduce the effects of magic. Their reinforced magical organs are excellent materials for making magical items. Captain Bruno said, "The most important parts of the enraged rhinoceros are the heart, blood, and hide. Each of us will take a share to make a set of magical armor. Then each of us will get 3 shares of blood and 1 heart. The other members of the patrol team can each get a share of blood, as well as other parts like the tail and hooves." Locke and the others nodded. The distribution was very fair and matched everyone's contributions. The main reason they were able to kill 3 enraged rhinoceroses so easily was because of Locke's invisibility mandala vine. It even caught the herd off guard and fell into the trap. Then, Haley and Captain Bruno used their magic. Of course, this was a team effort. 20 minutes later, the loot was divided. An apprentice wizard sighed softly. It would be great if every day could be this easy, and we could get so much. Yesterday, we lost one person. Locke looked at the apprentice and knew the story. Yesterday, a second-class apprentice wizard pretending to be an ordinary person appeared in the city. That dark wizard had been hiding in the port city for a long time. He even used vampire's first embrace to spread the vampire curse, causing chaos in the city. The riot yesterday even attracted a high-level wizard from Lilith's cottage. That wizard used a collective antidote spell to create a rain of antidote potions, stopping the vampire plague before it spread. This shows that the patrol team's tasks are becoming more and more dangerous. Recently, more local wizard apprentices have been trying to find ways to leave the patrol team through connections with their families. Of course, Lilith's cottage is tightening the restrictions on wizard apprentices leaving the patrol team. In the future, it will be even harder for them to escape. After completing the task, Locke greeted a few fellow apprentice wizards he got along with in the patrol team and then left. He returned to the topsy-turvy alley to meditate and study breeding courses. 3 months later, it was the third month of Locke's breeding class with Witch Sophia. Locke had mostly mastered grafting techniques and had cultivated about a dozen mandrake vines and typhler roots in his own residence in Topsy-Turvy Alley. Of course, those were just decoys. Locke's learning speed in the breeding class was neither fast nor slow, but above average. He only had level 3 wizard talent, but because of the deep blue jade, cobalt jade, and rose jade, his magic fluctuations were very low, and his magic was highly precise. So, he learned at a decent pace. Inside Witch Sophia's office, Locke brought the super mandrake vine he had created to her desk, and he had already prepared his explanation. He said it was a special mandrake vine cultivated by grafting some of the better traits from typhler roots and mandrake vines. He believed Witch Sophia wouldn't fuss too much over such low-level magical plants. And after she approved, no one would doubt that he was a talented assistant. Witch Sophia looked down at the super mandrake vine, her expression changing slightly, appearing surprised, and her usually indifferent face softened. Locke, the quality of your class assignment today is very good. Did you cultivate this using grafting? Witch Sophia looked at Locke seriously. Locke nodded. Yes, teacher. Witch Sophia's face showed some emotion. You are more talented in breeding than I thought. Very good. Even outstanding. You will become an excellent. It seems I underestimated you before, Witch Sophia thought for a moment, then showed an amused expression. It looks like some people really need to feel regret. By the way, Locke, this year I am responsible for the assessment of the breeding assistant certificate at Lily's cabin. However, I think you don't need to waste time on the test. I can give you the certificate right now. With your work, you truly deserve the certificate. Witch Sophia handed a certificate to Locke. This is a small privilege of a level 1 wizard, in Witch Sophia's office. Sophia conducted some simple performance tests on the level for Super Mandrake Vine. After finishing the tests, Sophia showed a hint of interest. It's hard to believe that such a creation was made by a second-class apprentice like you. Your Mandrake Vine's basic performance is already comparable to that of a normal quality typhler root vine. No, in fact, in terms of vine strength and speed, it even surpasses the normal quality typhler root vine a bit, about 15% stronger. This almost replaces the standard typhler root vine, but it's not as good as the high-quality typhler root vine. While speaking, Sophia dipped her feather pen in ink and wrote her test results on a document. Hearing Sophia's words, Locke felt a little disappointed. Sophia is a level 1, and her opinion on certification is very important. It's hard to make mistakes on such low-level magical plants. Locke asked, Teacher, does that mean my super mandrake vine still can't replace the typhler root vine? Sophia gently tapped his forehead with the document, shook her head, and smiled. What are you talking about, silly child? High-quality typhler root vines require advanced, fast-growing gel, premium soil, and careful cultivation by a. They are expensive and custom-made, not something that can be mass-produced. How can yours compare? Sophia pointed to the pot of super mandrake vine and said, Your new variety hasn't gone through the premium customization process. But if it uses targeted cultivation techniques, it can also become a high-quality super mandrake vine. All basic abilities will also be greatly improved. In other words, Locke Augustine, The magic vine you cultivated is likely to become a common magical plant used by most wizards studying the Vine Hand series in Lily's cottage. Over time, it will gradually spread outside the academy, Locke suddenly realized. Sorry, teacher, I didn't respond right away. Which Sophia looked seriously at Locke and said, Locke, although it's not necessary, I believe you. But I need you to explain your specific grafting method. Locke nodded. Yes, teacher. Now he understood why he needed an extra 3 months after finishing the breeding class before he could produce the Super Mandela vine. Locke slowly explained his idea for grafting the Super Mandela vine. Of course, these were made up. But since he had a basic understanding of grafting and cultivation methods, he could make it sound convincing. In theory, it was actually possible. As long as you could find some special traits of Mandela vines that only appear under ideal conditions and find the right ones. Also, under ideal conditions, this special Mandela vine could be successfully cultivated without dying midway. All these conditions were based on ideal scenarios. But after Locke achieved this result, he could work backwards, combining it with his knowledge of grafting and cultivation to create a detailed plan. As long as which Sophia didn't probe into every detail and asked Locke to repeat the entire grafting process directly, there wouldn't be a problem. As a mid-level wizard, even though her Super Mandela vine was revolutionary, it was too low-level to affect anything beyond apprentices. So, she probably wouldn't waste her time carefully examining every step of his cultivation process. Based on Locke's understanding of Witch Sophia during this time, this was unlikely. Witch Sophia didn't care much about the type of magical vine used in the Vine Hand series. From the very first day, Locke knew that for a full wizard, this really wasn't important. Compared to the increased magical power brought by powerful vine spells, the true wizard values learning the Vine Hand technique more, as it enhances knowledge and mental strength. This view is based on broader understanding. Indeed, after listening to Locke's explanation, Witch Sophia nodded and stopped questioning. Instead, she commented, being able to cultivate this mandrake vine seems to involve some luck. But luck alone can't explain it. Witch Sophia looked seriously at Locke and said, Your judgment is very good. Without that, it would be impossible to pick out the right vines among many ordinary mandrake vines that meet your needs. You are more talented in this area than I thought. She pointed to the text she was recording and said, This is my certification as a breeding specialist, testing the abilities of your magical vines. With this certification, your mandrake vine variety can fetch a good price in the Chimera market. Few apprentices achieve such success at your stage. Congratulations, Locke. You probably won't lack magic stones for a while, which Sophia thought for a moment and said, Since you have talent in this field, you should work even harder. Your grafting technique isn't deep enough yet. From now on, I will teach you more carefully, increasing your daily study time here from 1 hour to an hour and a half. 1 hour will still be for learning grafting and cultivation methods, especially more complex ones. The other half hour, I will teach you the follow-up spells for the Vine Hand technique. Locke looked up at Witch Sophia. Few second-class wizard apprentices in Lily's hut probably received this treatment. It seemed that Witch Sophia valued him even more now. Locke said, Thank you, teacher. Witch Sophia replied, I hope you can prove your talent. This isn't just luck. In the future, you should be able to cultivate more good varieties. Locke nodded and said, Yes, teacher. He thought to himself that he still had many plants he had created and wanted to sell soon. Now that she has the certification from Witch Sophia, she can slowly start selling the synthesized magical plants little by little. She can also create the image of being a talented, which will boost her status and make the academy pay more attention to her. Witch Sophia said, Locke, what do you want to name this breed? You can even name it after yourself if you like. You now have the right to name it, like Augustine Vines, for example. Locke thought for a moment and said, Forget it, teacher. I am just a second-class wizard apprentice. That would be too showy. Let's call it the Super Mandela Vines. Witch Sophia nodded and said, That's a good idea. Locke hesitated and said, Teacher, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you'll agree. When you report to the higher-ups of the academy, could you include your name as part of the Super Mandela Vines breeding team? Just say that you guided me and helped develop the new Super Mandela Vines. The main reason for doing this is to reduce unnecessary spying by others. Anyway, I just want to sell the Super Mandela Vines to earn magic stones. At most, I want the academy leaders to see me as a talented and pay more attention to me. Participating in the breeding of the new Super Mandela vines is enough. Breeding it completely on my own would be too noticeable. Right now, Lily's cottage is still at war with the Blood Curse Court's wizards. If I draw too much attention during this period, I could face unnecessary danger. There's even a risk that the Blood Curse Court might send people to eliminate me to weaken Lily's cottage's morale. That could definitely happen. Also, doing this is a way to thank Witch Sophia. Locke knows that Witch Sophia actually needs this title. She needs it to pass her teaching evaluation with the wizard organization of the Star Domain C. Witch Sophia just became a formal wizard. She lacks experience and needs these titles to add to her resume. When Witch Sophia heard this, she looked up at Locke in surprise and said, "Locke, do you realize what you're saying? Then, others might think that I am the main person responsible for cultivating the Super Mandala vine. Although they would still recognize your talent in this field, their opinion of you would be much lower." Locke nodded and said, "Teacher, but I am just a second-class wizard apprentice, and it's good that you know my talents. After all, you are my wizard mentor." Witch Sophia paused for a moment, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. "I can't deny that recently, for certain reasons, I do need to add something impressive to my resume. Locke, your Super Mandala vine is exactly the kind of thing that can add value. Honestly, I am considering it." Witch Sophia thought for a moment and said, "But I can't take advantage of you for nothing." Witch Sophia sat at her desk, crossing her arms and looking at Locke. "My good student, what do you want? As long as it's a reasonable request, I can help you once." Locke thought for a moment. He already had a meditation method in mind, and this favor probably wouldn't be enough to get him a better advanced meditation technique. As for other learning matters, even if he didn't bring them up, Teacher Sophia had already arranged everything for him. He just needed to follow the plan and learn step by step. So, Locke thought of the materials he recently obtained. He took out a vampire's heart from under his wizard robe. "Teacher, this is a vampire's heart. I want you to help me make a bottle of Crimson Echo Potion." The Crimson Echo Potion is a first-class wizard apprentice potion, not reaching the level of a magic potion, but it is considered one of the most difficult apprentice-level potions. Its effect is very powerful, capable of greatly accelerating a wizard apprentice's progress in becoming a full wizard. If made by Witch Sophia, the effect could be even better, and the side effects would be significantly reduced. For alchemists, the publicly known formulas are just standard recipes. Every alchemist has their own small tricks and some secret formulas they have fine-tuned themselves. Locke had observed this during his usual work as Witch Sophia's assistant. Sophia the Witch glanced at the vampire's heart in Locke's hand and said, "The Crimson Echo Potion really suits you." The main ingredients for the Crimson Echo Potion, besides a mid-level vampire's heart, also require 10 grams of Blood Moon Nightshade, 15 grams of Twin Serpent Cedar fruit juice, and a drop of a female mermaid's tears. These must be carefully mixed. Otherwise, the side effects will be too strong. Locke looked at Sophia the Witch with some confusion because the publicly known recipe for the Crimson Echo Potion does not mention mermaid tears. Sophia the Witch explained calmly, "The tears of a female mermaid are a small innovation of mine. They help reduce the side effects of the potion. They can also improve the potion's effectiveness, increasing the mental strength boost from 10% to 15%, adding an extra 5 points." Sophia the Witch said, "All right, I will help you brew it. I will also gather the remaining ingredients." Locke. Sophia hesitated for a moment and said to Locke, "You are very thoughtful. But right now, you should focus on learning. The best reward for a wizard mentor is to see their students grow quickly under their guidance and become capable wizards." Sophia the Witch held up a certification document with her thumb and forefinger. "Here, take this. It's my certification. You can take the Super Mandrake Vine to the Chimera Market. You will need this certification. If you have time, you can sell it yourself at a stall. If not, you can entrust a magic plant shop to do it. I recommend the latter. Our time as wizards is very valuable. Plus, some things are better handled by professionals. If you try to sell the Super Mandrake Vine on your own, you might not get a good price," Sophia the Witch added. "Also, remember to keep the original Super Mandrake Vine in your hands. Sometimes, plants propagated by grafting can degrade or mutate over time. If you don't keep the original, things could become very complicated later," Sophia the Witch explained. That's what defines what a true super mandrake vine is. If the descendants of the super Mandela vine show signs of decline later, the original seeds can still be used to help stop the decline. Locke nodded. I understand, teacher. This pot of super Mandela vine is not the original species. The original is inside my house. I will give this pot to you as a small gift from your student. Actually, I don't have many original seeds. Anyway, I can just grow the Mandela vine to level 4 by grafting and using fast growth gel. The difference isn't big. When the time comes, I can just pick any level 4 Mandela vine and say it is the original species. Sophia the witch didn't refuse. Instead, she slightly smiled and said, Crimson Echo Potion, I will give it to you in a few days. I have to get busy now, Locke. Locke left her office. Goodbye, teacher. After leaving Sophia's hut, Locke headed straight back to his home in the upside-down alley. He then took out 30 pots of super Mandela vines he had synthesized during his free time over the past year. This number is appropriate, matching the speed at which he cultivated new magical vine varieties using grafting and fast growth gel. Locke ordered 2 gray dwarves to push a wooden cart, covered the 30 pots of super Mandela vines with black cloth, and then left the alley. He followed the street to the Chimera Market on the next block. At this moment, Locke was wearing 3 badges, one indicating he was a second-class wizard apprentice, another for his assistant certification, and a third for his law enforcement wizard apprentice status. Because of this, he was not stopped at the entrance of the Chimera Market's barrier. Some people in the market glanced at him a few times. After all, he was relatively young among the assistant breeders. The market on both sides was lined with shops, potion stores, alchemy supplies, transportation tools, magical pet shops, and even a shop that sold spell models, with a storefront resembling a library dedicated to spell models. The shops here are numerous and varied, making it the largest wizard market nearby. Not only the wizards from Lily's cottage, but many other schools of magic also come through different channels to visit this street. Locke saw that further down the street, many wizard apprentices were busy setting up their stalls. Within the Chimera Market, it is divided into 2 parts, one with regular shops along the streets, and another with temporary stalls selling magic resources that are not needed immediately or cannot be used right now. Locke heard a long, rhythmic, and strange sound. He looked up and saw a circular area ahead, where beams of light fell like shooting stars. Some figures appeared amidst the shining lights, shifting from illusions to real forms. Locke knew that this was one of the 7 large teleportation arrays set up in the Chimera Market. These are advanced teleportation devices created by official alchemy wizards, requiring a lot of time to set up. Activating one consumes a large amount of magic stones. These teleportation arrays are a masterpiece of alchemy magic technology. They are suitable for wizards in distant areas to reach the Chimera Market quickly. Many visiting wizards come to the market mainly for the Lily's Cottage potion auction. This is the largest potion resource auction nearby. Even in ordinary wizard secret realms, there aren't that many potion resources, so the auction attracts many outside wizards. Lily's Cottage, as the top potion school in the area, draws wizards from far away who travel great distances to gather resources or study. Locke stopped in front of a magical plant shop on the street. He looked up at the shop, which had a sign made of magical moss and flowers that read, Legion's Secret Language Magical Plant Shop. Locke said, Stop here. Right here. 2 gray dwarves immediately stopped. It was their first time in such a crowded wizard place. Their faces turned very pale, and their skin looked even more colorless. They trembled with fear. They only occasionally looked at Locke, their master, to ease the fear deep in their souls. This instinct was a leftover from generations of magical slavery. Great Wizard Master, your command is our divine guidance. Locke entered this shop, which was one of the larger and more well-known stores in the Chimera Market. He heard inside the shop the sound of someone being scolded. He saw an old-looking woman, a witch, being harshly reprimanded by a beautiful young witch who appeared to be only 30 years old. Locke noticed the badge on the chest of the beautiful young witch. His face changed slightly because it was a badge that signified the official status of a wizard. In the wizard world, it is very hard to tell a person's true age just by their appearance. There are many ways to change how someone looks. This is especially true for witches who love to look beautiful. The beautiful young witch, who is also the secret owner of the Lee Jean Enigma shop, said to the old woman, "Yuli Burns, I am very disappointed in you. As the manager of Lee Jean Enigma, I am not satisfied with your sales over the past 6 months. If you can't find a way to increase the sales in the shop recently, I will have to consider hiring a second-class wizard apprentice to be the shop manager." Yuli Burns broke out in cold sweat. This was a direct expression of dissatisfaction from a formal wizard, which naturally put her under a lot of pressure. Lady Irina, a wizard from the transformational school, has many businesses in the chimera market. Offending her would be very dangerous. Yuli Burns quickly responded to Lady Irina. "Respectful Lady Irina, I will think of a way to improve the sales of magical plants in our Lee Jean Enigma shop as soon as possible. Lee Jean Enigma used to be the best magical plant shop in the chimera market, and it will be again." Lady Irina's expression slightly improved. "Then I will give you 3 more months. Yuli, there are many first-class wizard apprentices willing to work for me. Moreover, the problems you have are quite serious. Without my leniency, you might not even find a decent job. Don't let me down again." After speaking, Lady Irina turned and walked out of the shop. Before leaving, she looked at Locke and paused for a moment on the badge on his chest, which identified him as an assistant. Then she said to Locke, "Young second-class wizard apprentice, I can sense your life essence level. It won't be more than 18 years old. Being an assistant at this age is indeed impressive. Lee Jean Enigma is specially prepared for talented people like you." Lord Locke slightly bowed to Lady Irina. "Honored Lady Irina, thank you for your praise. My small achievements are nothing compared to yours. You are truly a person standing at the forefront of the path of truth." Lady Irina smiled contentedly and then quickly left the shop called Lee Jean Secrets. For her, Locke was just a young apprentice wizard who had recently become a breeding assistant, not worth much attention. So she only said a few casual words. If it hadn't been for Locke walking into this shop by chance, he might not have become a customer, and Lady Irina wouldn't have paid attention to him. Meanwhile, Yuli Burns was nervously lowering her head behind the counter, thinking about something. This is bad. Chimera Market used to have fewer magic plant shops, so competition was small, but now, many magic plant shops have opened in Chimera Market, and the competition is fierce. Naturally, Lee Jean Secrets can't be the same as before. But if I tell Lady Irina this, she might immediately dismiss me or be very unhappy. Angering a formal wizard is too dangerous, so I can't say that. What should I do? For employees, bosses are often difficult to deal with. When your boss is a formidable formal wizard, it makes things even worse. Yuli sighed. It's a pity to be dismissed after finally becoming the manager of Lee Jean Secrets. The aging curse on me requires a lot of resources each year to barely suppress. If I lose this job, I won't have enough resources to stop the curse from spreading, and that would be a big problem. Locke approached Yuli Burns. "Hello, senior. Long time no see. It's been about a year or more, hasn't it? I didn't expect to meet you again at Lee Jean Secrets." At first glance, Locke recognized that the shop manager of Lee Jean Secrets was Yuli Burns, a first-class apprentice wizard who had once traveled on a wizard ship to Kafu continent and served as a mentor for Lily's cottage. Back then, on the ship, she had a dispute with Gregor Jackson, a first-class apprentice wizard and admissions officer from Verdania University. Because a 6th-level wizard apprentice named Lucan transferred from the University of Verdun to Lilith's cottage. Yuli Burns, with her aged face, looked at Locke with confusion. "Stranger 2nd-level wizard apprentice, who are you? Have we met before?" Locke was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Over a year ago, I arrived in the southeast corner realm on a wizard ship. The new student mentor at that time was my senior. I am Locke Augustine." Yuli Burns gradually remembered. A scene appeared in her mind. Below the dark deck, 7 wizard apprentices sent over by Verdun University stood before her, confused and eager, looking at her. This scene contrasted sharply with Locke, confidently standing in front of her, wearing 3 honor badges on his chest. Yuli Burns, somewhat in disbelief, said, "I remember you now. You are Locke Augustine, the wizard apprentice with a high affinity for gold element particles. But I thought you only had 3rd-level talent. Now, you're already a 2nd-level wizard apprentice, and you're an assistant." Yuli Burns recalled that she had taken the certification exam several times, but harsh reality had shown her she had no talent in that area. So, She finally gave up and went to get her potion maker assistant certificate instead. But now, that insignificant little wizard apprentice from over a year ago had managed to get the certificate she had longed for and was standing in front of her. This caused a big mental shock for Yuli Burns. Locke explained, "Oh, according to my mentor, which Sophia, the tests at that time didn't fully reveal my special talent. My actual progress is between 5th and 6th level talent." Yuli Burns, who only had 4th level talent, changed her expression slightly and looked at Locke with some envy. "Sometimes, I really envy you. These gifted ones. Junior, are you here to buy magical plants? I remember you specialized in the Vine Hand spell model series. I recommend you try a high-quality Typhler root vine. A high-quality Typhler root vine can improve the power of your Vine Hand spells, which is very important." Senior sister is an experienced person. Yuli believed she had enough knowledge to guide Locke, so she said, "I have suffered many losses in the past. Therefore, I suggest you buy a high-quality Typh root vine. This is my kind advice. Whether you take it or not is up to you." Some of the second-class wizard apprentices I have mentored have replaced their magical plants based on my advice. That would be better for them. Locke nodded. "I understand, senior sister, but I didn't come today to buy magical plants. I want to sell you some magical plants. With the great help of mentor Sophia, I have completed the cultivation of a new magical vine variety. Here is the test certification for this variety. Senior sister, please take a look. I want to entrust Lee Keen Secrets to sell these 30 super mandala vines for me." Locke's lips curved slightly. "I think, at this moment, you really need this deal with me. Recently, I am short on magic stones, so could you possibly pay a lower commission fee?" Yuli Burns was a bit surprised as she took the certification from Locke, which bore the personal seal of which Sophia. Official wizards all have their own special seal, enchanted with a unique magic style, making it nearly impossible to forge. Yuli carefully examined the meaning of the seal and confirmed that it belonged to a one-ring and potion maker, a one-ring wizard, who issued this certification. At the same time, she looked at the performance data of the super mandala vine written on the certificate. Its strength and speed are 15% higher than Typh root vines, and its flexibility is 1.1 times that of ordinary Typh root vines. If this test data is true, then Yuli looked up for the first time with great seriousness at Locke, because she remembered Locke's statement, that which Sophia guided him to complete this work. This meant that even with the help of a formal wizard, the work was actually done by the second-class wizard apprentice in front of her. A young wizard who had just arrived at Lily's hut for over a year, from the mortal world overseas, had created this. Yuli no longer held any disdain for Locke, the second-class wizard apprentice, seeing him as a peer rather than beneath her. After all, an assistant is still a talented, and in the eyes of the academy, their status might not be lower than that of a first-class wizard apprentice, perhaps even higher. Of course, in front of a first-class wizard apprentice, Locke, as a second-class apprentice, still seemed too inexperienced in strength and magic skills. Yuli changed her tone and said, "With the official certification from Lady Sophia, there's no need to doubt its authenticity. Locke, you're really lucky. Of course, that's also because you have talent." Yuli looked at him with a hint of envy. "You met a good teacher, and you yourself are talented." Her way of addressing Locke was no longer Junior, but simply by his name. Yuli said, "Unlike me, my luck is really bad. Locke, do you know? When I first entered Lily's hut, I was assigned to mentor Halen Vera." Locke nodded and said, "Lady Vera is one of the best alchemists in Lily's hut. His potion-making skills far surpass those of teacher Sophia. After all, she is an experienced official wizard, said to be nearly 300 years old this year. This old master still relies on alchemy to keep her body at its peak, with no sign of decline in her magic power. I really wonder how many more years Halen Vera plans to live." Yuli sighed. "But teacher Vera is a typical talent-only person. Those of us with less talent are ignored by her. She only cares about geniuses like you, not just teacher Vera. Many official wizards are like that. Many mentors treat students as experiments, testing new spell models, or as free labor, rarely passing on real knowledge." Yuli seemed genuinely upset, but she quickly changed the subject. Back to the main point. Usually, the procurement fee for Lee Keen Secrets is between 20 and 30%. Locke raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the fee to be so high, but thinking about it carefully, It makes sense. In most cases, breeders who grow magical plants sell them to Legion Secrets, and they are usually in a weaker position. Legion Secrets has a steady customer base and can sell these plants at higher prices, which is much better than breeders selling them on their own. Most breeders are reluctant to waste their valuable research time on commercial sales. However, my situation is special. The super mandala vines should sell easily. The only problem is that I lack fame right now. Yuli points to the shelves, where there are arm-length vine boxes. The dark green boxes are made from tiny, special magical vines intertwined and woven into delicate boxes. Almost all magical plants at Legion Secrets are stored in these vine boxes, which help protect the plants. Yuli says, "This is our normal quality Typhler root vine, priced at 20 magic stones." She opens the vine box, revealing a dark green container with a Typhler root vine, complete with roots, stems, and leaves. Lock, at Legion Secrets, we have a second way to handle commissions, especially for masterworks or exceptional apprentice pieces, like the new magical vine you created under Lady Sophia's guidance. I can buy your super mandala vine directly at 20 magic stones each. You don't need to worry about selling later. I will give you the magic stones directly. Yuli continues, "From now on, every time you come, you can sell it this way." As you saw, the Typhler root vine is priced at 20 magic stones here. This is a fair price. Locke shakes his head slightly. A buyout is fine. It saves us both trouble, but I have a different opinion on the price. 20 magic stones are not enough. I want 30. Yuli raises an eyebrow, surprised that the second-class apprentice wizard is so difficult. She shrugs and smiles smoothly. "Dear Locke, you can't expect Legion Secrets to make no profit at all, right? You saw that the Typhler root vine sells for only 20 magic stones here, and the purchase price is even lower." Locke is not willing to back down. "You can set a higher price for my super mandala vine. This is up to you. I don't mind. For apprentice wizards, a magic vine with about 15% better overall performance is worth spending more magic stones to buy." Yula thought for a moment, considering her previous scolding from Lady Irina. Currently, Legion Secret Language really needs to launch a new type of magical plant that customers will remember. She smiled and said, "All right, Locke, let's set it at 30 magic stones. Consider it as a friendly gesture from your senior. Locke, Legion Secret Language always welcomes talented breeders like you. The total is 900 magic stones. I'll settle the bill for you now." Locke nodded and ordered 2 gray dwarf servants to deliver the goods. Locke said to Yulith, "Senior, I prefer not to cause too much trouble. I have more works in the future, so I'll leave everything to Legion Secret Language." A look of surprise flashed in Yulith's eyes. She quickly responded, "Of course, dear Locke. You are truly my savior. If that's the case, I will try to give you the best prices for all future transactions." Legion Secret Language has a large enough customer base to handle all your commissions. Yulith handed Locke a bag of magic stones and a badge. "Dear Locke, this is the Platinum Star Member Badge of Legion Secret Language. With this badge, you can get a 5% discount on all magical plants purchased at Legion Secret Language. Consider it a gift from your senior." Yulith glanced at Locke's 2 gray dwarf servants and smiled. "Dear Locke, dwarves like these are selfish, timid, and weak. They are not very useful. You should go to the Chimera Market trade to buy some better servants." As the manager of Legion Secret Language, Yulith naturally wanted to maintain a good relationship with talented breeders like Locke. She deliberately gave a favor. Recently, a batch of cat queens with ancient bloodlines was sent to Lilith's cottage at the Chimera Market. It's from a beastman empire in the southeastern region, destroyed and then acquired. Although cat queens are not rare, this batch is said to have traces of the bloodline of an ancient creature, the three-eyed tiger-eyed cat. Whether as servants or experimental materials, they are quite valuable. Yulith smiled and said, "Dear Locke, if you're interested, you can go see them at the warehouse in the Chimera Market. Not many people know this news now, so I should still be able to buy some." Locke left Lily's secret with 900 magic stones. To create 1 pot of level 4 mandrake vines, you need 27 pots, which takes a total of 18 hours to produce 1 super mandrake vine. If I work quickly, I can produce about 40 pots of super mandrake vines in a month, earning 1,200 magic stones. This is a good income because a young wizard entering Lily's hut and taking out a loan for a new life contract only costs about 1,000 magic stones. Locke, accompanied by two gray dwarves, was walking on the street when he suddenly realized he didn't need to take such a difficult route. He could produce level 4 mandrake vines and sell them to Lily's secret. This would save time that he used for making various gems and miscellaneous items, as well as exploring new recipes. As a breeding assistant, he could use a more cost-effective method, growing plants. Buy a few slaves who can be useful, rent some land, and I can create my own botanical garden, Locke thought. As a breeding assistant, I have the right to do this. I also have relevant information. Each mandrake vine can produce at least 7 branches per year and can be propagated by cuttings. One mother mandrake vine can produce up to 7 generations of offspring in its lifetime. By the 6th generation, the mother only has 80% of her magic energy, and by the 7th, only 30%. Thoughts of which Sophia's teachings came to Locke's mind. He thought, so, a mandrake vine can only be propagated by cuttings for 5 generations, totaling 35 branches. Normal wizard apprentices rarely survive such propagation, but as a breeding assistant, I can ensure all these basic magical vines survive. In other words, one super mandrake vine can produce 7 new vines each year. Locke also considered that mandrake vines produce fruit once a year, with 2 to 3 seeds each time. Approximately, it is possible to produce the 5th generation steadily. By the 6th generation, there will be a lack of magical energy, leading to some decline in quality. This means that a super Mandela vine can still produce some seeds each year, and these seeds have a relatively high survival rate. With my current planting skills, just one super Mandela vine can produce about 10 offspring each year. Additionally, once planted, it can be harvested for 5 years. Locke calculated briefly and found that to maintain selling 40 pots of super Mandela vines to Li Jin's secret every month through planting, he would need to grow at least 50 super Mandela vines. Considering seed preservation and other issues, it's better to plant around 60 vines. This would require about 5 acres of land. This is also within his skill limit as a breeding assistant. Growing Mandela vines can improve my real skills in breeding and also serve as an experiment in life magic plant magic, Locke thought. It doesn't interfere much with my studies, and practicing might even help me improve. Plus, only like this can I safely develop new synthetic plants without others suspecting. Then I can earn magic stones safely. Locke estimated that the cost of planting would be about 5 magic stones per vine on average. This includes buying nutrient-rich soil particles, high-quality fast-growth gel, and some basic medicines to increase plant survival. He was secretly surprised, not counting his own costs as a breeding assistant. If he hired a breeding assistant, he would have to spend more magic stones each month. The cost of Mandela vines would also go up. But Mandela vines are hard to sell now. Even selling one for 5 magic stones might not find a buyer. No wonder these vines have been replaced by tifro root vines. Only breeders growing tifro root vines can make money now. However, each super Mandela vine can earn 30 magic stones, and if he can keep costs down to 5 stones, he would make a net profit of 25 stones per vine. In 1 month, he could earn exactly 1,000 magic stones. This is a very profitable magical plant, Locke thought. Since I am just an assistant to I don't need to spend extra money hiring others. I can do the breeding experiments myself, which helps me practice and improve. I am basically making a profit. I only need to spend 200 magic stones each month. That's definitely doable. I can try to set up a small farm myself. As an assistant to Locke has the same status as a first-level wizard apprentice, so he has the right to establish his own farm. The higher-ups at Lily's cottage would probably agree to him creating a small botanical garden near his wizard mentor's laboratory, those wooden huts. Thinking of this, Locke headed toward the shop in Chimera Market. To set up a farm, he would need many slaves to work. The gray dwarf race has limited intelligence and can't handle complex tasks, so they are not suitable. He needs slaves like the flower fairies from Sophia the Witch's botanical garden. However, those fairy slaves are too high-level and too expensive. He hasn't yet acquired slaves of that level. Even losing one of those fairy slaves would cost thousands to tens of thousands of magic stones, which is a big expense. These slaves have natural talents for planting and are highly in tune with nature, making them favorites for high-level breeders. Only a like Sophia the Witch can afford slaves from the fairy race. Locke, accompanied by 2 gray dwarf servants, entered the street where the shop was located. The shop was large, with a store on each side of the street, covering a significant area. On the street outside the shop, there were hundreds of iron cages holding different slaves. Wizards from all over would stop here to buy the slaves they wanted. Locke took a quick look. Inside the cages, there were at least dozens of different races of slaves on display, probably just for show. Among them were dwarf slaves skilled in forging, suitable as assistants in alchemy workshops, forest deer demon slaves, suitable as assistants in potion making, and human slaves, mostly used as test subjects, since most wizards are human. Even more, some of these women had special skills, wore revealing clothes, had attractive figures, and had been transformed with magic to be charming female human slaves. These slaves were usually enchanted with spells from the charm school, making them one-time use items for wizards who wanted to try something new after finding their lives boring. There were also slaves of other races and genders with similar special traits. When Locke approached, many shop staff in the shop noticed him. Most of these staff seemed to be ordinary people, at most third-level wizard apprentices, just traders working for the owners behind the trade. A short goblin staff member, dressed in black and white uniform, was about to serve Locke. But before he could get very far, he was interrupted by a tall, thin dark elf with a mohawk hairstyle, also dressed in black and white uniform, who pushed him aside. This dark elf was a third-level wizard apprentice. The male dark elf, pushing aside the goblin, stepped in front of Locke, bowed politely, and gave a gentlemanly greeting. "Good evening, young and talented wizard. I am Benny, a dark elf. Please allow me to serve someone as important as you." He glanced slyly at the 4 badges on Locke's chest, the breeding assistant badge and the platinum star badge of the secret language of Legion, indicating that Locke might be a major customer. "What kind of are you looking for?" Locke didn't want to waste time talking. He said coldly, "I need a capable who can work on farms, use some medium-level farming tools. Also, they should have at least average intelligence and understand my instructions," Locke added. "I want to grow magical plants, which requires some skill." Benny, the dark elf, bowed again to Locke. "Understood. Someone as outstanding as you. Needs a reliable helper. Dear customer, low-level slaves like dwarves are not suitable for someone of your status." The 2 gray dwarves next to Locke blinked foolishly. They felt they should be angry, but because there were so many wizards around, they only dared to tremble in the corner. The dark elf waiter, Benny, said, "I recommend 3 types of helpers: wood elf slaves, dwarf slaves, and merfolk slaves. Wood elves are the most common type of elf. They live in forests, are naturally friendly with nature, skilled at farming, and have strong bodies and long lifespans. They can be used as skilled, high-level slaves, and they generally have good learning ability. Dwarves are a special kind of giant, known as gnomes among giants. Merfolk slaves have a high affinity for water element particles." Locke frowned slightly. "These 3 types of slaves are all expensive and come with special talents. They are not suitable for him right now. He has extra magic stones and can buy more courses and better magic resources. There's no need to spend additional magic stones on buying slaves." Locke interrupted the waiter's long speech and said coldly, "I only want slaves from the botanical garden. I need to consider value for money. The 3 types you recommended are not suitable." Benny, the dark elf waiter, immediately smiled and said, "In that case, dear customer, I recommend you buy our Minotaur slaves. Minotaur slaves are hard-working, eat little, and work a lot. Their intelligence is just right. They can understand your complex commands but are not smart enough to think about life, reflect on the past, or find ways to slack off. Recently, because the Minx-Orc Empire collapsed, a large number of Orc and Orc subrace slaves entered the market, causing the price of Minotaur slaves to drop significantly. This is a good opportunity for skilled breeders like you to buy." Benny, the dark elf waiter, pointed out to Locke, "Currently, a Minotaur costs only twice as much as a human male, but a Minotaur can work 3 to 4 times more than a human male in a day. Plus, Minotaur slaves only need to eat grass, so their food is very cheap. Now, a male Minotaur only costs 5 magic stones, whereas before it was 10. Our slaves are indeed more expensive than those from other shops, but all our slaves have undergone magical mind modification through enchantment magic, ensuring they will never rebel or attack their owner. This is something that cheap slaves sold in other shops for just 1 magic stone cannot compare to." The dark elf servant Benny said, "Moreover, These slaves have been carefully checked to ensure they have no hidden illnesses and possess certain skills. For example, if you buy a minotaur now, I will prioritize selling you those who are skilled in farming. Locke asked. Human slaves seem to be cheaper. Most importantly, when it comes to farming, I seem to trust humans more. The dark elf servant Benny immediately replied, but, dear customer, Lily's Cottage is part of the White Wizard Association. There is a strict ethical review system here. Using many human slaves could violate some ethical rules. Many of my customers have gotten into trouble because of this, so I usually advise avoiding heavy use of human slaves, especially for your important industries. Locke asked, what problems could that cause? Benny whispered, dear customer, within the White Wizard Association's territory, the human slaves available are generally prisoners on death row, convicts, or soldiers from defeated nations. Using many human slaves can be risky if any of them have problematic backgrounds, as your enemies might target you, causing trouble. The ethical review system set by the White Wizard Association explicitly forbids turning wizard apprentices into slaves. That is a strict line among white wizards and must never be crossed. Locke said, I understand. I want to buy 6 minotaur slaves. Here are 30 magic stones. Give me 6 minotaurs skilled in farming. 6 minotaurs should be enough to take care of a 5-acre botanical garden. Benny smiled immediately. All right, come over here, and we will sign a contract. If you have any issues later, you can come back to us. Our slaves are absolutely reliable. Locke entered the shop and saw more iron cages inside the warehouse, each cage holding a. There were some slaves inside the shop that looked more advanced than those displayed outside. After Benny signed the contract with Locke, Benny took Locke to a large iron cage that held a group of minotaur slaves. It was a big iron cage. Benny used a key to open the cage and selected 6 of the minotaurs from the group. Benny pointed to the 6 strong, muscular minotaurs and said, Guest, you can check these ones. Once you're sure they are okay, you can take them with you. These minotaurs have had their minds enchanted with a special magic spell. If you activate the ritual, their minds will automatically belong to you. Just crush this rune stone and make sure they see you first. The Orc Empire is a semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural empire. These 6 minotaurs are lower-class noble farmers, skilled in farming. Locke looked at one of his dwarf servants and ordered him to talk a little with the 6 minotaur slaves. After a brief chat, he confirmed they were intelligent enough and knew some farming techniques. He was happy to see that once the minotaurs learned to read, it would be much easier to train them. Indeed, literacy makes training much simpler. At the same time, Locke felt a bit sad. The wizarding world is much more brutal than the human world. An entire empire can be sold into slavery. Apparently, the Orc Empire offended a wizard organization. This kind of thing wouldn't happen on the continent of Kafu. In the wizarding world, these 6 minotaur noblemen had become cheap due to inflation. A high-quality minotaur noble could be bought for just 5 magic stones. And they were already trained with a master-servant mindset and could be activated with just 1 rune stone. If bought directly, a single magic stone might buy a minotaur noble. Locke crushed the rune stone in the shop, and immediately, the eyelids of the 6 minotaurs grew heavy, as if they were about to fall asleep, and gradually closed. Benny, the dark elf servant, quietly stepped back. After 3 seconds, the 6 minotaurs opened their eyes. The first thing they saw was Locke. Their gaze quickly shifted from dullness to excitement and enthusiasm. 6 minotaur slaves looked at Locke with admiration and loyalty. Great wizard master. Locke glanced over and confirmed everything was fine. This is a classic magic model from the enchantment school called Secondary Thought Imprint. Its strength is about 0.3 level, so it's not very powerful. Therefore, it's hard for a 3rd-level apprentice wizard to activate it effectively. Also, this kind of magic model can be easily broken by strong external forces, such as when he is close to death. Intense pain and fear of death can cause a human to break the spell. Or, if the caster experiences strong emotional fluctuations, they might also partially break the spell. But overall, this level of magic model is enough for human slaves like the Minotaurs. Locke only needs them to work for him, not to fight for him. So, this level of magic is enough to control them. And after a long time, even if they start to realize something, they probably won't choose to rebel. Anyway, they are working where they are, so it doesn't matter. Benny, a dark elf servant, took the opportunity to promote himself to Locke. "Dear guest, is there anything else I can do for you? Perhaps you need a charming female." Or, Locke interrupted him. "I heard that your shop has rare cat queen slaves with ancient bloodlines." Benny was surprised. "Guest, your information is quite accurate. That batch just arrived yesterday." His eyes fell on the platinum membership badge with the secret language of Legion on Locke's chest. "Yes, that batch of cat slaves costs about 50 magic stones each. Because they have ancient bloodlines, many wizards are interested in ancient bloodlines. It's a popular research area. If they weren't all humans, with bloodlines too faint to extract pure, the price would be several times higher." Benny whispered, "Even some official wizards might be interested." Locke thought for a moment. He had just spent 30 magic stones out of the 900 he gained from the secret language of Legion. He had never been so wealthy before. "For the future version of myself, magic stones are no longer the most scarce resource. However, these cat girl slaves with ancient creature bloodlines are rare and highly valuable, almost impossible to find. If I miss this chance now, even with magic stones, I might not be able to buy them next time." Spending 100 magic stones to buy 2 cat girl queens is a good deal. Extracting bloodlines from ancient creatures is very difficult, but if I combine it with my synthesis cube, there might be some hope. The three-eyed tiger-eyed cat is a very powerful ancient creature. In ancient times, some ordinary worlds called it a divine beast. If I can extract enough pure blood from it, I will make a big profit. Even if I can't do it right now, I can consider it as a research goal. Missing this chance to buy them is quite unfortunate. In the wizard world, big empires fall every year. Locke said to Benny, the dark elf servant, "Here are 100 magic stones. Let's sign the contract." "I need 2 cat girl queens." Benny's face showed surprise. Locke reminded him, "Only if they truly have the faint bloodline of the three-eyed tiger-eyed cat." Benny replied, "Absolutely genuine. Dear customer, please follow me." Benny was so happy for a reason. Although slaves with ancient creature bloodlines are rare, extracting their blood is very difficult. After extraction, using the blood is even harder. So, wizards' interest in such goods varies greatly. Those who need it are very interested, while others are indifferent. Locke has experienced the benefits of ancient creature bloodlines, so he's very eager. Other wizards might not be the same. They might think that a human can never be worth 50 magic stones. This isn't like black witch smuggling trades, where apprentice wizards can buy slaves with magic stones. Locke followed Benny into a shop, into a room next door. The room was separated by shadow walls and curtains, creating a semi-enclosed space. The floor was very clean and tidy, with some simple furniture. It was clearly used to hold valuable slaves. Benny said to Locke, "Dear guest, you may choose 2 cat queens here." Locke looked around and saw 7 iron cages, each holding a cat girl. Unlike the slaves outside who wore little clothing, the cat girls here dressed in beautiful long gowns. Their dresses were midnight blue with silver gradients, and the hems flowed elegantly. They wore silver collars embedded with rubies and small silver crowns on their heads. These cat girls had fluffy white cat ears and white tails with faint orange stripes, showing they had ancient creature bloodlines. They combined animal wildness with girl-like elegance. Now, they looked at Locke with fear and nervousness. Locke glanced at their tails. In the dark elf salaries, all things, course, he learned how to identify slaves with ancient bloodlines to prevent dishonest merchants from tricking buyers. After confirming they were genuine, Locke pointed at 2 twin cat queens and said, "Let them take off their dresses. I need to check their bodies." Benny quickly told the girls to do as Locke said and smiled. "Dear guest, our slaves are of good quality. We only keep them dressed to show their status and prove they have ancient bloodlines. Please rest assured." Once everything was confirmed, Locke signed a contract with Benny, shattered the rune stone, and accepted the 2 cat girls as his slaves. Locke, accompanied by 2 gray dwarves, 6 minotaur men, and 2 shy, blushing cat girls, walked down the street without drawing too much attention. Most second-rate wizard apprentices carried servants when they went out, but Locke, as a assistant with the status of a first-rate wizard apprentice, was quite noticeable. After leaving the shop, Locke entered an alchemy workshop. He paid 100 magic stones and a rhinoceros hide to have them craft a standard-quality magical item called rhinoceros leather armor. This armor would boost his defense when worn. Locke agreed to return in 2 weeks to pick up the item. Their transactions are guaranteed by contracts certified by Lilith's cottage. Usually, merchants cannot break these agreements. At the Chimera Market, shops are very expensive, costing tens of thousands of magic stones to rent. Merchants usually sign special loan agreements for magic stones, similar to student loans, before renting a shop. Therefore, they would not give up their shop or break the contract just for a medium-quality enchanted item. Locke also bought some magical resources at the Chimera Market stalls, such as dragon blood leaf powder, which can increase meditation efficiency. When mixed with Patamese wood powder, it boosts meditation by 50%. The price is high. Locke couldn't afford it before, so he had to wait. Now he bought both the Patamese wood shavings and the dragon blood leaf powder together. He bought a month's supply of Patamese wood shavings for 150 magic stones and a month's worth of dragon blood leaf powder for 200 magic stones. Before, he often lacked magic stones, so during the 3 months learning basic meditation, he couldn't meditate daily with the Patamese wood powder. Without it, his meditation efficiency was very low. As a result, Locke's mental strength only increased slightly during these 3 months, from 76 to 85. His rate of improvement was only half that of normal meditation. Normally, with such limited meditation, he could only increase his mental strength by about 4 points in 3 months. But thanks to the rose-red gem, he gained an extra 5 points. This resource shortage is a common problem for many second-tier wizard apprentices. To meditate fully, apprentices need to spend at least 150 magic stones each month, which not everyone can afford. Locke weighed the remaining 320 magic stones in his hand and entered a tool shop. He spent 100 magic stones to buy a basic set of 3 tools. The set includes basic magical nutrient soil, magical nutrient liquid, and fast growth gel. The nutrient soil and liquid are basic alchemy products used to cultivate magical plants. They help the plants grow better, reducing magic power loss, deformities, degeneration, and poor development. Similarly, the fast growth gel is an essential item for breeders. Because breeders need these 3 items, they are also called the breeding trio. Since breeders buy large quantities, there are special stores that sell these items as packages for one-time purchase. However, these stores usually don't make much profit because the nutrient soil and nutrient solution are simple magical products, with only the fast growth gel being slightly more complex. Even without a magic potion assistant certificate, Locke can now craft high-quality fast growth gel himself. Therefore, these 3 items are mainly sold in bulk and are not very profitable. A basic set of the 3 items weighs about 1.5 tons. Most of this is nutrient soil, which is almost given for free, followed by bottles of dark green nutrient solution in glass bottles. This solution can be mixed with plain water to water the land daily, creating soil that helps magical plants grow more easily. The only slightly more complex item is the fast growth gel, which weighs only 100 kilograms for a basic set. This amount is enough to be used in a 5-acre magical field for over half a year. Running a store that sells these breeding tools can only make small profits through high sales volume. After all, these items are not technically complex. If sold at high prices, no breeders would buy from such a store. Fortunately, top breeders use more advanced breeding kits, and their fields are often much larger than the modest 5 acres Locke currently has. Locke ordered the gray dwarves and minotaurs to transport the purchased supplies on his several carts, then had them push the carts away from the store. Before leaving, the store manager, a human second-level wizard apprentice, greeted Locke and welcomed him to visit often. Locke returned to his residence at 431 Reversal Alley. Next, he conducted simple tests on 6 Minotaur slaves and surprisingly found that each Minotaur had the physique of a formal knight, as Lauren described. Locke looked at 2 catgirl maids, each of whom had their blood drawn. He then assigned them the task of cleaning his house in the future. These 2 maids were actually just kept around casually. The main goal is to be able, when capable, to extract pure bloodlines of ancient creatures called 3-eyed tiger-eyed cats from their blood. 2 catgirl princess maids obediently said to Locke, "Yes, master." They gently lifted their princess dresses and performed a graceful bow to Locke, as if they had always been his servants. Then, the 2 began cleaning the entire house for Locke. Seeing this scene, Locke decided to meditate. To build my own botanical garden, I should pay some magic stones to Lily's cottage and record it. I will ask Teacher Sophia about it tomorrow. The next day, in Teacher Sophia the witch's office, Sophia heard Locke's plan to build his own botanical garden. She looked up from her desk and glanced at Locke. Teacher Sophia nodded in agreement. With your talent in breeding, you are indeed capable of creating your own botanical garden. 5 acres is a small garden, and the application fee is 200 magic stones. I happen to be going to report to the higher-ups today. You give me the magic stones, and I will also handle your certification and notify the patrol team about your transfer. The application will be approved, Sophia explained. If I didn't apply for you, it would take at least 3 months or more. Locke was a bit surprised. Teacher, why does it take so long? Sophia closed her book and looked at Locke. Of course, it takes a long time. Building a botanical garden is, in a way, establishing your own specialized botanical laboratory. The college needs to review you multiple times and verify your qualifications. You need to pass ethical review and other checks. The college must ensure that your experiments comply with the rules of the White Witch Association and that your staff, assistants, and materials are all within regulations. Wizard experiments are always dangerous, Locke nodded. Luckily, he hadn't bought human slaves, or he might have failed the ethical review and been stuck. Sophia frowned slightly, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. Locke, you've entered the field of breeders, so there are some things you must understand. Moreover, you are very talented, unlike those mediocre people, and because of that, if you fail to understand some basic knowledge and cause a big problem later, it is my responsibility as your mentor who guides you into the field of breeding. Which Sophia took a book from her desk and handed it to Locke, serious as she said, after you go back, read this book. It is full of sad stories about talented but reckless breeders. Once there was a One Ring who had very crazy ideas. Using advanced breeding techniques and forbidden black magic from the White Witch Association, he created a dark magic plant called the Abyss King Flower, which could transfer a wizard apprentice's consciousness into a plant and quickly merge with other plants. His experiment went out of control. The magic fields of the Green Ring Society, the plant organization he belonged to, were almost destroyed. Many wizard apprentices and even official wizards of the Green Ring Society were killed by the Abyss King Flower. That wizard also caused the biggest breeding experiment disaster in the southeast corner of the realm in nearly 100 years. He died in that failed experiment. The Green Ring Society declined and disbanded 10 years ago after their last One Ring wizard died. But the disaster he caused still lingers today. The Abyss King Flowers are still causing trouble in the southeast corner, and they are naturally our worst enemies as breeders. Because of this, we breeders are afraid and call that disaster the Abyss Plant Catastrophe. The special magic plants that combine wizard apprentice consciousness and abyss plants are no longer easy to handle. Which Sophia said seriously, my teacher told me about this face-to-face when I first became a breeding assistant. Now, I am telling you the same story. Sophia said, for talented wizards like us, we must always remember one thing. We seek and master the truth, but we should also respect it. The One Ring lost respect for power and forgot his original intention. His arrogance led to this tragic disaster. Sophia the witch took a sip of her clear tea and continued, but you only want to grow the super Mandela vine. That's easy to get approval for. I will help you pass the review within a week and assist you in leaving the patrol team. Then it's best not to go to dangerous places in the future. Locke saluted Sophia the witch. She is clearly a typical white witch, doing research every day, rarely venturing into dangerous areas like black witches to plunder or fight. Locke thought about Sophia's warning carefully. Teacher, I will remember your advice, Sophia the witch said. Good. Now go down. By the way, starting tomorrow, I will teach you the last part of the Vine Hand series of spells, called Thorn Whip. Then, there will be an advanced series of the Vine Hand spells, each magic starting at least at level 0.5, called Vine Frenzy. The spells in the Vine Frenzy series can even be used by first-level apprentice wizards and have corresponding advanced spells at level 1. In the first-level wizard area of Lily's hut, inside the advisor's office. Sophia the witch calmly entered the office and sat in front of the academy's senior advisor, Francis Zoe. Francis Zoe is an old man with a white beard and hair. He wears a black wizard hat and looks very aged, but his sharp eyes reveal his cleverness. He wears many medals on his chest, awarded for discovering important new potions in the southeastern region. The advisor Francis Zoe smiled at Sophia the witch. Sophia, in the blink of an eye, that stubborn girl from back, then has become a formal wizard, and now she is someone's mentor. How many years has it been? Time is really strange. It feels like just a second ago, you were a new student who knew nothing, and the next, you are a full-fledged wizard equal to us. The flower on Sophia's vine hat has turned light yellow. The color looks serious, but not too old-fashioned, just right. Francis Zoe is not as kind as he seems. He has worked for the academy for half his life, dedicated entirely to it. Sometimes, to achieve his goals, he doesn't care about the methods he uses. Sophia usually keeps her distance from him out of respect. The witch Sophia nodded slightly. Master Francis, thank you for your guidance in the past. Advisor Francis smiled and said, I'm sorry to bother you by calling you here this time. But as a senior advisor of Lilith's cottage and also the supervisor, I need to ask you something. He placed a file about Locke Augustine in front of Sophia. This student had only third-level talent when he enrolled, but within a year and a half, he became a second-level apprentice wizard and earned a breeding assistant certificate. His rapid progress is unusual. The academy wants me to confirm. Sophia understood his hidden meaning and replied, Yes, I know all of that. This student has a simple background. He is from the mortal world overseas and has never signed a contract with any local wizard family. His special talents are in magic stability and potion absorption. At the same time, he has a high talent in breeding. Most of the work on the super mandrake vine, including the design, was done by him. Francis Zoe's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at Locke Augustine's file on the table. So, that was his miscalculation. Strictly speaking, Sophia isn't yet a formal member of Lilith's cottage. Assigning such a talented apprentice to her was his neglect in managing student placements. At this moment, Advisor Francis felt a faint sense of regret. If he had known Locke's talent earlier, he should have prioritized assigning Locke to one of the core breeding team members within the academy. Francis Zoe smiled calmly and said, That's good. The academy naturally trusts your judgment, Sophia. I just want to rule out the possibility that this student is a spy for the Black Wizard, or that the Black Wizard has invested a lot of resources into him, trying to use him to maliciously compete for magical resources and disrupt order. Such things. However, this student's background is very simple, and his social connections are straightforward, so I haven't considered that. Moreover, in the breeding field, even with enough resources, it is very difficult to produce significant results. That is a money-burning field that cannot turn anyone into a genius. Sophia the witch nodded. Advisor, I have nothing more to say. I will leave now. The academy has recently assigned me many tasks. Lilith's hut noticed that Sophia had not signed a contract for 2 consecutive years. Her patience was running out, and she seemed to sense something, so she kept giving Sophia tasks. Sophia the witch did not refuse. She was a witch from Lilith's hut, and no one could change that. If you gain something, you should give something in return. Otherwise, Lilith's hut wouldn't let her go so easily. In fact, Lilith's hut, as her witch's school, would remain very important for a long time. Before she achieved significant results, she wanted to pass other witch organization exams. People would first look at the level of her originating witch organization. Advisor Francis smiled. Sophia, the academy has already approved your request to establish a small botanical garden for your student and has transferred him from the patrol team, assigning him a new task, magical plant investigation. Sophia, Locke is a promising student. It's really good to have such a student. I hope Locke can be nurtured into a talented under your guidance. You know how important breeders are to the academy. More than half of the witches in Lilith's hut have some knowledge of plant magic. The prerequisite for studying potion making is that the witch has a basic affinity for wood element particles, so witches skilled in plant magic usually know some potion making. Witches with no affinity for wood element particles at all can only learn basic potion making after reaching a high level. Therefore, many witches in Lilith's hut use plant magic, and having excellent breeders can significantly improve the overall level of witches using plant magic in this organization. Because of this, breeders hold a higher status in Lilith's hut than elsewhere. Advisor Francis smiled. Sophia, are you really not going to sign a contract? Even if it's just to stay for these outstanding students. You know, a formal wizard can teach students, and each student becomes a small force. They can build their own network of resources and gather many magical supplies. They can also ask their students to do various tasks. Moreover, when your students include formal wizards or even advanced breeders and potion makers, you can expand your power through your students and create your own magic. A formal wizard is powerful not only because of their own strength, but also because of their students. Sophia knows that Francis's goal is just to keep her at Lily's cottage. Right now, he's just using Locke and other students as an excuse to speak again. Sophia says, "I need to think about it some more." Francis's advisor keeps smiling and replies, "All right. Regardless of the outcome, you're always welcome here." After Sophia, the witch, leaves, Francis's advisor looks at Locke's information on the table with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He is a bit confused and taps his fingers on the table. Fast promotion is one thing. Maybe it's because some talent wasn't detected during the test. That has happened before. But how can a wizard from the mortal world achieve such great success in breeding in such a short time? It's also possible that Sophia gave him resources, leading to this result. But that doesn't make sense. Sophia wouldn't do that without reason. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Francis's advisor snaps back to reality and says, "Forget it. He's just a second-class apprentice wizard. After all, maybe I was wrong. But if I was wrong, so what? This level of talent isn't enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups in the academy. The main point is to find a way to keep Sophia, who is both a senior and potion maker, at Lily's cottage." Today's matter was just him feeling suspicious and using it as an excuse to speak up. If it had been any other formal wizard, he wouldn't bother because they would handle it themselves. A second-class apprentice wizard isn't even on his radar. After 9 months, in a small wooden house next to Sophia the witch's cabin, which is also Locke's small botanical garden. Lilith's cabin is allowed, and Locke has created a small botanical garden. This garden is located inside a wooden house similar to the one belonging to Witch Sophia. The total area is about 5 acres, plus a shared public space, making roughly 6 acres in total. These wooden houses on the academy campus are basically alchemy products. Building a garden here helps prevent experiments from getting out of control. If something goes wrong, the people involved can just run out and close the door, and everything will be fine. Inside the garden, Locke is watching 6 minotaur-like creatures watering 60 pots of super mandala vines. The 5-acre magical farmland is filled with energy particles from earth and water elements. Each super mandala vine is lush and green. Recently, the garden has been completed. Every month, it reliably earns Locke over 1,000 magic stones. With these magic stones, Locke can safely use a mixture of dragon blood leaf powder and sandalwood sawdust for all-day meditation, helping him maintain a high level of mental focus and efficiency. Between the 5 acres of land, there are also patches of weeds. One minotaur is using a professional removing tool to pull out these weeds one by one. Because of the nutrients in the soil, nutrient liquids, and fast-growth gels, these weeds are very lively. About once a month, they need to be cleared out regularly. The wonder of life is that these weeds, in order to survive, actually entangle their roots with the roots of the super mandala vines, searching for nutrient-rich soil areas and struggling to survive. Locke orders one minotaur to bring over for a close look at its roots. This is just a wild magic plant called cow tendon grass. It's just but because I didn't clean out the hidden seeds in the soil early on, it became a big task in my garden. Every month, a batch of cow tendon grass grows back. However, this isn't really a mistake, since it's his first time building a garden. Besides, unless he completely sterilizes the soil, he can't eliminate the hidden seeds. Cow tendon grass is a type of plant from the southeastern region, and such cases of uncontrolled experiments can be found in the wild. But cow tendon grass is definitely difficult to deal with. This wild, degraded half-magical plant is not much different from ordinary plants, except for its incredible ability to reproduce, which is quite remarkable. It is one of the challenges that novice breeders in the southeastern region often face. Locke thought, I should go to the potion shop someday and buy some simple herbicides to deal with these weeds. He carefully examined the root of the cow tendon grass and found that, in its effort to compete for nutrients, its roots had undergone many changes. Every month, a new batch of cow tendon grass showed some new variations. Over these 8 months, through constant battles with these weeds, Locke gained a deeper understanding of botany. During this time, he also learned some new magic models. First, the last spell in the Vine Hand series, Thorn Whip, which was the spell Captain Bruno used against the wizard apprentices of the Blood Curse Court. Second, the first magic model of the Vine Frenzy spell, a 0.5 circle multi-control spell. This spell allows Locke to control 3 level 6 invisible mandrake vines at once. This greatly increased his combat power. The remaining spell was one Locke bought himself at the Chimera Market, a 0.5 circle botanical spell model called Wild Grass Entanglement. He spent 70 magic stones on it. He bought it while he was dealing with the troublesome cow tendon grass weeds, so he decided to study it. Locke extended his hand, softly recited a spell, and poured some nutrient solution into the air. Suddenly, the cow tendon grass in the hands of the kneeling minotaur before him grew rapidly, and the hidden grass seeds quickly took root and sprouted. In just a moment, many cow tendon grasses completely bound the minotaur. Following Locke's command, the minotaur tried to use its knight-level physique to break free from the weeds. But the weeds grew too fast. Even if he broke a few stems, more cow tendon grass would quickly grow back. The minotaur seemed to struggle to breathe, making heavy breathing sounds. Locke snapped his fingers, and all the cow tendon grass entangling the minotaur instantly withered. Seeing this, Locke looked thoughtful. The wild grass entanglement spell, along with its supporting spells, could originally use any wild grass from the natural environment, enhanced by magic to become more flexible, to entangle an enemy's legs. But usually, only a few strands are produced, so the binding effect is very weak. During battles, magic is usually used as a support tool because it can be cast almost instantly. Many wizard apprentices still learn it for this reason. But what if I use cow tendon grass to cast this spell? Its nature would change. Cow tendon grass is fragile, but it grows very quickly. With just a little nutrition, it can grow wildly. By using its large quantity, I could trap the opponent completely or even cause their defeat. This would make the spell much more powerful. Locke thought about it and said, "Of course, right now, it's not quite possible. The effect is still quite ordinary. It would take years of research to succeed. But I have a magic cube for synthesis. I only used normal cow tendon grass earlier. If I synthesize and strengthen it to level 6, it will be different." Locke put 3 pieces of cow tendon grass into the magic cube and ordered the minotaurs to harvest the grass from their farm carefully, making sure the roots and stems are intact. Maybe, in the future, these cow tendon grasses won't be weeds anymore. They could be sold as magical plants in the secret language of Legion. Locke said, "It's been 9 months. Releasing a new synthesized plant is quite normal. It helps maintain my reputation as a talented." He also thought about a special magic plant for tangled wild grass, super cow tendon grass. This idea seems very reasonable. Locke reflected. Actually, this time, the magic cube only sped up his progress. He didn't expect to find a way to improve a common magic trick while fighting weeds in the farm. Basically, if he gives himself 5 or 6 years, he believes he can do it with his own hands. But if he spends too much time on this, he won't have time for anything else. So, he still needs the magic cube to speed up the process. During this period, Locke's mental strength reached 195, close to the standard for a first-class wizard apprentice. This was thanks to the large amount of magic stones from his farm. Every month, he spent about 350 magic stones on luxury purchases like Badan Westernwood shavings and Dragon Bloodleaf powder. He also spent over 200 magic stones each month on potions that boost meditation efficiency and mental strength, such as the Whiteberry Tree Potion. With the support of these resources, Locke's learning speed is almost comparable to that of a level 7 talented wizard apprentice. In these 8 months, Locke has even saved up 3,600 magic stones. It can only be said that this plantation, which grows super mandala vines, is indeed profitable for a second-level wizard apprentice. Locke opened the Crimson Echo potion prepared by Witch Sophia and drank the red mist-like potion in one gulp. His current mental strength is now very close to that of a first-level wizard apprentice, making it an excellent time to drink this crimson potion. As soon as he drank it, Locke found that everything in front of him turned crimson, as if he were wearing tinted glasses. He licked his lips. His taste and smell will gradually change, and within a month, he will develop vampire syndrome side effects. Meanwhile, he will digest this potion over the next few days. Although increasing from 195 to 200 mental strength is much harder than raising 30 points at the 100 stage, the powerful effects of the Crimson Echo potion make it almost certain that he will take this final step soon and become a first-level wizard apprentice. Using a deep purple gemstone can completely eliminate the side effects of the Crimson Echo potion polluting his mental strength. There's no need to worry that doing so will make it harder for him to advance from a second-level wizard apprentice to a full wizard. Locke gave a few commands to his Minotaur slaves and decided to go out for a walk. The college assigned me the position of Magic Plan Investigator as a second-level wizard apprentice. It's a pretty relaxed job, but there's a task recently. I need to go to a mortal city behind Lilith Academy within 7 days. They say that city has a certain plague, and the college strongly suspects it's caused by magical plants from nature. They want us, the breeding assistants, to investigate. While I'm on medication, I can hardly meditate or assist Professor Sophia with potion making or breeding work because my mental fluctuations are too intense, making it hard to do delicate tasks. I asked for leave from my teacher. It's good to go out and walk around, Locke said. This is also a good chance to digest the Crimson Echo potion. Locke thought for a moment and began preparing for his first trip out into the wizard world. At the same time, apart from informing the witch Sophia, he planned to stay low-key and avoid telling others about his whereabouts. This was also Sophia's request. The Blood Curse Court had never stopped trying to infiltrate Lilith's cottage, so keeping a low profile was also a way to protect himself. In the port city, Locke used a magic stone to hire a carriage driven by 3 centaur brothers. Magic stones had great purchasing power in the mortal world. Since he needed to leave the port city and travel to Ashgar City, a settlement deep within the mountains under Lilith's cottage's domain, Locke wanted reliable drivers. Each of the 3 centaurs fastened a rein over their shoulders, then pulled the carriage with full strength along the country road toward Ashgar City. Inside the carriage, Locke sat reading the mission documents given to him by the Academy. Within Lilith's cottage's territory, there were many kingdoms and even empires, as well as numerous independent lords who served only Lilith's cottage. Ashgar City was one such place. It lay within the Ashgar Mountains, which were home to many rare magical plants and 3 magic or veins. The most important of these was the resonant gold crystal vein. This mineral was an essential component for the spell model Flashburst, and also a key material for the first circle spell Echo Barrier. In the early stages of construction, several dozen kilograms of the ore were required. In other words, Ashgar City was an important resource site for Lilith's cottage. Recently, however, the city's lord reported to the main branch that many residents had developed a strange illness, paralyzed limbs, and distorted faces, and that ordinary medical treatments were completely ineffective. Because of this, Lilith's cottage suspected that a wild magical plant from the Ashgar Mountains had invaded the city and caused the outbreak. Thus, Locke was sent as an assistant to a breeding specialist to investigate the matter. To prevent Ashgar City from falling further into chaos and causing ordinary people who enter the mountains to gather magical plants and minerals to lose their ability to continue their work. The alert signal is still important for Lilith's cabin, which is currently in the middle of a wizard war. After all, the Blood Curse Court has many apprentice wizards who have transformed their bloodlines into vampires, and the magic trick model exposure technique is exactly their nemesis. Locke glanced over the investigation results of an ordinary second-class wizard apprentice sent out by Lilith's cabin. The initial suspicion is that the magical plants causing this situation might be of 2 types. One is the rotten face fern, and the other is the parasitic blood vine. Inside the carriage, Locke reviewed the report, which was full of errors, and shook his head slightly. This second-class wizard apprentice specializes in shape-shifting magic related to body transformation. She knows nothing about magical plants, and perhaps hasn't taken the general education course on all things, so her report isn't very valuable to me, Locke thought. The rotten face fern was completely wiped out in the wild 50 years ago. Although it can cause humans to develop parasites leading to deformities, it does not cause paralysis of limbs. As for the parasitic blood vine, that's even more nonsense. This type of magical plant has limited reproductive and parasitic abilities. It can indeed parasitize humans, gradually replacing their spines, causing paralysis and deformities, but it's too easy to identify, and only a few cases have been reported. As an assistant, Locke's mind quickly flashed several judgments, matching the two main symptoms currently appearing with the magical plants stored in his mind. No wonder the Academy assigned this task to me, Locke thought. Ordinary second-class wizard apprentices lack the relevant knowledge. Even if they go, they would only cause more confusion. A red glow flickered in Locke's eyes. Due to his vampire syndrome, his pupils had turned completely red, and his sense of smell and taste had become unusually sharp, very different from ordinary humans. But this was only temporary. After all, he hadn't truly become a vampire. It's just that, because of the Crimson Echo potion, his mental strength seemed to fluctuate continuously, sometimes reaching 195, sometimes approaching a breakthrough and reaching 200. During this process, Locke felt his mental strength and magic constantly compress inward, forming a shell-like structure around his soul. In other words, when his mental power approached 200, changes occurred in his mental and physiological structure. These changes caused him a lot of pressure and made his magic very chaotic. The biggest difference between a first-class wizard apprentice and other levels is that a first-class apprentice has magical pressure. Locke felt his current changes. The boiling mental energy, like waves with nowhere to go, was searching for a direction to release this huge power. That direction was to make his soul develop a magical pressure structure. To become a first-class wizard apprentice, I need to endure this mental change. If I fail, I will have to start over. Many second-class wizard apprentices fail repeatedly during this breakthrough, Locke thought. But with the Crimson Echo potion made by my teacher, I can increase my mental strength by at least 15%. So, forming a soul structure with magical pressure is inevitable. It just means I have to endure some hardships during this process. After all, it involves rebuilding the soul structure, creating a completely different one from that of ordinary humans. 2 days later, Locke arrived at his destination. He looked at a city nestled in the mountains and forests. The city's center was a series of blue fortresses, with many streets and homes surrounding them. Ashkla City had more than 10 mountain roads connecting inside and outside. At that time, the city's Lord Ashkla, was outside the city, about 1,000 meters away, holding a welcoming ceremony for Locke. The ceremony was quite grand. Soldiers lined the streets to welcome him. Lord Ashkla bowed to Locke's carriage and said, "Honored wizard, Ashkla City is ready to welcome you. A grand feast has already been held inside the city to celebrate your arrival." But Locke calmly stepped down from the carriage and spoke to the middle-aged man in formal clothes, Lord Ashkla, saying, "Take me immediately to the plague zone. All other formalities are unnecessary. I am here only to investigate what has happened in your city and to solve the problems within it on behalf of the Academy." The Lord of Ashkla looked at Locke with awe. When he heard that Locke was here to solve the problems of his city, hope flickered in his eyes. "Thank you, honorable wizard. Over 1,000 people in the city have developed that terrible illness, almost as if it were a punishment from the gods. It feels like we are cursed. During this time, people from other cities no longer come to Ashkla. As a trading city, its life seems to have come to an end. Fortunately, you have arrived." The Lord of Ashkla was a bit excited. "Honorable wizard, please help us." Locke was still sitting in the carriage, looking impatient. "Take me to the quarantine zone immediately." The Lord of Ashkla quickly ordered soldiers to lead Locke toward the quarantine area inside the city. Locke sat in the carriage, opened the curtain, and saw dozens of wild plants hidden among ordinary wild flora, which were actually wild magic plants. As expected of the Ashkla Mountains, there are many wild magic plants here. Maybe I can find something useful on this trip. It's not some divine punishment. This is Lilith's territory. There's nothing that wizards cannot study and solve. The Lord of Ashkla and his soldiers stood at the entrance of the quarantine zone, hesitant to move forward. Even the 3 half-humans Locke hired looked nervous, because ahead was a quarantine zone surrounded by wire fences. The entrance was guarded by a group of severely deformed, immobile patients with twisted muscles, looking terrifying. These 6 civilians were pressed against the wire, staring longingly at the outside world, like drowning people desperately clutching at a straw. Since no one knew if the disease was contagious, neither Ashkla's soldiers nor the half-humans dared to advance after seeing this scene. They were afraid they might catch the disease themselves. Locke stepped down from the carriage calmly, inspecting the surroundings briefly. There are no hidden spores or parasites in the air, and the magical fluctuations are not unusual. It's just that these civilians have unusually active wood element particles in their bodies. From this perspective, it's very likely some kind of magic plant causing trouble. I'm not sure exactly what kind it is. Locke walked up to the barbed wire fence and looked closely at a young girl's face. The girl looked at Locke with innocent eyes. Locke thought, it seems to be just a mental disorder caused by nerves. Once we find the source, these people will recover quickly. That means it's not contagious. Locke impatiently told Lord Ashkla and others, you can leave now. My centaur will go into the city with you. Although these 6 civilians are not contagious, convincing the human lords to believe this is too troublesome. Instead of wasting time, I might as well start investigating right away. These civilians here will only cause trouble anyway. Lord Ashkla looked terrified at the patients near the quarantine area. For a moment, he seemed to want to leave, but his reason quickly overcame his fear. He bowed to Locke and said, Great Wizard, I, as the Lord of Ashkla, am sorry I cannot help my people. I will at least lead my soldiers to wait at the entrance for your decision. If you need help, we can assist, Lord Ashkla earnestly asked. Locke replied, Great Wizard, please help us. We really have no other options. Only you can save Ashkla. Please save Ashkla City. Locke casually responded with a, He snapped his fingers, and the lock on the quarantine gate automatically fell to the ground. He pushed open the gate and entered the quarantine area. Because he is a wizard, the civilians saw the iron gate open but didn't dare rush forward. Locke looked over the 6 civilians and confirmed they all showed similar symptoms. At the same time, he looked up and saw a second-class female wizard apprentice coming out from the small forest nearby. Gabby Montoya saw Locke arriving and sighed in relief. Great, the academy finally sent someone. I have no idea what's happening here. Senior, I am Gabby Montoya, a wizard apprentice sent by the academy to do an initial investigation. Locke nodded slightly. Locke Augustine. The academy was not very clear about what was happening here, so they probably sent a regular second-class wizard apprentice to investigate. Only after confirming that the magical plants were causing trouble would they send someone like me, an assistant, to look into the situation. Gabby Montoya seemed to have made many discoveries during this time. Senior, I think the trouble might be caused by rotten face ferns. Look, in this quarantine area, there are many fern plants. A key feature of rotten face ferns is that they grow next to other ferns and automatically mimic their shape, making them very hard to spot. Also, they can cause features similar to a person's face to become disfigured, Gabby Montoya said. So I've been investigating in this direction, but I don't have a background in this field, so my progress is slow. There are at least 100 different types of ferns nearby. Senior, here are my current investigation notes. You can take a look. I hope they help. Locke looked at her without taking the notes. Instead, he said, Junior, your investigation is completely wrong. The features of rotten face ferns are not like that. I've observed, and these people don't show the typical signs of parasitic spores from rotten face ferns. No subtle spores. Gabby Montoya's face turned slightly red. Looking at the young and overly confident Locke, she stammered, Locke Sr., is that so? No wonder my investigation these past few days has made no progress. Then you might as well stop looking at my notes. First, it's a waste of time. Second, I'm worried my ideas might mislead you, but right now, it's really strange. I've checked these residents, and they don't live together, nor are they the same age group. Their eating habits and beliefs are completely different. They don't seem to have anything in common. Sometimes, I can't even tell if they have active wood element particles on them. Gabby Montoya sighed. Locke nodded slightly. You lack the relevant knowledge, so it's normal that you can't determine the situation. Junior, you've basically completed your task. Gabby Montoya tentatively asked, Senior, can I continue to work on this academy task? I am not doing this for the magic stones or the academy's reward. I am just curious why I haven't been able to find the cause of the illness after searching for so long. As you know, for a wizard, this kind of situation is really intriguing. Locke said, Suit yourself. Unlike her, Locke, as a breeding assistant, could keenly sense the active wood element particles on these patients. These people are affected by some kind of magical plant. Locke thought that these people must share something in common. Gabby Montoya had already investigated them once, but didn't find anything in them. Either her investigation was not trustworthy, or the common point among these people is not in them. Perhaps the common point is not in the people but in their homes. Locke turned to Gabby Montoya and asked, "Have you seen their homes with your own eyes?" Gabby Montoya hesitated. "No, Senior," Locke said. "Then let's investigate together. Maybe we can find something." In Ashla City, Locke and Gabby Montoya arrived in front of a row of dusty houses. These houses had been abandoned for a long time. The residents of Ashla City dared not come near because the owners of these houses were all infected with a mysterious disease. Locke looked at the red and white brick houses in front of him. The whole house looked like a small villa. He and Gabby Montoya briefly checked the 3 nearby houses. It must be said that the living standards of ordinary people in the wizard world are better than those of commoners on the Kof continent. On Kof Island, commoners live in thatched huts without floors, and some even live in cow sheds with the livestock, without a proper bed. But in the wizard world, in the southeastern region, every household has at least a small, simple, independent house. After inspecting, Gabby Montoya shook her head and said to Locke, "Senior Locke, I still can't see anything wrong. These houses are not connected. We checked 3 of them, and between each one, there are 5 or 6 separate homes. Why is it that the common people living in these 3 houses all got that strange illness, while the owners of the other houses in the middle didn't get sick at all?" Locke looked around at the nearby houses. Some of them still had residents living inside. Maybe they had nowhere else to go. Every house had its door and windows boarded up with wood. When they saw Gabby and Locke approaching, the residents slightly opened their doors to look out. They looked very excited when they saw the approaching visitors. It was clear they had been living in fear all day, worried they might catch that strange disease. Since the local doctors had no solution, they felt helpless. Seeing Gabby and Locke was like seeing a great savior. Locke shook his head slightly at Gabby's question. "Didn't you notice? These houses share a common feature." Gabby Montoya, in his early 30s, was stunned. Locke pointed to one of the houses in front of them. "You didn't notice? The homes of these 3 sick people are all very dirty. The walls are very grimy, and the yards in front of the houses don't look like they've been cleaned. The owners clearly don't care much about cleanliness." Locke's eyes swept over the space between the house and the ground, where a small tailless mouse was quickly running. The mouse ran out from the space under the house and hid under the shade of a tree. Gabby Montoya looked confused. "Senior Locke, are you saying that the homes of the sick people are all very dirty?" "But some of the other houses aren't that clean either," Locke replied. "That's because they keep cats and dogs." He quickly moved forward and caught up with the mouse hiding behind the shade of the tree. Gabby looked at Locke. "Senior Locke, wait a moment." But Locke was already ignoring him. He whispered to himself, "That mouse is a big problem." He had quickly realized the issue. Normal mice, when they see a larger humanoid creature, will hide immediately. But that mouse, when it saw us approaching, actually ran out on purpose from its hiding spot. Locke caught up with the mouse and stood in front of it, carefully observing its body. The magical world is full of mysteries. Even as a second-class wizard apprentice, one must be very careful. Teacher Sophia once said that in complex magical plant environments, some wizard apprentices have lost their lives in the wild because they were careless. Sure enough, this mouse's awareness is very dull. When it saw me approaching, its first reaction was not to run away. Locke took out a bottle from his pouch. It was a simple universal antidote called Narcissus Antidote Water, bought at Chimera Market for 1 magic stone. He then held his breath and looked down at the mouse. As expected, just as I guessed, these ordinary creatures are not the first to be affected. The first affected creatures are this type of rodent. Locke found tiny, nearly transparent fungal threads on the mouse's neck. There was also some hidden decayed flesh on its neck. When Locke got very close, he smelled a faint fragrance. It was very hard to describe and quite special, but it was a scent that, once smelled, would never be forgotten. This scent was somewhere between foul and pleasant, very unique. Locke felt a certain substance entering his body along this scent. His hand back felt slightly numb, but thanks to the medicinal properties of the Narcissus Antidote Water and his ancient bloodline, this tiny poison quickly disappeared. Locke said, "I found it. This is the source of the illness in those common people." Gabby Montoya stood behind Locke, looking at the unremarkable little mouse, slightly surprised. She had been here for nearly half a month, trying to find the source of the harmful magical plant. Who knew? The culprit was not a plant, but a running mouse. No wonder she couldn't find it after so long. Because she was looking in the wrong direction. Gabby Montoya looked at Rock with respect. This young assistant was clearly more capable than her. Just half a day after arriving, he had already identified the target. This made Gabby Montoya feel the gap between her and Rock. Gabby Montoya said, "Senior Locke, what should we do next? Should we write a report to the academy and let others handle it? Or should we solve it ourselves?" Locke thought about several types of magical plants and finally focused on the most suspicious one. These rats are basically controlled by that kind of magical plant. The fungus produced by that plant parasitizes them, making them less afraid of humans and slowing their reactions. The goal is probably to let humans approach them and create a large-scale plague, which would result in many human deaths. This is a reproduction method, most likely involving the rotten soil magic tuber. The seeds of this plant can only grow on many human bones, and it might often fail. It's a very demanding magical plant to grow, so it's rarely seen in the wild. It's hard to grow without special cultivation, Locke quickly reasoned. So, if it really is the rotten soil magic tuber, then around this plant, there must be a high-energy density corpse. Rotten soil magic tubers are very rare and valuable even for first-level wizard apprentices. They rarely appear in natural environments. If I don't record and study this unusual situation, it would be a shame. Locke looked at Gabby Montoya and said, "We can handle this ourselves. There's no need to make multiple trips to notify the academy. I remember you are an apprentice in transformation magic. I need you to turn into a cat and search for the rats' gathering places." Gabby Montoya nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, Senior Locke." Gabby Montoya used spirit cat transformation to turn into a large-eyed, completely black cat, like a coal ball. Spirit cat transformation is a special magic model only skilled wizard apprentices can use, focused on shape-shifting magic. Every shapeshifter must undergo long and difficult training before they can transform properly. In the course of the All Things class taught by Cesari, the Dark Elf, Locke heard that some wizard apprentices had failed at transformation magic and could never return to human form, eventually turning into some kind of magical creature. This might be the true origin of the centaurs in the southeastern region. The earliest ancestors of the centaurs were likely a failed wizard apprentice who transformed into a horse. Transform magic is considered quite dangerous among all magic types, especially when it involves the specific branch of shape-shifting magic. Locke glanced at Gabby Montoya in her black cat form. In the field of transformation magic, she is currently in her spirit cat state. She is extremely agile, able to dodge many spells, and has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. By the way, the primary particle related to shapeshifters should be the shape particle, ether element. If Gabby Montoya could obtain as many pink gemstone beads as Locke has, her progress would be very fast. However, Locke did not plan to help her. Pink gemstone beads are very rare in the southeastern region. If he took them out, it would seem abnormal. Unlike synthetic plants, they can't be hidden. So, this secret is best kept to himself. Gabby Montoya kept jumping between rocks, sniffing the mouse-specific scents on the ground. She is capable of taking on exploration tasks at the academy because of her unique skills. Earlier, she was just lost because she chose the wrong direction and lacked knowledge of magical plants, causing trouble all along. Now, with Locke guiding her, she quickly found the mice's main hideout by following their scent on the ground. Gabby jumped in front of a cave in the wilderness. She gracefully flicked her black tail, then lowered her body and wiped her mouth with her paws. "Senior Locke, those mice are all gathered inside this cave," she said. "This cave should be very deep, possibly connected to an underground water system. I faintly hear the sound of flowing water." Gabby added, "This cave might be several thousand meters deep. Earlier, when I was investigating the Ashlar Mountains, I never explored this place. I really should have thought of it sooner." Locke looked at the entrance of the cave. There were some simple wooden barriers nearby, likely put up because something had happened there. It seems that some civilians in the Ashlar Mountains might have accidentally fallen into this cave and died inside. Therefore, the people of Ashlar sealed the entrance and left warnings for anyone approaching. Rock stood beside the cave, and he even saw a few small stone crosses marking graves. The inscriptions on these graves showed that the children buried there were quite young, about 10 years old. It made sense. If children were playing or herding animals near the cave, they could accidentally fall inside. They might drop into the underground water system thousands of meters below. Not only would surviving be unlikely, but even finding their bodies would be very difficult. Gabby said to Rock, "Senior Rock, the inside of this cave is very complicated. Should we go in? The underground water system is complex, and we could easily get lost or have a collapse." Rock's expression stayed calm. "Yes, we go in. You are a shapeshifter. You don't need to worry. You probably know the transformation spells for a spirit cat and a night owl. You won't get trapped in the underground water system." Indeed, Rock needed Gabby's help. It's well known that apprentice shape-shifting wizards are very good at reconnaissance. That's why Lily's cabin has a special magic class for this skill. These wizard apprentices have shown great talent in battles against the Blood Curse Court. They often transform into magical creatures to detect hidden bloodline changers among the crowd. So, Rock really needed Gabby to guide him through the underground water system. Rock softly recited a spell. Suddenly, 3 level 6 invisible mandrake vines hidden in his wizard robe sleeve moved. Multiple control vine hands. Each of the 3 invisible mandrake vines stretched out 5 branches, forming giant vine hands. They inserted into the ground, then used reaction force to lift Rock into the air, making him float. Thanks to the strong magic power of a first-class wizard apprentice, Rock could control these 3 magical vines for a long time. The vines acted like extensions of his body, as if they were his arms and fingers. This allowed Rock to crawl into the cave like a magic spider. As he entered, the 3 vines wrapped around his right hand turned into 3 large hands. They forcefully grabbed the cave wall and quickly climbed up. Gabby hesitated for a moment, then used the night owl transformation spell, turning into an owl with night vision. She dove into the cave. 2 hours later, they had gone deep into the seemingly bottomless cave. The inside of the cave is very complicated, with many twists and turns. Some passages are narrow, while others are wide. Both of them can easily pass through these difficult areas using their magic. Locke softly recites a spell. Invisible mandrake vines, like drills, insert into the rock wall of a narrow passage that only a small creature like a cat can pass through. With cracking sounds, 3 vine hands squeeze and crush the hard underground rocks, creating a path for them to walk through. Locke throws a handful of grass seed onto the ground while casting a spell to create a half-circle model of wild grass wrapping magic. These grasses are also level 6 plants, which Locke has grown and matured over time, leaving seeds behind. At level 6, there is a special recipe. 3 level 5 grasses can be combined to make a level 6 ironwire grass. This ironwire grass doesn't grow much faster, but it is much more flexible, like strands of iron wire. Because level 5 grasses already grow quickly, with the help of this ironwire grass, Locke's wild grass binding magic reaches a new level. The tangled ironwire grasses grow between the broken rocks, locking all loose stones and unstable parts tightly. They then form a steel-like barrier, supporting the collapsing rock passage. Locke and Gabby are able to walk through it. This success is not only because of the excellent qualities of the ironwire grass, but also because Locke, under the influence of the deep blue and navy blue gems, can precisely control the growth of the grasses. Even though the side effects of the Crimson Echo Potion weaken his magic, his stable and strong magic power allows him to create this impressive spell model thousands of meters underground. Gabby sees this scene, her eyes shining. Senior's magic is so powerful, it's almost like it's not the magic of a second-class wizard apprentice. Being near him makes me feel an invisible pressure, and as time goes on, this pressure only grows. Could it be that Senior? No. How old is he anyway? Gabby felt a bit sad. If Locke was about to become a first-class wizard apprentice, then she, in her 30s, was still only a second-class apprentice. But the wizard world is very harsh. Talent makes a big difference. Gabby thought helplessly. Gabby transformed into a black cat and said to Locke, "Senior, we're getting close. There are many mice ahead, and I smell a special scent." It seemed Gabby realized something. "Senior, be careful." They had just crossed a steel pathway supported by iron wire grass when they saw a group of mice gathering near the riverbank. Next to the riverbank, there was a large patch of lonely green leaves of the magic plant. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past them, and a green leaf sword swung toward Locke and Gabby. In the next moment, a green leaf on an invisible mandala vine expanded rapidly, transforming into a vine shield that protected Locke. Magic trick, green cleansing grab. The vine shield perfectly blocked the attack, and Gabby turned into an owl, flying in the air to observe the attacker in the dark. This is an attacker. Senior, the attacker isn't human, just a plant? Animal or plant? It looks like a plant that resembles a person. Locke's lips curled slightly. He didn't expect that he would gain such a rare plant, even harder to find than magic stones. He calmly used the vine shield to block all the leaf sword attacks. I know. This is a clivia flower, a rare magical plant that can mimic human form. Its leaves are as hard and sharp as steel, capable of cutting through enemies. The veins in its leaves are very sensitive, allowing it to sense air movements and counterattack. Therefore, whether attacking or defending, the clivia flower acts like a sword master, responding to threats with skill. If used well by a wizard apprentice, this magical plant can be a powerful close combat weapon, but it has very weak reproduction ability. It's rare to see in the wild. The attacker was a flower as tall as a person, resembling a human warrior. The blade is like a sharp sword in his hand, with the root resembling a warrior's foot. The orchid is similar to a warrior's head, and even has a series of small orchid leaves around the neck, like jewelry worn by a human warrior. Locke tested it and found that the clivia flower was indeed as described in the book. However, how could there be two rare magical plants along this underground riverbank? These are magical plants that even first-class wizard apprentices are interested in. On the launch day at the same time, I hope everyone can support the author more. The author is a full-time writer of wizard stories, mainly focusing on this genre. I'm quite familiar with wizard stories and hope to bring everyone better experiences, making this genre better and better. The main theme of this book is actually about scientific research, world building, and a system created by the author, plant-type wizards, magical plants/breeders. Some longtime readers may notice that many settings are continued from last year's old book, like magic pressure and potion-related elements. There are also various school of thought settings. The author wants to seriously write a good series of wizard stories and develop our wizard story system carefully. I will work hard to write more and better wizard stories in the future. Thanks to all the readers who like this book, thank you very much. Of course, in this story, the protagonist will meet many people and interesting characters. Sophia is the first interesting person he encounters, and more fascinating wizards will appear later. At least in this story, that's the plan. The author intends to write a world of white wizards, a world where wizards use magical plants, similar to the previous book about potion-making wizards. The main reason is that the author has noticed that there are few serious books about white wizards and the difference between white and black wizards on Chidian. As a reader, I am not very satisfied with that, so I want to write a book about white wizards. Of course, I already have ideas for the next book. In summary, there's no need for everyone to worry about this book. The outline is complete, and I guarantee it will be finished perfectly. The worldview is grand, and the plot is complete. The author has created a magnificent world and is ready to lead everyone forward. Gabby transformed into a night owl with an owl's head, circling above Junzalanhua's head. At that moment, Junzalanhua repeatedly stabbed upward with two leaf swords. Amid Gabby's tense calls, one of the leaf swords nearly pierced her, breaking two of her flying feathers. Senior, at the same time, Locke took the opportunity to find the true root of Junzalanhua, who was hiding in the darkness. Junzalanhua is a carnivorous magical plant, similar to a predator in the plant world. It attacks anything that moves and feeds on it. There are two ways to deal with it. One is to destroy it directly with violence. Without a first-class wizard apprentice controlling it, Junzalanhua's threat level is comparable to some more powerful second-class wizard apprentices. For Locke, it was easier to handle. However, this would destroy this precious magical plant. The second method is to find its true root and pull it out of the soil. Junzalanhua's roots are only fake roots used to stand and move slightly. They do not transmit nutrients. Its true roots are hidden. If the true roots are dug out, the plant will enter a state of fake death and stop all activity. This is also a form of self-protection. Locke moved quickly. He softly recited a spell, and a plant hand made of 3 branching vines extended simultaneously. It drilled into the ground like a drill, then grew along the cracks in the rocks, searching for the deepest part where Junzalanhua's true roots were anchored. He aimed to dig it out without damaging the true roots. The true roots of this Junzalanhua are as deep as 21 meters. It must have been growing here for a long time, Locke said, raising his eyebrows. If his magic power hadn't already been close to that of a first-class wizard apprentice, he might not have been able to dig it out without damaging the true roots. With a loud clang, 3 slender vines of the level 6 mandrake twisted through the sand and rocks, turning up a large patch of soil. Along with them, the delicate roots of the clivia flower, no thicker than a baby's finger, were exposed to the air. At that moment, the clivia suddenly went limp, like a computer that had just been unplugged. The whole plant drooped, as if bowing under an invisible weight. Even its leaves began to curl inward, drying at the edges. Locke murmured a spell and carefully used green purification to control the mandrake vines. They wrapped around the clivia, lifting it gently so he could carry it behind him as he walked. Gabby, who had taken the form of an owl, landed on the ground and changed back into her human form. "Senior, that was really dangerous just now," she said, still shaken. The hem of her wizard robe was torn, likely from when the clivia's thorns had damaged her owl feathers. "I didn't expect a wild magic plant to be that deadly." Locke nodded slightly. Most magical plants in the Ashgra Mountains are half wild and weakened, but the clivia is a rare species. Its level is much higher. Gabby brightened a little. "At least we may have found the source of the plague in Ashgra City." The two of them followed the underground riverbank for about 50 meters until they reached the place where the rats had gathered. As expected, almost all the rats were infected with fungi. When Locke approached, they all turned their heads toward him at once, as if drawn by some unseen force. Some even began to move closer. The air was thick with the strange, earthy scent of the corpse taro plant. But before the rats could reach him, they suddenly shrieked one after another. The entire swarm twisted into a whirlpool-like pattern, then scattered in all directions, squealing in panic. Gabby stared at Locke in shock. "Senior, you. An invisible pressure was radiating from Locke, steady, powerful, and overwhelming. Although she was just standing beside Locke, every inch of her skin seemed to be pushed outward. Locke alone was a powerful source of magical energy that radiated outward. Gabby had heard about this, since she had been a second-class wizard apprentice for nearly 10 years. The senior students she once admired, after becoming first-class wizard apprentices, showed special changes. They developed a unique spiritual structure called magical pressure that only appears during the first-class apprentice stage. This powerful magic surrounds the soul shell of the wizard apprentice, forming a special magical pressure field that constantly exerts pressure on the surroundings. Wizards call this magical pressure. First-class wizard apprentices must undergo special training to contain this magical pressure. Otherwise, just standing near them can shorten a person's lifespan. They won't live long. Gabby said enviously, "Senior, congratulations. I didn't expect you, Senior, to break through and become a first-class wizard apprentice in this place. I saw that the senior students in the academy usually break through in safer environments." Locke nodded slightly. He had taken the Crimson Echo Potion over 3 days ago, and its effects were almost fully digested now. However, the side effects, the vampire syndrome, still hadn't disappeared. After his magic officially broke through the 200 mark, his magic became even more violent. Even the deep blue gem he wore on his left hand shattered at that moment, which made Locke feel a faint surge of violent emotion. He suppressed this anger caused by the side effects and said, "Let's go. The rats have already fled under my magical pressure. This makes things much easier," Gabby replied. "Okay, Senior." Locke and Gabby approached the corpse-eating magic yam. There was a patch of magic yams here, but in essence, there was only one plant. It looked healthy and had many branches. Sure enough, it's a corpse-eating magic yam. "Once we move this plant, the plague in Ashkla City will disappear on its own," Locke said. Basically, the plague was just this magic yam trying to reproduce, deliberately causing a plague by using rodents. However, The rotten soil Amorphophallus cannot reproduce naturally in the wild, so this effort is pointless. Locke looked at the skeleton wearing a wizard's robe among the pile of plants. This must be the reason why this Amorphophallus and that clivia are growing here. Gabby stared uneasily at the skeleton. Senior Locke, I have a bad feeling about that body. Locke examined the remains and said, yes, this is the body of a first-class wizard apprentice. After such an apprentice dies, their magical pressure can linger for a long time, continuing to affect the surroundings. Even now, some of that pressure still clings to the bones, releasing faint energy. That's why you feel uneasy. There's a badge on his robe. It was a green ring. Locke remembered. That's the symbol of the Green Ring Society. Gabby frowned. Senior, I've never heard of that wizard group. I don't think there's one nearby. Locke replied, it's normal you haven't. The Green Ring Society was disbanded after their experiments went out of control, causing the abyssal plant catastrophe. He probably died somewhere on the surface, but for some reason, his body ended up in an underground river. Through the complex water system, it drifted here. The seeds or seedlings of the clivia and the rotten soil Amorphophallus must have come along with him. Locke thought for a moment. No wonder the Amorphophallus could grow naturally. It used the body of a first-class wizard apprentice as nourishment. That's quite extravagant. A first-class wizard apprentice was considered a valuable asset in any academy of the southeastern region. Unlike second-class apprentices, who mostly served as assistants or laborers, first-class apprentices could already achieve small, independent results. They could handle complex magical materials and even perform joint rituals that might trouble a full wizard. So, sacrificing one just to feed a rotten soil Amorphophallus was a huge loss. An academy had to spend countless resources to train a single first-class apprentice, and not just on the apprentice alone. Resources are also spent searching for him and selecting him, involving hundreds of other second- and third-class wizard apprentices in the academy. Locke saw some shriveled, blackened seeds next to the skeleton. These might be magical plant seeds brought by the corpse, but they did not grow successfully. After a quick check, Locke noticed a brass ring on the skeleton's palm. The ring had an inscription that read, Star Realm Ring. Locke looked at the ring, paused for a moment, then felt happy. The Star Realm Ring is one of the great achievements in alchemy, a space storage ring. This type of ring cleverly connects to a small space within the Star Realm, making it very convenient and highly secure. Since the Star Realm is a high-dimensional plane, it is difficult for wizards to enter. Storing items in a separate space within the Star Realm is very safe. Only fully qualified alchemy wizards can create these storage rings. Most apprentices at Lily's Academy probably don't own such expensive items. But now, Locke had unexpectedly found one. He took the Star Realm ring and poured his magic into it. It seemed that because the original owner had been dead for a long time, the ring's internal spiritual connection had completely disappeared. So, Locke infused his magic into the ring. It went smoothly, and he successfully transferred his spirit into it, making it his own. Each Star Realm ring acts like a portal to a small Star Realm space. Through this ring, Locke saw a space about the size of a room. According to the All Things course at Sasseril, the Star Realm is a special plane often used by wizards in high-level magic. It has many unique features, one of which is that it has no concept of time. Items stored there do not change. They look the same when taken out as when put in. Another feature is that the Star Realm has many natural projection entrances, located in the main material plane, specifically in the southeast corner of the space. Wizards gather minerals that contain these natural projection entrances, process them with alchemy, and craft them into Star Realm rings. Of course, because the astral plane does not have the passage of time, things inside it do not age or grow. Therefore, magic fields cannot be placed there. Additionally, the astral plane contains many different things, completely unlike the main material world. It is full of many unknown mysteries. According to Sassari, there was once a first-level wizard apprentice at Lily's hut who was close to death. He conducted experiments on himself and, before dying, chose to enter the astral plane, hoping to survive using its special properties. When he first entered, he maintained his condition and did not age further. However, after a few years, he still died there. Sassari said this might be because, although the astral plane has no concept of time passing, the main material world does. Even if one leaves the main world, this concept remains, and once a person's lifespan reaches its limit, they will die. Locke immediately placed the lily flower he had collected earlier into the astral ring. Next, he put the remaining skeleton of a first-level wizard apprentice from the Green Ring School into the ring as well. Although Locke didn't know what use this might have, a complete set of bones from a first-level wizard apprentice was quite rare, so he decided to keep it. He turned around and started looking for the main body of the rotten soil magic tuber. Among the many offshoots of the magic tuber, Locke used vine hands and multiple manipulations to dig out the main body of the tuber and placed it into the astral ring. Since the astral ring has no concept of time passing, he was not worried about damaging the rare magical plants by transplanting them inside. Moreover, these two plants are only sensitive during their growth and reproduction stages, which require strict conditions. Now that they have fully grown, they possess strong vitality and are not easily killed. After Locke transplanted the main body of the rotten soil magic tuber, the entire cluster of offshoots appeared to wither and weaken, quickly dying. At the same time, the special fungi secreted into the air by the magic tuber also rapidly decreased in concentration. As a result, the plague in Ashkla City will soon subside. Losing the source of fungal spread, the symptoms on the infected people will gradually disappear. Locke took a bottle of antidote water from his pocket and handed it to Gabby, saying, "Gabby, although our magic makes it hard for the fungi from the rotten soil magic tuber to affect us, just to be safe, you should drink this antidote water." Gabby was surprised and flattered. "Thank you, Senior." Locke looked at her. "Thanks a lot this time. I can't just let you go empty-handed. Consider this my employment offer, 70 magic stones." How does that sound? For someone like Gabby, who was now less poor, magic stones weren't so precious anymore. Since Gabby had helped him in this matter, Locke offered this price. Compared to Locke, who was now quite wealthy, Gabby, a very poor second-class apprentice wizard, was stunned when she heard his offer. The reward for her recent college investigation task was only 25 magic stones. But Locke gave her 70 magic stones at once. 25 plus 70 was enough for her to buy meditation tools for more than 2 weeks in luxury. Gabby's breathing became a little faster. "Senior, you're so generous." Okay, Locke said. "Besides that, I need you to keep this secret. Don't tell anyone what you saw." What Gabby saw wasn't very important, but Locke didn't want just anyone to know he had obtained rotten soil magic tubers and noble orchid flowers. Plus, Gabby saw some of his spell information. For a wizard, information is power. Of course, Locke hadn't used his level 6 mandala vine invisibility or his ancient creature bloodline cards in front of Gabby. She didn't know much. In the end, he was a white wizard, not a lunatic. He wouldn't kill or silence someone over such small matters. That was nonsense. Gabby said seriously, "Senior, you can trust me. I won't tell anyone. This is just how we survive." Gabby looked at Locke, slightly eager, as if she was admiring a wealthy tycoon. "Senior, if you need me in the future, just call me. Our shapeshifters are very good at reconnaissance." Locke nodded. "We'll see then. A shapeshifter can indeed play a special role in some situations." Gabby replied, "Okay, Senior." 1 week later, inside Ashkla City, Lord Ashkla, along with the town residents and his people, all gathered in front of the villa where Locke and Gabby were temporarily staying to thank them. Lord Ashkla bowed to Gabby as he stepped outside and said, "Honorable wizards, on behalf of all the people in the city, we thank you. Over the past week, no new cases have appeared, and those who were sick are gradually recovering. It's as if we've woken up from a terrible nightmare and realized it was just a dream. Ashkla City has come back to life." Gabby nodded slightly and said, "All right. But Locke, he doesn't want to be disturbed right now. Please go back." Locke, the senior, understands your good intentions. Lord Ashkla hesitated, looking at the villa. Seeing that Locke hadn't come out, he reluctantly gave up and turned to advise those with mild symptoms who were starting to recover not to bother the wizards inside Lily's cottage. A little girl holding a bunch of flowers suddenly shouted loudly toward the villa where Locke was staying. "Thank you, honorable wizard. May the light God bless you forever." She ran up to Lord Ashkla, who stopped her, and she placed the flowers on the ground. Locke saw this from the villa window. He waved at the girl through the glass, giving her a friendly greeting. The girl giggled happily. It wasn't that Locke was too busy to meet these common people, but it wasn't necessary, and there was a serious problem. As a newly appointed first-level wizard apprentice, he constantly radiated magical pressure outward. If he interacted with ordinary people, he might accidentally harm someone with a hidden heart condition. The girl then called out inside the villa, "Thank you, Master Augustine." The townspeople also joined in to thank him. Thanks to Master Augustine. In critical moments, we still rely on the wizards. The monks in the city are useless. Of course, we can't blame the monks. The city's doctors were helpless against the plague, but since Master Augustine hasn't been here for a few days, all our illnesses have been cured. With the presence of the wizard masters, our hearts feel especially secure. In the afternoon, Locke finally organized the chaotic magic in the guest room of the villa where he was staying. He adjusted the surging magic so it became orderly again. This was also the reason he stayed in Ashcla City for a week. Besides the decreased stability caused by the Crimson Echo potion, all the magic that surged due to his level up had been tamed by himself. Locke placed his palm on the purple crystal matrix he brought this time. The display showed the number 220. He couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. Teacher Sophia, a level 1 alchemist, personally made the Crimson Echo potion, which increased his magic power by 25 points. Not all Crimson Echo potions are of such high quality. The ones made by apprentice alchemists, who assist master alchemists, probably only have about half the effect. High-quality Crimson Echo potions naturally lead to higher chances of leveling up. At the same time, Locke looked at his right hand. He saw that the 3 mandala vines that were originally there had now become only 1. This was because, during this week of organizing his magic, he combined his 3-level, 6 mandala vines into 1 level, 7 mandala vine. And he was lucky to find a special synthesis recipe, Nightmare level, 7 mandala vine, a rare mutated variety of mandala vine that uses enemy thoughts as nourishment. It can sense subtle hostility within 100 meters, follow the hostility, lock onto targets automatically, and attack. It also retains all the abilities of the invisible mandala vine. In addition, the Nightmare mandala vine's overall performance is twice as good as the invisible mandala vine. In natural environments, the mutation chance of this mandala vine is only 1 in 10,000. To synthesize a level 7 item, it takes 3 days using the Hieratic synthesis cube. This made testing the synthesis recipe more difficult for Locke. But, compared to becoming a first-level apprentice wizard, which nearly doubles his lifespan and grants him at least 200 years, the extra time needed for synthesis was insignificant. Locke looked at the ominous mandrake vine on his right hand. The level 7 mandrake vine had changed a lot in appearance. Its leaves had grown thicker and larger, each about the size of a baby's palm. Dark purple patterns now covered the leaves and the vine's surface. Unlike the faint purple lines of the invisible mandrake vine, these were so deep in color they were almost black. The main body of the vine had also become thicker and stronger. The number of poisonous berries it produced had multiplied several times. With this more powerful magical plant, the poison berry shot spell could now fire over 20 berries at once instead of just 5. During the past week, Locke had used the complex wild magical plants of the Ashgra Mountains to reconfigure the toxin used in the poison berry shot spell. Originally, the spell's toxin was a mixture made from poison dart frogs, castor beans, and blue-ringed octopuses, something only a second-class apprentice wizard would use. Now, as a first-class apprentice wizard, Locke created a new toxin mixture using the fungus of the rot earth taro, the mad belladonna found in the Ashgra Mountains, and the spasm gray mushroom. This new mixture was designed to match the upgraded poison berry shot spell model. Using a synthesis cube, he enhanced this nerve-targeting toxin to level 7. Both a first-class apprentice wizard and a level 7 mandrake vine could handle stronger magical toxins, so Locke decided to upgrade his spell toxin temporarily. Although this new toxin was not perfectly made, since Locke had only learned a bit of potion making from Witch Sophia, it was still fairly effective. He hadn't managed to bring out the full potential of the 3 original toxins, but it was good enough. First, the rot earth taro fungus toxin was already high level. Second, Locke had strengthened the mixed magical toxin several times through synthesis, raising it to level 7. As a result, even among first-class apprentice wizards, This toxin could be considered quite decent. Locke named his creation Laughing Toxin. This magical toxin attacked the enemy's nerves, causing their muscles to lose control. The victim would laugh uncontrollably and be unable to move properly. In severe cases, the muscle spasms and laughter could make it hard to breathe, leading to suffocation. Anyway, this kind of magical toxin, if applied to an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice, could likely cause such effects. Locke looked at the level 7 mandrake vine on his right hand and said, "It's almost integrated. When I return to Lilith's hut, I need to systematically upgrade the spell toxin again and learn a higher-level magic model for shooting toxic berries. That way, I can make the most of my power as a first-level wizard apprentice." Similarly, the level 7 mandrake vine should also be gradually completed after I return to Lilith's main hut. Once I go back, I can finish learning the magic models for the Vine Frenzy series directly. After returning, I also need to sign a new contract with Lilith's hut, Locke thought. The relationship between a first-level wizard apprentice and the academy is more complicated, so the academy will sign more contracts with me. Also, the academy has many benefits exclusive to first-level wizard apprentices, independent laboratories, separate positions, and rewards for becoming a first-level wizard apprentice within 2 years. It can be said that only by becoming a first-level wizard apprentice can I truly become a core part of the academy, Locke calmed his mind. Once I go back, the iron wire bull tendon grass can be sold directly to Li Jin's secrets. Now that I am a first-level wizard apprentice, I no longer need to publish my works under my teacher's name. Even if it attracts some attention, I have enough strength to protect myself. Plus, as a first-level wizard apprentice, I can try to get a certification and become an independent. Locke whispered, an independent genius who invents some new magical plants at the apprentice level. Although still outstanding, it won't attract much special attention. Once I get the certification, perhaps I can sell even the invisible mandrake vines to Li Jin's secrets. After all, they are just discarded magical plants. Locke left the room and called Gabby over. He said to her, "Junior sister, I am returning to the academy. Do you want to come with me?" Gabby hesitated for a moment, thinking that she was alone in the Ashkla Mountains and had nothing to do. The reason she stayed here before was just to get more contact with Locke, who became a first-level wizard apprentice at such a young age. So she said, "Of course, that would be great." Senior Locke. After saying farewell to the ordinary people of Ashkla City, Locke and Gabby each boarded their own hired carriage and headed back toward Lily's cottage. It took about 2 days to leave the remote mountain area and reach the flat coastal plains in the southeast corner. While passing through a small town called Watermill, Locke sat in the carriage pulled by 3 half-human drivers. He looked at his right hand, where a dark vine called the nightmare mandrake was wrapped around. The vine's black-purple patterns turned into a deep red. It was a warning. The nightmare mandrake, a rare magical plant, has a special ability to sense hostility within 100 meters and feeds on that hostility. Locke frowned and looked coldly outside the carriage. Ahead was a quiet rural path, seemingly normal. If it weren't for the warning from the level 7 mandrake vine, Locke wouldn't have reacted. Is someone hostile toward me? Locke quickly thought about whether he had offended anyone at Lily's cottage. I don't think I have enemies there. The foolish wizard family is just gossiping behind my back because I became an assistant. I've been laughed at all year, but they probably don't hold such a grudge against me. Forget it. Whoever it is, just kill them. I've been so careful, and if someone's targeting me, I'll eliminate them all. Gabby sat in the carriage, which was pulled by an ordinary human driver. This way, they didn't have to pay the expensive magic stones, just a certain amount of gold coins to the driver. The gold coins were issued by the largest empire under Lily's domain, the Golden Dragon Empire. They weren't very valuable to wizards, just useless metal, but to ordinary people, they were the most valuable currency outside of magic stones. Suddenly, the ordinary human driver made the carriage stop, causing Locke's carriage behind to halt as well. The 3 half-human drivers looked ahead with confusion. Why did the wizard's carriage in front stop? Meanwhile, Gabby found it strange. She lifted the car curtain and impatiently looked at the human driver. Unlike with Locke, Gabby was not friendly to this mortal. What's going on? The next moment, the driver turned his head. His right eye flashed a bright red light, and his left eye flickered with wild, crazy eyes. Gabby was so frightened by this person's madness that she froze for a moment and forgot to cast a spell. Suddenly, the mortal driver lunged at her, muttering, "I'll kill you, monster," and then threw himself into Gabi's arms, pinning her down. Gabi's first reaction was not to fight back immediately, but to feel confused. What's wrong with this person? He was just a mortal. His attack was insignificant to Gabi. But just as the driver lunged at his employer, suddenly, the ground of the carriage made loud banging sounds. Vampires emerged from underground, startling the horse pulling the carriage, which reared up and neighed in fear. 5 apprentice witches from the blood-cursed court, their eyes gleaming with schemes and deadly threats, laughed wickedly and reached out with bloodied claws toward Gabi. They spoke quickly, laughing as they said, "These white witches from Lilith's cottage are really useless. They only hypnotized a mortal with magic, and she still forgot to cast her spell out of fear. Untrained apprentice witches are useless in battle. These kinds of apprentice witches are easier to kill than pigs. Ha ha ha. First, kill her and take her head. That will intimidate the second-class apprentice witch, Locke Augustine. Then, we can easily take his head too." The 5 vampires shouted threats one after another, further reducing Gabi's reaction ability. In her shock, she was frozen in place and didn't have time to cast a spell. At the same time, these apprentice witches, who had transformed into vampires, were deliberately creating psychological pressure on Locke in the back carriage. They aimed to cause panic in a very short time, hoping Locke would become flustered and make mistakes. Then, with small costs, they planned to kill Locke. Suddenly, the 5 fast-moving vampire shadows screamed in surprise. They looked down and saw that, at some unknown time, blood-colored vines had wrapped around their bodies, restricting their movement. When did this happen? Impossible. The useless wizards at Lily's cabin used magic. With our fighting experience, how could we not notice? Quickly break free. These magical vines are fragile. However, the claws of the 5 vampires tried to tear the level 7 nightmare mandrake vines, but they were ineffective and couldn't damage the magical vines. The nightmare mandrake vines can sense hostility. As soon as they detected enemies nearby, they locked onto the hidden apprentice wizards of the blood-cursed court underground. When those apprentices launched their attack, they used invisibility to silently wrap around them. At the same time, Locke's magical pressure spread through the mandrake vines, reaching the 2 second-level apprentice wizards and 3 third-level apprentice wizards. The blood-cursed court apprentices immediately changed their expressions. An invisible pressure pressed down on every inch of their skin. That was magical pressure. That's magical pressure. He's not a second-level apprentice wizard. He's a first-level apprentice wizard. How is that possible? 9 months ago, he was still a second-level apprentice. Run? Wrong information. We can't kill him. We'll only be risking our lives. A fierce emotion flashed in Locke's eyes because of the crimson echoing potion. It's too late to run now. Everyone stay here. It turned out that the blood-cursed court's undercover apprentice was trying to ambush him halfway. This was indeed a key route back to the academy headquarters. He had been very careful, but he still got targeted by the blood-cursed court. From what they knew about him 9 months ago, it was likely that they had been watching him since he was in the patrol team. He had only left the patrol team after obtaining his assistant certificate, which gave them 9 months to wait for an opportunity. They hadn't found a chance to attack until recently, when he took on a magical plan investigation mission and left the academy headquarters. I was very careful, but I didn't expect the blood-cursed court to try to kill me after I advanced within a year. Fortunately, Teacher Sophia warned me in advance and had the patrol team ready. If I had encountered them 9 months ago, I would have been in real danger, Locke realized. At this moment, 2 second-level vampire apprentices, enhanced by vampire bloodline modifications for speed and blood claws, along with their rich battle experience, barely broke free from the mandala vine's restraint and split into 2 directions to escape. Locke sneered slightly, noticing that his mandala vine was still deep red. If the enemies truly wanted to escape, the ominous mandala vine wouldn't feel such intense hostility now, as the vene's color would fade significantly. But now, the ominous mandala vine remained purple-red. These black wizard apprentices are really interesting. Despite such a large power gap and misinformation, they still maintain a strong fighting spirit. Compared to them, Gabi, one of the traditional wizard apprentices from Lily's cabin, performed much worse in battle. The 2 second-level vampire apprentices, while fleeing, used their innate vampire speed to change direction over 10 times, looking as if they were really trying to escape. But suddenly, they exchanged a glance through the air. Both of their eyes showed madness. It's just a higher-level wizard. In the Blood Curse Court, they had already killed white wizards above their level before. Back then, they were only third-level wizard apprentices, but with their battle experience, they forcibly killed second-level wizard apprentices. Every wizard apprentice in the Blood Curse Court was forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If they could kill Locke for the Blood Curse Court, they would receive huge rewards from their faction, maybe even be called back to the main base, avoiding being mere cannon fodder as spies. That was their hope for survival. In the next moment, the two vampire apprentices, still pretending to flee, suddenly turned sideways and lunged at Locke. Their plan was simple. They believed that Locke, as a newly promoted first-level wizard apprentice, must have limited magical power. He wasn't a true first-level wizard, and his magic level was weak. Since Locke was attacking with magical vines, they thought that in mid-range combat, they would have the advantage and could not be counterattacked. So, their only chance was close combat. Through deception, Locke approached closely and used his second-tier wizard-level vampire bloodline to enhance his speed and strength, fighting in close combat. However, they gradually felt uneasy because they noticed that Locke's eyes showed no surprise or fear when facing this scene. It was as if he had expected their plan all along. Locke said, "Hypnosis is a spell from the enchantment school, right? You have spells from the enchantment school, and I do too. The spell that senses hostility through the mandrake vine is essentially a trick spell from the enchantment school." Next, Locke's mandrake vines tore off the heads of 3 vampire apprentices who had been trapped earlier. Then, using the vines, he gathered death energy into their skulls. The skulls exploded, killing one, and gathering death energy for another spell. Usually, this spell required touching the skulls directly to cast it. But a first-tier wizard apprentice has magical pressure, which can be transmitted through the air. This means many of their spells no longer need direct contact. The magical pressure traveled along the mandrake vines, transferring magic and death energy into the 3 vampire heads Locke had just removed. Then, he threw the vines at 2 other vampires. The 3 heads glowed with a strange green light, then let out screams, causing the first wave of mental damage. The 2 second-tier vampire apprentices froze in place. Next came a second wave of highly compressed negative energy, creating an explosion of dark energy. The 2 vampires were blown away. One lost a leg, and the other lost half of his right hand. Both were covered in blood. They didn't expect Locke to use the 3 vampire apprentices he had brought as spell components to attack them. Are these still the kind white witches? Locke's mandrake vines quickly followed, turning into drill bits that cut off their limbs, further weakening their fighting ability. At the same time, Locke softly recited a spell, using a poison berry projectile on one of the vampire apprentices. Amid the explosion of over 20 deep purple berries, the vampire burst into loud, hysterical laughter and rolled on the ground. He simply couldn't control himself. Locke glanced at the vampire. The skull explosion only has a 0.3 chance, and even with my power, it's only about 0.4. Since they are vampires and immune to the 3rd wave of corpse toxin damage and reduce the 2nd wave of negative energy damage, they didn't die from my spell, but the toxin from my laughter spell clearly affects vampires too. However, these 2 apprentice vampires seem to retain much of their human body structure, which might be why the spell works on them. Locke looked at another vampire apprentice and said, "If you are willing to tell me whether you have other accomplices in Lily's cabin, I might let you live for a while." The vampire apprentice's eyes showed great fear. Although Locke's fighting skills are still somewhat inexperienced, his methods, using undead magic and spell toxins, are like those of senior first-class wizard apprentices at our academy. It's very cruel. This is very different from the kind-hearted, innocent white wizards. So, at this moment, the second-class wizard apprentice had long lost the desire to attack Locke and was now very scared and anxious. I won't say. I can't say. The sect has special restrictions on me." The frightened vampire apprentice suddenly turned red-eyed and then shouted wildly, like a madman. Locke sensed a large amount of negative energy particles gathering toward his heart, and his 7th-level mandrake vine felt a deep malice. This malice came from a first-class wizard apprentice of the Blood Curse Court. For a moment, Locke felt a strange sense of being watched, as if a first-class wizard apprentice from the Blood Curse Court was using the spells on these second-class apprentices to observe him. No, I don't want to die. Please, Lord, spare me, spare me. The vampire apprentice begged with his last bit of reason. Next, Locke threw both of the captured second-class vampire apprentices away. In less than half a second, two huge blood clouds burst open in the air. A huge shockwave of air spread in all directions, kicking up dust and stones. The common carter and 3 ordinary centaurs on the countryside path were blown away by the force of the blast. Gabby could only lie on the ground, holding her head. Only Locke remained standing. He used his green magic to quickly grow the branches and leaves of the mandala vine, forming a sunshade that blocked the shockwave. Locke's wizard robe fluttered in the wind. This is about a 0.5 to 0.6 level corpse explosion spell. If my mandala vine hadn't sensed it early, I would have been within the blast radius. Using such delayed magic on a second-class apprentice of their own school, turning them into human bombs, and activating it at the moment they are about to betray the school. It's crazy. Locke shook his head slightly. The Society of Dark Wizards is truly insane. Locke thought about how vampires use hypnotic magic on mortals. Perhaps the time trigger for the corpse explosion spell is also controlled by hypnotic magic. They hypnotize the apprentices' minds so that when they start to think about betraying the school and act on it, they explode. Locke remembered the first-class wizard apprentice observing him from afar with magic. But it didn't matter. He was also a first-class apprentice himself, so he wasn't worried about him. As long as he stayed away from the main school headquarters, it would be hard for the other apprentice to sneak into Lily's cabin. After all, sneaking in as a second-class apprentice is much easier than as a first-class apprentice. The first-class apprentice's dark magic marks are too heavy and obvious. They might also be under close surveillance by Lily's cabin, making it hard to sneak in unnoticed. So, it wasn't a big problem if that first-class apprentice was watching him. Locke looked around and confirmed that the mandala vine had turned back to deep purple. He said, "Things are pretty intense here. The side effects of Crimson Echo are really strong. After I finished casting, I still felt a rush of pleasure, like a long-suppressed instinct finally released. This definitely isn't just my feeling. It must be a side effect of the potion. I'm not a dark wizard. I'm a white wizard, yes." Locke tidied up the battlefield. He gathered the bodies of 5 apprentices from the Blood Curse Court, put all the fragments into a sack, and stored it in the Astral Realm Ring, planning to use it as fertilizer. The White Witch Society has strict ethical rules to prevent breeders from using wizard apprentices as magic field fertilizer. However, if those apprentices are black witches, it doesn't matter. Black witches have no rights or protections in White Witch Society. Locke looked at Gabby. Gabby felt a bit ashamed. Her coachman had just regained his senses, but couldn't remember anything. Gabby glared at the confused coachman. Then Gabby apologized shyly to Locke, saying, "Sorry, senior. The situation was so sudden just now that I didn't react in time. I'm glad you're here with me." Gabby suddenly became scared. If I had been alone with them, I would have already been killed. Gabby's face turned pale. Locke nodded. "It's not your fault. They were probably here to kill me. You just got caught up in it. But lately, outside the academy, it's really dangerous. You should stay home more. Compared to black witches, white witch apprentices mostly spend their time studying, so their fighting ability is much weaker. But white witches also have their advantages. Unlike Lilith's cottage, which binds apprentices with contracts, black witches directly use curse magic to control their apprentices, which is inefficient and causes internal conflict. One method is based on complex contractual relationships that create a sense of voluntary participation. The other is forced. Their subjective motivation is very different. Locke and Gabby got into the carriage and headed back to the main academy, but Gabby was already very impatient with her coachman. If she didn't need the coachman to drive on the way back, she probably couldn't stand the mortal coachman she hired anymore. Back at the port city where Lilith's academy is located, after parting ways with Gabby, Locke immediately went to see Witch Sophia. Inside Witch Sophia's office, Locke placed the amethyst matrix back on her desk. "Teacher, I'm back. Here's a report I wrote on the way. The plague in the Ashkla Mountains has been resolved. The source was a rotten soil magic plant. Also, teacher, I have an even more important matter to report. Sophia the witch paused her note-taking. Rotten soil magic plant? It seems you've had a good harvest this time. Wait a moment. I have a feeling. It's a magical pressure. The flower on Sophia's witch hat turned bright red, showing her mood was a bit unsettled. Loke, have you already become a first-class wizard apprentice? Loke nodded. Yes, teacher. Thanks to your regular teaching and that bottle of Crimson Echo potion, I was able to become a first-class wizard apprentice so quickly. Sophia, the witch, looked surprised. You probably started school about 2 years ago, right? Time flies. We've been together for 2 years now. My original plan was that before I left Lily's hut, you could at most become a second-class wizard apprentice, but your growth has far exceeded my expectations. Sophia said, That's really fast. Almost 1 level up each year. This speed is already better than those children of the elements. This kind of progress is almost the same as when I was a wizard apprentice. My affinity for wood element particles is level 7. Wow, I didn't expect Sophia the witch to level up so quickly during her apprentice stage. I only managed to reach this level by relying on many resources. Loke asked, Teacher, so you are a wood element child? Sophia smiled. Currently, the methods for testing talent are quite simple, so evaluating a wizard's potential doesn't truly reflect a person's real talent. This has been my view all along, and it's been proven most clearly in your case. Sophia said, Loke, for a wizard, results are more important than the process. Being able to become a first-class wizard apprentice in just 1 year shows your talent isn't lower than those so-called children of the elements. It's just that their talent is more obvious, while yours needs someone to carefully discover it. Sophia added, I've seen a student with terrible talent in potion making. Later, he switched to alchemy and became a level 1 alchemist. Sometimes the world is just so unfair. Talented people often don't realize their own talent or mistakenly think they are not talented enough, wasting their lives as a result. Sophia stopped speaking. You becoming a first-class wizard apprentice makes me, your teacher, the happiest person. Since you are now a first-class wizard apprentice, you can take the official breeding master certification exam and the potion assistant certification exam. Sophia became more interested in Locke. At first, she only paid close attention because Locke was her top student. But now, it was more than that. It was because of Locke's talent. For a real wizard, a talented student always attracts more attention. Also, in the assessment for teaching positions at the Star Domain C, there are 3 main parts. First, your title. Second, your achievements. Third, the excellent students you have trained. Since she just became a real wizard, she would naturally be at a disadvantage in the second part, and the third part was completely blank. But now, Locke had become a first-class wizard apprentice in 2 years and obtained the breeding master assistant certificate. If he could also get the potion assistant and breeding master certificates within a few years, he would serve as a great example of her excellent students. This would greatly help her evaluation by the wizard organization at Star Domain C. Because of this, Sophia looked at Locke with more respect. Dear Locke, I was too underestimated your talent before. I don't care how you advanced. I have 2 tasks for you. Within the next 1.5 years, pass the official breeding master certification and the potion assistant certification. Do you understand? Locke was a bit surprised. Teacher, the deadline you set is really tight. Sophia, lowering the edge of her wizard hat, said, Genius and ordinary people are taught differently. I used the wrong teaching method for you from the start. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. A little pressure is good for you. The requirements at Lily's Cottage Academy are too lenient for you. Over time, you'll feel lazy, Locke. Don't worry, I'm not that unreasonable, Locke. As long as you pass either the breeding master certification or the potion assistant certification within 1.5 years, I will consider you to have passed. Locke thought for a moment and simply followed Sophia's idea to make a guess. The potion-making guild is a bit more complicated than breeding, but the assistant certificate for potion-making is easier to get than the full breeding master certificate. After all, the full breeding master already has a high status in the academy, so I should aim to get the potion master certificate within 1.5 years. Sophia, the witch, was amused by Locke's serious thinking. You actually kept thinking about it. Whatever you decide, as long as you get one of those certificates, I'll consider you qualified. I will give you 2.5 hours of lessons every day. Locke looked at Sophia curiously. Teacher, Do you have so much free time? Sophia tapped her fingers on the table and said, That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Many of the tasks the Academy assigned to me recently are teaching tasks. In other words, I will have quite a few new wizard apprentices this year. They probably want me to build a closer relationship with the Academy. I was worried about it before, but now that you've become a first-class wizard apprentice, it's fine. You can help me teach their classes. Sophia looked a bit regretful. It's a pity I don't have other students. When I advanced to a first-class wizard apprentice before, my teacher gathered all his first-class wizard apprentice students, even those outside the Academy, for a celebration. This is also a way to strengthen the master-apprentice relationship. But you are my first student, so we can't hold such a celebration. There are only the two of us. Sophia thought for a moment and said seriously, You should be an adult now, right? I'll give you a birthday gift tomorrow as a celebration. Oh, and what do you want me to report to you? But this task came directly from Advisor Francis through me. That's not quite right. This time, the task was given by Advisor Francis through his assistant, so there's still a chance that the information was leaked. Which Sophia said, The Blood Curse Court must have a deeply hidden spy network inside Lilith's cottage. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups at the Academy. Locke, for now, don't leave the main branch of the school. I'll request special protection for you from the Academy. During this period, you won't need to perform your regular duties. You were recently attacked, and now that you're a first-class apprentice, the Academy will take your safety very seriously, so the request should be approved. You've just become a first-class apprentice, so you need time to improve your spellcasting skills. Which Sophia tossed a file to Locke. You can use your magic stones to buy private lessons and learn the next 3 spells in the Vine Surge series. As for other spells, study whatever you like. Since you already have Rotten Earth Taro and Noble Orchid, I suggest you spend some magic stones on private lessons to learn 2 cantrip models, Ephemeral Flower Burst and Living Green Defense. Next Wednesday, I'll have time to explain the path beyond a first-class apprentice, the road to becoming a full-fledged wizard. Which Sophia continued, At your current stage, spells are no longer your main focus. In a few days, the Academy will sign a new contract with you. She pointed to the file. Since you're now a first-class apprentice, you can help me handle this batch of shadow leeches. You can try making a batch of shadow leech bloodline separation potions, then use the mana centrifuge method to extract their bloodline. Remember to come to me the day after tomorrow. The new apprentices will arrive then. One of them is from overseas like you, while the others are local. Locke had been studying under Witch Sophia as an assistant in potion making for nearly 2 years, so he was capable of handling this kind of work on his own. The shadow leechworm itself is a very dangerous magical creature. If not careful, its offspring eggs can easily parasitize the body of the wizard apprentice handling it, and such infections are very hard to treat. The large amount of magical creature materials that Witch Sophia currently uses are all so dangerous. Therefore, Witch Sophia has never allowed Locke to try making specialized bloodline separation potions for magical creatures on his own. Instead, she only asked him to use a magic centrifuge extraction method to produce pure magical creature blood essence, which is a relatively simple task. However, it is clear that Witch Sophia now trusts Locke more than before. Locke took the materials and glanced at them. Since this is something a potion assistant should know, it was a good opportunity for him to practice. This batch of shadow leech worms is worth thousands of magic stones. Shadow leech worms are usually used to make antidotes for curses related to shadows. They are one of the common materials for potion-grade medicines, Locke recalled. All right, teacher, I will try my best to make it within a week and deliver it to your laboratory. After leaving Witch Sophia's office, Locke crossed the port city and headed to the public classroom. He decided to follow Sophia's advice and sign up for private lessons in 2 spell model courses. Witch Sophia's knowledge far surpasses his current level. Since she wants him to learn, it must be very beneficial for him now. Locke entered the private office of Cesarli, the dark elf. He knocked lightly on the door, and after Cesarli allowed him to enter, he stepped inside. He said to Cesarli, Senior Cesarli, I want to sign up for the courses Mayfly Fireworks and Every Tree a Soldier. Cesarli, the dark elf, frowned. These 2 private courses are not group classes. They are rarely available to many students and are very complex and dangerous. Usually, only a few students can take these courses at once, and often only one person. Most importantly, both courses are at the first level wizard apprentice level. At this moment, Cesarli finally noticed the magical pressure emanating from Locke. Unlike Sophia, who was only slightly stunned, Cesarli opened his mouth wide in shock. This is a great achievement, Locke. You have become a first-level wizard apprentice. No, it hasn't been long. You only became a second-level wizard apprentice last year. Among your peers who are also training to become wizards, those with level 6 talent haven't yet become first-level apprentices. Only one person with level 7 talent, the Element Child, became a first-level apprentice half a month ago and gained high recognition from the senior leaders of Lilith Academy. Cesari stood up from behind his desk. When he realized Locke was now a first-level wizard apprentice, he was both surprised and cautious, so he simply stood up. Locke said to Cesari, "Senior, my teacher, which Sophia, said that the talent test for wizards isn't perfect, so the talent ranking at admission doesn't tell the whole story. My talent should be outside the main testing methods." The dark elf Cesari, after recovering from his shock, showed a faint smile. "That makes no difference. I only know that you have talent equal to that of the Element Child. Someone like you, who slipped through the cracks, is even rarer than the Element Children. You are truly exceptional." Cesari spoke to Locke with a more peer-like tone. "Congratulations, Augustine. In a few days, the Academy will sign a contract with you. Being a first-level wizard apprentice means you're a core part of the Academy and a reserve for full wizards. There will be a new contract, new benefits, and you might also take on tasks like teaching, research, or combat. You can also register your level and claim rewards. The Academy supports talented students like you very strongly." Cesari thought for a moment and said to Locke, "The Mayfly Flower Cannon will probably be used only by you in the next few months, so you can sign up directly. But the others, like your peer, will also need to participate, though she won't be available for a week. So you'll have to wait a week. We will teach both of you this course at the same time. This private lesson is almost like a one-on-one class, so the fee is a bit high. Excluding materials and miscellaneous costs, the basic fee is 550 magic stones per session. Is that okay, Locke?" Locke nodded. "Of course, Senior." Cesari had already prepared 2 application forms and signed his name on them. These 2 courses are not only expensive but also require you to be a first-class wizard apprentice to enroll. Once you learn them, you might end up teaching the Mayfly Firework and all plant army spells in the public classroom, at night, at 431 Reverse Alley. Locke sat in his bedroom, burning incense made from a mixture of padancy wood and dragon blood leaf. He sat cross-legged, channeling his magic to mimic the heart of an ancient tree, meditating on the root meridians. Constant streams of elemental particles turned into mental energy, flowing back into his soul. But Locke frowned. Unlike his usual steady and strong progress, this time he felt his mental power growing very slowly, almost not at all. After surpassing 200 mental power, each additional point becomes very hard to gain, Locke thought. He stopped meditating. If I keep doing this, the progress will be too slow. Can I increase my mental power by 10 points in a year? Normal meditation methods can't support a first-class wizard apprentice to become a full wizard, he concluded. He picked up a pink gemstone and began absorbing the ether elements inside it. This time, the ether mixed into his mental energy, making his mental growth slightly faster than with regular meditation, but not by much. He gave up on using the pink gemstone to boost his mental power further. His current magic purity and total amount were too high, making the usual methods of increasing mental power less effective. At this stage, learning spell models and passively increasing mental power to grow on its own was almost impossible. During the first-class wizard apprentice stage, normal meditation and pink gemstones have very little effect, Locke wondered. So how do those first-class wizard apprentices in the academy improve? Forget it. Teacher Sophia will guide me next Wednesday, Locke decided. Instead of trying to boost his magic power, he left his bedroom and went to his study. He began designing his first bloodline separation potion for the Shadow Leech Worm. Draft after draft gradually took shape in his hands. The next morning, after sleeping for half the night, Locke tidied up his clothes, explained things to the gray dwarf servant, and then took a bag of seeds for iron wire and cow tendon grass toward the Chimera Market. Anyway, becoming a first-level wizard apprentice definitely requires more and more magical resources, dozens of times more than before. Magic stones are definitely better the more you have. So, The business of selling synthetic plants must continue and even expand on a larger scale. Li Jin's secret speech is the first step to build his reputation as a talented. In Chimera Market, within Li Jin's secret speech, when Locke entered, it looked like a small garden, and the shelves displayed elegant vine boxes. He was surprised to find that, besides 3 customers and Yuli Burns, Lady Irina was also in the shop. Lady Irina stood in the middle of the shop, inspecting around. Yuli, shopkeeper, I've been impressed with you lately. You've been doing very well. Yes, remember to attract talented breeders. They are not only our good customers, but also our good partners, Lady Irina hinted. Especially you, shopkeeper Yuli. Neither of us are plant magic experts. As outsiders, we need the help of excellent breeders to keep our business going. So, we should give them the most benefits. Geniuses always deserve more. Yuli Burns, with her aged face, forced a small smile. She respectfully stood before Lady Irina and bowed her head. Lady Irina, it's my honor to work for you. I will cherish all your advice. I will find ways to protect Li Jin's secret speech and keep it always at the top in Chimera Market. Dear Lady Irina, I've listed our recent potential competitors and made strategies against them. Lady Irina was very pleased. Yuli, now I believe hiring you was the right choice. Yuli knew how to please her boss, the senior wizard. For Lady Irina, is Li Jin's secret speech important? It's both important and not important. Mrs. Irina owns dozens of shops in Chimera Market, including some larger than the Li Jin's secret shop. However, Mrs. Irina values the small Li Jin's secret shop not just because it was once the best magic plant store in Chimera Market. For professional wizards, the store's reputation as the top magic plant shop is more important than the magic stones earned from Li Jin's secret. Mrs. Irina enjoys the admiration and respect from others, especially since it is the top magic plant shop inside Lily's cottage. In some ways, it even brings Mrs. Irina small hidden benefits. Mrs. Irina turns around and sees Locke entering the shop. As the behind-the-scenes owner of Li Jin's secret and a level 1 shapeshifter, Mrs. Irina's gaze falls on the breeding assistant badge and the platinum star member badge on Locke's chest. A faint smile appears on her face. Mrs. Irina walks over and says, Augustine, when you last visited my shop, you were just a second-level wizard apprentice. Now, you're a first-level wizard apprentice. You're quite talented at a young age. I heard from my shop manager that you've recently commissioned her to sell new types of magical vines. Keep it up. Li Jin's secret was opened especially for people like you. Mrs. Irina pats Locke on the shoulder. Locke bows slightly and says, Thank you for the compliment, Lady Irina. This is a mutually beneficial matter. I also earned a lot of magic stones through your shop. The previous Super Mandala vine was completed under the guidance of my mentor, Sophia. Today, I want to commission a second magic plant. This one I completed on my own. Locke turns to Yuli Burns and hands her the magic plant testing certification report that Sophia prepared for him yesterday. This is iron wire cow tendon grass, which can be used with the magic trick model, wild grass entanglement. A similar model, green bush tangle, can also be used. Locke says, My teacher, Sophia, has already certified the effects of these 2 spells. Yuli Burns is stunned. She never expected that the wizard apprentice she took in from overseas 2 years ago would become so closely connected to her. 2 years ago, this apprentice wizard was only a third-class apprentice, but now he has become a first-class apprentice, equal to her, and his future looks much brighter than hers. Yuli Burns looked at Locke with complicated eyes, but since Lady Irina was nearby, she had to focus on her work. She quickly checked the certification issued by Sophia, then said to Lady Irina and Locke, According to this certificate, using iron wire cow tendon grass can increase the effect of wild grass wrapping by 1.5 times. It can also improve the more difficult, higher-cost green bush wrapping spell by more than double. Not only that, but with this, all other similar magic models can be used. Mr. Augustine's work uses iron wire cow tendon grass to boost power. Yuli's eyes shone with enthusiasm. Lady Irina looked at Locke with a smile, her eyes full of pride for her talented junior. In that case, you two can have a good talk. I won't disturb your work. Locke, from now on, you can call me Lady Irina. No need to be so formal and call me, Your Excellency. Locke nodded slightly and said, Yes, ma'am. Lady Irina smiled and gracefully left the shop. Locke turned to Yuli. Senior Yuli, I just heard your boss say that she wants to give the best deals to good partners. I wonder how much you plan to ask for the seeds of iron wire cow tendon grass. Yuli Burns looked at Locke with complicated feelings, some envy, a bit of uncontrollable jealousy, and enthusiasm for partnership. Augustine, you'd better stop calling me senior. Just call me Yuli or Burns. As for the price, we need to sit down and discuss it carefully. Your talent in breeding is really impressive. You've already produced another excellent work so quickly. Yuli Burns temporarily had a second-class apprentice wizard staff member handle customers inside the shop, while she took Locke into the secret room of Li Jing. A cup of rich Angrila tea was placed in front of Locke. Locke knew that this special tea was made by breeders to help wizards. Wizards who often drank Angrila fragrant tea could gradually reduce the negative effects of overusing potions and magic resources, which damaged their mental strength. However, this tea was very expensive, and during the second-level apprentice stage, few could afford to drink it every day. Locke took a sip of the tea. At the same time, Yuli Burns pushed a contract in front of him. Yuli said, Locke, magical plants like iron wire cow tendon grass have a big impact on many apprentice-level spells and are very valuable. But as far as I know, cow tendon grass produces seeds very easily. It is also used up in various spell models. It's different from magic vine seeds and young magic vines. Locke nodded. That's true, but all the magic plants I sell have been made seedless. The seedless technology is a small skill that assistant breeders should know. If someone buys a magic plant and it can produce seeds, some poorer apprentice wizards might try to hatch the seeds themselves. So, breeders use magic inscriptions when selling magic plants or seeds to prevent them from producing seeds, avoiding this problem. This technology also helps prevent large-scale breeding of special magic plants from invading the natural environment and causing uncontrolled growth, like the abyssal plant disaster that happened 50 years ago with the Green Ring Society. Yuli Burns smiled and said, Locke, the price for Li Jing's secret language's sale of similar deerbone millet grass seeds is 1 magic stone per gram. According to our previous trading rules, we will also buy your iron wire cow tendon grass seeds at 1 magic stone per gram. How does that sound? Because this isn't a magic vine. Magic vines are long-lasting magic plants, but these are consumable magic grass seeds. Locke thought for a moment. He found this acceptable. Since the magic spell models that come with deerbone millet grass seeds are probably more advanced than those for wild grass, the price should be a bit higher. So, selling 1 gram of iron wire cow tendon grass seeds for 1 magic stone seems fair. The seed production rate of iron wire cow tendon grass is very high. Even the common plant-based meditation method using almond wood shavings costs only 15 magic stones per gram. A gram of iron wire cow tendon grass seeds contains about 100 seeds, enough for 2 uses of wild grass wrapping magic. A second-class wizard apprentice needs to practice roughly 100 times a month, which costs at least 50 magic stones. Learning from nothing to mastery takes at least half a year, and practicing solely with iron wire cow tendon grass would cost over 300 magic stones. That is already a significant expense. Of course, the apprentice can start with cheaper, less effective magic plant seeds to practice wild grass wrapping spells. For example, using the most common, winter grass seeds, which cost 1 magic stone per handful, a poor second-class apprentice can buy dozens of grams, making it a cheap and common practice material for plant magic. However, the effect is not very good, and the learning efficiency is lower. Generally, second-class wizard apprentices use cheap winter grass seeds in the early and middle stages to save money, then switch to more expensive, consumable magic plant seeds later. Even then, the total cost for iron wire cow tendon grass seeds would be at least 100 magic stones. Their combat use after mastering the spell probably won't cost much, as white wizards have limited fighting needs. But accumulating small savings over time makes this a long-term, sustainable business. Locke calculated in his mind that 1 cow tendon grass plant can produce some seeds daily, totaling at least 5 grams per month. To ensure quality, about 50 plants are grown per acre. Planting 10 acres could earn an astonishing 2,500 magic stones a month. Of course, his farm would need to expand, with more workers and equipment, but as a first-class wizard apprentice, expanding the farm is part of his plan. Moreover, Iron wire cow tendon grass is different from the super mandala vines because it suits more magic spell models, attracting more apprentice learners. Thanks to the Chimera market, Locke can sell not only to wizard apprentices at Lily's Hut, but also to other wizard organizations. Studying the Vine Hand series of spells as an apprentice wizard is only a small part of being a plant magic apprentice. However, every plant magic apprentice eventually masters basic spells like wild grass entanglement or green bush wrapping. These two spells, especially wild grass entanglement, are classic models in plant magic. They are very useful for controlling enemies, escaping, imprisoning, and managing situations. Their effects are significant. Learning these spells is not very difficult, and they don't use much magic power. They are cost-effective and widely used compared to other vine spells. Therefore, seeds like iron wire cow tendon grass are easy to sell. Also, these are consumable items, unlike magic vines, which can cause market saturation. Lork picked up the contract and signed it. Yuli Burns saw Lork sign the contract and relaxed her tense feelings. She smiled happily. With Lork, her previous problem of poor sales of the Silver Secret language was mostly solved. Yuli Burns felt more grateful to Lork. Lork, thank you, my friend. From today, you are my friend. Some high-ranking breeders and the vice president of the Breeders' Association often visit the Silver Secret language, Yuli said, spreading her hands. I will let them know what an excellent you are. I believe you will get your certification very soon. Lork smiled and looked curiously at Yuli's face. He hadn't known her well before, so he didn't ask. But from what he heard later, Yuli was under 30 years old. Why did she look so old? Hesitating, Lork asked. Yuli, I've been meaning to ask. Why do you look so old? Yuli rubbed her forehead, showing a helpless expression. Lork, you really shouldn't talk about a lady's age. She straightened up and answered seriously, that's the aging curse. You'll find out soon enough. There's a huge gap between a full wizard and a first-class apprentice. Yuli's aged face showed deep fear, as if she was thinking of some terrifying, indescribable thing. You won't understand why the gap is so big. Then, you'll realize that within that large difference, your mental strength is very hard to improve. Even meditation has become very unreliable. After years of stagnation and progress, under the relentless pressure of my wizard mentor, Heron Vera, who repeatedly looked at me with disappointment and eventually gave up on me entirely, I chose to pursue dangerous research. I was working on a spell to age my own soul and then lift the curse through a counter-curse to boost my mental strength, making my soul repeatedly go through the process of being cursed and then uncursed. Locke frowned. Even without knowing the exact details of Yuli's actions, just hearing this description, he felt it was extremely dangerous. It was like walking a tightrope. If not controlled carefully, the soul could die from the curse. It was no different from taking a deadly poison every day. Yuli Burns lowered her head and sighed. But my talent is simply not enough. My experiment got out of control, and the aging curse backfired on my soul. I barely managed to save my life, but my future is ruined. I went from being a woman pursued passionately by many male wizards to becoming an ugly old woman. And that's not all. I am also under ongoing investigation by the White Wizard Association's Ethics Review Committee because my experiment violated some ethical rules. This makes it hard for me to find normal work. Only Lady Elena took me in. Yuli Burns forced a smile. Locke, it's funny. Before everything happened, I was complaining about the rules set by the White Wizard Association, saying they limited my growth. But after it happened, I realized that the association's requirement for ethical review is actually to protect us. People obsessed with their power can easily lose themselves and end up being hurt by that very power. Locke didn't expect that the path to becoming a first-class wizard apprentice would be so difficult. He comforted her a little. Yuli, those who become first-class wizard apprentices usually have good talent. I believe you'll find a way to get out of this awkward situation. As long as you're alive, there's always a way to rise again. There are also magic potions that can lift your curse. Yuli chuckled hoarsely. Locke, you're really kind. Thank you, but we're different. You wouldn't understand. You don't understand the pain of people like us. Someone as talented as you will never understand these things. Yuli whispered, I am an apprentice in potion making. I know what I am going through. I have cursed my soul for too long. For at least 5 years, I drank a bottle of aging potion every day, along with more curse-breaking medicines. The aging curse is deeply tangled with my soul. Most ordinary potion masters, when they see my situation, would stay far away, afraid I might ruin their reputation. A hint of resentment flickered in Yuli's eyes, her hatred for her wizard mentor. If my wizard mentor, Halen Vera, had stopped me back then, everything would be different. But he didn't. He's always like that. In his eyes, only those shiny, impressive students matter. Yuli quickly suppressed her anger and apologized to Locke with a nod. Sorry, Locke. I shouldn't have lost my temper in front of you. I talked too much today. I'm sorry, Yuli pleaded. It's all my fault. Please don't tell anyone what I just said. Okay. Locke nodded and waved his hand. I didn't hear anything. Well then, Manager Yuli, I wish you good luck. It's been a pleasure working with you. Locke stood up and headed out of the shop. He still had a lot to do. He needed to apply to expand the botanical garden, which required approval from the White Wizard Association's ethics review. That would take some effort. If he wanted to expand the garden again, it would have to become a medium-sized one. Sophia the Witch probably couldn't help him get quick approval. The White Wizard Association's review of a second-class apprentice's garden isn't very strict, but for a first-class apprentice, they would be very careful. It's only been about 50 years since the abyssal plant disaster caused by the Green Ring Society in the southeast corner. Manager Yuli saw him off. After leaving the Silver Secret, Locke went back to the shop in the Chimera Market and found Benny, the dark elf waiter from last time, planning to buy more Minotaur slaves. He wanted to add at least 5 more Minotaurs. Within the street where the shop is located, the dark elf Benny carefully said to Locke, Honored Lord Locke, the value of orc noble slaves has now returned to 10 magic stones per individual. Our shop's quality remains high. Every orc noble has undergone strict magical re-education, ensuring they will never betray their master and that their intelligence is unaffected. Locke frowned in displeasure. Wasn't it 5 magic stones before? Under the pressure of Locke's magic aura, Benny the Dark Elf became a bit scared, sweat forming on his forehead. Honored guest, 9 months ago, a large number of high-quality orc slaves entered the market, which lowered the price. But now, the price has returned to normal. Our slaves are expensive, but their quality is guaranteed. Locke nodded slightly. That made sense. After all, his botanical garden couldn't use slaves who are not fully intelligent. Most of the work there requires some level of intelligence and understanding. Locke said, All right, I want 5 orc noble slaves. Here are 50 magic stones. Benny the Dark Elf sighed in relief. Honored guest, last time you bought 2 slaves with ancient bloodlines. Are you interested in that area? Recently, there's a mermaid with an ancient bloodline available in our shop. Locke replied, Not for now. He still hadn't finished studying the 2 cat girls he bought last time. There's no need to buy a mermaid now. Money shouldn't be spent recklessly. Money should be spent wisely. He would find other places to use magic stones in the future. The next day, in front of the wooden hut where the registration office is located. Today, a half-elf second-class wizard apprentice, whom Locke had never seen before, was on duty. He held in his hands a badge representing a first-class wizard apprentice and respectfully handed it to Locke. Hello, senior. This is your badge. According to the contract for a first-class wizard apprentice, you will receive 100 magic stones from the academy each month, along with 2 bottles of Stardust Tears potion and 1 bottle of Crying Blood Dragonweed potion. This support has no time limit. In addition, you can keep your residence in the Upside-Down Alley, and you may choose any location within Lily's cabin to set up your standard first-class wizard apprentice's 3-piece home, which includes 2 houses and a small laboratory. You can select any location you like, and soon the academy will place Lily's wooden cabin alchemical items at your chosen spot. The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice respectfully said, Lord Locke, besides the monthly resource support from the academy and your residence, you also have 1 chance to enter the wizard's secret realm and the opportunity to choose a magical plant and a magical item. Since you became a first-class wizard apprentice within 2 years, the list of magical plants and magical items you can choose from is of the highest level. The half-elf second-class wizard apprentice handed a list to Locke. On the list, Locke saw that there are 3 levels. They are prepared for wizard apprentices within 2 years, 3 years, and others. The magical items and plants on the list for those within 2 years are of the highest level, including some rare-grade apprentice-level magical plants. The 3-year list is slightly better. The items on the last level list are more ordinary. Last night, which Sophia had already signed the academy contract with Locke, but this was mostly a formality. Few first-class wizard apprentices choose not to continue signing at this point. If they suddenly break the contract, the academy will not only revoke all further training, but also require the apprentice to repay the resources used before. Of course, Locke has already paid off his previous debt of 1,000 magic stones. Anyway, he has no intention of leaving Lily's cabin for now. The benefits of Lily's cabin are very generous, and as a duty, he only needs to sign a contract with Lily's cabin after becoming a Tier 1 wizard or contribute to Lily's cabin before leaving. During his first-class wizard apprentice period, his main duty is to protect Lily's cabin's interests, especially to return from around the world to defend the academy if it faces a crisis. He may also need to undertake some official duties for the academy from time to time. Because I am A and have developed 2 new magical plant varieties in a row, the college assigned me a very suitable position, public plantation maintenance worker. This involves maintaining the public plantation I helped establish at the college, working alongside other first-level wizard apprentices from different colleges. Lily's cottage, known for its expertise in potion making, has a large public botanical garden that supplies many magical plants for potion making inside Lily's cottage. Therefore, it requires many skilled wizard apprentices to regularly maintain this huge plantation. The work isn't very busy. I only need to go there for about a week and a half each year. Plus, I can learn more about the giant plant garden, which is quite beneficial. Locke quickly found the most cost-effective and suitable magical plant from the list, rotten soil magic tuber. He looked at the half-elf second-level wizard apprentice. I don't need advanced magical items right now. Can I use the chance to choose a high-level magical item to exchange for a rotten soil magic tuber instead? He noticed that the list didn't include the orchid flower, but it did have the rotten soil magic tuber. The rotten soil magic tuber is rated level 6 according to the heretic cube. If he has 3 of them, he can combine them into a level 7 plant. These plants are rare and not easy to find in the Chimera market. Locke had already asked the clerk at the Legion secret language shop to pre-order the rotten soil magic tuber and the orchid flower. As soon as they are available, the shop staff will contact him. However, a few days passed, and he hadn't received any news, so he guessed he'd have to wait. The half-elf second-level wizard apprentice smiled politely. Of course, Lord Locke, there are precedents for this. So, which wizard's secret realm would you like to choose? Locke looked at the list of wizard's secret realms. The reward list for ordinary first-level wizard apprentices only offers 3 options. His highest-level reward list includes 2 additional secret realms, which are clearly the highest level. These are benefits for young wizards like himself who are rapidly advancing. I remember teacher Sophia said that there are many sources of the wizard's secret realm. Some are resources left behind by ancient wizards, some are natural wonders created by nature, and others are man-made places created by modern wizards or remnants from other worlds. Locke looked over 3 common secret realms: the Eternal Garden, the Tesla Wasteland, and the Cold Ice Island. Each of these common secret realms has some information listed. A secret realm is a place where wizards explore to gather resources. Some are natural, and some are built by people. The Eternal Garden is a modern resource point created by the White Wizard Association. It is used to help talented young wizards gather resources, especially in potion making. The Tesla Wasteland is a natural energy spot on the coast. It has many rare magical creatures, making it a good place for summoning wizards to find resources. The Cold Ice Island is a small overseas island, suitable for apprentice wizards of the Shaping Magic School to go and gather magical resources. All 3 secret realms require some danger and effort to gain rewards. They are places where desperate but determined apprentice wizards often take risks to improve their future. Locke then looked at 2 special secret realms on the list: the Forbidden Forest and the Great Canyon of the Boundary. The Forbidden Forest is a forest filled with strong magical energy. Its origin is unknown, and it has no master. Many wizard groups, hundreds of them, regularly send apprentices inside to gather resources. The Forbidden Forest is one of the most important wizard resource points in the southeastern region. If it weren't for special rewards, Locke wouldn't even notice it on the list. Inside the Forbidden Forest, there is strange magic that seems to distort physical laws and ignore what has already happened in reality. So far, explorers have only reached the outer edges of the forest. That area is considered safe. The Forbidden Forest only covers the outer part, not the deeper areas. Legend says that at the deepest part of the forest, there is a dark power beyond the imagination of wizards in the southeastern region. No one has ever come out alive from its depths. The Boundary Membrane Great Canyon is a smaller secret realm compared to the Forbidden Forest. This large canyon has a huge, unhealed space. According to investigations, it may have been caused by battles among high-level wizards. The world energy of the main material plane cannot heal such a wound. Over time, a boundary membrane formed there, creating a space collision with other planes. It is a good place for wizards studying spell schools to explore. After thinking, Locke chose the Forbidden Forest. Even if he didn't ask which Sophia, he knew she would definitely want him to choose the Forbidden Forest. Because the Forbidden Forest is like a paradise for potion makers and breeders.